In the 43rd year of Konoha, in a warmly decorated house in the civilian apartment of Konoha village, the light seemed a little dim. The boy opened his eyes with difficulty and then murmured, "This is..." Then a lot of memories poured into his head, and the boy fainted again. The light reflected on the boy's face flickered. The next morning, the sun was scattered like golden clouds, and the dust in the room seemed to be shaken off. A few soft, lowly voices sounded beside the bed. "Rin, Rin, are you okay? I brought you breakfast." The girl had long purple hair and looked at the thin boy on the bed with a nervous look. Seeing that the boy did not respond, she carefully stretched out her hand to feel his breath, and felt the weak breath coming from her fingers, so she exhaled lightly. "Rin." Then she seemed to have gathered up her strength and shouted loudly. But unfortunately, she didn't know that the still babyish lowly voice had no lethality. "Rin, wake up." The girl panted as if she had exerted too much force. Looking at the unconscious boy, she suddenly didn't know what to do. For a moment, she seemed to suddenly remember something, and then her face turned slightly red, and she said secretly in her heart, "This is to save people." She encouraged herself in her heart, moved closer to the boy's face, held the boy's face with both hands, and opened the boy's mouth a little. Then she opened her mouth to let the whole mouth with bulging cheeks filled with air, then touched her lips and slowly exhaled into the boy's mouth, and then repeated the cycle. Rin woke up faintly. Her mind was full of information, and she was still dizzy after digesting it all night, and her eyes slowly opened with difficulty. What came into view was the face of the cute girl with a little flesh. She had long purple hair, charming and beautiful, with a blush on her cheeks, and she was breathing with her eyes closed. Then, the cold and soft lips touched each other, and a special fragrance with milky aroma flowed into the mouth. Rin blinked and looked at the cute little person in front of her, and then gently patted her back. The girl opened her eyes, and then looked at each other, seeming a little shy but more joyful. "Rin, you finally woke up." Rin couldn't help coughing a few times. Shien, thank you." The girl quickly took out the juice she brought in the lunchbox and fed it to Rin, and then said with some concern, "You're welcome, Rin. Some time ago, Aunt Akiko of the Moonlight family asked my sister and me to live at her house. I was a little worried about you today, so I came to see you. Are you okay?" Rin took a big sip of the drink and forced a smile. Although she was not feeling well, she felt warm inside. "I'm fine, just a little dizzy." As soon as she finished speaking, her stomach started to growl. The girl couldn't help laughing, and then handed the lunchbox to Rin. "Hey, come eat quickly, Rin." Rin, who hadn't eaten for several days, naturally couldn't help but wolf down his food, eating in big mouthfuls. The girl just sat there quietly, watching Rin eat with big mouthfuls, with a gentle smile on her lips. "Rin, eat slowly, don't choke." Rin quickly finished the food in the lunchbox, and then gulped down the remaining juice. Then he let out a long sigh. Thank you, Shien. You really saved my life this time." Indeed, as Rin himself said, his previous life was starved to death, so he was able to travel to this body. Long-term hunger and mental helplessness have made his small body overwhelmed. Shien said with some doubts, "Didn't your uncle and aunt leave you with some of money and compensation from the village? You haven't eaten these days?" Rin sighed helplessly, looking at Shien's innocent eyes, and didn't know what to say for a while. "Oh, it's hard to explain. Anyway, I don't have a penny now." Shien was a little confused, but didn't continue to ask. She looked at Lin with a little heartache and just said softly, "Hey Lin, if you have any difficulties, tell your friends. I will help you." "Friend?" Lin smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid it's only you," looking at the girl's clear and serious eyes. "I know. Shien, please in the future." Shien smiled and nodded. "Okay, then I'll leave first. You have a good rest. I'll come to see you later." The girl smiled and waved her hand, then got up and walked out of the house. When she opened the door, she looked back at him, then smiled and clenched her fists and made a cheering gesture. Rin also smiled and watched her leave. The room suddenly became quiet, and Lin lay down and began to sort out the information in his mind. In addition to his own memory, there are two more memories. One is the original body, and the other is Gojo Satoru. That's right. It was all the memories of Gojo Satoru, the strongest sorcerer in Jujutsu Kaisen, after he was cut in half in a battle with Sukuna. It was this memory that made him faint instantly when he just crossed over. The unwillingness and disbelief were the feelings of the last scene, as well as the complete analysis of the space slash. In fact, in the memory, Gojo Satoru could use the technique of Song to teleport out of the range of the space slash and achieve no injury. What he couldn't understand was that he had made all the preparations and all the details. But at that moment, even if he saw the trajectory of the attack clearly, he still froze and used his body to block the space slash, which led to his death. And at that moment, he generated no less than 10 ways to avoid death in his mind. In this memory, Gojo Satoru died with confusion and unwillingness. And Rin, who inherited all this, clearly knew that he was killed by the plot. Before, Rin expressed disbelief when she learned that Gojo Satoru was cut in half in the comics. Later plots also confirmed the fact that Gojo Satoru was forced offline because it made no sense that others could dodge, but Gojo Satoru could not. Others were faster? Impossible. The ability derived from Aoi is equivalent to teleportation, which is a space-time ninjutsu in the Naruto world, like Flying Thunder God, and does not require markings in media. The most reasonable explanation for this before was that either Gojo Satoru was too arrogant or Akutami was scribbling and forcing Gojo Satoru offline. Rin, who received Gojo Satoru's memory, knew very well that this was the most serious fight Gojo Satoru had ever made and the one who made the most careful sacrifice. He even felt the spatial fluctuations at the moment Sukuna swung the so-called space slash, and he had several moments to teleport away from the slash range. Even like when he killed Fushiguro Shinobu, he instantly used the virtual technique suit to resist the space slash, winning more time to deal with it. Too much room for operation. After absorbing Gojo Satoru's memory, it had the greatest impact on Rin, as if it was not a memory but the entire soul of Gojo Satoru. The original body's memory was well integrated, and the impact was minimal. His parents were ordinary Konoha civilians, living an ordinary life diligently. The combined income of the two was much better than that of ordinary civilians. Coincidentally, the original body also had the surname Gojo. As for why he had no money, his parents actually left him a sum of several million taels, which they saved by living frugally and working hard on missions. But when the news of their death came back, his uncle, who was his mother's brother and had taken care of him for 2 years, exposed his ugly face. He took the money in a tyrannical way, calling it management for him, and didn't even leave a penny for the original body. Not to mention the pension and subsidy. A ninja from the Umbu came and brainwashed him with a wave of the will of fire. Then he told the village that because of the financial shortage due to the war, all pensions and subsidies would be paid after the war. This was a desperate news. The original body insisted on it, and even thought that his uncle would come to see him before he died, and he also expressed his understanding of the village's move. This made Rin angry and helpless. What can a 5-year-old child do in such a situation? He has good expectations for everything, whether it is the village or his relatives. After sorting out the information in his mind, Rin suddenly felt refreshed and an incomparable sense of clarity came over him. With his eyes closed, Gojo Rin could even sense the movements of a large area around him. His eyes began to get cold, and a cold breath spread from his pupils. Is this soul power? My eyes? Gojo Rin suddenly opened his eyes, then jumped off the bed, ran to the bathroom, and looked at himself in the mirror with a look of shock on his face. Silver short hair, delicate face, and blue pupils that seemed to contain stars. 6 eyes. Eyes of the sky. Chapter 2. The Eye of the Heavens. Rin felt the transformation brought about by her eyes. With a perspective akin to the Byakugan, she possessed a 360-degree view with no blind spots, and this ability was passive, requiring no activation, similar to the Sharingan. Her dynamic vision allowed her to perceive the flow of energy and intricate manipulations. A chilling energy coursed through her body, a fusion of the soul of Satoru Gojo, manifesting as cursed energy that automatically converted into in-release chakra. This power was imbued with Gojo's unyielding spirit and fury, erupting into a formidable force of cursed energy. If one were to describe it in the most straightforward terms, it was a synthesis of the Byakugan and the Sharingan, or perhaps even something more grotesque. To illustrate, if the Byakugan were a black and white television requiring an electrical connection, and the Sharingan a dynamic motion capture device needing the same, then the 6 eyes would be an all-encompassing entity that required neither power nor connection. Simply opening her eyes activated this passive ability. The limit of the Sharingan lay within the Manjiki Sharingan, which awakened unique ocular techniques based on the individual's will. Only the 6 eyes, inherited from Satoru Gojo's soul, could wield limitless techniques akin to those ocular arts, albeit with less randomness than the Manjiki. In addition to the techniques passed down through the Gojo lineage, Curse Technique Reversal, Blue, and Curse Technique Reversal, Red, there was also the Empty Technique, Violet, grasped by Satoru Gojo. Curse technique reversal. Blue allowed for the manipulation of gravity, manifesting in the form of energy spheres within the realm of cursed energy. Upon attracting a certain mass, these spheres would explode, and this technique had a derivative application enabling teleportation, akin to a black hole's negative infinity, allowing her to instantaneously move from one point to another. Curse technique reversal. Red operated by manipulating repulsion, resembling the Divine General's heavenly push, but Gojo often unleashed it as energy spheres, concentrating the force to its utmost potential. Its derivative ability equated to hovering and flight. The empty technique, Violet, functions similarly to a composite ninjutsu in the Naruto universe, combining blue and red to create energy waves capable of cutting or shattering space, inflicting tremendous damage. Moreover, the Limitless technique itself granted a passive ability reminiscent of time-stopping. Any cursed energy approaching the caster remained in a state of relative stillness, unable to draw near. This was exemplified when Gojo requested the leaky barrel to applaud him. The barrel's palm, upon nearing a certain distance, could not advance further. This constituted an extraordinarily formidable ability. Yet, it was not without its weaknesses, while seemingly insurmountable. The core explanation lay in the infinite weakening of cursed energy attempting to approach Gojo, achieving the time-stopping effect witnessed in anime. Cursed spirits could be seen as ethereal entities brimming with cursed energy, akin to tailed beasts composed purely of chakra in the Naruto world. Thus, pure physical combat could not be countered by Limitless techniques, though attacks involving mediums or spatial cuts, akin to Sukuna's techniques, remained exceptions. Furthermore, the immortal reversal technique could convert harm into harmlessness, allowing for the restoration of all injuries, including death, referring to Gojo's reversal technique, and, akin to the three-tomo Sharingan. It could deconstruct and analyze all attacking methods, learning and countering them. Naturally, it possessed vulnerabilities, such as spatial slashes akin to Sukuna's direct cuts through space, or techniques that directly assault the soul, as seen in the Naruto universe. Finally, there was Satoru Gojo's domain expansion, Infinite Void, which transformed a specific space into a favorable realm created by the caster, similar to the moon reading in Naruto. Though one was an illusion and the other an ability to influence reality, the effects of Infinite Void parallel those of an illusion, manifesting as an overwhelming influx of ineffective information into a person's mind, rendering them foolish and vulnerable to slaughter, even leading to death. During his confrontation with Sukuna, Gojo could condense his domain to focus a point, inundating the opponent with 5 to 6 hours of ineffective information every 0.2 seconds, meaning that maintaining this for 3 minutes equated to controlling a person for years, a direct assault on their soul. Those who have watched may query why Sukuna was unaffected. The answer lies in narrative necessity. The anime suggests that Sukuna transferred the influence to Fushiguro Megumi's soul, adapting through Ma sh10 to nullify it, rendering my explanation inconsequential. This was the ability bestowed by the Six Eyes. The specific transformations that would occur when cursed energy morphed into chakra within the Naruto universe remained to be uncovered gradually. To Rin, the power of the Six Eyes appeared to be a fusion of the Rinnegan and the Tenseigan, given that cursed energy in its world is rather singular. While the Naruto universe potentially offers far greater limits, cursed energy could be likened to a youthful version of in-release chakra, ignited by negative emotions. Yet it undoubtedly ranks lower than chakra, which can be continuously refined and encompasses 5 elemental releases alongside yang release. In this light, the essence of the reversal technique could be viewed as the conversion of in release into yang release, achieving the restoration of one's body and even the impossibility of death. Much like Shinja Hashirama, whose excessive consumption of his regenerative ability, or yang release, led to his cells continuously dividing and ultimately consuming him to death. Similarly, Satoru Gojo's overuse of the reversal technique could result in backlash, exemplified in his battle with Sukuna, where he repeatedly utilized it to heal himself, severing techniques multiple times, leading to nosebleeds due to his brain's inability to endure the strain, an indication of severe neuronal depletion. It is widely known that each acceleration of cellular division is followed by immediate consumption, a process that hastens the aging of one's cells. Should this method be employed excessively, it might culminate in a phenomenon known in biology as apoptosis or shrinkage necrosis. Though Rin harbored doubts regarding such scientific explanations, especially given that Hashirama's demise seemed orchestrated by narrative convenience, she also considered the possibility that it was a patch for earlier plot holes. Yet, she pondered, having traversed to another world, what need was there for scientific rationale? Of course, Rin's mind was not limited to these thoughts. She also had the wealth of combat experience amassed by Satoru Gojo over the years, alongside the previously mentioned abilities similar to the Sharingan, which she could analyze, deconstruct, learn, and ultimately counter. There were numerous abilities that Gojo deemed beneath him, yet that did not imply Rin would refrain from utilizing them. After all, in the Naruto universe, everything bore value, even if she perceived its combat system as fundamentally flawed, riddled with inconsistencies, while the cursed energy realm appeared even more incomplete. Moreover, the natural energies she could sense around her demanded continual experimentation, exploration, and ultimately, transcendence and creation. Perhaps one day, she would discover the path home. Thus, she set a modest goal. First, she would showcase the might of the Eye of the Heavens and vindicate Satoru Gojo. Then, achieve immortality. To this end, She would toil relentlessly, persevering with unwavering determination. Rin gazed at her reflection in the mirror, a slight smile gracing her lips. Having acquired such a fate, she would embody the glory these eyes were meant to wield. Of course, she would also exploit this power to fulfill her ambitions. I, Gojo Rin, shall inherit all that is Satoru Gojo, embracing your indomitable spirit and your unyielding defiance, ascending to the pinnacle of this world. Thus, it was time to experiment with these newfound abilities. However, this frail body required enhancement. She then attempted to summon a toothbrush from a distance using blue. Yet, regardless of her attempts to channel chakra and convert the cursed techniques into chakra usage, nothing seemed to work. After a prolonged moment, Rin furrowed her brow. She had failed. She murmured to herself, "Where did I go wrong? I possess the 6 eyes necessary for the Limitless technique, yet why does it falter when attempting to manipulate chakra? Is it due to insufficient chakra? Or, no, it must be the eyes. The ability to execute the Limitless technique necessitates the 6 eyes. So, is it the ocular power that is lacking? The concept of the 6 eyes has emerged in this world." Subsequently, he summoned all his chakra and mental energy, firmly pressing against the toothbrush. With a swift motion of his hand, the toothbrush appeared in his grasp, prompting an uncontrollable burst of laughter. Success. Haha. However, upon sensing the chakra within him, he was left in a state of bemusement. It was no wonder that he could not activate his ocular power. He was astonished to find that merely a single toothbrush had depleted half of his chakra, and a third of his ocular power as well. This indicated that if he were to teleport, the consumption of chakra and ocular power would be even greater. Indeed, the technique of creating a ball consumed the least energy. Is this a reflection of the disparity in world status? Thus, let us first embark on constructing the Limitless technique, transforming the flow of cursed energy into that of chakra to envelop his entire being. Fushiguro Rin made his way to the living room sofa, then closed his eyes to commence the construction of the Limitless technique. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, a testament to the complexity and difficulty of the task at hand, which remained incomprehensible to others. Chapter 3. Yuzuki Yuyaka. The technique of unbounded chakra imprinting demands unparalleled mental concentration, precise operations, and immense patience. The fatigue of the mind, coupled with the depletion of chakra and ocular power, compelled Gojo Rin to pause. For a fleeting moment, he felt a wave of faintness, despite his current mental energy. He found himself somewhat inadequate, as his chakra was still too sparse. Other than the shadow chakra derived from merging with the soul of Gojo Satoru, his inherent chakra had yet to be refined even a fraction. At least until his body recovered, he could only rely on the slowly transformed shadow chakra. After all, a frail constitution signifies an extremely weak physical energy, and with his current mental energy, such a weak body might not be able to withstand it. It would be more appropriate to begin refining chakra only after his bodily functions return to normal. In truth, Gojo Rin harbored a faint suspicion. The world of ninjas places great emphasis on lineage and legacy, for without these, even the most talented individuals would be rendered ineffectual. The amount of chakra one initially refines might influence their entire life. Although this notion had seemingly never been explored, upon reflection, it appears that aside from the initial chakra refinement, subsequent amounts seem to grow proportionally with age, which, to some extent, withstands scrutiny. Therefore, Gojo Rin resolved to push his body to its limits at this age before embarking on the chakra refinement journey. In any case, even a hypothesis should be devoid of hidden risks. Yet presently, survival itself remained a pressing concern. Without becoming a ninja, he would be unable to undertake missions or rewards, and even self-preservation would pose a problem, at least until he completed the unbounded technique. Gojo Rin glanced at the sky. The sun was setting, and the day had passed unknowingly, with only 1/10 of the unbounded technique constructed. His stomach growled once more. Sighing, he was about to rise and seek something to eat when he suddenly recalled a knocking sound, followed by a soft, melodic voice. "Rin, are you awake?" Startled, Gojo Rin realized that the little girl had mentioned she would come back later. "Ah, I'm awake." He soon heard the door open, and Yuzuki Yuyaka entered, carrying a food box. She smiled charmingly upon seeing Gojo Rin, who appeared weary on the living room sofa, and placed the food box and drink on the coffee table. "Rin, you must be hungry. Please eat." Gojo Rin felt a moment of daze. Having traversed into this cold ninja world, he initially observed it from a distant perspective. But the warmth before him felt strikingly real. After a brief pause, he responded with a smile. "Then, I shall dig in MM." Observing Gojo Rin devouring the warm food from the box, Yuzuki Yuyaka settled beside him, propping her chin and quietly keeping him company. Before long, Gojo Rin finished his meal and gulped down the juice, letting out a satisfied burp that elicited laughter from the little girl. "Hey, I told you to eat slowly. I'm not competing with you. Are you full now?" Gojo Rin grinned foolishly. I'm full. Following this, Yuzuki Yuyaka pulled out a small stack of silver notes from her pocket and placed it on Gojo Rin's coffee table. "Here, this is 100,000 ryo. A little support for you. Though I'm not sure of your exact situation, be sure to eat well and keep your spirits up, okay?" Gojo Rin accepted the silver notes without hesitation. "Thank you, Yuyaka. Once I've resolved my issues, I'll repay you. But will this affect you in any way?" Yuzuki Yuyaka shook her head and smiled. "It's fine. The money left by my parents is enough for me and my sister. In a few years, when my sister graduates from the Ninja Academy, the war should be over. By then, both my sister and I will become ninjas. And we won't lack for money anymore. Although our Yuzuki family is small, everyone takes good care of us. And our family has been allied with the Tsukikage family for generations. They also take good care of us, so don't worry. Just make sure you don't hold back. You are truly the only one in your family. Therefore, you must strive, Rin. Let us become ninjas together. Promise me you'll take good care of yourself. Gojo Rin gazed into Yuzuki Yuyaka's tender yet resolute eyes, smiled faintly, and nodded earnestly. All right, I will. Let us work hard together. Yuzuki Yuyaka beamed with joy and extended her left hand. Then, let us make a pinky promise. You promise me, okay? Gojo Rin replied gently, okay, pinky promise. Yuyaka, thank you. I know I've said it many times, but I truly appreciate it. Unable to contain himself, Gojo Rin embraced Yuzuki Yuyaka tightly, the fragrant scent of her hair soothing him deeply. Yuzuki Yuyaka was slightly taken aback, but her gaze softened as she held him, gently patting his back. It's all right, we are the fresh green leaves, destined to grow quickly. We are partners. My sister cares about you too. She is still at the Tsukikage family, and the Ninja Academy's curriculum is especially rigorous right now. I wonder if it's because of the war. Otherwise, she would come to see you as well. You are never alone. After a brief moment, Gojo Rin released the embrace, and they sat facing each other, sharing a smile. Yuzuki Yuyaka's cheeks flushed, and Gojo Rin wiped his slightly moist eyes, shifting the conversation. I remember that Tsukikage family's Tsukikage hate. The one who often came to see you. What do you think of him? Yuzuki Yuyaka looked at Gojo Rin with a hint of confusion. He is all right. He is a good person, though he seems a bit unwell, always coughing, as if he never gets enough rest. Why, Rin, do you mind if I play with him? Gojo Rin found it amusing that she was already displaying such behavior at a young age. After all, he was the man who sparked the storm of the wind with his own sacrifice, to prevent the world from being destroyed, to safeguard the peace of the universe, and to uphold love and justice against true evil. Yuyaka must be entrusted to my protection. Thus, Konoha loses a widower and gains a lovely maiden. Meanwhile, Yuzuki Yuyaka watched Gojo Rin chuckling to himself in confusion. Gojo Rin then cleared his throat. Yuyaka, remember that we are the very best of friends. And I truly dislike other boys getting too close to you. Yuzuki Yuyaka responded earnestly yet with a hint of perplexity. Of course, the best of friends. But does getting too close mean we can't be as close as we are? Gojo Rin gazed into Yuzuki Yuyaka's somewhat innocent eyes, momentarily at a loss for words before replying. Well, that is about the gist of it. You shouldn't be as intimate with other boys as you are with me. Yuzuki Yuyaka nodded, seeming to understand. Okay, I understand. Gojo Rin couldn't help but ruffle Yuzuki Yuyaka's hair, which was smooth and soft. Yuzuki Yuyaka narrowed her eyes in delight. Then she spoke, by the way. I'll be returning to the Tsukikage family tomorrow for sword training, so it might take me a while to visit you again. Next time, I'll bring my sister along. Gojo Rin smiled and nodded. It's been a while since I've seen her. Afterward, Yuzuki Yuyaka gathered her food box and said, I'm leaving now. Remember to take good care of yourself. As she prepared to push the door open, she suddenly remembered something and turned back to Gojo Rin. I will remember what you said. The setting sun cast a warm glow on the girl's rosy cheeks, rendering her expression all the more beautiful. Gojo Rin smiled gently, nodded, and watched as Yuzuki Yuyaka departed. Clutching the banknote in his hand, an indescribable feeling welled up within him. His initial intent to take vengeance upon his uncle and aunt softened considerably. Very well, I shall spare your wretched lives. His acquaintance with the two sisters of the Madara family stemmed from the friendship between their mothers, which had blossomed in their childhood, leading to countless shared moments in close proximity. Indeed, both Madara Shien and Madara Shien possessed a key to his home, and his uncle and aunt treated them with considerable kindness. After a refreshing bath, he gazed upon his emaciated form. How frail he appeared. Returning to his bed, Wuchio Rin closed his eyes once more, beginning to construct the Limitless technique. He sensed that the six eyes were adapting to this realm, the potency of his gaze steadily increasing, while the conversion rate of the cursed energy left by Wutao accelerated remarkably. Consequently, the efficiency of constructing the Limitless technique surged exponentially. Chapter 4. The Objective, Might Guy. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the bed of Wuchio Rin as he stretched and awoke from his slumber. After a brief morning routine, he descended to partake in a modest breakfast, preparing himself for the tasks that lay ahead. Indeed, in the realm of Konoha's taijutsu, who could rival the prowess of the illustrious Might Guy? Wuchio Rin's aspiration was none other than to emulate this legendary figure, whether it was to push his physical limits or to master the 8 gates of might. The benefits of this pursuit were manifold. He knew that Might Guy was currently attending the Ninja Academy, so he resolved to seize the opportunity to seek him out on his way to school, all the while engaging in a run to enhance his fitness. As Wuchio Rin sprinted along the streets, the crisp morning air invigorated his senses. He remained vigilant, attuned to the sounds around him. At last, at an inconspicuous corner, he caught sight of Might Guy, his signature watermelon haircut, bushy eyebrows, and vibrant green jumpsuit unmistakable. Yes, it was him. Guy was racing toward the academy. With a series of frog jumps, Wuchio Rin positioned himself directly in front of him. Guy skidded to a halt, kicking up a cloud of dust, and flashed a thumbs up, revealing a dazzling grin of pearly whites. Yet another companion of youthful vigor. Morning was indeed the time to ignite the flames of youth. Wu Qiaoren turned to Guy, his face alight with enthusiasm. Yes, never waste your youth. Seize every moment. Guy beamed with pride. Of course, I am Might Guy, destined to become Konoha's Azure Beast. The essence of youth passed down from my forebears. Wu Qiaoren was instantly filled with admiration and excitement. That is truly magnificent. My name is Wu Qiaoren. May I train alongside you and set our youth ablaze? Guy's smile widened, and he exclaimed with a spirited tone, absolutely. But my training is quite rigorous. Have you enrolled in the Ninja Academy yet? Rin sheepishly scratched his head. Not yet. I will start next year. But that won't stop me from igniting my youth, Guy. Guy's excitement surged. That's the spirit. Ahahaha. Let us run 500 meters, then perform 500 frog jumps until we reach the school gate. After class. Meet me at the entrance. Wu Qiaoren nodded vigorously. All right. Let us revel in our youth. With fervor, they trained together until they reached the school. Afterward, Wu Qiaoren jogged back home, stopping along the way to acquire a kunai and some weights that Guy had insisted he bring, having trained late into the night before. The strength of his spirit kept fatigue at bay, and he had already completed 1/3 of the progress on his Limitless technique. By the end of the day, he anticipated finishing its construction, paving the way for him to experiment with the techniques of Tsong, Qi, and Si. Upon returning home, Wu Qiaoren reclined to rest, closing his eyes to focus on the construction of his Limitless technique. The time for the Ninja Academy's dismissal approached, coinciding with the rendezvous he had arranged with Guy. Following Guy's instructions, he donned the weights and sprinted to the academy, finding the experience undeniably grueling. Had it not been for the sustenance he had consumed over the past few days and the enhancement to his physique from the chakra conversion, he might have struggled to bear the load. From a distance, he spotted Guy waiting just outside the school gates. Guy, I'm here. Let our youth ignite. Guy's face lit up with excitement. Yes, let us set our youth ablaze. As Wu Qiaoren reached Guy, he greeted him warmly. Let us go, Guy. You take the lead. Guy bellowed. First, we shall run 300 laps around the field, followed by 500 push-ups. If we don't complete them, we double the count. 1, 2, 3. Go. Wu Qiaoren hurried to keep pace. After a considerable time, both collapsed onto a patch of grass. My Guy exclaimed, what a refreshing experience of youth. Wu Qiaoren echoed. Indeed. To be honest, Wu Qiaoren's legs trembled, and his muscles burned with exertion. He felt utterly spent. After a brief respite, Guy sprang back to his feet. Rin, I am set to graduate this year. The war has yet to conclude. Once I graduate, I will prepare for the Chunin exams and rush to the front lines. Your youth is only just beginning, and I envy you. Wu Qiaoren smiled in response. Youth never fades. Guy, this is not your style. Guy beamed with excitement. Indeed. My father always says that. Let us both strive harder. With that, Guy leapt into action. 1, 2, 3. Frog jumps and then handstands all the way to my house. Wu Qiaoren was momentarily taken aback. What a daunting challenge. Nonetheless, he summoned the last reserves of his energy to tackle the final arduous exercise. Finally, Wu Qiaoren collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained, his muscles quivering, spasming, and aching, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Guy, though exhausted, was not quite as beleaguered. Rin, allow me to share my family's secret potion with you. It will hasten your recovery, or else such intense training could lead to severe exhaustion. Guy produced a wondrous vial from his home and began applying it to the nearly lifeless Wu Qiaoren. Instantly, Rin felt the pain subside and his energy replenish. Warmth enveloped him, and soon he was able to move normally again. Though the side effects of this concoction were evident, using it occasionally was manageable. At least until the Limitless technique was fully imprinted, after which he could rely on reversal techniques for recovery. What? You're unaware of the side effects? Clearly. Neither Guy nor his father seemed to age gracefully, Wu Qiaoren thought. He had no intention of following the path. With his strength restored, Wu Qiaoren sat up. Thank you. Guy, what a thrilling experience of youth. Indeed. Guy responded, his face radiating joy. You are one of the two companions I truly appreciate. Wu Qiaoren feigned curiosity. And who is the other? Without a doubt, Kakashi. He is my eternal rival. Though he momentarily surpassed me, I will never concede defeat. Wu Qiaoren nodded, choosing to remain non-committal, as he recalled nearly being kicked out of the conclusion. Guy, you will undoubtedly succeed. Guy shouted with enthusiasm. Of course. Now, you should head home to rest. Today's training concludes here. We meet tomorrow at 5 at the village entrance. Wu Qiaoren struck a pose reminiscent of Guy. Tomorrow's youth is certainly worth anticipating. Their eyes met, and they burst into hearty laughter. Subsequently, Wu Qiaoren bid farewell to Guy and returned home, where he indulged in a warm bath before collapsing onto his bed. Feeling the transformative effects of his training, Wu Qiaoren was filled with joy, sensing the vibrant energy coursing through his cells. This was a manifestation of robust vitality, and this was merely the first day of training. One could only imagine that with continued effort, his body would soon reach the limits appropriate for his age. It would then be time to harness chakra. The prospect was exhilarating. In a few days, he would master the 8 gates, and once paired with his reversal technique, the result would be nothing short of explosive. He decided to devote a bit more time to constructing his Limitless technique today, as he anticipated completing it by tomorrow. Moreover, he felt his 6 eyes adapting increasingly to this world, and Wu Qiao's cursed energy was nearing complete transformation. Soon, his Yin release chakra would reach a staggering magnitude. at least several times that of his peers. If the conjecture proves successful, extracting cellular energy to the limits of the body may indeed lead to the true essence of transcendence. Time is of the essence. Close your eyes, meditate, and then surrender to slumber. Chapter 5. The initial trial of limitless techniques, an unexpected power. 2 days later, Gojo Rin stood in a secluded meadow, eyes closed as he attuned himself to the flow of chakra. Encircled by a dense forest, this area was near the Death Forest, marking the outskirts of the hidden leaf village. It was an ideal location for Gojo Rin to train while simultaneously searching for solitude. Due to the ongoing war, both the Umbu and the Insufferable Root organization were largely deployed elsewhere. The Umbu were primarily engaged in battlefield support, while Root stirred chaos far and wide. Today they targeted the rock and cloud villages, and tomorrow they would disrupt the sand and mist villages, with their leaders setting their sights on the newly risen Akatsuki in the Land of Rain. Consequently, surveillance within the village had become exceedingly lax. Yet, as a precaution, he opted for the village's periphery, ever mindful of the third Hokage's telescope technique. Moreover, practicing both curse techniques, Song and He, was anything but discreet. Given the plethora of conspiracy theories surrounding the higher-ups of the Leaf Village, Rin wished to keep his capabilities under wraps until he was fully prepared. Over the span of 2 days, he not only inscribed the limitless techniques but also acquired a passive ability akin to time-stopping, with no chakra cost or cooldown. His physical condition had returned to normal, and even improved further. Astonishingly, after inscribing the limitless techniques, he discovered that invoking the power of Song consumed remarkably little chakra, rendering the expenditure of his ocular energy almost negligible. Perhaps it was due to the Six Eyes adapting to this world, or possibly a complete transformation of Gojo Satoru's cursed energy. The divergence of these two energy systems led to a profound understanding of the limitless techniques that had no precedent in the Naruto universe. While the exact reason remained elusive, it was undoubtedly a fortuitous development for Gojo Rin. As for the remaining limitless techniques, they were as familiar to Gojo Rin, possessor of Satoru's complete memories, as the back of his hand. With a sudden burst, Rin opened his starry blue eyes, lifted his right hand, and commanded coldly, technique, reversed Song. A blue sphere of chakra began to swell, devoid of the swirling fluctuations characteristic of the Rasengan. It drew in the surrounding energy like a black hole, as stones, leaves, and air currents were inexorably pulled towards it. With a forceful shout, he exclaimed, "Go!" He hurled the chakra sphere away, gesturing vigorously. The sphere obeyed, spiraling around him in a spectacular display. In an instant, an astonishing energy plowed through the area, attracting all nearby objects to its core. As its mass increased, Rin gripped it tightly, and the chakra sphere erupted with a tremendous explosion. When the smoke cleared, a vast crater remained where he stood, utterly devastated. Rin surveyed his handiwork, scattered debris, a circular trench, and the gaping pit left by the explosion, and he could not suppress a triumphant nod, exhilarated to the point of wanting to laugh like an Uchiha. To think such incredible power was unleashed with merely a fifth of his chakra. The ocular energy expenditure was negligible. Now, for the next technique. Technique, reverse He. A faint smile graced Rin's lips as he raised his right hand, forming a red chakra sphere that gradually expanded before he directed it toward the forest. The path of destruction was unimpeded, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion hundreds of meters away. The chakra expenditure for He was comparable to that of Song, yet its destructive capacity surpassed Song's by more than double. Observing the devastation wrought afar, he noted the stark contrast between the two. One was a gravitational explosion, while the other was a repulsive force causing direct destruction. Rin was satisfied, his smile unwavering. Finally, Void Technique, Z. The energy sphere in his hand fused red and blue, transforming into a near-purple orb that radiated a menacing pressure, causing the surrounding air to tremble. As the sphere expanded, sweat trickled down his brow, and he gritted his teeth, unleashing a fierce shout. Ah! With that, the energy burst forth, obliterating everything in its path for 1,000 meters. Suddenly, Rin's eyes widened in alarm. The energy sphere surged forward, exceeding 2,000 meters and encroaching upon the Umbu surveillance perimeter. If he continued, it would breach the village boundary. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated Song's instantaneous movement to escape the scene. He dashed home, chakra nearly depleted, collapsing on the floor as he gasped for breath, on the verge of losing consciousness. On his way back, he heard the explosion caused by Void Technique, Z. And even the villagers witnessed the terrifying energy discharge, leading them to believe an attack was underway. Given the wartime climate, the streets emptied in a hurry as people sought refuge indoors. Just like the panicked villagers, Rin hurried home, thoughts racing. Surely, they won't trace it back to me. Anxiety gnawed at his heart. However, as long as there were no casualties, he reasoned he would be fine. Worst-case scenario, he would face an investigation. Who could possibly suspect that a 5-year-old civilian could cause such destruction? He was no Uchiha, after all. With that thought, he eased his worries, contemplating why the power of the Void Technique had escalated so dramatically despite his deliberate control. Both Song and he remained within manageable limits, each expending only about 20% of their potential, yet the Void Technique's power had surged to thrice that of Song and he combined, completely exhausting his chakra in the process, compelling him to rely solely on his ocular strength to return home. Perplexed, he rubbed his tired eyes, pondering the possibility that the chakra itself was the culprit. Regardless, great power was ultimately advantageous, though it needed to be tempered with caution, under normal circumstances. Song and he sufficed. In truth, the experiments were merely to ascertain whether he could successfully execute these techniques and gauge their consumption and potency. After all, if he could perform them seamlessly, further practice would be unnecessary, as they were ingrained in his very being through the memories of Gojo Satoru. It was a means of self-preservation. Unbeknownst to him, exhaustion overcame Gojo Rin, and he slumped to the floor, succumbing to slumber. When he awoke, the sky had dimmed, and dusk was upon him. The Ninja Academy would soon dismiss its students. He hurried outside, intending to grab a bite before seeking out Akai. Upon exiting, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The village appeared to be teeming with additional patrolling personnel, indicating that today's events had stirred quite a commotion. Gojo Rin adopted an air of nonchalance as he made his way to the Ninja Academy. Upon seeing him, Akai rushed over, brimming with excitement. Rin, did you hear about the earlier incident? The explosion was astounding. Rin scratched his head, replying, yeah, it caught me off guard too. The two began their training. Though Rin's mind wandered restlessly, midway through their routine, several Umbu members appeared before them. What are you doing here? One inquired sternly. Rin's heart raced. But he maintained a calm facade. We're just doing our regular physical training. After scrutinizing them, the Umbu member warned, the situation is unstable. Report any anomalies immediately. With that, they departed. Rin exhaled in relief, realizing he must tread more cautiously in the future. He reflected upon the intricate details of the energy fluctuations experienced during today's practice, as well as the shifts in energy while executing the virtual technique. Determined to avert a recurrence of such uncontrollable circumstances in the future. Nevertheless, the foremost priority remained to focus on foundational physical conditioning and the study of ninjutsu. As Akai observed Wu Tiu-Lin appearing somewhat distracted, he promptly placed a hand upon his shoulder. Lin, do not squander your youth. This is war. As a ninja, it is inevitable that you will face this one day. Witnessing Akai's earnest and passionate declaration, Wu Tiu-Lin understood the misunderstanding but chose not to clarify. Merely smiling as he responded, I understand, Kai. Let's ignite our youth to the fullest. At this, Kai revealed his signature grin. All right, from now on, we shall double our training. If we cannot complete 1,000 push-ups, we will run 300 laps around Konoha. Let's go. Wu Tiu-Lin could not help but break into a cold sweat, inwardly cursing. Yet, he gritted his teeth and shouted, let our youth blaze brightly. Let us do this. Chapter 6. Revenge is not merely about killing the following day, after completing his rigorous training with Kai. Fushiguro Rin utilized the reverse technique to mend the injuries inflicted on his body from overexertion, instantly feeling rejuvenated. Indeed, he had tested the reverse technique the previous night and succeeded on his first attempt. Such restorative abilities could be likened to transforming yin into yang, akin to achieving a secret yang technique. Estimating the chakra consumed to heal the relatively simple injuries, he realized that it was not excessively taxing. However, to reverse life and death, his current chakra reserves were still woefully insufficient. As he sat in a ramen shop waiting for his meal, he overheard whispers from passersby. Did you hear about what happened yesterday? What happened? My brother is in the Umbu. Rumor has it there are spies from enemy nations in the village. Danzo was ambushed, and 2 Umbu members were killed. Only Danzo and a few Jonin returned heavily injured. It's terrifying. Is that true? Are you saying the dreadful explosion was caused by enemy spies? Indeed. Sigh, who knows when this war will end? Fushiguro Rin was taken aback, his expression one of shock. What? They targeted Danzo. He just returned from the land of rain, didn't he? Well, it's fortunate that the enemy spies are in place. They can't possibly suspect him. As for Danzo, it's a pity he was killed. Had I known, I would have escalated the intensity. I wonder if he is still the tattooed man. Presumably. He should be adorned with the Sharingan after the night of the Uchiha massacre. Right now, he probably possesses only the 3-tomo Sharingan belonging to Uchiha Kagami. Uncertain, unknown, and no one is speaking of it. Just then, a sweet, melodic voice interrupted his thoughts as a bowl of ramen was placed before him. Fushiguro Rin, momentarily stunned, instinctively asked, You are SHBU? The girl, surprised, replied, Huh? How do you know my name? Rin felt a bit dazed. I heard Uncle Ichiraku mention it before. SHBU, puzzled yet smiling, responded, Is that so? Well, enjoy your meal. Rin sighed with relief. But as he observed SHBU's cheerful demeanor, he found her rather endearing. Shaking his head, he focused on his ramen. As his physical prowess increased, so did his appetite. He could easily devour 7 or 8 bowls without feeling satiated. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Jiraiya, I seriously suspect that the spy is hiding among the common folk, perhaps even among those we would typically overlook. We must detain every civilian who was in the vicinity yesterday for thorough questioning. The Uchiha also bear significant suspicion. We must act swiftly. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, slammed his hand on the table. Enough. Do you realize we are at war? Do you wish to incite panic throughout the village? We have already apprehended over 300 enemy spies. What more do you want? Shimura Danzo, infuriated, retorted, Humph. None of those individuals could have unleashed an attack comparable to a tailed beast S-bomb, and you've already investigated. The attack originated from within the village. What if the attack had struck the village? Do you think I am exaggerating? The third Hokage fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. I will permit you to dispatch Root to continue investigating this matter and to bolster surveillance on the villagers, but you are not to detain civilians indiscriminately. And do not go too far with the Uchiha. Danzo scoffed. If the Uchiha were to rebel at this moment, colluding with that spy, Hiruzen, you would be the villain of Konoha. The third Hokage slammed the table, glaring at him. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Danzo abruptly stood, furious. Hiruzen, you will regret this. He stormed out of the Hokage's office, slamming the door behind him. Left alone, the third Hokage sat at his desk, puffing on his pipe. Lost in thought. Outside the office, Danzo touched the bandages wrapped around his right eye, murmuring to himself, I must acquire more Sharingan quickly. Bring me everyone who was near that location or headed in that direction yesterday. Interrogate them all. We must uncover the spy. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Fushiguro Rin had just finished his ramen and was leisurely heading home. Had he known about Danzo's recent remarks in the Hokage's office, he would have been infuriated. How could the Hokage be so astute? It seems he has indeed hit the nail on the head. He even intends to exploit this opportunity to manipulate the Uchiha and acquire some Sharingan. That old man truly knows how to play his cards. Of course. Even if Rin were aware, he would merely admire Danzo as cunning without feeling any concern with so many villagers. It would be impossible for them to trace a mere 5-year-old child, and they certainly wouldn't come looking for him. After resting at home for a while, Rin contemplated his future path. Attending the Ninja Academy was a necessity, but he recalled that unless nominated by a Jonin, he would have to wait until he turned 6 to enroll, not to mention the tuition fees. No, that is not an issue. There are ways to resolve it. Typically, early graduation is prohibited. It is only permissible during wartime, otherwise one must complete 6 years. He vividly remembered the brutality of the Third Great Ninja War. Even children from the Ninja Academy were sent to the battlefield, underscoring the dire shortage of manpower and the nearly depleted foundation of the village. Had it not been for the Yellow Flash's reputation, Kai's father's extraordinary prowess in battle, and the Third Raikage's reckless decision to act as bait, Konoha would have truly faced devastation. Thus, this also presents an opportunity. The first battle, the Battle of Kiki Mountain, occurred in the year 46. The timing is just right. The battlefield can rapidly accumulate what he requires: fame, achievements, wealth, and more. Moreover, under the influence of his 6 eyes, he could learn countless ninjutsu. As for what follows, that remains to be seen. After all, this war is bound to bring about some intriguing events. After pondering for a while, Fushiguro Rin ventured out to continue his grueling training. With the reverse technique at his disposal, he could practice as he pleased. He was determined to enhance his strength swiftly, with the first step being to optimize his physical condition for his age, followed by extracting chakra, which would result in a qualitative leap in his overall power. This was the prerequisite for everything. That night, after bidding farewell to Kai following their usual training, Fushiguro Rin's eyes hardened. It is time to reclaim what is rightfully mine. He arrived at his uncle's residence, which was merely that of a civilian without any ninja presence. Thus he felt no imminent danger. Nevertheless, certain matters needed to be handled discreetly. With his 6 eyes perception, he noted that aside from a few root ninjas monitoring the area, there were no other ninjas present. Utilizing the perspective granted by his 6 eyes, he could see the man in the room, and thus had a complete view of the house, including the location where valuables were stored. He swiftly dashed to a shadowy corner. Sensing that the root ninjas were momentarily distracted, he instantly teleported into a dim corner of his uncle's house. He then murmured, "Domain expansion, infinite void." In an instant, the entire room fell under the influence of his domain, and his uncle, aunt, and their young son were all rendered incapacitated, their minds overwhelmed with an influx of meaningless information. Meanwhile, he seized a kunai and swiftly slashed the throat of their young son, blood gushing forth, staining the floor until droplets of crimson fell to the ground. Subsequently, he sheathed his weapon, placing the bloodstained kunai into the hands of his dear uncle. He then approached the cabinet where their wealth was stored and took away all the money within. With over 2 million taels remaining, one can only imagine the extent of his actions, considering he had absconded with a total of over 3 million taels in addition to his family's savings. As for the life of the younger son, that was merely a debt collected by the original owner of this body. For every effect, there is a cost. Blood debts must be repaid in kind. Had he not traversed into this world, the original owner would have certainly met his demise at their hands, living off nothing but blood-soaked buns. And what of the innocent child? What then is he? Were it not for the intervention of Yuzuki Shien, this entire family would not have survived. In the darkness, his azure eyes remained calm and indifferent as he gazed at his uncle, whose mind had seemingly short-circuited. After a prolonged moment, he reined in his murderous intent and scoffed. You may keep your lives, destined to live as fools for eternity. To kill you would seem too merciful. He then vanished in an instant, reappearing from another direction, darting towards his home while simultaneously engaging in physical training. This spectacle caught the attention of several root ninjas, though they dismissed it, merely considering him a diligent young boy. Chapter 7. Uchiha's Burden in the Hokage's Office. The third Hokage, calm and composed while smoking, did not even glance at Danzo, who sat before him. Danzo, what do you mean? Are you blaming me? The third Hokage remained silent, taking a slow drag from his cigarette before responding. You volunteered to take responsibility for this matter. Now, under your watch, a tragedy has occurred. Although it involved an ordinary civilian, a life has been lost, and the villagers are in a state of panic. You must bear this responsibility. Danzo snorted softly, fully aware of the implication that the third Hokage was placing the blame squarely on him. Humph. Based on the circumstances at the scene, the civilian couple was in a daze, and the child was struck dead by a kunai without even a hint of resistance. The weapon was found in the father's hand. The intelligence department's investigation into their memories left the responsible personnel utterly bewildered. Is it not clear, Danzo? What else could have accomplished this if not the Sharingan's genjutsu? The third Hokage furrowed his brow. Then, where is the evidence? Danzo, now more composed, continued with a measured tone, knowing the third Hokage had begun to suspect the Uchiha clan. This incident was likely premeditated. You are aware of the ongoing strife within the Uchiha factions. It is highly probable that the Hawkish faction orchestrated this. As the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku can only turn a blind eye. I believe you understand my meaning, Danzo. The third Hokage's frown deepened, fully grasping the convoluted implications. Danzo's notion of turning a blind eye mirrored the current predicament of the Uchiha, as he well understood. Please, continue. Danzo maintained a calm demeanor, though internally he reveled in his manipulation of the situation. You know who harbors the greatest animosity towards the Uchiha? It is, of course, the Hokage's office. You have positioned me as the scapegoat. Thus, it is evident who they despise the most. At this point, the third Hokage could not suppress a cough. Danzo chuckled lightly before adopting a serious expression. I do not intend to embarrass you, rather. I wish to convey that those who attacked me and the assailants of this civilian incident, even if they are not Uchiha, are intricately linked to them. Consider this, had I died at that moment, and a full-scale war erupted externally with the village's defense in disarray and the villagers in fear, what would have stopped the Uchiha from rebelling? What would the outcome have been? Hearing this, the third Hokage's hand trembled. He inhaled deeply from his cigarette, releasing the smoke slowly, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. After a moment, he stated, I will dispatch Anbu to monitor the Uchiha clan's territory around the clock. The investigation is yours to oversee. A ninja from the Anbu suddenly knelt before the third Hokage. You heard everything. Inform Uchiha Fugaku to cooperate with Danzo's investigation. The Anbu ninja responded affirmatively before vanishing from sight. Danzo prepared to leave the office when the third Hokage called out to him. Be cautious. We are in a time of war. Turning away, Danzo smiled without responding, quickly exiting the Hokage's office, taking several deep puffs of his cigarette. The third Hokage murmured, I hope it is not as I fear. He then spoke aloud, summon Uchiha Shursui. Moments later, a female Anbu ninja appeared before the third Hokage, kneeling. Yes. She vanished as quickly as she arrived. The third Hokage rubbed his temples, muttering, I am getting old. Thus began a conspiracy surrounding the Hokage's office, ensnaring the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, Fuyuki Wataru was unaware of the Uchiha's inexplicable burden placed upon him. Even if he were to learn of it, it would not surprise him, as such occurrences were commonplace during the third Hokage's administration. At present, he was enduring grueling training. By the way, yesterday, he had first activated his domain expansion and found its consumption to be lower than he had anticipated. After all, the established rule was that each individual could only activate their domain once a day, while Wataru could manage to do so several times. This led him to ponder whether this was related to Yin-release chakra. The concept of yin-yang release was somewhat nebulous in the original narrative, with only the Sage of Six Paths fully mastering it. Prior to that, there seemed to be no elucidation regarding yin-yang release. Previously, while watching the anime, Wataru believed that only those at the Sage level could wield yin-yang release. He later discovered that the Nara clan's shadow techniques also fell under the category of yin release, as did those of the Yamashiro clan, and even Genjutsu. Yang release, on the other hand, included techniques like the Akimichi clan's expansion techniques, Hashirama's would release, and the Senju and Uzumaki clan's innate regenerative abilities. However, this contradicts the established lore, which states that yin release embodies spiritual energy capable of materializing the intangible, while yang release represents physical energy that imbues the tangible with life. Thus, Wataru speculated that what he understood and acquired as yin release was actually yin attribute chakra, while yang release corresponded to yang attribute chakra, rather than being an exclusive ability attainable only at the Sage level. Yet, for thousands of years, no one in the ninja world had delved into the utilization of yin-yang release. To Wataru, it seemed that everyone possessed some degree of yin-yang attributes. Yin-yang release could also be considered the power of the Sage. This understanding elucidated the principle behind his domain expansion, transforming the intangible into the tangible, perfectly embodying yin release. Therefore, the so-called cursed energy might be the epitome of yin release, while the reversal technique briefly converts this ultimate yin energy into supreme yang energy, resulting in an extraordinary regenerative ability. Even with a destroyed brain or heart, recovery within a short time frame is possible, akin to Tsunade's creation rebirth, which bestows life upon the tangible. If cursed techniques are fundamentally yin release, then, with the memories inherited from Wataru, he might be able to forge his own unique yin release techniques. Yet, there was no rush. Everything was just beginning. Wataru ceased his training, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He understood the necessity of rapidly enhancing his strength in this treacherous world of ninjas rife with conspiracy. Thus he tirelessly pondered and labored. Simultaneously, Uchiha Shisui received a notification from the Umbu and proceeded to the Hokage's office. Along the way, he was filled with confusion. Unsure of the third Hokage's intentions. Upon entering the office, the third Hokage regarded him with a serious gaze. Shisui, the situation in the village is delicate. The Uchiha have become entangled in significant troubles. I hope you will remain vigilant regarding the clan's movements to prevent any extreme actions. Uchiha Shisui nodded respectfully. Yes, Hokage-sama. I have always hoped for peaceful coexistence between the Uchiha and the village. Meanwhile, Danzo, accompanied by his subordinates, began covertly observing the area surrounding the Uchiha clan's territory. His eyes were cold, calculating his next move, contemplating how to find incriminating evidence to thoroughly suppress the Uchiha. If he could not find anything, he would consider acquiring a few Sharingan. After a brief rest, Wataru used the reversal technique to recover and prepared to resume his training. Suddenly, the sound of cicadas filled the air. Summer has arrived. He momentarily lost his train of thought, but quickly regained his composure. To remedy past regrets? It seemed pointless. Without the death of Kai's father, Kai would never rise to prominence, and exposing his own strength would be perilous for Wataru. Obito, let the threads of fate in this world be severed by you. Kabuto, let everything be fulfilled through you. Madara, being cool is a lifelong endeavor. Your sacrifice holds value. Without you, Kagaya would never have emerged. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Wataru's expression hardened. 1,000 push-ups. After all, he would soon need to conquer extraterrestrial beings. Chapter 8. Kai's graduation. 8 Gates of Duinjia 10 days later. Today marks the graduation day of the ninja school. Unfortunately, due to the ongoing war, the pressure on the front lines of Konoha is immense, with the 4 great nations simultaneously declaring war. All newly graduated students have been hastily assembled into temporary squads to alleviate the crisis of war. The casualty rate on the battlefield for those who have not undergone rigorous training and extensive ninjutsu practice is predictably dire. For civilian ninjas, this equates to a death sentence. After a day of training, Wu Lin had not a moment's respite. Over the course of these 10 days, his physical development had yielded remarkable results. He could distinctly sense the immense vitality contained within the cells of his body. If he persevered for a few more days, his body would surely reach its utmost limits. And he had also begun to show signs of progress in developing in-release ninjutsu. While exercising, he arrived at the entrance of the ninja school, where he observed a throng of graduates animatedly discussing their achievement, particularly a boy wearing goggles. Uchiha Obito. Well, graduation isn't necessarily a good thing. The battlefield awaits. A gentle female voice interrupted, patting the loquacious youth on the shoulder. Uchiha Obito turned to the girl, smiling as he replied, I will protect you, Rin. I aspire to be the Hokage. The girl, accustomed to his bravado, merely smiled gently. Then, good luck. I know you can do it. Wu Lin cast a fleeting glance at Obito, one of the future members of the notorious Akatsuki, now appearing so youthful and innocent, and after a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. He then quietly awaited Kai's emergence. Moments later, he spotted the familiar green-clad figure, his true comrade. As for the intricate ties of fate and the regrets from the original story, he could only do what was within his power. This was not due to Wu Lin's cold-heartedness, but rather his greatest advantage lay in his omniscient understanding of the narrative. However, altering pivotal plot points could lead to unforeseen consequences, and that advantage would vanish altogether. Presently, he was still too weak. Lin, let us embark on a vigorous youth explosion. First, let's run 100 laps around Konoha. If you fail, you must complete 1,000 push-ups. Kai exclaimed enthusiastically. Let us ignite our passion. And so, the two began their reckless sprint. That night, the two lay on the grass, sprawled in exhaustion, gasping heavily. Kai suddenly remarked, Lin, not bad. You've nearly caught up to me these past few days. It seems your youth is ablaze. But don't overtrain, he cautioned. It could pose risks to your health, especially when opening the 8 gates. Wu Lin feigned ignorance. What are the 8 gates? Only then did Kai adopt a serious demeanor and respond. It is a form of taijutsu achieved through grueling training that unlocks one's potential. There are 8 gates: the open gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate, do gate, view gate, shock gate, and the death gate. The death gate is the final gate. Once opened, it exhausts all of one's bodily energy, with the ultimate cost being death. Lin, mastering this taijutsu is crucial for becoming a formidable warrior. As one of my 2 youthful companions, I believe you are worthy of this technique. After all, we are heading to the battlefield, and who knows if we will return. Moreover, your parents have passed, leaving you without any ninjutsu. You need this skill. Do you wish to learn? Wu Lin's eyes sparkled with interest, yet he hesitated. Of course. Kai, thank you. But I trust that you will be fine. Kai burst into laughter before returning to his usual demeanor. Sliding his thumb across his lips as an inexplicable sound escaped him, then proclaimed loudly, Of course. I am the Azure Beast of Konoha, Might Guy? Wu Lin laughed heartily in response. Under Kai's guidance, Wu Lin diligently recorded this long-desired secret technique. Once it was etched in his mind, Kai leapt into action. 8 gates of Duinjia, 5th gate, do gate, open. A tremendous surge of chakra erupted, creating ripples around him. As of now, I can only open to the 5th gate. Starting from the 6th gate, one will develop their unique martial arts mysteries. What I share with you is established knowledge. Personal comprehension will require much time, so the choice henceforth is yours. Lin, remember, unless it is absolutely necessary for your protection, never open the death gate. Now, let us see how many gates you can open. Wu Tiaolin nodded and boldly declared, 8 gates of Duanjia. First gate, open. 8 gates of Duanjia. Second gate, rest gate. Open. 8 gates of Duanjia. Third gate, life gate. Open. 8 gates of Duanjia. Fourth gate, injury gate. Open. Upon reaching the 4th gate, Wu Tiaolin felt his body nearing its limits. The overwhelming energy surged chaotically within him, as if tearing through his veins and bones. He then closed the 8 gates. Satisfied with having reached the 4th gate on his first attempt, Kai gazed at Wu Tiaolin in astonishment, exclaiming, Lin, this is incredible. To achieve the 4th gate on your first day is remarkable. You truly are my esteemed companion. Wu Tiaolin scratched the back of his head. The 4th gate still feels unstable. My body can barely withstand it. Kai replied nonchalantly, that is normal. Each gate increases the burden on your body. This is the price of gaining power. Therefore, consistent training is essential for your body to adapt to the strength attained. So, keep pushing forward, Lin. Yes. Afterward, Wu Tiaolin sought Kai's advice on chakra refinement methods and the basic techniques taught at the ninja school. The two then concluded their day of training. Uchiha Clan Compound, Southie Shrine. What do you make of the recent actions in the village? Uchiha Fugaku, seated in the main position, spoke with an air of authority. The elder representing the Hawk faction immediately responded, this is a blatant attack against us. They are trying to pin every blame on the Uchiha. As the foremost clan in the ninja world, we must protest. Members of the Hawk faction echoed the sentiment, rising in outrage. However, the third elder interjected. We must maintain a balance in our relationship with the village. If they harbor prejudice against us, we should cooperate with the investigation, otherwise, we will be accepting the blame ourselves. Such a reactive approach will only lead to further ostracism from Konoha's higher-ups, and ultimately, we will be the ones to suffer. Members of the Dove faction nodded in agreement, and Uchiha Shursui, standing beside the third elder, also subtly nodded, aligned with the elder's perspective. The great elder then slammed the table, exclaiming, so we are to endure endlessly? Are we to accept every slight against us? If so, we too will eventually meet our demise. We should have left Konoha with the old clan leader instead of suffering in silence here. The current Uchiha is no longer the Uchiha we once were. Uchiha Fugaku promptly banged the table and solemnly stated, enough. Let us vote. Should we support the village's actions or resist and protest against them? Fugaku closed his eyes. Those in favor of supporting the great elder raised their hands. Seeing nearly half of the members in favor sent a chill through Uchiha Fugaku's heart. Those supporting the third elder raised their hands. The remaining majority clearly sided with the third elder, outnumbering the supporters of the great elder. Uchiha Fugaku exhaled in relief. Then we shall proceed according to the third elder's proposal. You may disperse. Shursui, stay behind. Subsequently, the faction led by the elder departed with solemn expressions, while the group accompanying the third elder also exited with troubled faces. Uchiha Shursui paused momentarily before kneeling before Fugaku. Clan leader, what are your commands? Uchiha Fugaku promptly responded. It must be exhausting to traverse back and forth for the village and the Uchiha. Uchiha Shursui slightly nodded. Indeed, the village harbors numerous misunderstandings about the Uchiha. The police department has forced us into a contentious relationship with the villagers, and the higher-ups of the village, wary of the Uchiha, continuously target us. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in agreement, his expression unchanging as he continued, you have noted who among the hawkish faction spoke earlier, correct? Shursui quickly sought to clarify, I merely. Uchiha Fugaku smirked slightly, I do not intend to blame you. Simply hand that list over to the Hokage, and inform him that I instructed you to do so. I believe he will grasp my intentions. Uchiha Shursui was taken aback, his demeanor tense. Clan leader, what do you mean by this? Uchiha Fugaku affirmed with a nod. Exactly as you surmise. Now go. Uchiha Shursui regarded the clan leader before him, feeling a mix of fear and respect, and then replied, understood. With that, he vanished from sight. Chapter 9. The Yuzuki Sisters. Days later, Futu Rin slowly opened his eyes from his training. His body had nearly reached its current limits, and he was eager to see if his first attempt at refining chakra would align with his expectations. Regardless, it should be quite close. The development of the Yin release technique had also shown some progress. It was the height of summer, with cicadas singing and birds flitting into the woods. Two familiar figures approached Futu Rin's home, which was the reason for his interruption in training. Soon, a knock echoed at the door, accompanied by the voice of Yukino. Rin, are you home? My sister and I came to see you. A smile crept upon Futu Rin's lips. Ah, I'm here. Please come in. He unlocked the door, and two nearly identical figures stepped into his room. Yuzuki Yukino and Yuzuki Yuin. Yukino placed the lunchbox she had brought on the coffee table in the living room. Here, I brought you lunch. You haven't eaten yet, right? Futu Rin squinted his eyes with a smile and nodded. Not yet, Yukino. Your timing is perfect. Then, Yuin timidly spoke up. Rin-kun, it's been a while. Futu Rin observed Yuin, who bore an almost identical resemblance to Yukino. Even sharing the same beauty mark, though Yuin's hair had a slight wave to it, perhaps due to her age, and she was slightly taller. He returned the smile. It's been a while, Yuin. Don't just stand there, come and sit. As he finished speaking, the two girls settled on either side of Futorin. Yukino gazed intently at him, resting her chin on her hands, while Yuin shyly looked down, fiddling with her fingers. Amused by their contrasting personalities, Futorin opened the lunchbox and began to eat heartily. I'm digging in. MMM. Before long, he finished his meal and downed the juice Yukino had brought. Oh, that was delicious. As expected, Yukino's cooking is the best. I could eat it forever. His azure eyes turned to Yukino, who blushed slightly before responding. But today's meal was made by my sister, you know, Rin. Futorin was momentarily taken aback. He then turned to see Yuin visibly blushing, having transformed into a flustered maiden. What is this? This is what we call a serendipitous twist. Not at all displeased, he quickly replied, that doesn't matter. You both hold a special place in my heart. By the way, Yuin, are you on break today? Yuin, her face still flushed, replied, why yes. I have the day off. Futorin nodded. I see. Is school interesting? Yuin responded, it's okay, I suppose. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted to seriousness. It's all basic stuff. I heard they might arrange for early graduation during wartime, and I thought I might go to the battlefield for training when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Futorin furrowed his brows, pondering the absence of Yuin in the original story. Could it be that she met an early demise on the battlefield, leading Yukino to walk the dark path alone and join the Umbu? Noticing Rin's troubled expression, Yuin seemed to deflate a bit. What's wrong? Did Yuin say something wrong? Futorin was momentarily startled, but then smiled warmly. It's nothing. That is a great idea. But you could wait for me and Yukino to graduate together. That way, we can look out for each other. Otherwise, I want to feel at ease. Yuin's cheeks reddened again. Oh, okay. Futorin couldn't help but ruffle Yuin's hair, causing her to blush even more. Yukino, feeling a bit jealous, let out a soft huff. Sensing Yukino's mood, Futorin also playfully tousled her hair. Then, he remembered something and pulled out a pouch containing 100,000 ryo. Alright, Yukino, here is the 100,000 ryo you lent me last time. Yukino quickly pushed it away. You don't need to pay me back so soon. Just keep it. I don't want it. Otherwise, I'll get angry. Futorin was taken aback for a moment, then awkwardly responded, well, okay. I mainly want to learn your family's ninjutsu. I want to grow stronger quickly. It feels awkward always having you help me. Yukino immediately replied earnestly. No problem. You don't need to feel shy. We've said this before, right? You're not alone. You have us. Just ask, and I'll definitely help you. Right, sister? Ah, yes. Seeing the two's enthusiasm, Futorin smiled awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Yukino clapped her hands. Then it's settled. Later, my sister and I will come back and bring you the ninjutsu scrolls. This time, Futorin didn't hold back. Sure, I'll be counting on you. After a bit more small talk, the Yuzuki sisters left. Both had lost their parents to the Akatsuki's assassination squad, which fueled Yuin's desire to grow stronger for vengeance, allowing them to empathize with Futorin's sentiments. Once they departed, Futorin resumed his grueling training. Akai had joined his father, so his daily schedule was packed. Training alone felt monotonous, yet he found it invigorating, increasingly eager to become stronger. Though he had only been in this world for a short while, he already had people he wished to protect and goals to pursue, which demanded his utmost effort. As for everything else, that could wait. As the war intensified, border skirmishes escalated into localized conflicts. With the relentless assaults from the Mist's assassination squad and the provocations from Sunagakure, the third Hokage made decisive choices. Jiraiya would oversee the earth and fire front. Tsunade would manage the wind and fire front, Orochimaru would handle the water and fire front, and Narashikaku would be in charge of the lightning and fire front, deploying numerous clan ninjas to the front line. Among them, many Uchiha were dispatched to the water and fire front, while the Inoshikacho trio was sent to the lightning front. The Hyuga clan members were scattered, and the rest were assigned to the wind and fire front, as well as the earth and fire front. Thus, the Third Great Ninja War erupted in full force. This marked the final display of Sarutobi Hiruzen's resolve as a Hokage, yet it drained him of all ambition. The war would endure for a long time. Moreover, due to Danzo's interference, the Akatsuki organization in the Land of Rain was obliterated. Yahiko was forced to commit suicide, leading Nagato down a dark path. Indeed, it was during the experimental techniques that Futorin struck Danzo, who had just orchestrated Yahiko's death, thus sealing the fate of the Akatsuki's future. It must be said, when it comes to scheming, no one could match Danzo. He was the mastermind behind all the conspiracies that concerned the Hokage. Only he, Shimura Danzo, could achieve such infamy. Chapter 10. The Anomaly of the Six Eyes. As the training continued as usual, a month swiftly passed. For Rinna, the refinement of his physical condition had reached a plateau. He could no longer achieve any significant enhancement. This indicated that he had reached the limits of his physical potential, and any further improvement would necessitate the passage of time, a growth that was nearly constant. Seated by the river in a forest of Konoha, Rinna embarked on his first extraction of chakra, laying the foundation for all that was to come. Through the connection of mental energy, he began to draw forth energy from the cells of his body, culminating in the essence known as chakra. Under the exquisite perception of the six eyes, it felt as if each cell had become extraordinarily vibrant, generating a copious amount of chakra that coursed through his body, continuously circulating. Thanks to the breaking of his physical limits, his cellular activity was unlike that of an ordinary person. Although he could not attain the innate sage-like abilities of the Senju or Uzumaki clans, his rigorous training had finally borne fruit. The terrifying mental energy he possessed, combined with the essence of 2 lifetimes and the infusion of Satoru Gojo's soul, was indeed remarkable. The cells relentlessly produced energy, spurred by his mental prowess, resulting in an astonishing surge of chakra. If previously he had merely 0.5 units, he now boasted an equivalent of 50 units, an almost 100-fold increase. This left Rinne exhilarated. Every effort had been worthwhile. His hypothesis proved correct. This was akin to shattering the long-standing lineage theories of the Naruto universe, demonstrating that one need not belong to the Tsutsuki clan to possess divine-like abilities. Just as Rinne reveled in his triumph, he suddenly sensed a peculiar shift in his six eyes. It is well known that the Naruto world is replete with natural energy. Yet this energy is notoriously difficult to absorb and utilize independently. In the original narrative, only those who mastered the sage techniques of the 3 great holy lands could superficially wield natural energy, and even then, it was merely a utilization. No one had genuinely absorbed it. The only one born capable of attracting natural energy, the formidable Jiraiya, had succumbed to madness, becoming a beast unable to restrain his murderous impulses. Yet, astonishingly, Rinne's six eyes began to gather the surrounding natural energy. It greedily absorbed the natural energy from a 100-mile radius, which flowed into the six eyes without a trace of disturbance. Rinne could distinctly feel that the six eyes had transformed. They had not only become more acute, but appeared to have undergone an upgrade. His visual range had now extended to 100 miles, not merely a form of X-ray vision like the Byakugan or the chakra perception of the Uzumaki clan's Kagaya. This was a true visual capability. He could penetrate obstacles and view distant scenes as if endowed with divine sight. He could see anywhere within that 100-mile radius, encompassing any location, scene, or entity. What was even more terrifying was that this was not limited to fixating on a single point. He could encompass any location within that 100-mile radius. As for whether there were any other changes in his abilities, he was still uncertain, though he felt an unusual affinity for natural energy. Previously, he could only observe the natural energy floating in the environment, but now it surged eagerly into his six eyes. Soon, Rinne was astonished to discover that after this series of transformations, the chakra within him had increased by more than tenfold. At merely 5 years of age, his chakra was already comparable to that of a tailed beast, not just any tailed beast. This unexpected evolution had surpassed his wildest expectations, yet he had undeniably grown stronger. Within that 100-mile vicinity, he could teleport to any location at will, a range that nearly encompassed half of Konoha, completely covering the urban area. One could not help but acknowledge the formidable enhancement of his abilities, which alleviated his concerns about entering the higher echelons, specifically, the realm of Hiruzen Sarutobi. During this period, it would signify the opportunity for optimal cultivation and protection, as well as superior and accelerated developmental conditions. Thus, on a whim, he resolved to unleash a jutsu to gauge its power. With the assistance of Yuzuki, he had acquired nearly all the ninjutsu inheritance from the Yuzuki clan, albeit lacking any particularly formidable secret techniques. The Yuzuki clan specialized in swordsmanship and elemental techniques, boasting several well-known jutsu from the ninja world. Rinne swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, rapidly engulfing the river before him, even consuming the trees on the opposite bank. The water evaporated instantly, causing a temporary drought, while the small grove across was reduced to ashes, rising in thick plumes of smoke. Witnessing this calamity-like power, it rivaled the chaos unleashed by Madara during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Amidst his excitement, Rinne silently drafted plans, hoping everything would unfold according to his aspirations. Such immense power would undoubtedly attract the attention of the higher-ups. The recent upheaval of natural energy had likely been detected by the Umbu. Compounded by the terrifying force of his jutsu, certainly, it would draw the notice of the upper echelons. While contemplating his next move, a sudden series of whooshing sounds pierced the air nearby. Within the range of his six eyes, he observed a group of ninjas hastening toward his location, led by Danzo Shimura and the root ninjas under his command. He hadn't anticipated that they would be alerted so swiftly, akin to hounds drawn by scent. Although he desired to enter the upper echelons, it was not his intention to enter Danzo's sights. Just as Rinne contemplated a swift escape, he suddenly halted, for he detected several figures racing toward him as well. With this development, he felt no urgency. Since he had personally come, it must be of no consequence. It was an opportunity to observe this controversial figure within the Hokage community. Before long, Danzo and his contingent of root ninjas arrived. One of the root ninjas coldly inquired. Who are you? Rinne replied with serene composure. I am Rinne, an inconsequential civilian of Konoha. The root ninja immediately retorted, nonsense. How could a civilian create such a commotion? Such destructive jutsu. You must be a spy from an enemy nation, the one who previously attempted to harm Lord Danzo. Rinne waved his hand, feigning innocence. The truth is as I say. I was merely experimenting with ninjutsu, and I am only 5 years old. I won't even be attending the Ninja Academy until next year. The root ninja barked back, experimenting with jutsu? I see you cannot hide your true nature. You wait. What did you say? You are only 5 years old. At that moment, the root ninja realized the significance of Rinne's statement. Although he was indeed 5, the children of the ninja world developed at an unusual pace. Furthermore, under the relentless strain of his rigorous training, Rinne's physical development had accelerated dramatically over the past month. This misunderstanding was not entirely unfounded. Based on typical developmental stages, Rinne appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old. While his height had not changed drastically, his physique was remarkably robust. His long hair hung loosely, a result of neglecting to cut it, emanating a formidable aura of chakra. Without a ninja headband, he bore the appearance of someone who had delved into peculiar jutsu, which did not lend itself to a favorable impression. Rinne then swept his bangs aside, revealing his youthful visage, and donned an innocent smile. Oh, I am merely 5 years old. My parents were ninjas of Konoha, but they have perished. The root ninja was rendered speechless, promptly rushing to whisper to Danzo, who merely fixated on Rinne as if regarding a treasure. Danzo then signaled to the root ninja beside him, approaching Rinne directly. Though it appeared as if he was dismissing the root ninja, Rinne perceived that nothing could escape his keen gaze. The root ninjas feigned retreat, only to encircle Rinne Fateo from the shadows, positioning themselves neither too close nor too far. Danzo, with a smile, spoke. Child, would you consider joining the root? As the foundation of Konoha, we uphold noble ideals, safeguarding the village from the shadows. Although our missions are perilous, it is precisely due to our existence that the safety within Konoha is ensured, allowing for the tranquility of life here. Join us, and I assure you the finest training, transforming your fate from that of an ordinary citizen. What say you? As Danzo approached closer, Rinne Fateo internally scoffed, recognizing the old schemer's intentions to lure him into the root. Just as Danzo drew nearer, Rinne suddenly stepped back. I apologize, but I harbor no fondness for the root. Danzo's smile vanished, replaced by a darkening expression as he spoke in a low tone, stubbornly obstinate. I suspect you are a spy planted by an enemy nation within Konoha, and you are under serious suspicion. I must ask for your cooperation in an interrogation. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in armor and adorned with a samurai helmet rushed in, shouting, Stop. Upon hearing the voice, Danzo was momentarily taken aback, and the root ninjas exchanged uncertain glances, seeking guidance from him. Danzo's expression flickered between uncertainty and resolve before he waved his hand, prompting the root ninjas to lower their combat stances while still encircling Rinne. The newcomer was none other than the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as the Ninja Hero, a figure forever shrouded in controversy. As the third and his accompanying Umbu stepped forward, the root ninjas parted to make way. The aura of the Ninja Hero swept over the scene, silencing the crowd. Sarutobi offered Rinne a gentle smile and a nod, but his gaze turned stern as he regarded Danzo, then slowly approached Rinne. Rinne observed the serious demeanor and authoritative presence of Sarutobi, who appeared far from the frail figure depicted in the original narrative. The sheer force of his presence caused beads of sweat to form on the brows of the root ninjas, and even Rinne felt a flutter of apprehension within. He murmured to himself, Is this the true visage of the middle-aged third, the Ninja Hero? Chapter 11. A stunning display as Sarutobi Hiruzen stood before Gojo Satoru. He gazed upon the striking figure that bore little resemblance to the original narrative. Despite a few strands of white hair, there was no trace of age upon him, evoking an inexplicable sense of security. He then directed a stern reprimand toward Danzo. Danzo, is this how you treat the orphans of war? Have you forgotten the teachings of your mentor? Danzo merely turned his face away, dismissively snorting. He possesses significant chakra for one so young. How can he be an ordinary civilian, merely a war orphan? Sarutobi immediately retorted, Silence. Your baseless suspicions cannot erase the fact that his parents sacrificed themselves for the will of fire. He continued, Danzo, Konoha does not belong to you alone. Your duty is to uphold the very foundation of this village, its original purpose. Faced with Sarutobi's unwavering stance, Shimura Danzo fell silent, his gaze unfocused. The root ninjas around them appeared momentarily taken aback. Sarutobi then turned to Gojo, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Child, I will uncover the truth of your situation. As the Hokage of Konoha, I shall not allow you to be wronged. However, the sheer power of your jutsu, and the astonishing chakra within you, could you perhaps elucidate? Fear not, speak boldly. Gojo met Sarutobi's earnest gaze, feeling his biases shift slightly. He understood that Sarutobi had arrived long before Danzo had approached him. Regardless of whether his words were meant to win hearts or were genuine, Gojo could ascertain that the third Hokage was not as malevolent as he had presumed. He was merely transitioning from a ninja to a competent politician. In truth, Gojo had always been indifferent to the conspiracy theories surrounding the third Hokage's past. After all, in the realm of politics, one could hardly expect pure intentions. Much like Liu Bei, often criticized for his false benevolence. Yet his fade of virtue had persisted throughout his life. Clearing his thoughts, Gojo scratched his head and said, I don't really know. Today was my first time refining chakra and practicing jutsu. I don't understand why it was so powerful. Sarutobi's pupils constricted slightly. His expression filled with intrigue. Then what jutsu did you just perform to yield such tremendous power? Gojo offered a shy smile. It was the B-rank jutsu. Great fire annihilation. Unfortunately, my parents left me nothing. The jutsu I learned was taught to me in secret by a friend from her family. I only wish to grow stronger and avenge my parents. Yet, I cannot even attend ninja school yet. I lack the qualifications to become a ninja, let alone step onto the battlefield. As he spoke, his expression shifted to one of sorrow. Sarutobi listened intently, his eyes brightening with understanding, tinged with sympathy. Child, it is the village that has wronged you. The war compensation will only be issued post-conflict. You must be enduring hardship. Gojo smiled lightly. I can understand. Although I nearly starved, I was fortunate enough to be rescued by someone important to me. Now, I have someone I vow to protect. I do not blame the village. My parents fell to the hands of the mist. I swear to avenge them. Sarutobi, in a moment of contemplation, gently stroked Gojo's hair and said softly, Child, do not allow hatred to cloud your vision. The village is counting on you. This war will come to an end. The enmity with the mist is not solely your burden, but that of the village as well. You must grow, like a new leaf, nurtured by the village's spirit. The fire of Konoha will thrive, casting its light upon all, encouraging new growth. It is only when you strive to protect that which you hold dear that the true power of a ninja will manifest. Your parents, though they sacrificed themselves, carried forth the will of fire. Their light illuminates your path, safeguarding your growth. They are the heroes of Konoha, and your heroes as well. You must walk the righteous path, do you understand? Gojo, receptive to these profound words, felt no aversion. Instead, he sensed the sincerity within Sarutobi. He nodded, feigning composure, and smiled. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I understand. Sarutobi beamed, then declared, Good child, you are quite astute. Here's what I propose. I shall nominate you, allowing you to enroll in ninja school this year. Are you willing? Gojo's eyes sparkled with joy. Of course. How could I not be thrilled if the plan succeeds? But you must not bully your peers. Focus on solidifying your foundation and making friends. Do you understand? With a composed demeanor, Gojo replied, Thank you, Hokage-sama. I will study diligently, as Konoha's new sprout, striving to grow quickly and contribute to the village. Sarutobi regarded Gojo's earnest and clear blue eyes with growing fondness and satisfaction. Good child. After a brief pause, he added, I will arrange for a jonin to instruct you in ninjutsu regularly. Your talent should not go to waste. Gojo was taken aback by such generosity, especially during wartime when a jonin's contributions were invaluable. It seemed he needed to reevaluate this old man. He cheerfully responded, That would be wonderful. The third Hokage is the best. Sarutobi laughed heartily, then took Gojo's hand. Come, let us return. At that moment, Gojo's eyes sparkled with determination. He felt the need to demonstrate his worth further. No, Hokage-sama. I wish to challenge these root ninjas. Sarutobi looked at Gojo in surprise. They have all undertaken numerous life and death missions. Are you not afraid? Gojo remained resolute. I seek to battle the elite. I am unafraid. In fact, I sense they are rather weak. Sarutobi chuckled lightly. Very well, Danzo, select a root ninja for him to spar with. He shot Danzo a piercing glance that required no words. Danzo huffed, then replied, Kagami, you go. A rather unassuming man with a mask appeared before Danzo, acknowledging him before stepping forward to face Gojo. Sarutobi nodded and declared, Both parties form the stance of confrontation. The match begins. Gojo mimicked the stance, and Kagami warned. Be careful, kid. Water release, iron cannon. Kagami expelled a large water bullet toward Gojo. Gojo chuckled inwardly, smirking with disdain. Kagami, what relation do you have to the original Kagami? I'm targeting you. I have been exceedingly cooperative. As the water bullet approached, Gojo suddenly teleported behind Kagami. Before Kagami could react, Gojo unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks in a seamless combination, finishing with a whip kick that sent Kagami flying effortlessly into the distance, lost among the trees, leaving behind only echoes of his cries. Rinatsuki yawned languidly in place. The root ninjas, utterly feeble. Those around her were taken aback, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was somewhat astonished. He was aware of the capabilities of the individual beneath the guise of Kage. Despite the presence of leniency and underestimation, this person possessed the prowess of a particularly elite jonin, yet was so easily vanquished. Meanwhile, Danzo initially appeared stunned, but soon his expression morphed into one of dark fury, akin to the dramatic transformation seen in Sichuan opera. Chapter 12. The The sweep Saratobi Hiruzen gazed at the seemingly carefree Futa Rin and, somewhat taken aback, inquired, "What is this? Body flicker technique and taijutsu? To think that even I could not perceive it. Can one truly dominate elite jonin solely through physical prowess? Rin, your talent is unparalleled." This contemplation led Saratobi to ponder whether this youth might be a descendant of the Senju clan. Otherwise, it seemed utterly preposterous. The name Futu, however, with silvery hair billowing gently despite the absence of wind, Futa Rin beamed a Navi smile. "I feel underestimated, third Hokage. Please let them engage me with the full intent to defeat me." Saratobi's expression grew grave. "This is no trifling matter, Rin. Root ninjas are forged in the crucible of life and death. While you may best them in a one-on-one confrontation, their combined strength could multiply exponentially. Should that occur, you could very well perish. I cannot agree to this." Rin, however, spoke earnestly. "Grandfather Third, you must trust me. Had you not arrived in time today, I might have already been besieged by these root ninjas. I cannot predict if such an incident will recur in the future. So let us demonstrate to certain individuals the nature of the adversary they face. Furthermore, I aspire to become a ninja. How can I retreat due to fear of injury or death? Grandfather Third, I am confident I can defeat them. If misfortune befalls me, it is simply the fate of a ninja." After declaring this, Futa bowed deeply to Saratobi Hiruzen. After a moment of silence, lost in thought, Saratobi finally conceded, "Very well. I shall grant your request. Danzo, let us begin." Shimura Danzo smirked coldly, retorting, "Truly reckless, Hiruzen. Do not place the blame on me should this boy perish. Let us sign a life and death agreement." With a slight smirk, Futa Rin replied, "That was my intention." Saratobi, after a moment's contemplation, nodded in agreement but maintained a serious demeanor, stating, "Then, give it your all, Rin." Danzo promptly produced a life and death agreement, and without hesitation, Futa Rin bit his finger and signed his name. Upon witnessing Rin's signature, Danzo's malevolent smile widened, and he commanded the root ninjas, "Come forth. Engage this boy with the determination to die. All of you, assault him. This is your mission." The root ninjas straightened their postures. Failure was not an option, as its price was death. In unison, they swiftly formed hand signs and unleashed their jutsu. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Secret Technique, Shadow Imitation Technique. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Earth style, the Yellow Springs Marsh. Lightning style, False Darkness. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. A torrent of formidable jutsu surged towards Futa Rin. Meanwhile, he casually formed his own hand signs. Water style, Water Barrier. Instantly, a colossal column of spiraling water erupted, enveloping him and deflecting all incoming jutsu. The cataclysmic explosions outside the immense barrier dissipated into nothingness, causing cold sweat to bead on the foreheads of the attacking root ninjas. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed joyfully, "The shadow imitation technique has succeeded." Quickly, a long shadow stretched and connected to Futa Rin's feet. Unscathed, Futa Rin regarded this technique with bemusement. Is this the chakra of in release? He could swiftly analyze the technique and even reverse its control. However, as he fell into contemplation, to the onlookers, it appeared as though he had successfully cast the technique. In the next moment, a root ninja reacted swiftly, invoking Ninja Art, Mind Transfer Technique. The soul surged into Futa Rin's mind, attempting to commandeer his body. Yet, upon entering Rin's soul realm, the intruder was instantly awestruck. A pair of massive azure eyes loomed in the sky, rendering the entire space ethereal and making him feel insignificant, inducing a shiver of fear. A mocking voice echoed, "Oh, you possess quite the audacity." Terrified, he frantically scanned the surroundings, stammering, "Who are you? No, it's impossible for you to have such terrifying soul power." Futa Rin clicked his tongue, and his voice reverberated in the soul realm, infinite void. In an instant, the intruder's spirit became immobilized and swiftly dimmed. Futa Rin spared his life, allowing his spirit to return to his body, for this man would now lead a life of folly. In the physical realm, the root ninja collapsed, unconscious. His comrades immediately cried out, "Oh no. Kamizaki, are you alright?" Of course, Kamizaki remained unresponsive. Futa Rin swiftly extricated himself from the shadow imitation technique's grasp, a smirk playing on his lips as he taunted, akin to a devil's whisper, "Now. It is my turn." Water style, Great Waterfall Technique. A deluge surged forth, crashing upon the root ninjas like a tidal wave. The ninjas, in desperation, attempted to counter the overwhelming force. Futa Rin's voice echoed once more, "It is not over yet." Lightning style, Earth Walk. Astonishing bolts of lightning erupted from Futa Rin's palm, racing through the water, incapacitating all root ninjas caught in its grasp, rendering them paralyzed and trembling. Now, let us conclude this tedious battle. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. A torrent of flames surged forth toward the root ninjas, who could do nothing but stand in stunned silence, gazing at the overwhelming might of the jutsu. What power is this? In the next instant, the flames engulfed them, leading to their total annihilation. As for their fates, Futa Rin had given them no thought. He simply jogged over to Saratobi, Grandfather Third. The battle is over. I told you they were weak. Am I not impressive, Grandfather Third? Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily dumbfounded. Was this truly the act of a 5-year-old child? Yet, having weathered many storms, he quickly suppressed his astonishment and regarded Futu Rin with delight. Rin, you have proven your strength. I believe no one would dare to challenge you again. In light of your talents, I shall ensure you receive the highest level of protection and training from the village. Details will follow. He then exchanged a glance with Danzo, laced with caution. Sarutobi was resolute about nurturing talented commoner ninjas. He had indeed perfectly inherited the second Hokage's aspirations, akin to the likes of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, as well as Minato Namikaze from the original narrative. Only the Uchiha clan had been left in a state of injury, perfectly embodied within the world of Naruto. Yet, Futu Rin remained perplexed as to why the third Hokage would permit Danzo's covert machinations and consolidation of power. Merely for the sake of profit? Perhaps he would need to investigate this matter personally. Meanwhile, Danzo, his face ashen, glared at the incapacitated root ninjas, fuming with rage. He cast a resentful glance at Futu Rin, scoffed, and, unable to vent his frustration, tore apart the life and death agreement he had just signed. However, Shimura Danzo was still Shimura Danzo. He endured. Soon after, he calmly addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hiruzen, please dispatch some Umbu to tend to the wounded shinobi from the root. This is currently the finest force at my disposal. The very utterance of the term finest was accompanied by gritted teeth. Naturally, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not decline the request. He held little concern for the casualties from the root. With a casual wave of his hand, he made the necessary arrangements. Then, he affectionately ruffled the hair of Mitsuki. Good child, are you satisfied now? Yes. Shall I take you home? Yes, Grandpa Third, he. Indeed, life is akin to a play, reliant entirely on one's acting skills. After all, who cannot feign innocence? Chapter 13. A distinctive third generation. After escorting Rin Gojo to her residence, Sarutobi Hiruzen followed her inside. He surveyed the entirety of the abode before turning to Rin with a gentle gaze. Your parents must be exceptionally kind-hearted individuals, aren't they? Rin paused momentarily, reflecting. My father and mother. Indeed, they are gentle souls, tirelessly striving throughout their lives. Even as mere genin, they embraced life with fervor. They are truly benevolent people. Observing the subtle sorrow hidden within Rin's eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized that beneath her resilient exterior lay a child yearning for affection. His gaze softened further, alleviating many of his concerns regarding Rin. Rin, he continued, you must honor their legacy and live your life to the fullest. Your talent is remarkable, surpassing anyone I have encountered. Your future is boundless. The third Hokage cannot promise much, but I assure you that as long as you remain in the village, no one will harm you. Whatever ninjutsu you wish to learn or resources you seek, the third Hokage will assist you. A playful smile crept across Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. However, nothing will come without effort. To gain what you desire, you must also put in the necessary work. Rin chuckled softly in response. I understand, Grandpa Third. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Good child, he replied, ruffling her hair. He then produced 2 crumpled bills from his chest pocket. Take this money to improve your living conditions. In time, the third Hokage will provide you with an allowance. Prepare yourself for enrollment in the Ninja Academy soon. Rin hesitated briefly but ultimately accepted the money, not wanting to offend the third Hokage. Thank you, Grandpa Third. Now I must take my leave. Remember, Konoha is your eternal home. Yes. Upon returning to the Hokage's office, Sarutobi resumed his serious demeanor as an Umbu operative presented him with a stack of documents. After perusing them for some time, he exhaled slowly. What a diligent child. Since there are no issues, we must ensure this child receives proper guidance. After some contemplation, he spoke. You, Z, shall mentor Rin Gojo from now on and also protect her. She is a good child, a seed of hope for our village's future. An Umbu-clad figure appeared before Sarutobi. Yes, Hokage-sama. Rin tucked away the money given to her by the third Hokage, feeling an inexplicable sensation wash over her. Why does this feel strangely familiar? Thankfully, Jiraiya is at the front lines. Otherwise, I might think I was destined to become Naruto. Nonetheless, the outcome of showcasing her strength exceeded her expectations, not only leading to a setback for Root, but also garnering the third Hokage's favor. Initially, she had hoped merely to gain a nomination for early admission to the Ninja Academy. She had not anticipated such a generous offer from the third. Not in terms of money, but rather in the form of his promises. This meant she could train freely within the village without fear of Danzo's threats. Most importantly, the third Hokage had assigned a mentor for her protection and support, an unimaginable boon. It was evident that under the third's authority, even learning techniques from the sealing scroll would pose no difficulty. The advantages were glaringly apparent. This was indeed fortuitous. With fewer obstacles, her path to becoming strong would be significantly smoother. However, her perception of the third Hokage had shifted. Initially, she felt no sense of belonging to Konoha and harbored a natural hostility towards the third and his faction. Displaying her strength to gain visibility among the higher-ups was a deliberate act, as her identity as a commoner served as her greatest shield. As her strength grew, she believed everything would fall into place, and she was prepared to confront any schemes. Yet, this outcome had indeed surpassed her expectations. Nonetheless, she remained cautious, recognizing the importance of vigilance until she fully matured. Thus, Rin chose not to dwell further on her thoughts. Strength was paramount, and at her young age, if she continued on this trajectory, she would soon stand among the elite of the ninja world. Time was on her side. The Third Great Ninja War still had 7 years to unfold. These years would be her period of rapid growth. Once peace returned, particularly after Naruto's birth, she would refrain from interfering in the affairs of the ninja world. Everything revolved around her ambition to become the strongest and achieve immortality. After fulfilling this goal, she would devise a way to return to her original world, by then possessing ample time and strength. However, she ought to inform Yuzuki about her early admission. She was well aware that the Uzumaki family had a jonin who could assist her in securing a nomination. Given Yuzuki's potential, she certainly qualified for it. Thinking of Yuzuki brought a gentle warmth to Rin's heart. It was the first time she felt such warmth in this world. A testament to someone willing to unconditionally support her. The notion of nurturing a partner from childhood? What an intriguing experience. As for Yuzuki's brother, Yuzuki, he did not leave as deep an impression as Yuzuki, but he was still someone worth cherishing, someone she could trust and protect without reservation. His beauty contrasted with Yuzuki's, embodying a gentleness and resilience reminiscent of Hinata's character from the original series, often expressing emotions in silence. Yuzuki, on the other hand, was bold in her affections, unreservedly expressing herself and remaining entirely loyal to her feelings, possessing her own opinions. If Rin did not voice her thoughts, Yuzuki would take the initiative to act on them, a trait that made it difficult not to love her. Indeed, she was fortunate. To the swift winds of the moonlight, she could only offer an apology. Their role was limited to initiating the Wind Saga. Setting aside these musings, she suddenly recalled that she seemed to have neglected a fundamental task that every ninja in the world of Hokage undertakes, testing her chakra nature. However, considering her effortless ability to perform water, lightning, fire, and release techniques, it was likely she could wield all 5 elemental natures. Therefore, she retrieved chakra testing paper from her drawer, a gift from Yuzuki when she had previously delivered ninjutsu scrolls. Upon infusing the paper with her chakra, it radiated with 5 distinct colors, confirming her possession of all 5 elemental natures. Apart from the yin-yang release, which could not be detected, this was quite normal. Squeezing the testing paper in her hand, Rin felt a sudden disinterest and tossed it aside. Nevertheless, it was indeed fascinating how such a small piece of paper could determine chakra attributes. Truly remarkable, considering how simply Kishimoto had designed such a complex concept. Would she have the opportunity to observe how the Uchiha clan extracts and replaces eyes? How intriguing. Chapter 14. The Art of Ninjutsu. Learning. The following day, after completing his training, Gojo Rin invested a substantial sum in acquiring a long sword infused with a hint of chakra metal, essentially a Japanese katana. This weapon, which straddles the line between a blade and a sword, boasts an aesthetically pleasing design, and while it may not be a legendary sword, it suffices for Gojo Rin at this stage. He intended to practice swordsmanship, as the scroll gifted to him by Yuzuki Yukino primarily focused on this art. Given that the Yuzuki clan's foundation lay in swordsmanship, it was said that the clan flourished in the ancient era before the Warring States period, possessing some ancient swordsmanship traditions. Gojo Rin believed that swordsmanship is indeed a form of art. Before the arrival of Kagaya Otsutsuki in this world, samurai were the norm, and there were even practitioners of natural energy. It was only after the Sage of 6 Paths established the ninja religion that chakra became prevalent, leading to the rise of ninjas in the annals of history. Thus, it is possible that these ancient traditions harbor secrets of this world. Moreover, Gojo Satoru's soul memories contain the legacy of the Sukuna slash, which, whether in its unsealed or sealed form, or even the spatial slashes he comprehended after adapting to Gojo Satoru's void technique, could serve as a fade. Additionally, the practice was straightforward, direct, effective, and undeniably stylish. At least, that was Gojo Rin's opinion. As Gojo Rin sat in a ramen shop, preparing to savor the first bowl of noodles that Shuka had just served, a young man clad in jonin attire settled beside him. Gojo Rin couldn't help but glance over. The young man bore a striking resemblance to Sarutobi Hiruzen, albeit with a more refined demeanor, exuding a gentle aura, akin to a youthful Konohamaru. Upon noticing Gojo Rin's gaze, he offered a warm smile. "Hello, Rin. I am Sarutobi Shino, appointed by the 3rd Hokage to guide your training from now on." Gojo Rin was taken aback. Sarutobi Shino, the father of the long-deceased Konohamaru, a mere background character? Nevertheless, Gojo Rin did not underestimate him. After all, the strength of a jonin was undeniable, and a jonin of such youth could be considered a prodigy. He responded with a smile, a hint of joy in his expression. "Grandfather Hokage is quite efficient. I look forward to your guidance." Sarutobi Shino chuckled heartily. "Rest assured, the old man has entrusted me with his teachings, though my training regimen is quite rigorous. Gojo Rin's face lit up with enthusiasm. Ah, then I shall eagerly accept your counsel. Seeing the earnestness and innocence in Gojo Rin's eyes, Sarutobi Shino couldn't help but smile, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Then let us strive together. Indeed. As Gojo Rin devoured the noodles with fervor, Sarutobi Shino took his time, observing Gojo Rin's speed with a hint of sweat on his brow. With each bowl consumed, Gojo Rin was left breathless yet satisfied. Shuka, your noodles are exceptional. Shuka wiped the sweat from her forehead, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Thank you, Rinkuin. I will continue to refine my skills. Gojo Rin smiled softly. Of course. I believe in you. After Sarutobi Shino expressed his gratitude for the meal, he turned to Gojo Rin and said, Now, follow me. Gojo Rin nodded in agreement and rose to follow. As he prepared to leave, Shuka called out, her cheeks flushed. Rinkuin, see you tomorrow. Gojo Rin turned back with a gentle smile and a wave. See you tomorrow. Soon, the duo arrived at a wooded area in Konoha, where Sarutobi Shino halted and addressed Gojo Rin. First, we shall practice chakra control. Focus your chakra in your feet and walk freely upon the trees, like this. With that, Sarutobi Shino demonstrated, ascending the trunk until he was inverted atop a high branch. Just like this. He then leaped down and added, You may eat once you complete this training. Let us begin. Gojo Rin, amused internally yet feigning seriousness, declared, I will do my utmost. He stepped up to the tree, preparing himself, and with determination, he ascended. Sarutobi Shino nodded in approval as Gojo Rin climbed higher and higher. To his astonishment, Gojo Rin stood firmly inverted on the branch. Senpai, I did it, he exclaimed joyfully, flipping down to stand before Sarutobi Shino, who was left in shock. At your age, you can achieve such precise chakra manipulation so effortlessly? I spent an entire afternoon practicing this. Sarutobi Shino felt a twinge of embarrassment. Splendid. I knew you could master it easily. I too grasped it at a glance. This is merely the foundational training. Now, we shall move on to more intricate techniques. With that, Sarutobi Shino, unruffled, led Gojo Rin to a riverbank. Observe carefully. Again, concentrate your chakra in your feet. Then, like this. He leaped lightly, standing effortlessly on the water's surface. Next, you must remain relaxed and fluid, just as I am. After running a lap across the river, he returned to Gojo Rin's side. Now practice this. Should you fail to complete this training, you shall not partake in, the advanced training. Gojo Rin stifled a laugh, maintaining a serious yet eager expression. I will give it my all. Emulating Sarutobi Shino, Gojo Rin took a small run, leaping onto the water, and began to sprint, bouncing and leaping across the surface before returning to the riverbank. At that moment, Sarutobi Shino was left astounded. By the heavens, I knew it. Gojo Rin, noticing the dazed look on Sarutobi Shino's face, inquired Senpai. Snapping back to reality, Sarutobi Shino replied, unfazed, well done. I was able to accomplish this effortlessly at your age. But remember, do not become complacent. Now, we shall proceed to the study of ninjutsu. I hear you possess some basic techniques already, including the B-rank fire release technique. Great fireball technique. Gojo Rin nodded. Yes, I know a few ninjutsu. Sarutobi Shino's lips twitched. A few. You are merely 5 years old. What more do you expect to learn? He continued, well, you have much to learn beyond basic ninjutsu. You must also grasp the nature transformation of chakra. Have you tested your chakra attributes? Gojo Rin nodded. Yes, I have tested them. They encompass all 5 elements. Sarutobi Shino numbly acknowledged this. Then let us begin with the elements I excel in, earth release and fire release. With that, Sarutobi Shino formed hand seals and struck his palm against the ground, invoking earth release, earth wall. Though it may appear to be a mere earthen wall, it is, in fact, a manifestation of intricate chakra manipulation and constitutes an A-rank ninjutsu, the difficulty of which should not be underestimated. Just as Sarutobi Shino was preparing to eloquently share his experiences, he witnessed Gojo Rin swiftly forming hand seals, exclaiming, earth release, earth flow wall. Instantly, a formidable earthen barrier rose from the ground, reminiscent of a city wall. Sarutobi Shino was left speechless. Afterward, Gojo Rin retracted the ninjutsu, and, with a joyful expression, turned to Sarutobi Shino, declaring, Senior, I have mastered it. It was so easy. Sarutobi Shino, feeling a wave of embarrassment, could only respond with a sheepish grin. Splendid. If you possess even half of my former prowess, then let us continue. For every ninjutsu I teach you, you must master it within 2 minutes. Sarutobi Shino, resolute, was determined to tame this young lad. Gritting his teeth, he began to form hand seals with great speed, proclaiming, fire release, dragon fire technique, fire release, dragon fire technique, fire release, great dragon fire technique, fire release, great dragon fire technique, fire release, ash pile burning, fire release, ash pile burning, earth release, yellow spring swamp, earth release, yellow spring swamp, earth release. Chapter 15. Comprehending space / as night fell, Sarutobi Shino stood motionless not far from Gojo Rin, his expression devoid of emotion. He had been utterly defeated. Every jutsu he had mastered was now learned by Gojo Rin, every single one, and it seemed that Rin could grasp them effortlessly. Watching Gojo Rin exuberantly exclaim how simple it was and how he had learned it felt like a mocking taunt directed at him. Slowly, he opened his mouth, his voice hoarse as he spoke. Rin, you truly are a genius. I have nothing more to teach you. From here on, you must practice diligently and explore the nature transformation of chakra. Perhaps you will create your own unique jutsu. Gojo Rin pondered for a moment before extending his palm. Invisible chakra gathered within it, forming a rapidly spinning sphere of chakra. He then propelled it toward a nearby tree. With a forceful flick, the chakra sphere soared forth, engulfing a swath of trees in a tremendous explosion. Satisfied, Gojo Rin nodded in approval and turned to Sarutobi Shino, gleefully asking, "Does this count, senior?" Sarutobi Shino stood in stunned silence. "What technique is this?" Gojo Rin scratched his head, replying, "Isn't it what you said about chakra nature transformation? I just concentrated pure chakra and infused it with wind nature transformation, and then unleashed it." Sarutobi Shino fell silent. Then numbly remarked, "Ah, I see. Rin, you are truly remarkable. It seems you no longer need my guidance. I shall take my leave now. I hope you will continue to practice diligently." Seeing Sarutobi Shino's despondent expression, Gojo Rin felt a twinge of guilt, having taken advantage of him throughout the afternoon. Thank you for your teachings, senior. You are incredible, possessing so many jutsu. You are the most formidable jonin I have ever encountered." Sarutobi Shino quickly covered his face and waved dismissively. "Enough. I am merely ordinary." He then looked at Gojo Rin with a complex expression, sighing, "Rin, I have taught you quite a bit about the 5 elemental jutsu. Is there anything else you wish to learn? I must report to the 3rd Hokage shortly." Gojo Rin thought for a moment. I wish to learn higher-level jutsu and illusion techniques, if possible." Sarutobi Shino murmured, "Higher-level jutsu and illusions? It appears I am quite elementary in comparison." "All right, Rin, I understand." With that, Sarutobi Shino vanished in a flash, leaving Gojo Rin's outstretched hand to retract. Is this what it means to be utterly defeated? Oh, how disheartening. Gojo Rin felt a mix of emotions. However, today had indeed been fruitful. As the eldest son of Sarutobi Hizashi, he had not only inherited much from the 3rd Hokage, but had also learned a plethora of jutsu, perhaps 40 or 50 techniques in just one afternoon, including some he had never even heard of in his past life. Of course, their power was somewhat lacking. It was a pity that no secret techniques were taught. The 3rd Hokage's 5-elemental Great Rasen Shuriken was not imparted, likely because he himself could not perform water techniques. Setting aside his thoughts, it was time to practice swordsmanship. He would begin with the basics of the Yuzuki family's sword techniques. Thus, Gojo Rin commenced his foundational sword practice. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Shino arrived at the Hokage's office, still in a daze. He knelt before the Hokage's desk, his voice raspy as he reported, "Hokage-sama, I have taught Gojo Rin everything I know and have come to submit my mission." Sarutobi Hizashi was taken aback, then angrily retorted, "That was not merely to complete a mission, it was to properly guide that child. Did you think teaching him once would suffice? You have disappointed me gravely." With a bitter expression, Sarutobi Shino replied, "But he learned everything immediately. He even created a technique akin to the Rasengan developed by Namikaze Minato, but even more powerful, infused with chakra nature transformation." Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes widened in shock. What? He learned it immediately? He even created a jutsu infused with chakra nature transformation. Seeing his father's astonished face brought Sarutobi Shino an unexpected sense of relief. "Yes, he learned all my techniques. His combination of jutsu is even more exquisite than my own. It's a pity I cannot perform water techniques, while he has mastered all 5 elements. It is a reflection of my own inadequacies." Noticing his son's disheartened demeanor, Sarutobi Hizashi's expression softened. "This is not your fault, my child. You are already a genius. It is simply that the child cannot be measured by ordinary standards." Understanding the 3rd Hokage was trying to comfort him, Sarutobi Shino still replied, "I truly cannot teach him anymore. My guidance is redundant to him now. When I left, he asked what else he wanted to learn, and he expressed a desire for higher-level jutsu and illusions. Please, father, arrange for someone else to instruct him." Seeing his son in such a state, the 3rd Hokage was momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he said, "Very well, I understand. Return home and rest. The Umbu will grant you 3 days off. Rebuild your mindset. You too are a genius, the son of the Hokage." Sarutobi Shino's eyes brightened with renewed determination. "Yes, I shall take my leave." With that, he vanished in a flash. The 3rd Hokage sighed, feeling a headache coming on. Higher-level jutsu and illusions? Who shall I assign to teach him? This child, being so gifted, is both a joy and a worry. Back with Gojo Rin. He had largely adapted to the practice of swordsmanship. According to his studies, grip strength, speed, and precision all influenced the final impact of the sword technique, with body movement being particularly crucial. Thus, in addition to his physical training, he dedicated extra time each day to the fundamental practice of sword techniques, basic strikes, cuts, thrusts, and stabs. He need not worry about body movement. His physical training ensured his agility was impeccable. He began attempting the slash technique passed down from Gojo Satoru's memory, slash, release. He swiftly swung his sword, executing the slash, which was akin to a basic attack of the technique, but also the foundation of the space slash. The trees before him were severed at waist height. He continued to slash, and one by one, the trees fell. After a short while, he paused and directed a low shout at an exceptionally thick tree. Slash 8. Focusing intently. He drew his sword and swiftly unleashed several arcs of sword light before retracting his blade. The entire tree before him splintered into fragments, beginning to crumble. The slash 8, an enhancement based on the release technique, could deliver a fatal blow, severing not just energy, but also inflicting rapid, devastating damage upon foes. Finally, Gojo Rin tightly shut his eyes before suddenly opening them wide, revealing his striking azure eyes, radiating an intense brilliance. Space slash, surrounding the sword. Terrifying spatial fluctuations erupted as he slashed forth, seemingly shattering the very fabric of space, the sound akin to breaking glass reverberating through the air. In no time, a vast expanse of forest toppled before him. His hand, still gripping the sword, began to tremble uncontrollably. So this is the space slash. Gojo Rin gazed at the fallen trees, a sense of enlightenment washing over him, momentarily forgetting the tremors of his hand. It was about locking onto the space surrounding the object, essentially targeting the slash, and severing both the object and the space together. This is the strike derived from the adaptation of the void technique, Ji, to shatter space, coupled with Wuqiao Wuji's Limitless technique. Its essence embodies the optimal solution to unravel Wuqiao Wuji's abilities. This represents the pinnacle of strikes, an infinite transcendence. Yet, in truth, the optimal solution remains merely an optimal solution. Chapter 16. Crimson Sunset. Beside a grove in the Hidden Leaf Village, Rinne Wuqiao was diligently practicing his swordsmanship, having nearly mastered the techniques of the Yuzuki clan. However, he was astounded when Yuzuki presented him with an ancient and weathered sword technique known as the Spiral Dragon Illusion Kill. This technique, a form of phantasmagoria, allowed the practitioner to wield the sword with the grace of a flying dragon, moving as though they were but a fleeting shadow. To those facing this technique, it felt as if they were beset by a horde of dragons, instilling fear and despair. Even those with unwavering resolve found it challenging to discern the sword's movements, becoming ensnared and ultimately vanquished by the phantoms. It was a formidable art of swordsmanship. What astonished Rinne the most was that this technique did not rely on chakra. Rather, it seemed to harness the mighty powers of nature itself, almost as if it were imbued with natural energy. It was less a sword technique and more an embodiment of the way of the sword. Clearly, this world was far more complex than it appeared. The ancient swordsmanship of the Yuzuki clan was merely the surface. Who knew what deeper secrets lay beneath? As he immersed himself in the practice of the technique, a figure clad in dark attire suddenly appeared beside him. Rinne halted and sheathed his sword. The figure spoke. Lord Wuqiao, the third Hokage requests your presence. Rinne felt a flicker of confusion, but nodded and followed the Anbu ninja to the Hokage's office. Upon entering, he found Sarutobi Hiruzen sorting through some documents. He remained patient, waiting for the Hokage to finish his task. Once Hiruzen completed his work, he took a puff from his pipe and turned to Rinne with a gentle expression. I received reports of yesterday's events. I was not aware of your extraordinary talent, but do not let it lead to arrogance. Rinne nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Lord Third. I understand. Hiruzen gestured, and an Anbu ninja approached, carrying a hefty scroll. This contains forbidden techniques created by the second Hokage, sealed within this scroll due to their complexity and the inherent dangers they pose. You may select 3 ninjutsu from it for study. Rinne was taken aback. He had not expected the third Hokage to offer such a privilege. Thank you, Lord Third. I will become a powerful ninja to protect the hidden leaf. Hiruzen smiled warmly. Take your time, but remember you may only choose 3. Rinne accepted the scroll with care, perusing its contents. He quickly bypassed the 8 gates and flying thunder god techniques, finding the others rather lackluster, until he finally selected 3 suitable ninjutsu: transformation technique, shadow clone technique, and dark walking technique. Hiruzen observed Rinne's selections. Are you certain these are the 3 you wish to choose? Rinne nodded, a bright smile gracing his face. I've made my decision. The third Hokage then instructed his assistant to make copies of the chosen techniques and handed them to Rinne. Do your best. Now that you've chosen your ninjutsu, allow me to introduce you to your new ninjutsu instructor. Please come in. A man entered, clad in black with a long blade, exuding an aura of seriousness. He bowed to Hiruzen. Lord Hokage. Hiruzen acknowledged him and said, You've just returned from the battlefield. Thank you for your service. The man replied formally, It is my duty. Hiruzen continued, During your recovery in the village, I would like you to teach this child the art of illusion. Please dedicate yourself fully. He is a prodigy named Rinne Wuqiao. The man bowed again. Yes, Lord Hokage. Turning to Rinne, he introduced himself. I am Akatsuki Shinku. Rinne Wuqiao. I look forward to working with you. Rinne smiled and shook Shinku's hand. Then I shall rely on your guidance, senior. Shinku nodded, and Hiruzen said, you may go. They both responded affirmatively, and Rinne followed Shinku outside. Once again amidst the serene woods of the Hidden Leaf, Shinku turned to Rinne with a serious demeanor. Illusions test a person's talent and the opportune moment to cast them. Otherwise, the backlash can be perilous. The potency of an illusion is tied to one's mental energy. Illusionists differ from conventional ninjas. In the realm of successful illusion, the caster is invincible. He demonstrated by remaining still as a leaf floated down, and in an instant, the surroundings became desolate. Rinne heard a voice that should have been inaudible. So weak, Wu Tiao, this world is utterly delectable. First, I shall eliminate you. Rinne's pupils constricted. Sukuna? Impossible. Sukuna cannot exist in this world. At that moment, his 6 eyes radiated brilliance, dispelling Sukuna's presence, revealing Shinku's astonished expression. Regaining his composure, Rinne broke into a cold sweat. So this is an illusion, truly insidious. This further solidified his resolve to master illusion techniques. Shinku's voice, laced with appreciation, broke through his thoughts. Impressive, you shattered my illusion with your willpower so swiftly. Truly deserving of the title genius. Next, I shall teach you the principles of illusion and some foundational techniques. What I just cast upon you was the Naraka's vision technique. Those ensnared within will confront their deepest fears, rendering them unable to fight. Let us begin with this. Unlike ninjutsu, illusion relies heavily on mental energy rather than chakra, even intertwining with the power of the soul. For an ordinary person, it is indeed a rare talent, and the potency of illusions appears closely linked to in-release chakra. Shinku, the foremost illusionist of the Hidden Leaf, meticulously explained the principles of illusion, and Rinne listened intently. As Rinne quickly grasped the concepts, Shinku decided to instruct him further in illusions. Rinne's extraordinary talent astonished Shinku. He seemed to absorb the teachings effortlessly, even falling prey to his own illusions unknowingly. Shinku's gaze shifted, revealing a blend of relief and complexity. Rinne, you truly live up to your genius reputation. No illusion seems beyond your grasp. I wish to impart to you the secret techniques of the Akatsuki clan. Once, we could rival the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, but alas, I have but one daughter, and her talent for illusion is limited. I hope you will remember my kindness and look after her. Rinne patted his chest confidently. Of course. It is a man's promise. Shinku smiled at Rinne's earnestness, then adopted a serious expression. Now watch closely. This is the illusion technique my clan developed specifically for ocular practitioners. Strike at the right moment for a fatal blow. Akatsuki. Flash. Rinne's eyes widened in astonishment as Shinku raised his long blade, and suddenly, a blinding light erupted from above, making it nearly impossible to see. The effect on his 6 eyes was profound, nearly blinding him. As the word slash echoed, Rinne sensed an imminent life or death crisis, feeling utterly unable to evade it. It all transpired in an instant. As the terrifying strike dissipated, Rinne gasped, observing the deep ravine left in its wake. Indeed, this is a technique tailored for ocular practitioners. Shinku regarded Rinne, who appeared somewhat disheveled, and patted his shoulder. This technique is not an ordinary illusionary art. It has been passed down for a millennium, refined from ancient swordsmanship. The intricacies are for you to explore, so practice diligently. Do not forget your promise. Fushiguro Ryu nodded solemnly, closing his eyes to recall the various details of the Crimson Sunset's execution of the technique. With clarity dawning in his mind, he began to practice the illusionary art, Sunset Slash. Chapter 17. Leisure time. Through extensive training over several days, Satoru Rinne has achieved a remarkable mastery of illusion techniques, particularly inspired by the Phantom Body technique, Sunset Slash, and the ancient Otsutsuki clan's Spiral Dragon Phantom Kill. His training in physical and ninja arts has never waned. He tirelessly hones his skills. He has become proficient in the techniques drawn from the Book of Seals, including Spirit Transformation, Multiple Shadow Clone, and Dark Movement techniques. The Spirit Transformation technique, relying on his soul's power, possesses terrifying strength, enabling him to eliminate an adversary silently. However, it is not without its drawbacks, as the user becomes vulnerable to attacks when employing it. Yet for Satoru Rinne, this is hardly a concern. The Multiple Shadow Clone technique serves primarily as a tool for enhanced training, while the Dark Movement technique provides him with inspiration for creating new ninjutsu. In Satoru Rinne's perspective, the Dark Movement technique bears a striking resemblance to the concept of domain expansion, yet its limited appearances in the original work hindered his ability to fully assess its potential. Through recent practice and study, he has finally grasped the intricacies of this technique. Ordinary chakra undergoes a qualitative transformation through a unique application, manifesting as ninjutsu akin to the in release, creating a dark prison for the user while simultaneously exerting formidable restraint against those who wield ocular jutsu. One can surmise that when Senju Tobarama conceived this technique, it was likely aimed at countering the Uchiha clan. Regrettably, this technique has not gained widespread recognition. Nevertheless, for Satoru Rinne, who has already mastered numerous ninjutsu and possesses the memories of the unparalleled sorcerer Satoru Gojo, the creation of new techniques is merely a matter of time. Whether in swordsmanship, ninjutsu, illusion, or physical combat, Satoru Rinne has achieved a comprehensive understanding. A feat not solely attributable to himself, but rather to the genius of Satoru Gojo, whose brilliance now flows through his soul. The Six Eyes, Celestial Eye. After a laborious morning of training, he arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. Before he could reach the entrance, he spotted SHBU, who was waiting like a little wife. Resting her chin on her hand and pouting as she scanned the surroundings, seemingly anticipating someone. When she caught sight of Satoru Rinne, her eyes lit up, her smile curving into a crescent moon. In truth, SHBU is a beauty in her own right, though her lack of interest in grooming and her dedication to the ramen shop have rendered her somewhat ordinary. Her potential as a ninja dulled by the grind of daily life. If Yugogo embodies breathtaking beauty and Sunset exudes gentleness, then SHBU represents practicality and charm, the kind that grows more appealing with each glance. In modern times, one could only consider it a stroke of luck to bring such a woman home as a wife. Perhaps it is time to alter her destiny? Satoru Rinne's keen observation, bolstered by the Six Eyes, reveals that SHBU possesses the latent potential to become a ninja, and it is not insignificant. SHBU cheerfully waved at Satoru Rinne as he approached the shop. Rinne, you're here. Come and try my new culinary skills. With a gentle smile, Satoru Rinne replied, "Ah, I eagerly anticipate it." He then settled onto a stool at the counter, watching as the young girl bounced into the kitchen to prepare. Just as Satoru Rinne found himself growing bored, Otsutsuki Ichiraku suddenly appeared before him, his demeanor dark and inscrutable. Satoru Rinne instinctively tilted his head upwards from beneath the shadow, blinking in confusion. "Uncle Ichiraku." Ichiraku's voice was heavy with warning. "Kid, if you dare to take my daughter's affections lightly, you'll come to know the depths of hell." A chill ran down Satoru Rinne's spine. Was there a flicker of ocular power emanating from Ichiraku? Could it be? Was this truly a reference to the Hokage? Was Ichiraku actually an Otsutsuki? The thought was terrifying. Satoru Rinne quickly forced a smile. "Uncle Ichiraku, rest assured, we're still young. As long as SHBU's feelings remain steadfast, I will treat her well." Ichiraku huffed lightly, his expression softening somewhat. "I know my daughter well. Do not use youth as an excuse. I hope you keep your word." Satoru Rinne nodded earnestly, replying, "I will take good care of SHBU. However, uncle, may I ask you something?" Ichiraku took a seat opposite him, his expression now calm. "Go ahead." Satoru Rinne voiced his curiosity. "Uncle Ichiraku, I sensed your chakra fluctuations, and SHBU has some potential to become a ninja. Why then? Do you only run a ramen shop?" Ichiraku squinted slightly, his response somewhat evasive. "What of supreme abilities? They cannot alter fate. It is better to live as an ordinary person and enjoy life." He then gazed wistfully towards the sky, his eyes drifting from the moon to the distant stars. Something felt amiss. Something was definitely off. Satoru Rinne increasingly suspected that Ichiraku might indeed be an Otsutsuki. Could it be? The tone and demeanor suggested something deeper. "Oh well, time will reveal the truth. I shall refrain from making premature assumptions. I must not give the handsome and beautiful viewers before their screens any reason to mock me." With a light cough, Satoru Rinne's words snapped Ichiraku from his reverie. "I hope SHBU and I can become ninjas together, and I wish for your approval. I will protect her." Ichiraku remained unexpectedly calm, taking a moment of silence before suddenly opening his eyes wide, which had been perpetually narrowed. Though his pupils appeared ordinary, Satoru Rinne sensed a peculiar pressure emanating from him. In that instant, Satoru Rinne raised his youthful face, his gaze unwavering, meeting Ichiraku's with determination. After a brief pause, Ichiraku chuckled softly, his eyes narrowing once more. "You children shall decide your own paths. If SHBU has made her choice, I shall not stand in her way. Kid, you will surely bring a great deal of amusement to the future." Chapter 18 Leisure Time 2. Upon hearing the conversation, Wu Tiaoren felt a sudden seriousness within his heart. The future becoming more intriguing? Hiss. He subsequently broke into a simple smile. "Uncle Yao, I must admit, I find your words a bit perplexing." Yao merely squinted his eyes in a gentle smile, returning to his usual demeanor. "Hee, you rascal." At that moment, Shoju, carrying a bowl of ramen, emerged through the kitchen's curtain. "Rin, it's time to eat. Your favorite beef ramen." "Oh, father. What were you discussing with Rin?" Yao chuckled warmly, embodying the image of a kind-hearted father. "Oh, nothing significant, just a casual chat with little Rin." Shoju tilted her head in curiosity, but did not ponder further. She placed the ramen before Wu Tiaoren, her face beaming with joy. "Now Rin, dig in." Wu Tiaoren smiled, placing his hands together in a gesture of gratitude. "I shall commence." Shoju stood by, watching as Wu Tiaoren devoured the ramen heartily. Knowing his appetite well, she would often bring out another bowl whenever he was close to finishing. Wu Tiaoren had grown accustomed to this and would express his thanks each time he received a new bowl. Soon, the empty bowls piled high. After finishing the last bite, Wu Tiaoren exclaimed happily, "Shoju, your ramen is simply exquisite, truly marvelous." Shoju's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Rin, I'm just glad you enjoy it. Then, Wu Rin spoke earnestly. Shoju, how about we attend ninja school together? Let us both become ninjas. Shoju was taken aback. Oh, become ninjas? Can I really? Wu Rin's eyes sparkled with conviction. Of course. I believe you can become a formidable ninja. Shoju felt a stirring within her. She had witnessed Wu Rin's diligence and transformation, and it was clear he yearned to be a ninja. Yet, she hesitated, her gaze drifting toward Yao. But, if I become a ninja, who will inherit father's skills? Yao merely smiled with narrowed eyes. You decide for yourself, your father will support you. Wu Rin added, Shoju. Becoming a ninja won't sever the legacy of Uncle Yao. Rather, it will empower you to safeguard it. Besides, I will protect you. Gazing into Wu Rin's assured eyes, Shoju felt a momentary daze that gradually solidified into determination. Rin, I promise, I will become a ninja. Wu Rin nodded with a smile. Yes, I will likely enroll this year, and Uncle Yao has agreed. We can attend ninja school together. Shoju, being a year older than Wu Rin, was indeed of the right age for enrollment and thus did not require a nomination. She then turned to her father, Yao, who nodded in agreement, his smile wide. Go ahead, I will handle this matter. Shoju's spirits lifted. The thought of attending school with Rin seemed truly delightful. A sense of clarity washed over her, and it felt as though the shackles of destiny had been loosened. Wu Rin, feeling relieved, acknowledged that Shoju becoming a ninja would inevitably alter certain aspects. Yet, in this perilous world where the ninja devoured their own, being a ninja was far preferable to leading a life as a commoner. After settling the bill for the ramen, Wu Rin bid farewell to Yao's ramen shop under Shoju's reluctant wave and made his way home. Upon arriving at the base of his building, he encountered two adorable figures, the Yuzuki sisters, Yuin and Yuyang. The moment they saw Wu Rin, Yuin excitedly tugged at Yuyang, dashing towards him. Rin, we were just coming to see you. Yuin beamed at Wu Rin, her cherubic face flushed with excitement. Wu Rin felt a warm surge of affection. Each encounter with the Yuzuki sisters filled him with an inexplicable closeness, transcending mere friendship, almost akin to family. How come you have time to visit me today? He asked, smiling brightly. Yuin, interpreting his question as a reproach for her infrequent visits, hurried to clarify, no. It's just that the village has grown increasingly tense due to the war, and several lives have been lost due to spies. Our family doesn't allow us to wander freely. We've been at the Tsukage's residence lately. Noticing Yuin's anxious demeanor as she babbled on, Wu Rin realized she had misunderstood him. Yuin, it's all right. I wasn't upset. I'm genuinely happy to see you. He gently patted her head, prompting her to settle down, her face adorably flushed. He then turned his attention to Yuzuki Yuyang. So, Yuyang, aren't you attending school today? Yuyang appeared flustered, momentarily taken aback. She felt a twinge of jealousy watching her sister's closeness with Wu Rin, and now faced with his inquiry. She blushed deeply. I took a day off. Wu Rin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Is that so? At this moment, Yuin chimed in. It was actually my sister's idea. She said it had been too long since she last saw Rin and felt worried. She cares about you, Rin. Yuyang's cheeks reddened further, her uncertainty palpable. Wu Rin regarded the two charming girls with a gentle smile. Well, I understand. You are all dear to me. How about I accompany you both on a shopping trip today? Really? That sounds wonderful. Yuin's eyes sparkled with joy, nearly bouncing with excitement. Yuyang also emerged from her shyness. Her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked at Wu Rin. Wu Rin smiled. Of course. Let's go. Yuin joyfully linked her arm with Wu Rin's, bubbling with enthusiasm. While Yuyang hesitated, feeling bashful about her sister's boldness, Wu Rin, however, took the initiative to hold her hand. And the three of them strolled through the village together. The afternoon passed swiftly. The sunset unfurled like a golden canvas, casting a soft, warm glow over the land, enveloping the world in a comforting orange hue. Amidst this gentleness, the trio walked along the path leading to Wu Rin's home. The two girls clutched vibrant ice pops, savoring the cool, sweet flavors as they strolled, their faces radiant with smiles, as if the simple treats bestowed upon them boundless joy. In stark contrast, Wu Rin walked alongside them, burdened with an array of shopping bags. Throughout the afternoon, the girls had not purchased anything for themselves, but had instead insisted on buying him a plethora of items, training supplies and various daily necessities, ensuring his every need was met. This indulgent treatment, how delightful. Upon returning home, Wu Rin placed the items on the table, exhaling deeply, and beckoned the two girls to sit on the sofa. Yuin licked her ice pop, her speech slightly garbled as she inquired, so, Rin, are you planning to attend ninja school this year? Wu Rin replied, yes, indeed. Lord Hokage has arranged everything for me. Yuin, would you like to join? Yuin nodded eagerly. Absolutely. I was already preparing to enroll this year. My family had asked me. However, since you mentioned you wouldn't be able to start until next year, I plan to wait for you. But if you're going this year, then I must go too. Then, Yuin's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she clenched her fists. After all, I too yearn to avenge my parents swiftly. Beside me, Yuzuki Sayaka remained silent, her fists clenched tightly. Upon noticing their sentiments, Woju Rin understood their emotions. Despite their cheerful facade in his presence, the hatred lingered deeply within their hearts. The hidden mist truly deserves condemnation. The parents of my previous incarnation also fell victim to the assassination squad of the hidden mist. Then, Woju Rin embraced both of them gently and spoke softly, rest assured. We shall become formidable ninjas, maturing swiftly to seek vengeance against the hidden mist on the battlefield. However, you must promise me not to take unnecessary risks. Prioritize your safety above all else. If anything arises, you must inform me beforehand, especially you, Sayaka. You may graduate sooner and enter the battlefield earlier, so please, take care of yourself. Little did he know, being aware of the unfolding narrative, that the characters Yuzuki Sayaka and Yuzuki Shien, who did not appear in the original story and joined the Umbu, were likely to face tragic fates on the battlefield. The two leaned against his shoulder, nodding in agreement, while Sayaka bit her lip and grasped her clothing tightly, murmuring, I understand. In that moment of silence, the three of them savored a fleeting warmth, their burdensome emotions drifting far and wide. Chapter 19. The beginning of school as summer's final cicada song heralded the autumn beyond. The tranquility of the village stood in stark contrast to the turmoil of external warfare. It was also the day for the new students to enroll in the Ninja Academy. And naturally, Gojo Rin was among them. He had arranged to attend with the two sisters, Yuzuki and Yugogo, and the three gathered early to make their way to the school. Yuyaka Akane was a meticulous and earnest individual. During this time, he devoted himself to guiding Gojo Rin with utmost care, imparting all his knowledge without reservation. He had also grown close to Akane, who was 3 or 4 years his senior. However, Akane had graduated the previous year and, due to the war, was without a suitable Nin to lead missions, relegated to undertaking trivial tasks with teammates in the village. The current state of warfare had not yet reached a point where freshly graduated students were called upon. It primarily involved minor skirmishes at the borders, along with assassinations, reconnaissance, and intelligence gathering. Outwardly, it appeared as though the 4 great ninja villages were besieging Konoha, with Sarutobi Hiruzen boldly declaring war against the 4 nations. In reality, each village harbored its own intentions, engaging in mutual friction while cautiously navigating their strategies. It had not yet escalated to the extensive warfare characteristic of the latter stages of the Third Great Ninja War. Presently, the conflict remained firmly under Konoha's control, effectively keeping enemies at bay. The era of the Third Great Ninja War had witnessed Konoha at another pinnacle, alongside the legendary Sannin, with rising stars like the Yellow Flash, Namake's Minato, and others. Gojo Rin was acutely aware that the disappearance of the third Kazekage would gradually push the war to its climax, yet for him, it was still early. Moreover, the more intense the conflict became, the more advantageous it was for him. Otherwise, the power struggles among the upper echelons could lead to unforeseen troubles, particularly with a certain cunning elder inciting conflicts with other nations, multiplying the chaos manifold. The trio chatted and laughed along the way, with Yugogo cheerfully linking her arm with Gojo Rin's, while Akane stood somewhat awkwardly to the side. Despite being the eldest, Akane appeared more mature in physical development than the other two, yet her personality was more akin to a younger sister, in need of care and support. Before long, they arrived at the Ninja Academy, fortuitously encountering Ayam, who had been dropped off by Ichiraku. The little girl looked rather shy, while Ichiraku cheerfully encouraged her. As Gojo Rin approached, Ayam quickly noticed them, and upon seeing Yuzuki and Yugogo with Gojo Rin, her cheeks puffed slightly before she greeted them with a smile. Good morning, Rin. And also to Yugogo and Akane. Ichiraku looked at his daughter with a sense of helplessness, having encouraged her for some time, only for her to beam as soon as the white-haired boy arrived. Gojo Rin returned her greeting with a smile. Good morning, Ayam. Would you like to come in with us? Ayam glanced at where Yuzuki and Yugogo stood, managing a forced smile. I think I'll pass for now. You all can go ahead. Noticing Ayam's discomfort, Gojo Rin was about to speak, but Yugogo cheerfully chimed in. Good morning, Ayam. It's fine, come on in with us. When we hang out together, you're not like this. We all aim to become powerful ninjas. Akane also offered a gentle smile. Good morning. Come on, Ayam. Let us go in together. Ayam felt a bit shy, her gaze flitting between the three before she looked at Gojo Rin. Really? Is that okay? Yuzuki and Akane nodded in agreement, and Gojo Rin patted Ayam's head. All right, let us go. Don't underestimate yourself. With that, Ayam's face brightened, and she felt relieved. Okay, let us go together. Then she took the hand extended by Akane, and they all entered the school. After a few steps, Ayam suddenly remembered something. Dad, I'm heading in. See you tonight. Uncle Ichiraku, goodbye. Ichiraku looked at his daughter, a bit embarrassed by her enthusiastic farewell, and shook his head helplessly as he silently watched them leave. The group arrived at the assembly point for the new students. After bidding farewell to the trio, Akane headed towards the teaching building. Soon, the gathering area was filled with students. Then came the personal showcase of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, embodying the will of fire. Dressed in the Hokage's cloak, he delivered an impassioned speech, though Gojo Rin struggled to stay awake, observing that Yugogo, Akane, and the others were listening intently to the Hokage's address. He could only feign seriousness. In the land of Konoha, the flames of the will of fire shall never extinguish. The light will illuminate our village, nurturing the new leaves of the future. Children, you are the new leaves and the sacrifices of your loved ones, as well as those who selflessly dedicated themselves for the village, are for your flourishing growth. You are the future of Konoha. Children, uphold your ninja way. For no matter the obstacles you may encounter in the future, as long as the will of fire resides in your hearts, warmth shall never fade. Strive forward. The crowd erupted in excitement after the speech, chanting their encouragement. The third Hokage, satisfied, cast a glance around, and upon seeing Gojo Rin, smiled kindly and nodded before stepping off the stage. Next came the class assignment segment. Inazuka Naya, Class A. Yuzuki Yugugo, Class A. Nobi Dane, Class B. Uchiha Yamaki, Class B. Hyuga Kagura, Class A. Uchiha Rimi, Class A. Arama Reina, Class A. Gojo Rin, Class A. I am Class C. Nara Yudo, Class B. Before long, the class assignments were completed, with Yugugo and Gojo Rin both placed in Class A class primarily composed of clan ninjas or those specially nominated by J-Nin. The remaining classes B and C also included clan ninjas, but their status was generally less prominent, with a majority being civilian ninjas. Thus, Iam's placement in Class C was not surprising to Gojo Rin. He resolved to look after her more in the future. Once class assignments concluded, everyone followed the lead teacher into their respective classrooms. Gojo Rin made his way directly to a seat by the window in the second-to-last row, while Yugugo naturally sat beside him. As the saying goes, the back row by the window, the kingdom's homeland, it's a familiar place in any case. If fate did not favor him with a better spot, Gojo Rin believed he could manage this one. He exchanged a glance with Yugugo, then smiled as he awaited the upcoming arrangements. Gradually, as seats filled, a girl approached Yugugo's side. Pointing to the empty seat, she smiled gently. Hello, may I sit here? In unison, Yuzuki Yugugo and Gojo Rin replied, no. Sure. The girl looked taken aback. Yugugo shot Gojo Rin an annoyed glance. While he merely smiled with a hint of helplessness, he truly had no ulterior motives. Although it must be admitted, the girl bore a striking resemblance to Hinata, if not surpassing her, given that Hinata had short hair at this age, while this Hyuga girl had long hair, with a small braid adorning her left ear, which was utterly charming to him. What? You wonder how I recognized her as a Hyuga? Please, with those enormous white eyes. Could she be anyone else? Of course, Yugugo was not unreasonable. After shooting a glare, she spoke again. It's fine, you can sit. The Hyuga girl finally registered the situation and politely replied, oh, sorry for the interruption. I'm Hinata Kagura. I hope to rely on you in the future. Seeing the other girl so courteous, Yuzuki Yugugo found it hard to harbor any ill will and smiled in return. Hello, it's no trouble at all. I'm Yuzuki Yugugo. Hinata Kagura nodded, then glanced at Gojo Rin. Rin Wutiao sensed the atmosphere and gently smiled as she spoke. My name is Rin Wutiao, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Subsequently, Hinata Kagura smiled in response, nodded, and then turned to sit up straight. With an air of formality, she embodied the strict decorum expected of the Hinata family, known for its many rules and regulations. Chapter 20. The Visit of the Three Generations. The character, not present in the original text, piqued Futuru Rin's curiosity. With a beauty surpassing Hinata's and an extroverted personality, she exuded confidence and an unmistakable air of nobility, making her stand out even in a crowd, qualities that Hinata of this period could not compare to. Of course, in later times, Hinata indeed blossomed, becoming a striking figure as a popular heroine, perhaps owing to her growth. Before long, a serious-looking middle-aged man entered the room. He slowly addressed the class, commanding silence. The previously noisy classroom fell silent, and all eyes turned to him. He introduced himself as Sakamoto Ryo, stating that he would be responsible for their lessons. The curriculum consisted of 2 parts, theoretical and practical classes, with each student having the corresponding textbooks at their desks. He then encouraged everyone to introduce themselves, sharing their names, hobbies, and dreams, starting in order of their seating. As each student introduced themselves, apart from the usual trio of boar, deer, and butterfly, no notable figures emerged, except for a single Uchiha, which caught Futuru Rin's attention. Embodying the esteemed Uchiha lineage, beauty and strength were etched into her very being. Uchiha Rimi, with her silky black hair and a tear mole at the corner of her eye, possessed a unique charm, donning a flowing clan robe and speaking with a haughty demeanor. However, she was not featured in the original story, having perished alongside her clan early on. Futuru Rin did not dwell on this fact. I am Yuzuki Yuin. My hobbies include training and cooking, and my dream is to become a powerful ninja and stay with the one I love, she said, casting a glance at Futuru Rin before returning to her seat. The class murmured. As for ninjas, such a dream was hardly ideal. Yet Yuin remained unfazed by their gazes and whispers. Cold and composed, her eyes held only Futuru Rin. Futuru Rin responded with a gentle smile before stepping up to introduce himself. I am Futaro Rin. My hobbies? I enjoy Ichiraku ramen and sweet treats. My dream is to become the strongest in the ninja world, to possess absolute power to protect what I cherish, and perhaps achieve immortality. He chuckled softly and returned to his seat. His striking white hair, exquisite features, and starry blue eyes made him an ethereal presence. And his carefree demeanor further accentuated his extraordinary aura. Some female ninjas in the class couldn't help but exclaim, "So handsome." Futaro Rin merely met Yuin's tender gaze as he returned to his spot. Soon, the self-introduction segment concluded. Sakamoto Ryo clapped his hands to bring everyone's attention back. He instructed them to take out their textbooks, announcing that today they would discuss the will of fire, a fundamental principle that underpinned Konoha's prosperity and the peace enjoyed by its villagers. They would then delve deeper into the history of Konoha and the essence of the will of fire. Futaro Rin stifled a yawn, finding the lesson rather dull. Adhering to his principle of not wasting time, he pretended to listen while his mind raced with thoughts of developing his unique jutsu, simultaneously practicing hand signs at an impressive speed. After all, it was better than sleeping. His mental fortitude made fatigue a rare sensation. Multitasking was a breeze for him. The day passed swiftly. As it was the beginning of classes, they focused on theoretical lessons, including chakra refinement and fundamental jutsu training. While these concepts were somewhat redundant for clan ninjas, they were invaluable for civilians. After school, Futaro Rin waited for Yuin and Yuin's brother, and together they exited the school. Upon reaching the school gate, they spotted Uncle Ichiraku waiting for Yuin. They decided to accompany him to the ramen shop before heading home. Along the way, they discussed their lessons and shared amusing anecdotes. Notably, both Yuzuki and Yuin had moved back into the same apartment, allowing them to commute together. Yuin seemed particularly elated today, although the lessons may not have had a significant impact on them. For her, it was undeniably a gateway to a new world, an experience she had never encountered as a civilian. Futaro Rin felt a sense of inexplicable satisfaction, akin to nurturing a character in a development game, curious about the path Yuin would take. As the sun set, the laughter and joy of the girls filled the air, along with Uncle Ichiraku's gentle smile, painting a simple yet extraordinary day that breathed life into the waning summer. The warmth of the moment lingered, as if witnessing something profound. Upon returning home, Futaro Rin began experimenting with new techniques. He was intrigued by the bloodline limits in the Naruto universe, each unique and powerful, including the Sharingan. The essence of these bloodline limits lay in the notion of lineage. But was it truly all about blood? Every bloodline limit possessed corresponding chakra attributes. Yet no one had successfully developed a bloodline limit through effort alone, not even the renowned scientist Orochimaru. Only the genius Kagaya's technique allowed for the inheritance of another's bloodline limit, but it came with severe side effects and was fundamentally different from original development. If bloodline limits were a fusion of multiple chakra attributes, why could they not be artificially developed? After all, even the so-called fire release derived from Amaterasu had its inspirations. Futaro Rin resolved to experiment. If there were indeed limitations posed by lineage, his 6 eyes were not without purpose. Perhaps he would uncover something novel. Recently, he sensed subtle changes within his 6 eyes, constantly absorbing natural energy, as if nurturing something, and even without training. His body seemed to grow stronger, a potential improvement in his constitution. As Futaro Rin pondered, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Realizing it was the 3rd Hokage, he hurried to open the door, greeted by Sarutobi Hiruzen's delighted expression. "Ah, it's the 3rd Grandpa. Please come in." With a warm smile, the 3rd Hokage entered the room alongside Futaro Rin. "How was your first day at school?" Futaro Rin scratched his head with a grin. "It was all right, but the lessons are rather basic for me. However, I did pay attention to your will of fire speech." The 3rd Hokage chuckled heartily, his wrinkles deepening with joy. This was undoubtedly music to his ears. He then affectionately ruffled Futaro Rin's hair, saying, "You're a good kid. At your age, don't overthink things. Making friends is what matters most. Without bonds between ninjas, one cannot go far, you understand?" Futaro Rin nodded. "I already have someone I cherish. Don't worry, 3rd Grandpa." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in acknowledgement, then pulled out a scroll containing a jutsu along with several crumpled bills. Chapter 21, The Uchiha Pants. A delightful texture, the 3rd Hokage extended his hand, presenting a silver note before Gojo Rin. "Here you go, little Rin. Work hard and strive to become a formidable ninja in your own right," he said with a gentle smile. Gojo Rin accepted it casually, glancing at the note and noticing it contained merely a few thousand ryo, choosing to disregard it. However, when he opened the ninjutsu scroll, astonishment flickered across his face. "This is..." The 3rd Hokage stroked his beard, a mixture of nostalgia and pride illuminating his features. "This is a water-style ninjutsu passed down from my grandfather and teacher. It is now entrusted to you." Gojo Rin's heart was filled with complex emotions. "The 2nd Hokage? Why are you being so kind to me?" The 3rd Hokage sighed, a hint of melancholy in his voice. "Ah, I am growing old. Konoha needs new strength. And in you, I see the hope for its future. Your talent is unparalleled, and you have perfectly inherited the will of fire. That is the true legacy of Konoha. Perhaps one day, you may even surpass the first Hokage. He then patted Gojo Rin on the shoulder. Well, I must take my leave. Just seeing you is enough for me. I hope to witness the day you become the strongest in the ninja world. If you encounter any troubles, remember to come to your third grandpa. Gojo Rin gazed into the third Hokage's eyes, filled with hope and affection, stirring unfamiliar emotions within him. Despite any ulterior motives the third Hokage might harbor, Gojo Rin felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for the kindness he had received, sensing the sincerity behind it. He nodded solemnly, his gaze resolute. Yes, I will work hard. Grandpa. The third Hokage smiled in satisfaction, waving as he exited Gojo Rin's home. Gradually, Gojo Rin's expression returned to calm, his demeanor tranquil as he watched the departing figure, which seemed to stoop slightly more than before. He murmured, I hope you do not become like that. Life at the ninja school was uneventful and slow. Sitting upon his throne, Gojo Rin idly gazed out the window at the playground bathed in the afternoon sun. As if adorned with golden hues, a vibrant testament to youth and innocence. He couldn't help but reminisce about the days spent running under the sunset during his youth, recalling each instance of skipping class to sneak out and surf the web. Just a bit of the wear and tear of life. Just as Gojo Rin was lost in his contemplations, Sakamoto Ryu entered the classroom with a serious expression. Standing at the podium, he surveyed the room, his gaze landing on Gojo Rin, who was gazing blankly out the window. Sensing the scrutiny, Gojo Rin furrowed his brows and turned to meet Sakamoto's gaze. Sakamoto was taken aback. Such an intimidating perception. How can one possess such fearsome pressure without the Sharingan? Truly, he is the child the third Hokage has taken a special interest in. Without lingering on that thought, he clapped his hands to capture the class's attention. This afternoon, we will engage in practical training to assess the knowledge you have acquired during this period. Now, everyone, follow me to the training grounds. Keep up. Instantly. The class rose, following Sakamoto Ryu out of the classroom, most with eager anticipation. Gojo Rin, however, merely stretched languidly, taking the hand of Yuzuki Yukino as he followed suit. The girl's face flushed slightly. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Sakamoto Ryu organized the ranks and announced, Next, we will begin sparring. First pair, Gojo Rin versus Uchiha Rimi. Please step forward and form your hand seals. Gojo Rin was slightly taken aback, but thought little of it as he walked to the center of the arena. Uchiha Rimi followed suit. Her expression one of haughtiness and indifference, her captivating eyes fixated on Gojo Rin. You should just concede now to avoid any unfortunate injuries, she warned. Gojo Rin raised an eyebrow. Oh, are you talking big now? Perhaps you should focus on your own well-being. Seeing Gojo Rin dismiss her so casually, Uchiha Rimi's forehead twitched with rage. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Gojo Rin merely smiled. Bring it on. No sooner had he spoken than Uchiha Rimi dashed forward, throwing a punch aimed at Gojo Rin's face. Gojo Rin effortlessly blocked the strike, but Uchiha Rimi continued her onslaught with a flurry of kicks and punches, her speed increasing as she seemed to ignite with determination. It was clear she had practiced extensively. Most students would have been overwhelmed by such an assault. When her taijutsu proved ineffective, Uchiha Rimi furrowed her brows, retreating momentarily to perform hand seals. Fire style. Great fireball technique. She puffed her cheeks, unleashing a massive fireball that charged toward Gojo Rin. Gasps erupted from the onlookers, while Sakamoto Ryu realized the peril too late to intervene. Gojo Rin, startled for a moment by her prowess, thought, such adept combat skills at this age. She is indeed a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Other than the dance king of the ninja world, I can think of no other with such talent. Yet, why is there no mention of this character in the original work? That cannot be right. Shaking off his distraction, Gojo Rin swiftly reacted. Water style, water wall. The fireball evaporated upon contact with the water barrier, dissipating into steam, while Gojo Rin's wall remained unscathed. Uchiha Rimi crouched on the ground, one hand pressed against it, panting heavily, her brow slick with sweat, visibly drained. Seeing her newly learned great fireball technique easily countered, frustration and resentment surged within her. She resolved to attack as soon as the water wall fell. My father always said to take opponents by surprise. I will strike now while the water wall obscures his view. By the time it drops, he won't be able to react. With renewed determination, she dashed toward Gojo Rin, preparing to unleash her assault as the water barrier began to recede, only to be met with, What? Where did he go? Uchiha Rimi exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes wide. At that moment, Gojo Rin's teasing voice echoed from behind her. As expected from the battle-savvy Uchiha clan. But I can't bring myself to hit a woman, especially one as lovely as you. He then swiftly bound Uchiha Rimi's hands, forcing her to lean forward, lifting his hand with a mischievous grin. Time for a spanking. For both our sakes. The sound of slaps filled the air. This feels rather nice. Unable to contain herself, Uchiha Rimi let out a startled cry, her face flushed with anger. I'll kill you. She turned, glaring fiercely at Gojo Rin, her eyes transforming in an instant. The mesmerizing red pupils swirling with Tomo. Gojo Rin was momentarily taken aback. Is she activating her Sharingan already? What a cheat. He quickly tightened his grip on Uchiha Rimi's hands. You better concede, or I might just have to spank you again. You're shameless. Uchiha Rimi retorted, her face a mask of indignation. And what of it? Are you going to bite me? Will you concede or not? Because I'll spank you until you do. Uchiha Rimi trembled with rage, her body shaking visibly, revealing her childlike frustration. After a moment of struggle, she lowered her head in resignation, her beautiful black hair cascading down. Her teeth clenched. I concede. Gojo Rin promptly released her, stepping aside. See, was that so hard? You should also express your gratitude towards me. This is truly an eye-opener. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Uchiha Rimi launched a fierce punch, which Wujiao Rin swiftly intercepted. Internally, he couldn't help but lament. What a fierce woman. Her impatience is akin to a raging fever. Just when he anticipated another tempestuous onslaught from Uchiha Rimi, she retracted her fist, cast a sidelong glance at Wujiao Rin, snorted coldly, and stepped aside. It was then that our esteemed teacher, Sakamoto Ryo, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and declared, Wujiao Rin versus Uchiha Rimi. Wujiao Rin emerges victorious. Both parties shall perform the reconciliation seal. Chapter 22. Undercurrents in the recent training session. The top contenders were as follows. First place, Futa Rin. Second place, Uchiha Rimi. Third place, Hyuga Kagura. Fourth place, Yuzuki Yugogo. Fifth place, Kuruma Reina. It was merely a tedious practical training session. However, Yugogo needs to improve, though Uchiha, despite her shortcomings, managed to surpass Yugogo. A character who never even appeared in the original work? Though undeniably beautiful, her strength is rather average. Could it be that Yugogo is already plotting to become a harem master, employing subtle strategies? How outrageous. And she is only 6 years old. As the training concluded, Rin's chaotic thoughts were interrupted. After gathering her belongings, she exited the school gate with Yuzuki Yugogo, waiting for Yuzuki Yu and Shubu, while Rin playfully teased Yugogo and Yu. Their cheeks flushed, their fingers interlocked in a playful manner. A sudden cold snort broke the moment. Rin looked up, stunned. There stood a strikingly youthful yet cold visage, gazing at her with a keen Sharingan, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Futa Rin, you are truly despicable. Losing to you is a lifelong disgrace. I will trample you beneath my feet and ravage your face. Rin immediately glanced at Uchiha Rimi's small feet. They appeared slightly childish, yet they had a delicate grace. What a delightful reward. Uchiha Rimi noticed Rin's scrutinizing gaze and blushed, shouting, What are you looking at? Rin snapped back to reality, feigning innocence. Why are you shouting? Just wait a few more years, and if you lose, I'll let you trample me, all right? Another cold snort escaped Uchiha Rimi, her chest rising and falling with indignation, though it was evident that she was quite upset. You said it yourself, you'll lose. With a flick of her long hair, she strutted away with the haughty gait of the Uchiha clan. Rin merely smirked. Win or lose, I'm sure I won. Come out empty-handed. Then, Hyuga Kagura emerged with a squint and a smile, tilting her head to greet Rin. Rin-kun, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Rin replied as a Hyuga elder arrived to escort her away. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What offspring would arise from the union of a Sharingan and 6 eyes? What might be born of Byakugan and 6 eyes? Yu noticed Rin's increasingly unsettling grin and placed a hand on his forehead. Huh, no fever? Rin-kun, are you alright? Yugogo looked on with a scrutinizing expression. Rin finally snapped out of his reverie and replied, I was just thinking of something amusing. I'm fine. By the way, where's Shibu? Yuzuki Yugogo gave Rin's waist a playful twist. Ugh, Rin sighed. You're so caught up in your thoughts that you didn't even notice Shibu standing right beside me? Startled, Rin turned to see Shibu peering out, looking somewhat forlorn. Rin-kun. Rin hurriedly laughed it off. I might not have slept well last night. It was unintentional, Shibu-chan. Let us head home together. The sun cast its golden red rays across the street, illuminating the corners with a warm glow. The 4 of them walked leisurely, their laughter and playful banter echoing warmly in the distance, each moment captured on an imaginary canvas, worthy of remembrance for ages. In a certain foundation of the Root organization, Danzo wore a grim expression as he addressed the assembled Root ninjas kneeling before him. The Root requires fresh blood. Here's a list of names. Bring them all before me. Additionally, convey a message to our spies in the land of water and the land of wind, instigating conflict. Also, instruct our spies in the land of earth and the land of lightning to continue gathering valuable intelligence. Understood. The assembled ninjas vanished in a flash, leaving Danzo with a cold smile. With the internal strife in the land of rain quelled, it could now serve as a buffer zone for war. The land of earth would not dare to act without a clear advantage. But what are those barbarians in the land of lightning plotting? Their behavior is utterly unlike before. The Haven T launched a full-scale attack on Konoha. However, it inadvertently restrains that Oanoki fellow. Danzo pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Hizashi, to win this war, it will rely on me. I shall demonstrate that I am the one most suited to be Hokage. He squinted and murmured, Futa Rin. Never mind, now is not the time to act against him. With that, He closed his eyes and began to contemplate. Meanwhile, our classmate Futa Rin was brandishing a sword, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha, I did it. I have achieved it. My flowing illusion blade, Void Slash. His spirit surged forth, and 3 shadow clones emerged instantaneously. The original moved at the speed of light, unleashing 3 fearsome sword strikes that converged at a single point, shattering the very fabric of reality around them. There was no explosive sound. An entire forest was reduced to a vacuum, an obliteration that could only be described as annihilation. This technique, a synthesis of illusion techniques, spatial slashes, and ancient swordsmanship, was a supreme sword art. In an instant, it would render the enemy's mind in stasis, followed by 3 unavoidable strikes capable of shattering space. Unlike ordinary spatial slashes, this technique utilized chakra and a measure of natural energy, resulting in a far more terrifying power. When the strike was unleashed, a momentary spatial lock occurred, leaving the enemy utterly defenseless. Of course, such an attack consumed a significant amount of chakra, truly qualifying as a trump card. Perhaps due to the deeply rooted memories of Satoru Gojo, Rin developed an inexplicable obsession with spatial slashes. This was the impetus behind this creation, elevating spatial slashes to their utmost potential. This was the most formidable technique he had thus far devised, perhaps ill-suited for positional warfare, yet nearly invincible in combat, particularly against the future Tsuchikage, who would find it most unfriendly. One could imagine how pleased he would be to face such a technique. Naturally, this was a unique swordsmanship style of Rin's own, not solely reliant on spatial slashes, but also incorporating chakra and natural energy. Thanks to the 6 eyes, which incessantly absorbed natural energy, he could now wield a modicum of it. Upon completing his sword training, Rin reflected on the battles of Yuzuki Yugugo during training, jotting down some detailed guidance and sword techniques particularly suited for her. Under the night sky, Konoha was peaceful, yet beneath this tranquility lurked dark undercurrents. Shadows darted through the village's alleys, spilling like ink beyond its borders. Chapter 23. The wind rises at the roots. Good morning, Rin-kun, said Yuzuki Yuin. Her smile strained as she greeted Gojo Rin, as she did every day. Gojo Rin quickly noticed the subtle shift in her expression and, with a hint of confusion, asked, Yuin, isn't the setting sun attending school today? Yuin let out a slight sigh and replied, yesterday, the Roots ninjas visited our home, stating that they were recruiting new members. And the Yuzuki family is on the list. My sister volunteered to join. A smile returned to her face as she added, it's fine. After all, we must contribute to the village. Who knows, perhaps I will join the Umbu in the future too. In fact, I envy my sister a bit. The Root ninjas mentioned she would receive the finest training. It's just a pity she won't be able to stay by your side every day, Rin. My sister asked me to relay a message. She said she would definitely come to see you whenever she has free time. Upon hearing this, Gojo Rin felt a buzzing in his head. What? Could this possibly be a good thing? Is this not akin to the King of Hell calling the roll? The image of Danzo is so admirable. He immediately inquired, Yuin, she went willingly, right? She wasn't coerced. Yuzuki Yuin appeared puzzled. Of course, the Root, like the Umbu, is a force that protects the village. The Umbu operates in the light, while the Root lurks in the shadows. Although the missions are perilous, they are all for the sake of the village. Being accepted is an honor, I assent it. The Yuzuki family has been in decline for too long. How could we be forced? Gojo Rin fell silent, realizing that the villagers still held a mysterious and elevated view of the esteemed Danzo, the Root. No wonder Yuin's older sister never appeared in the original story, and Yuin later joined the Umbu. It was perplexing why the Root was portrayed so poorly in the original narrative, yet there were still those willing to join and remain loyal to Danzo. That man's reach was truly extensive. Furrowing his brow, Gojo Rin asked Yuin, do you know what kind of department the Root is? Yuin pondered for a moment before responding. I've only heard of it, but never really encountered it. I know that the Root is like the roots of a tree, responsible for drawing nourishment for Konoha, which is like a great tree. Gojo Rin covered his head and, with utmost seriousness, explained, indeed, the establishment and responsibilities of the Root are as you say. But that place is akin to hell. It serves merely as a tool. All members become puppets of Danzo. Yuin was taken aback by Gojo Rin's earnestness, then nodded, her expression turning anxious. I understand. But what about my sister? She has already gone, hasn't she? Gojo Rin's demeanor grew cold as he gazed into the distance. Do not worry. Leave it to me. He then created a shadow clone that stood beside Yuzuki Yuin. You should go to school as usual with my clone. Rest assured, I will ensure that your sister returns safely. Yuin bit her lip, her expression reflecting concern. What if I go with you? Gojo Rin gently tousled Yuin's silky purple hair, gazing at the young girl with warmth. Be good. You go to school first. Leave everything to me. Finally, Yuin nodded. All right. You must take care of yourself. Gojo Rin smiled and nodded, then handed Yuin the notes he had written the previous day. Here, this is my training summary from yesterday, along with my original techniques. Take it and practice diligently, and feel free to ask me any questions. Yuin received the notebook with reverence, embracing it with determination in her gaze. I will, Rin. Gojo Rin nodded affirmatively, waved his hand, and vanished from sight. The shadow clone naturally took Yuin's hand and smiled. Let us go, Yuin. At the Root headquarters' new member assembly point, located underground not far from the Shimura clan, Danzo stood elevated, flanked by masked Root ninjas. While a group of similarly aged children stood before him, Danzo began, joining the Root is an honor for your families. The Root is the foundation of Konoha, both its roots and its darkness. You may encounter tasks beyond your comprehension or witness events that defy understanding, but none of that matters. You need only remember one thing: to unconditionally obey orders and comply with arrangements. The Root draws nourishment for the great tree. As long as the tree flourishes, one must act without hesitation. From this day forth, you shall owe your loyalty solely to me, and I, Shimura Danzo, will lead you to observe a more prosperous Konoha from the shadows. All of this is for the village. Following his impassioned speech, his voice crescendoed as he struck his cane heavily against the ground, prompting the Root ninjas to chant fervently, "For Lord Danzo's service! For Lord Danzo's service! For Lord Danzo's service!" Caught up in the fervor, the boys and girls began to raise their fists, their expressions growing resolute. "For Lord Danzo's service! For Lord Danzo's service! For Lord Danzo's service!" After a few moments, Danzo cleared his throat, resting his right hand on his cane while raising his left palm to signal for silence. "Next, I will initiate a contract with you to prevent any traitors from emerging within our ranks and to safeguard the village's secrets. You will each receive your respective equipment and be paired with a Chunin or even a Jonin as your guiding teacher. Now, starting with the first. You, step forward. What is your name?" "Shimura Xiaowang. From now on, abandon your name and adopt a codename. You shall be called Shakura." "Yes, Lord Danzo." "Now, extend your tongue." Danzo performed hand seals and inscribed a curse mark upon the child's tongue. Tongue root curse seal. After completing the procedure, he waved his hand, signaling for the next. Amidst the crowd stood Yuzuki Yuin, her expression a mix of tension and determination, her hands clenched into fists. She was not naive. Through the series of events unfolding before her, she understood that joining the Root meant relinquishing her freedom, becoming a tool for cultivation. This stark reality diverged greatly from her initial expectations, yet there was no room for regret now that she had entered the Root. It was all for the village. After all, a form of protection for them. Gradually, she relaxed her fists, her expression steady and resolute, embodying a resilience akin to a lamb facing a fierce tiger, small yet courageous. Just as the curse mark was inscribed upon each child in succession, it was nearly her turn. In an instant, a small figure appeared before Danzo, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, followed by a kunai pressed against his throat. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Danzo stared in shock at the figure before him, his fingers trembling as he pointed, uncertain if it was anger or fear. "You, Gojo Rin, what do you intend to do?" The surrounding Root ninjas quickly reacted. "Protect Lord Danzo. Hurry, protect Lord Danzo. Bold one, how dare you attack Lord Danzo?" Gojo Rin's expression turned icy, his face devoid of emotion, yet radiating a palpable aura of menace. "Danzo, dare to harm those close to me? You truly have some nerve." He dragged Danzo along as if he were a lifeless dog, the kunai pressed firmly against his throat. The absurdity of a child dragging an elder created a stark contrast, rendering the atmosphere in the room tense and silent. Gojo Rin's cold gaze swept across the room before he approached the dazed Yuzuki Yuin and spoke. "Today, I shall take her away. Let us see who dares to obstruct me." Chapter 24. Cooperation or extortion. Do not fear. Sunsets, I have arrived. Yuzuki Sunsets tightly clutched the hem of her garment, abruptly calming from her earlier fervor. "Rin, why are you here?" Gojo Rin gazed upon Sunset's youthful and endearing visage, his expression softening as he replied. "I am here to take you away." Sunset's countenance shifted, a flicker of emotion crossing her face. She bit her lip, her features contorting in conflict before resolutely stating, "Rin, it's all right. I am willing to embrace the darkness and silently protect Konoha. It is far too perilous here. You must leave at once." Gojo Rin appeared momentarily speechless, yet his tone remained unwavering. "Listen to me, Sunsets. Do you trust me?" With a hint of worry shadowing her brow, Yuzuki Sunsets lowered her gaze. "Yes, I believe in you." She then lifted her head, her eyes unwavering as she declared, "I trust you, Rin. But..." A smirk danced across Gojo Rin's lips, infused with undeniable confidence, as he cast a disdainful glance at the array of Root members poised before them. "There are no buts. If you trust me, then come with me." After a moment's hesitation, Sunsets nodded, obediently positioning herself behind Gojo Rin. "All right, I understand." With that, Gojo Rin formed a single-handed seal. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Wind style, great breakthrough. The combined ninjutsu surged forth, flames swirling in tandem with the gale, surging towards the gathered ninjas. Those adept in water style shouted in unison. Water style, water barrier. Those without the ability to utilize water style fled in panic, seeking refuge behind their comrades' barriers. Yet, at that moment, Gojo Rin unleashed the full might of his ninjutsu, and within moments, anguished cries echoed as some could no longer endure. The scene descended into chaos. Gojo Rin chuckled derisively, a hint of mockery in his tone. Shall we continue, little insects? To be frank, without the presence of that great benefactor or Kakashi, there were no formidable opponents among the root members. Most were either incapacitated in the hospital or dispatched on missions outside the village during wartime. No one remained who could challenge Gojo Rin. Recognizing the disparity in strength, the crowd hesitated, their gazes drifting towards Danzo, seemingly awaiting his command. Gojo Rin couldn't help but chuckle. Then he yanked Danzo's head back, a playful smile dancing on his lips. Look, your little insects are watching this old bug. How do you intend to deal with me, Lord Danzo? Danzo glared fiercely at Gojo Rin, his face contorting in rage as he breathed heavily. Do you know what you are doing? I am the Hokage's advisor. You intend to betray the village. Lowering his gaze, Gojo Rin's starry blue eyes locked onto Danzo's, his aura intensifying. The kunai pressed tighter against Danzo's throat, drawing forth beads of blood. With a tone laced with mockery and an unmistakable chill, he whispered, My dear Danzo, what if I were to kill you and betray the village? Who could possibly stop me? You? Your little insects? Or perhaps, the very Sarutobi Hiruzen who has taken the blame for you time and again? Do you think I dare? Danzo's pupils constricted at the mention of the Sharingan. You. Gojo Rin placed a finger over Danzo's mouth. Sure, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you have no secrets from me, and I am entirely capable of ending your life. Do not entertain thoughts of taking us both down with the 4-symbol seal, understand? Danzo felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, rendered speechless. As if he were a skinned rabbit at the mercy of a mere 6-year-old child. Gojo Rin chuckled lightly, continuing, Now, why don't you send your little insects away? I have matters to discuss with you privately. How does that sound? Danzo, in a daze, nodded. After all, none among them could contend with Gojo Rin. It was wiser to hear what he had to say. Turning to Yuzuki Sunsets, Gojo Rin spoke gently. Sunsets, step outside and wait for me at the door. I will join you shortly. Sunsets nodded obediently, on her heart at Gojo Rin's prowess, yet refraining from further inquiries. To her, even if Gojo Rin harbored secrets, all she needed was to trust him. With Danzo's command, the area swiftly cleared, leaving only Gojo Rin and Danzo. Danzo hoarsely urged, Speak. Gojo Rin relaxed his grip on Danzo, tapping his chin thoughtfully. What shall I say? He swayed closer, presenting his back to Danzo, as if oblivious to the tension. Seizing the opportunity, Danzo's eyes narrowed, and he acted swiftly, hurling a kunai at Gojo Rin's back before forming hand seals, his cheeks puffing like a toad. Wind style? Vacuum bullets. With a mere turn, Gojo Rin waved his hand, deflecting the kunai, and a peculiar smile graced his face. Just as the ninjutsu was about to strike, Danzo's initial satisfaction morphed into astonishment, his pupils dilating. You. In an instant, Gojo Rin appeared before Danzo. Take this. The Rasengan struck true at Danzo's heart, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Gojo Rin observed the scene with amusement, and moments later, Danzo's form dissipated as if he had never existed. Without hesitation, Gojo Rin executed a side kick, sending the recently resurrected Danzo crashing against a nearby pillar, his posture disheveled. Gojo Rin approached Danzo with deliberate slowness. My dear Danzo, it seems you have been quite rebellious. Do you truly wish to die right now? If so, I can grant your wish. If not, then I suggest you plead for your life. Fury contorted Danzo's features as he clenched his fists, breathing heavily. Gojo Rin regarded him with disdain. After a moment, Danzo relented. I beg you, do not kill me. Gojo Rin's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Since it is the request of the old bug, I shall oblige. After all, I am but a mere 6-year-old child. However, I had originally intended to negotiate a collaboration. Now, however, I require compensation. Danzo's eyes brightened at the mention of collaboration, and he inquired, What sort of compensation do you seek? Gojo Rin tapped his chin lightly. I desire the finest and most complete laboratory for experiments, all the data from your clandestine research, and a compensation of 100 million Ryo. Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. 100 million Ryo, a laboratory, experimental data. Why don't you just rob me? Gojo Rin regarded Danzo incredulously. Indeed, that is precisely what I am doing. You are quite astute. Danzo seethed with rage, yet found himself powerless, his complexion darkening with fury before he gradually composed himself. Very well, I shall provide it. Now, tell me how we shall collaborate. Gojo Rin swayed slightly, then patted Danzo's shoulder. It is not a particularly significant collaboration. I require your absolute support, and in return, I shall lend you my assistance. How does that sound? Quite the bargain, wouldn't you agree? Danzo narrowed his gaze, seriousness settling over him. You wish to become Hokage? Gojo Rin scoffed. That title is not worth a dog's regard. Just tell me whether you agree or not. Danzo's face twitched, but he ultimately conceded. In that case, it is an agreement. Gojo Rin nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Remember, if you violate our agreement, it won't be so easy next time. Danzo let out a sigh of relief. Rest assured, I am not one to break my word. Gojo Rin smirked inwardly, thinking, you, an old fool, and untrustworthy? Nevertheless, she nodded. Well then, I shall take my leave. Remember this lesson. With that, she vanished in a flash, leaving Danzo seething with rage. He struck the pillar beside him with a powerful fist, his expression dark and menacing. That insufferable brat. I will remember you, Gojo Rin. Chapter 25. Staring the manipulation of Danzo is indeed a three-step process. The first step is his formidable strength, which is paramount. The second is his secrets and the fear of the unknown. The third is Hiruzen Sarutobi, more precisely, the position of Hokage. Danzo's covetousness for the Hokage title is widely known, even to Hiruzen himself. Yet, why does Hiruzen allow Danzo to remain unchallenged? Beyond camaraderie, he requires a black glove. But what if that glove were to explode one day? Then Danzo would possess no value whatsoever, let alone the prospect of becoming Hokage. Although Hiruzen may not be fully aware of Danzo's actions, as Hokage, he should at least have a rough understanding. Allowing things to unfold as they may is merely a matter of self-interest. What, then, is this interest? In the realm of ninjas, cultivation emphasizes the importance of law, wealth, companionship, and land. Furthermore, the political resources Danzo offers far exceed simple material wealth. The root organization relies solely on Danzo's sustenance. On the surface, it appears dark and filled with malice, yet it is merely a fade for performing the dirty work. While Danzo seems to excel in schemes, it is Hiruzen, who remains aloof, that truly wields the sunlight strategy. Must this be deemed evil? Perhaps not, or at least not entirely. Stance determines right and wrong, and position dictates the framework. This is not a matter easily defined by good and evil. A Hokage who brings peace and benefits the village is indeed a good Hokage. One who allows commoners to ascend the ninja world stage wins the hearts of the people. The finest examples of this are the legendary three of Konoha and Minato Namikaze. Tsunade's abandonment of the Senju surname essentially marks her as a commoner ninja. Danzo serves as the blade with which Hiruzen eliminates dissent, representing the shadowed side of his harmonious and beautiful Konoha. The greater Danzo's ambition, the more he would toil for Konoha's sake. Yet Hiruzen knows full well that, barring unforeseen circumstances, no amount of effort from Danzo will ever earn him the title of Hokage. Indeed, he is clever and a schemer, but he lacks the political acumen and vision to win the people's hearts. The outcomes may be the same, yet the means can yield vastly different perceptions. Thus, Rinna doesn't harbor disdain for Danzo, nor does she feel animosity towards Hiruzen. At least they remain steadfast on their chosen paths, whether good or evil. Is it not said that fortune can swiftly turn? A lifetime spent as a villain can lead to enlightenment, while a lifetime spent as a good person may result in condemnation for a single misdeed, thus becoming a pure evil masquerading as virtue. Respecting each person's perspective is paramount. One must only be true to oneself. Returning to Rinna's approach, it is quite simple. Exhibiting martial prowess serves as both a warning and a threat, while discussing cooperation offers face-saving gestures or a means to step down. In certain respects, she could harness the resources that Danzo possesses. However, one must not assume that Danzo is merely malevolent and devoid of value. In Konoha, he is indeed an assistant to the Hokage and wields tangible power, which may prove useful one day. This could be seen as a form of resourcefulness, and moreover, small benefits can bind more effectively than any promise. Upon exiting the root headquarters, Rinna led Yuzuki to an old training ground. While it may be termed a training area, it was merely an open space enveloped by dense forest. Yuzuki's training had advanced significantly, her notes likely enabling her to enhance her capabilities swiftly. However, Rinna realized he knew little about Yuzuki, so he decided to seize the opportunity to practice with her, aiming to bolster her strength further. He did not wish for the woman beside him to be merely ornamental, while he did not expect her to become the strongest in the ninja world. He desired her to be capable of standing on her own. Yuzuki, come, treat me as an enemy and attack with all your might, Rinna declared, brandishing a wooden sword. Upon hearing this, Yuzuki's expression shifted, and she gripped her sword with utmost seriousness, poised for battle. Hi, one attack. Too slow. Try again. The angle is incorrect. Again. Reaction time is lacking. Once more. Soon, the day of training came to an end, and the school day for ninjas was drawing to a close. The two concluded their swordsmanship training, and naturally, Rinna also offered guidance on Yuzuki's ninjutsu practice. To his surprise, Yuzuki demonstrated exceptional finesse in chakra manipulation and possessed a remarkable talent for genjutsu. He began to formulate a rough plan for Yuzuki's future path. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Ninja Academy, waiting for SHBU and Yuzuki to finish their classes. Shortly thereafter, they saw Yuzuki approach alongside her shadow clone. After dismissing the clone, a flood of trivial memories surged into her mind, coincidentally observed by Uchiha Rimi, who happened to be following closely behind. With a flick of her long, smooth black hair, she cast a disdainful glance at Rinna, then snorted derisively and turned away. Rinna was left speechless. Was she simply seeking attention? It felt as if he had provoked her without reason. Truly, the Uchiha were a peculiar bunch. The Hyuga, while strict, appeared far more agreeable, their flaws being minimal in comparison. As Rinne gazed at Hinata Kagura, who greeted him with a sweet smile and a wave, his heart felt as if it were touched by a gentle breeze, and he returned her warm smile, unable to resist glancing at her a few extra times. This elicited a slight, playful pinch from Yuzuki at his side. Ah, the classic antics of women. Oh wait, she is still just a girl. Such a young age, yet so skilled. They then proceeded home, joyfully as usual. Shortly after Rinne returned home, a root ninja knocked on his door, delivering his spoils. A thick stack of bills, amounting to a staggering 100 million ryo. Indeed, the swiftest path to wealth remains through robbery. Even the most extravagant methods are often rooted in criminality. Sir Rinne, here is the laboratory you requested, along with a map marking its location, the key, and some passwords. Rinne nodded as he accepted the items. The root ninja politely bowed and vanished in an instant, gazing at the cash and the rights to the laboratory. Rinne couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration, feeling quite pleased as he tucked them away in his bedroom drawer. He then instantly transported to his usual training ground, a hidden locale within Konoha. For Rinne, his training had reached a bottleneck. What he lacked now were practical combat experiences and qualitative advancements in his techniques and ninjutsu. Recently, Rinne discovered that the limits of his bloodline limits seemed to have no bounds. If possible, he could develop them freely, including wood release. However, he remained at a standstill regarding the cultivation of natural energy. Although his 6 eyes had evolved to autonomously absorb natural energy in the ninja world, he struggled to integrate it effectively into his body for the training of natural energy. Thus, he decided to pause for now. He would seek guidance from several sage locations when opportunities arose. As Rinne immersed himself in his training, unbeknownst to him, a pair of ethereal purple Sharingan eyes were fixated upon him, only to slowly dissipate into nothingness moments later. Chapter 26, The Kama Family. Hello, Wu Lin was sharing a meal with Yuzuki Yuin, and with a puzzled expression, she looked up at the girl before her. The sunlight illuminated the girl's youthful face, which still bore a somewhat unhealthy pallor. She timidly spoke, Wu Tiaokuan, thank you for that day. I am unsure how to repay you. My father wishes to invite you to our home for dinner. Would that be convenient for you? Wu Tiaolin was taken aback for a moment before recalling that this girl had also been caught and enlisted on that day. He squinted slightly and offered a polite smile. It's nothing, Rina. Please, there is no need for formality. I appreciate your family's invitation, and I am available. Kama Rina finally relaxed her expression. Well then, after school, I'll take you there. My house is a bit out of the way. Wu Tiaolin nodded. All right. The young girl bowed respectfully and then hurried to the other side, quietly enjoying her own lunch. Yuzuki Yuin, somewhat perplexed, remarked with a hint of resentment. You're always getting involved with others. What is going on here? Wu Tiaolin chuckled and, while munching on his meal, replied, It's nothing much. I just happened to help your sister escape from Danzo's clutches, and she was caught up in it too. She managed to get away with us. Yuzuki Yuin nodded and continued eating, saying, By the way, I've heard of the Kama family from my father when I was little. They are quite an ancient clan, renowned alongside the Uchiha family long ago. It is said they possess a unique Jinjutsu bloodline limit, and they remain rather mysterious. Wu Tiaolin was aware that while the Kama family only featured in a minor plot in the original work, their formidable Jinjutsu indeed left a lasting impression, which was why he was inclined to accept the invitation rather than politely decline. He merely patted Yuzuki Yuin's head, refraining from elaborating further, and gently said, Do not worry. Regardless of how many people we encounter in the future, you are the most important. Yuzuki Yuin's face flushed instantly as she caught Wu Tiaolin's earnest and gentle gaze, causing her to lower her head and silently continue her meal. Wu Tiaolin smiled softly and said nothing more, resuming his meal. In the distance, Kama Rina quietly observed this scene, a twinge of envy rising within her, yet she shook her head and returned to her own lunch. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the two of them, and the innocent ambience of youthful affection blossomed between them. The chirping of cicadas broke the silence, blending with the gentle rustling of the breeze, creating a tranquil atmosphere. After school, Wu Tiaolin walked along the path to Kama Rina's home, his hands behind his head. They exchanged casual conversation, and while Wu Tiaolin was quite open, Kama Rina inexplicably blushed after just a few exchanges. Wu Tiaolin found it amusing. Fortunately, although her home was somewhat remote, it was still considerably better than the humble abode Wu Tiaolin came from. Before long, they reached the Kama residence. As they walked through the wooded path, an opulent ancient manor came into view. It bore a unique name in Konoha, the Shuren Hill Manor. At least in Wu Tiaolin and Appo's memory, no other clan had a residence named after such a hill. Upon Kama Rina and Appo's gentle push of the grand iron gate, they entered the estate. Even Wu Tiaolin couldn't help but marvel. This was indeed the estate of nobility in Konoha. He followed Kama Rina through the garden, past the fountain, and along the vine-laden wooden walkway until they arrived at the grand entrance. Camarina lightly knocked on the door and softly announced, "Father, I have brought Wu Tiaokuan with me." A deep male voice responded, "Come in." As Camarina opened the door and stepped into the ancient castle, they walked through the lavish hall until they reached a long table laden with an array of delectable dishes. The Kama family sat formally on either side, while an elderly man with white hair occupied the center. The middle-aged man seated to the right of the elder waved at Camarina and Wu Tiaolin, smiling as he rose to welcome Wu Tiaolin to his seat. Camarina sat beside him. As Wu Tiaolin took his seat, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for attending this somber family dinner. It felt as though they had entered a haunted house, and the atmosphere was rather serious. After guiding Wu Tiaolin to his seat, the middle-aged man smiled and introduced him to the elderly gentleman. "Father, this is Wu Tiaokuan, who rescued Rina from Lord Danzo's grasp." The old man nodded, his voice raspy as he remarked, "Indeed, a young hero has emerged." Wu Tiaolin smiled slightly. "You flatter me, sir." The middle-aged man introduced himself. "I am Kama Yuhai, Rina's father. This is Rina's grandfather, and that is my elder brother, Kama Tsongyun. Today's family banquet is to express our gratitude to you. I hope the fare suits your palate." He then glanced at the elderly gentleman, who nodded in agreement. "Then let the banquet commence. In appreciation of Wu Tiaokuan's assistance, let us raise our glasses. The Kama family hopes to forge a lasting friendship with you. Cheers." As the words fell, everyone raised their glasses, and Wu Tiaolin naturally lifted his juice to join the toast. Soon, the banquet commenced, filled with light conversation. After what felt like an eternity, the tedious dinner finally concluded. As the guests departed, Camarina returned to her room under her father's guidance, leaving only the elderly gentleman and Wu Tiaolin at the table. Wu Tiaolin straightened his posture and narrowed his eyes, saying, "Old sir, please speak plainly. I suspect this dinner is more than just a simple gathering." The elderly gentleman kept his eyes closed, taking a sip of red wine before responding, "Indeed." As soon as he spoke, the old man's previously shut eyes snapped open, and a wave of chilling, malevolent chakra surged toward Wu Tiaolin. In an instant, it felt as though all his senses had vanished, though merely for a fleeting moment. Wu Tiaolin murmured, "Jinjutsu." The space around him began to warp, various eerie visions twisting and howling before his eyes. Yet, Wu Tiaolin remained unfazed and quietly intoned, "Jinjutsu, endless purgatory." In an instant, the scene shifted, and the two found themselves seemingly engulfed in hell. Wu Tiaolin's seat gradually elevated, transforming into a throne. He perched upon it, tilting his head, his right hand propping his chin, nonchalantly gazing down at the old man. The ground beneath them erupted with endless black flames, even colder and more sinister than the old man's earlier presence. The elderly gentleman stared in shock at Wu Tiaolin, who loomed above on the throne. "You have awakened our family's bloodline limit." Wu Tiaolin smiled. "Old sir, is this your way of welcoming guests?" Without a reasonable explanation, the Kama family may find itself with a formidable adversary. Be wary. At your age, do not play with fire. Chapter 27. The arrival of the purist. The old man sighed heavily, his face etched with deep wrinkles. "I merely sought to test the strength of the young friend before me, yet I did not anticipate. It appears that no one in the entirety of Konoha can rival you, and you are but 6 years old. It seems this is an era that belongs to you." Wu Tiaolin merely looked at him with a light smile, saying nothing. After a moment of silence, the old man spoke again. "My time is limited. Yet, within my clan, not a single bloodline limit has awakened, while you, an outsider, have astonishingly awakened our clan's bloodline limit. It is truly remarkable." His tone grew slightly more fervent. "Wu Tiaolin, if you are willing, I would entrust my clan to you. I understand you are merely a common ninja, yet I would bestow upon you the name of Arima, hoping you could restore the glory of the Arima clan." Upon hearing this, Wu Tiaolin let out a scoff. "Bestow? Do you even have the right? I, Wu Tiaolin, require no such gifts. I shall inevitably stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world. As for your so-called bloodline limit, I can only say you are utterly ignorant of strength. Foolish old man." The elderly man fell silent, contemplating for a moment before responding. "Indeed, you do not require such things. That is understandable. In the future, when you have matured, I shall entrust you with Rina. Rest assured, I shall not bind you. I merely hope you can look after my Arima clan a little, if possible." Wu Tiaolin gently stroked his chin, a hint of amusement in his tone as he remarked, "A marriage alliance, perhaps? Arima Rina." He recalled the girl who would blush whenever they spoke. She was quite charming, with an agreeable personality, which was pleasant enough. However, he continued, "I do not mind, as long as Rina is willing. But I must inform you, I shall never have only one woman in my life, understand?" The old man nodded. "This is something I can comprehend. Your path is destined to be extraordinary, and having more beautiful acquaintances is only natural." At that moment, Wu Tiaolin suddenly interjected. "However, I have 2 conditions." The old man was taken aback and inquired, "What conditions?" Wu Tiaolin waved his hand, and the scene instantly reverted to its original state. He reclined in his chair, propping his head up with his right hand. "Firstly, I require all the secret techniques of the Arima clan. Secondly, I demand that the Arima clan follow my lead in the future. Is that acceptable?" The old man fell into a deep contemplation. Wu Tiaolin observed him with a sense of boredom, even yawning. The elder seemed to have made a resolution and finally said, "Very well. I agree to your terms." Wu Tiaolin nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent, excellent. You possess vision and intellect." Then, Wu Tiaolin skillfully vanished from his previous position, appearing beside the old man, placing a hand on his heart. He murmured, "Secret technique, rejuvenation." This was a solar technique Wu Tiaolin had developed recently, capable of effectively slowing cellular aging, healing injuries, and even reviving the recently deceased, though that was the most ideal outcome yet to be tested. The old man was instantly astonished, feeling his body become much lighter, as if he had regained 10 years of youth. He gazed at Wu Tiaolin, bewildered. What was initially flattery has turned out to be an underestimation. Wu Tiaolin then clapped his hands and stood beside the old man. "All right, old man. Consider this a gift for your sincerity. Now, it is time for you to fulfill your promise." The elder felt an immense relief, realizing the path ahead had widened. And he quickly rose to bow deeply to Wu Tiaolin. "I shall fetch the secret techniques of the clan immediately." As he hurried away, Wu Tiaolin suddenly remembered something. "Wait, old man, you haven't told me your name. I can't keep calling you old man forever." The elder chuckled awkwardly. "Ah, yes, that was my oversight. My name is Arima Yamaji." Wu Tiaolin nodded and waved his hand dismissively. Go on, go on." The elder hurried off to gather the clan's secret techniques, eager to please. As if fearing that a moment's delay might displease Wu Tiaolin shook his head, thinking to himself. Truth be told, when the old man unleashed his strength earlier, it was not his full power. He suspected the elder was a hidden powerhouse, which was an unexpected gain. Before long, the old man returned, bowing as he presented a box filled with an assortment of scrolls, resembling a devoted servant. Wu Tiaolin accepted it without hesitation. The elder continued, "As for Rina." Wu Tiaolin waved his hand to interrupt. "That is still early. Everything depends on her willingness. There's no rush. Now that we've concluded our discussion, I shall take my leave." Arima Yamaji repeatedly acknowledged this, escorting Wu Tiaolin out of the estate. Wu Tiaolin waved his hand, saying, "This is far enough. Earlier, when I cast the illusion, I left a trace of my mark on your soul. Should I need to contact you, I will do so through that mark. Farewell." With a flash, Wu Tiaolin disappeared, reappearing in his secret training ground, where he began to study the scrolls one by one. Meanwhile, Arima Yamaji stood alone outside the estate, contemplative. Such terrifying talent. He will surely stir up great waves in the future. The Arima clan has a promising future ahead. I must properly counsel Rina. He walked back into the estate, his posture straightening as he did so. In a secluded corner of Konoha, an irregular black void appeared in the air. A man clad in white, holding a red fishing rod, emerged, grinning maliciously. "Wu Tiaolin, though you are powerful in the future, in the present, you are merely a child, destined to kneel before the might of Otsutsuki. Ha! Let me see where you are now." Simultaneously, two figures descended into Konoha. One was a one-armed man, the other a boy with blonde hair. The boy spoke first. "Is this the era of your childhood, father and master?" The one-armed man, sporting a unique hairstyle, scanned their surroundings and replied, "Not yet clear. Let us head to Konoha and assess the situation. I am uncertain what time period we've arrived in." The blonde boy nodded, and they proceeded toward the center of Konoha. Soon, the one-armed man was met with a shocking sight. "What? The Uchiha clan grounds are here." He quickly steadied himself, purchasing a skewer of dango from a vendor. He then inquired, "Excuse me, what year is it in Konoha?" The vendor looked at him as if he were foolish. "It's the 43rd year of Konoha." The one-armed man's pupils constricted. So his target is that man. Chapter 28. Crisis. The summer breeze was both fervent and gentle, with leaves rustling and cicadas chirping, as if orchestrating a grand lullaby. A light breeze swept past Satoru Gojo, who sat regally in the back row of the classroom by the window. The tips of his silver-white hair swayed slightly, and he could not suppress a yawn, nearly dropping his newly purchased round-framed sunglasses. The languor of summer was one thing, but it was primarily due to the previous night's exhaustive study of the myriad secret techniques of the Uchiha clan, which had kept him awake nearly all night. The intricacies of the Uchiha techniques were indeed remarkable. In the realm of the hidden leaf, the most conceptual ability is undoubtedly Jinjutsu, which is a particular transformation of in-release chakra. However, this is not absolute. At least, it applies to most Jinjutsu. The Uchiha clan's Jinjutsu fully actualizes the concept of creating something from nothing through in-release, representing the pinnacle of in-release power. Perhaps this is why the Uchiha refer to it as a bloodline limit, as in and yang release powers belong to the domain of the Sage of Six Paths in the Naruto universe. Yet, mastering a certain combat ability of in and yang release does not automatically elevate one to the ranks of the sage. What astonished Gojo the most were the techniques of the true illusion, authentic Jinjutsu, the manipulation of the five senses, absolute control, and the manifestation of inner demons. The true illusion, as its name suggests, creates an illusion that transforms into reality. Any harm or death suffered by an individual within this illusion would manifest in the real world. Does that sound familiar? Gojo exclaimed, recognizing the concept. It is akin to the understanding of domain expansion, albeit without the need for a technique to sever the realm, and this illusion is entirely self-created. Next was the authentic Jinjutsu, which Gojo deemed excessively monstrous, akin to the concept of words becoming reality in the ninja world. It allows one to project their innermost thoughts into reality through a medium, similar to how the original Uchiha Yakumo manifested lightning and fire from words on a canvas, binding Naruto into a slumber or causing individuals to vanish with a mere brushstroke. The ability to transform fantasy into reality is simply absurd. However, there are limitations. The more powerful the Yin release, the simpler the medium required, and vice versa. The efficacy and power of the reality produced are directly correlated with one's own Yin release prowess. For instance, for some, a lightning bolt might manifest as a mere trickle of electricity, while for those with formidable Yin release, it could result in a tempest of lightning. Then there is the manipulation of the five senses, which, as the name suggests, allows for the direct control of another's sensory perceptions, perhaps extending beyond just the five senses, akin to a divine art in the ninja realm. You are not in control of your words or body. What you see, hear, taste, touch, and know is solely what I wish for you to perceive. The implications are staggering, altering perception and cognition, with a cooldown period spanning decades. Absolute control requires little elaboration. It operates similarly to the Sharingan's ability to dominate others with a mere glance. However, unlike the Sharingan, which necessitates the target to see it, this technique does not require such conditions. The affected individual remains unaware of the manipulator's identity, and as long as the spiritual energy is sufficiently potent, it can function as an area of effect skill. The manifestation of inner demons is particularly intriguing, akin to the concept of severing three corpses, yet it possesses its own unique characteristics, as it can also be released upon others. The effect entails materializing one's own malice. The nature and strength of this manifestation hinge upon the upper limits of Yin release chakra and the individual's malevolent thoughts. For instance, in the original narrative, the manifestation of Yakumo's inner demon, Ito, serves as an example. When unleashed upon others, the strength and appearance of the inner demon depend on the target's own malice, and the caster's Yin release chakra, stronger chakra, amplifies the malevolent thoughts. The remaining techniques involve various exercises related to malevolence, spiritual cultivation, and other more conventional jinjutsu. It is worth noting that Yakumo's infrequent appearances in the series serve a purpose. Otherwise, Naruto and Sasuke would find themselves at a disadvantage, effectively banned from the narrative. Despite the Uchiha's short lifespan, as exemplified by Yakumo's heavy toll from using jinjutsu, which left him on the brink of collapse at such a young age, this reality posed no issue for Gojo. He lacked neither Yin release chakra nor spiritual strength. This was tailor-made for him. Thus, the Uchiha clan's secret techniques opened a new realm for Gojo, enabling him to wield them with unparalleled creativity. The implications are staggering. One cannot help but wonder how the world would fare if these techniques fell into the hands of the Uchiha clan. One can envision a group of individuals with crimson eyes toppling the world, with Madara easily overpowering Hashirama. It is simply beyond comprehension. Yet, one must concede, this does not stray from the established lore. The essence of Yin release is the creation of form from nothingness. In essence, these techniques transcend the boundaries of Jinjutsu, more aptly defined as Yin release ninjutsu. The principle of 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things speaks to the profound nature of Yin and Yang release. As Gojo sat in class, he contemplated the applications of these techniques, recognizing that the Uchiha clan's centuries-long exploration of Jinjutsu was akin to a quest for mastery over Yin release ninjutsu. This was precisely what Gojo lacked. The techniques of Yin and Yang release are exceedingly rare, comprehensible only to those of the sage's caliber, yet he was a prodigy. Meanwhile, on the streets of Konoha, a hat-wearing adult Sasuke and Boruto hurried toward the ninja academy. Boruto, feeling a sense of unease, asked, "Uncle Sasuke, why have we arrived in such an early era? Why are you so anxious?" Sasuke, with a solemn expression, replied, "The target of Urashiki is not Naruto, but rather that esteemed individual. We must hurry. He is yet to come into his own. If Urashiki succeeds in his plot to eliminate that esteemed individual, the ninja world will be doomed." Boruto paused, taken aback. "That esteemed individual? You can't mean?" Sasuke nodded gravely, then adjusted his hat. "We must find him quickly. He should have just started at the ninja academy." Boruto felt a chill. By the timeline, that esteemed individual is only 6 years old. Damn, has Urashiki lost his mind? Sasuke sighed. There is no other choice. That individual is immensely powerful, beyond imagination. If he had returned to the ninja world, Urashiki would never have stood a chance. They could only hope Urashiki's arrival was delayed. Now was the period of the Third Great Ninja War, and those capable of assisting were on the battlefield. Sasuke recalled that the third Hokage was stationed in the village during this time. He might be the only one able to help. Boruto, you need to rush to the Hokage building and seek assistance from the third Hokage. I will head to the Ninja Academy to find that esteemed individual. Boruto nodded solemnly. Understood, uncle. They parted ways, with Sasuke racing toward the academy. At that moment, having just breached the barriers of time and space, Urashiki Otsutsuki lazily hoisted a fishing rod, his red Tomoe-eyed Sharingan swiftly shifting to be a Kugen as he hovered above Konoha, scanning the village. After catching a whiff of something, he broke into a grin. Found you. Chapter 29. Confrontation in the Hokage office. A young boy with yellow hair was being held by an Umbu ninja, desperately attempting to explain something. Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in the ceremonial Hokage robes and wearing the Hokage hood, took a deep puff from his pipe before exhaling slowly. Listening to Boruto's account, he couldn't help but furrow his brow, finding the tale utterly preposterous. So, you are saying that an enemy equivalent to the Sage of Six Paths is about to invade Konoha, targeting Fushiguro Rina, and that he has traversed from the future to eliminate her in her cradle? Boruto nodded vigorously. Yes, third Hokage. Please, you must rush to the Ninja Academy for support. You are the only one who can help Konoha right now. With a deep bow, Boruto gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen with pleading eyes. Hiruzen fell silent. Not out of fear, but due to the sheer absurdity of the situation, struggling to digest the information. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "And who are you?" Boruto hesitated for a moment, then declared, "I am Boruto Uzumaki, the son of the 7th Hokage." Hiruzen was taken aback. "Uzumaki, you are a descendant of Kushina?" Boruto nodded eagerly. "Yes, Kushina is my grandmother. I have yet to meet her." Just as Hiruzen was about to ask further, he suddenly furrowed his brow. "This Chakra." Sensing the disturbance in Chakra, he swiftly rose, realizing there was no time for questions. He gestured to the Umbu ninja. "Quickly, assemble the Umbu. Immediately notify the Ninja Academy and surrounding areas to evacuate. Highest alert. Some will assist in crowd control while others follow me." He removed his Hokage cloak, revealing the battle armor he had worn for many years, his expression grave as he pulled Boruto along. "Tell me as we go, such as his abilities." Boruto nodded, hurrying alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen as he elaborated on Otsutsuki Urashiki's powers. As Hiruzen's figure dwindled into the distance, the Umbu ninjas followed suit, their forms flickering in and out of sight. Above the Ninja Academy, an irregular black hole materialized, revealing Otsutsuki Urashiki. He emerged, lazily dragging a fishing rod, his eyes glowing with the red tomo of the Rinnegan, and grinned as he looked toward the teaching building. At that moment, Fushiguro Rina had just finished stretching when he sensed a terrifying Chakra presence. Confused, he leaned back in his chair, adjusting his sunglasses to gaze towards the source of Urashiki's arrival, his azure pupils locking onto Urashiki's. His eyes widened. "This is Otsutsuki Urashiki. How could he be here?" Instantly, he snapped into a defensive posture. Urashiki grinned, casting his fishing rod toward Rina's position. Fushiguro Rina swiftly dodged, pushing Yuzuki Yukari away, along with Hinata Kagura. Just as Sakamoto Ryo, who was teaching, was about to speak, he saw a red fishhook crash where Rina had just been seated. Alarmed, he looked out the window and froze upon seeing Urashiki. Meanwhile, Fushiguro Rina's expression shifted as he saw Urashiki's next move. He shouted, "Everyone, get down. Yukari, take everyone and evacuate the classroom away from the Ninja Academy. Sakamoto-sensei, please assist in dispersing the students." As his words fell, a multitude of red energy orbs rained down towards the classroom. In an instant, Fushiguro Rina appeared outside the teaching building, suspended in midair, hands forming seals. Earth-style? Earth flow rampart. A massive, towering earthen wall arose, encircling the entire building. A thunderous roar echoed as Urashiki's relentless assault shattered the wall in mere moments. Sakamoto Ryo watched in shock, realizing the sheer terror of such Chakra. He understood he could not help, merely observing the small figure outside with a complex expression. He bellowed, "There's a powerful enemy attacking. Everyone, evacuate with me." After erecting the earthen rampart, Fushiguro Rina swiftly appeared behind Urashiki, delivering a powerful kick. Urashiki was sent flying, staring in astonishment at Rina. "You're quick to react. But now, you truly are quite weak." Rina smirked. "Oh, have you witnessed my peak?" Urashiki replied, smiling politely. "Not at all, but perhaps you won't have the chance to anymore. I apologize, but I cannot allow you to grow." Rina scoffed. "How pathetic. You dare to come when I was 6 years old. Why not come when I was still an infant?" Urashiki's expression twisted, then broke into a maniacal laugh. "Ha, so what? As long as I can kill you, that's all that matters." His eyes transformed into Byakugan as he swung his rod. Rina evaded the attack, then shouted, "Multiple shadow clone jutsu." With a resounding pop, dozens of Rina clones appeared, floating in the air, taunting Urashiki. Pathetic creature. Possessing such supreme abilities yet employing them in this trivial manner is truly laughable. Wind release. Spiraling shuriken. In unison, the multitude of Rina clones shouted, raising their hands as spiraling shurikens of wind formed, launching towards Urashiki. In an instant, Urashiki was engulfed by a tempest of energy, the explosive force resonating throughout Konoha. Rin observed calmly as the chaos unfolded. Moments later, Urashiki appeared disheveled, blood trickling from his mouth. He wiped it away and grinned. Impressive. You at 6 years old have already reached this level? But chakra attacks 1T affect me, so I'll return it all to you. Haha. He directed his right hand toward the swarm of Rin clones, unable to discern which was the real one, intending to obliterate them all. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, targeting the scattered Rin clones. Rin merely smiled at this scene. Indeed, possessing the world's supreme ocular techniques, yet unable to differentiate between shadow clones. As the energy surged, the surroundings fell silent, and Rin's figure vanished from sight. Urashiki panted heavily, surveying his surroundings. Are they dead? As his pupils transformed into the blue Rinnegan, they narrowed, and just as he turned, a kick sent him sprawling, striking him squarely in the face, followed by a relentless barrage of strikes. Though the damage was minimal, the humiliation was profound as the enraged Urashiki glared at Rin. I will kill you, weak mortal. He swung his fishing rod again. Heavenly falling meteor strike. Countless red fishhooks flew toward Rin, exuding terrifying energy fluctuations, a manifestation of his fury. Rin merely observed Urashiki's wrathful expression, chuckling softly. As the myriad fishhooks struck, they converged into a single red energy wave, unleashing a catastrophic force. Then, with a resounding boom, Rin's figure dissipated into smoke. Otsutsuki Urashiki momentarily froze, only to hear a youthful voice, laced with a hint of mockery, whispering behind him, "Fool, that is merely a shadow clone." Chapter 30. A sudden turn. Upon hearing the teasing voice of Five-Tail Rin, Pooh was instantly overcome with fury as he swung a fishing rod towards him. In a split second, Five-Tail Rin deftly evaded the strike. His relaxed demeanor, coupled with his sunglasses that defied the laws of physics, revealed a playful smirk as he gazed at Pooh, showcasing a glimmer of azure in his eyes. Suspended in midair before Pooh, Five-Tail Rin observed the grim expression on Pooh's face, his eyes sparkling with intensity, fingers poised beneath his chin. What an excellent sparring partner. This will be a perfect opportunity to test my technique. Magical, heavenly dance of the treasure wheel. A torrent of chilling chakra surged forth, leaving Pooh momentarily stunned. In that instant, Five-Tail Rin's figure appeared to grow colossal, and the surroundings seemed to plunge into a vast realm of swirling illusions. As he fell into an abyss of darkness, he could neither hear nor speak, nor even sense his own body, with his thoughts beginning to stagnate. Meanwhile, Five-Tail Rin strolled leisurely towards the incapacitated Pooh, leaning in closely to scrutinize Pooh's blue Rinnegan. He mused, is this what it means to be controlled? If I recall correctly, in this state, he can reverse time, which essentially renders him utterly vulnerable. Then Five-Tail Rin formed a hand sign. Slash technique. Release. An invisible slash cleaved Pooh in half, yet in the next moment, his body restored to its original state. Five-Tail Rin was taken aback. Though his mind and senses were subdued, the ocular technique still held. Then, slash technique. 8. A series of even more ferocious slashes sliced Pooh into multiple pieces, only for his body to reassemble instantaneously, as though he had sustained no harm. Five-Tail Rin clicked his tongue in surprise. Remarkable. I wonder how he can be killed. Yet, in Boruto, 2 children managed to defeat him? How absurd. He decided to try something different. Dragon scale, reflection, twin meteor, space slash. With a mighty shout, Five-Tail Rin unleashed a tremendous force that shattered the fabric of space itself, tearing through the barriers of reality and void. Swift and lethal, a massive fissure appeared at Pooh's waist, cleaving him in two. Five-Tail Rin reveled inwardly. How effective. Dog souls are indeed worthwhile. Just then, Sasuke hurriedly arrived, his expression one of urgency as he looked up at the figure in the air. He saw the stunned expression of Otsutsuki Pooh, who had been bisected. Then his gaze fell upon the 6-year-old Five-Tail Rin, who appeared utterly relaxed and even somewhat bored, leaving him momentarily speechless. At that moment, Five-Tail Rin noticed Sasuke's arrival and tilted his head in greeting. Ah, Sasuke-kun, you've arrived a bit late, little Sasuke. Sasuke was at a loss for words. The adult's tone remained unchanged, even though he was only 6 years old. It felt so awkward. After a long pause, Sasuke finally spoke. Were you this strong, even as a child? Five-Tail Rin instantly teleported beside Sasuke. Of course, I am the strongest. Sasuke's eyes flickered as the small figure before him began to merge with the memories of a man he knew. His eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Indeed, you are the strongest. Five-Tail Rin observed Sasuke's reaction with a hint of curiosity, but thought little of it, recognizing that his presence in this world would inevitably lead to some changes. Suddenly, he was taken aback. Ah, Hokage-sama, what brings you here? In a flurry, Sarutobi Hiruzen and a group of Umbu ninjas arrived, accompanied by a pineapple-headed child, Boruto Otsutsuki. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared in shock at the ruins of the ninja academy, then glanced at the bisected corpse of Otsutsuki Pooh nearby. After a moment of stunned silence, his gaze returned to Five-Tail Rin. Little Rin, you've already killed him? Five-Tail Rin shrugged. He was far too weak. Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily speechless. The energy unleashed during the battle had been more terrifying than the tailed beast bomb. He let out a sigh of relief. As long as everything is all right. Umbu, proceed to clean up the aftermath, collect the enemy's body, and prepare to restore the Ninja Academy. Wait, Sasuke suddenly exclaimed. Everyone snapped back to attention. Following Sasuke's gaze to see Otsutsuki Poo-Sure swallowing the chakra he had refined into pills from his red glowing fish basket, and then devouring his own Rinnegan. In an instant, his lower body began to grow, and his form shifted grotesquely, with arms extending like wings and a crest resembling a crane's plumage sprouting from his head. It was Poo-Sure's ultimate form, the crane sage form. With an evil grin, he addressed the gathered crowd. Do you think this is enough to kill me? You wretched insects. Witness the power of a god. Five-Tail Rin, prepare to die? He suddenly appeared before Five-Tail Rin, striking out with unmatched force. Five-Tail Rin was instantly shredded in half, blood spraying forth, his vision fading. Master Five-Tail. Little Rin. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sasuke, and Boruto exclaimed in unison, filled with rage and despair. Without hesitation, they sprang into action. Sasuke unleashed his Chidori, charging directly at Otsutsuki Poo-Sure's chest, while Boruto released shadow clones to follow suit. Sarutobi Hiruzen formed hand signs, declaring, combined ninjutsu, Earth Dragon Fire Flow. Poo-Sure extended a hand. Sealing technique, absorption. In an instant, he absorbed Sarutobi Hiruzen's ninjutsu, then executed a sweeping motion with his crane-like wing, sending Sasuke flying. He erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, you pathetic insects. I will eradicate you all. With a flick of his wrist, a terrifying pillar of chakra surged towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. His eyes widened in shock, and he quickly reacted. Earth Style? Earth Flow Wall. The Umbu ninjas also sprang into action to defend. However, Poo-Sure was relentless, appearing beside Uchiha Sasuke and launching a rapid barrage of attacks, which Sasuke desperately blocked with his blade. As the ferocity of Poo-Sure's strikes intensified, beads of cold sweat streamed down Sasuke's forehead, and he struggled to maintain his defense. In a fleeting moment, Poo-Sure kicked him away and followed up with a claw attack. Sasuke activated his Susanoo just in time, but even so, the claw shattered his bones, causing him to spit out blood. Just as Poo-Sure prepared to press his attack, Boruto suddenly appeared from behind. Rasengan. He struck Poo-Sure, interrupting his assault. Poo-Sure glared at Boruto with a savage expression. Brat, don't be a nuisance. Get out of my way. If it weren't for the contract you have with Momoshiki, you'd already be dead. He then kicked Boruto away. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wielding the staff of the summoned Monkey King, rushed to catch Boruto, placing him aside. Kid, just watch. This is not a battle for you to partake in. With a powerful step forward, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in his prime, a formidable figure even in middle age. Taking a deep drag of smoke, he slowly exhaled, then swiftly formed hand signs. Fire style, ash accumulation burning. Wind style, cyclone. Combined ninjutsu, lightning water dragon bullet. A torrent of ninjutsu surged towards Poo-Sure, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. Poo-Sure grinned wickedly. Didn't we say that ninjutsu is of no use? Sealing techniques absorb a dull sound emanated from behind him. Indeed, he couldn't even distinguish between shadow clones. Rui Stick, the formless staff technique. Chapter 31. The ferocity of battle before us stands Sarutobi Hiruzen, wielding his unparalleled staff technique with a ferocity that is both awe-inspiring and lethal. His movements are fluid and impenetrable, exuding an air of cold ruthlessness. The sealing techniques of Otsutsuki Poo-Sure are abruptly interrupted, forcing him to pivot and defend against Hiruzen's onslaught. Indeed, Hiruzen's mastery of the 5 elemental escape techniques is legendary, the very foundation upon which he is revered as a formidable ninja and the greatest Hokage, a far cry from the frail elder of his former years. In this moment, Otsutsuki Poo-Sure, having transformed, finds himself struggling to fend off Hiruzen's relentless attacks, sustaining blows that leave him visibly battered amidst the convergence of ninjutsu and taijutsu. Desiring to avoid close combat, Poo-Sure retreats to prepare for a ranged assault, yet Hiruzen, with narrowed eyes, refuses to grant him respite. A true ninja seizes every opportunity, denying the enemy even a moment's breath. With a swift motion, Hiruzen launches his staff towards Poo-Sure, who is taken aback as the weapon transforms into a colossal ape demon, roaring fiercely as it descends upon him. The force of the attack results in a series of claw strikes, inflicting wounds upon Poo-Sure's form. Just as Poo-Sure, consumed by rage, prepares to retaliate, Hiruzen follows closely behind, retrieving the staff with a deft maneuver. In an instant, Hiruzen sweeps low, prompting Poo-Sure to hastily block, only for Hiruzen to leap and deliver a heavy blow to Poo-Sure's head, leaving him bloodied and grotesque in expression. Meanwhile, Sasuke, undeterred, thrusts his sword into Poo-Sure's body from behind, unleashing the lightning release. Chidori Sharp Spear. The blade glimmers with electric energy, penetrating Poo-Sure before cutting through him. Boruto, refusing to be outdone, unleashes a Rasengan to Pushur's abdomen. The combined force of their attacks sends Pushur reeling, bloodied and wounded. As he bellows in fury, "I will kill you." Witness the power of a god. Think Subarase. In a flash, Pushur teleports into the air, extending his wings like a crane, conjuring energy spheres that cascade towards the trio, each orb brimming with destructive power capable of leveling the surrounding landscape. The gravity of the situation is palpable, and the onlookers are gripped with apprehension. At Hiruzen's command, a cadre of Umbu ninja joins in unison, shouting, "Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall." Their collective ninjutsu forms a barrier that absorbs some of the energy sphere's assault, yet several still breach the defenses, forcing the group to evade with agility. Hiruzen and his comrades narrowly escape, but some Umbu are caught off guard, struck down and rendered lifeless. Amidst the chaos, Pushur, with a malevolent grin, declares, "Did you think this was the end, you feeble insects?" Think Subarase, "Why Khan?" A multitude of purple lights erupt from his hands, transforming into crescent-shaped energy waves that slice through all in their path. This new offensive is swifter, more precise, and sharper than before. The recently battered ninjas are compelled to dodge, yet some are not so fortunate, sustaining injuries. Hiruzen spins his staff furiously, but the residual energy begins to shred his armor, creating gashes that bleed from his face and hands. In a desperate effort to shield Boruto, Sasuke's Susanoo suffers grievously, its form fracturing under the onslaught, blood streaming from his numerous wounds, surpassing even Hiruzen's injuries. Pushur, relentless in his assault, vanishes from sight. Just as Hiruzen halts his movements, his eyes widen in shock. Pushur has teleported behind him, driving a purple energy sword through his chest. With a cruel laugh, Pushur discards Hiruzen's body as if it were refuse. Witnessing this, Sasuke's face contorts in rage as he shoves Boruto aside, revealing the tomo of his Rinnegan, shouting, "Shinra Tensei." In an instant, Pushur is displaced, and Sasuke cradles the gravely wounded Hiruzen. Blood spills from Hiruzen's lips as he gasps, "Third Hokage." Sasuke's countenance darkens with sorrow as Hiruzen offers a gentle smile, blood staining his lips. "Child, do not concern yourself with me. Go, fight your battle. I may not have much time left. Protect the village." With gritted teeth, Sasuke nods reluctantly, entrusting Hiruzen to a nearby Umbu who remains relatively unscathed. Rising with a steely glare towards Pushur, he witnesses Boruto, having been kicked aside, struggling to rise from the ground. Sasuke murmurs to himself, memories of Naruto and Gojo flashing before him, alongside Hiruzen's solemn charge. "Naruto, I can no longer fight alongside you. This village, I will protect it." Entering sage mode, he summons his Susanoo, towering at a height of 100 meters, its wings adorned with the sigils of sage mode. The ultimate confrontation between Sasuke and Otsutsuki, Pushur, unfolds. As the Susanoo's wings unfurl, it lunges toward Pushur, who, though taken aback, smirks dismissively. "A commendable power. Are you truly willing to wager everything? How long can your ocular prowess sustain you?" As Sasuke draws nearer, Pushur bellows, "Shinra Tensei." Instantly, Sasuke's Susanoo is hurled away, sustaining minor fractures. Regaining his footing at a distance, Sasuke's Susanoo appears to ignite with purple flames, raising the bow in his grasp, blood seeping from his strained Rinnegan. With a fierce expression, he shouts, "Prepare yourself. My ultimate strike." Indra's arrow. An overwhelming surge of energy coalesces into the arrow held by Sasuke's colossal Susanoo, drawing him back to the epic battle at Valley of the End in his youth. Though his visage is fierce, a smile of acceptance graces his lips. As he releases Indra's arrow, it hurtles toward Pushur with terrifying might. Pushur's expression shifts in alarm as he thrusts his hands forward, summoning a purple barrier in a desperate attempt to ward off the impending strike. Yet, this attack encapsulates Sasuke's entire resolve, his chakra and ocular power converging into a singular force that cannot be easily thwarted. Indra's arrow pierces through Pushur's hastily erected barrier, driving straight into his form, lifting him into the sky as he writhes in agony, shouting, "Bastard! Insects! Inferior race! Impossible!" Indra's arrow detonates, engulfing the sky above Konoha in a cataclysmic explosion, reminiscent of a fiery sun. As the blast unfolds, Sasuke's Susanoo falters, and he collapses to the ground, his left Rinnegan now a ghostly white, blood staining the scara. With a serene expression, he gazes at the blazing sky, a smile of relief gracing his lips. "Naruto, this time, I have safeguarded the village." At that moment, a figure appears behind Sasuke, lowering his head to speak. "Ah, little Sasuke, I merely took a brief respite. You seem rather disheveled." Sasuke, initially stunned, soon transforms his shock into joy. "Lord Gojo, you are not dead. How wonderful." Gojo waved his hand dismissively. "How could I possibly be dead?" He refrained from mentioning that he had been incapacitated on the battlefield for quite some time. Following his ambush by Toji, he had swiftly utilized a reversal technique to mend his body. He merely wished to observe whether they could prevail without his intervention. Did he really get eliminated so carelessly by Toji? It was laughable. Sasuke was about to speak when his gaze suddenly fixated on the sky, his pupils constricting in disbelief as he shouted, "Impossible! How can he still be alive?" Following Sasuke's line of sight, Gojo squinted. This Toji was certainly not as easily defeated as he was in the original narrative. It was hard to fathom that the man who had died from a Rasengan could survive an arrow shot from Sasuke, the price of his burning Rinnegan. Despair washed over Sasuke's face. He turned to Gojo and said, "Lord Gojo." "Aye." Gojo chuckled softly, ruffling his hair, though he appeared childlike. There was an overwhelming warmth that enveloped Sasuke. "All right, little Sasuke, you have done your utmost. Do not worry. I shall take care of this. You should rest well. You must understand, I am the strongest." Chapter 32. The power of mundanity. Sasuke gazed at the silhouette of Fushiguro Rin, and the ancestral myopia of the Hokage world emerged. He seemed to perceive the formidable man who once looked down upon the ninja realm, his figure gradually merging with the youthful form before him. Fushiguro Rin soared into the air, staring directly at the approaching Otsutsuki Urashiki, who, despite his disheveled appearance, roared with a fierce countenance. "Despicable insect! Do you believe this will be enough to slay me? I am of the divine lineage. I am your god. All of you shall perish." Fushiguro Rin casually cleaned his ears and replied, "Hey, weakling, what are you barking about? You will die, you know." Taken aback for a moment by Rin's presence, Urashiki then erupted into maniacal laughter. "You are not. Heh, then I shall kill you once more." With that, he charged directly at Rin, who simply evaded with nonchalance and stated, "Illusion, Heavenly Dance Treasure Wheel." Caught in the grasp of the Heavenly Dance Treasure Wheel, Urashiki momentarily froze before breaking free, which earned him a measure of Fushiguro Rin's admiration. Urashiki bellowed, "Do not use the same technique before the Otsutsuki clan." Rin merely chuckled lightly, then made a swift gesture. "You claim to be a god. Thus, I shall reduce you to dust with the strength of a mere mortal. Allow me to inform you that those on the ground can still contend with the resplendent stars." 8 gates, 7th gate, the gate of shock, open. A violent eruption of azure chakra steam burst forth from Rin, his silver hair standing on end, dancing wildly. Day Tiger. A terrifying wave of energy surged from Rin's hands, hurtling towards Urashiki's face, only for Urashiki to realize that it was impossible to absorb the chaotic chakra. Urashiki braced himself to endure the strike, his form contorted under the pressure. Rin did not halt his assault. A relentless barrage of blows followed, each punch landing with brutal force, leaving Urashiki helpless. Blood splattering through the air, Rin kicked Urashiki around like a ball, his form evading capture. In a moment of desperation, Urashiki roared, "Shinra Tensei." Instantly, a repulsive force sent everything around him flying, yet Rin's figure vanished. Wiping the blood from his lips, Urashiki sneered, "Impressive physical skills, but with such prowess. You cannot kill me." Then, in a ghostly manner, Rin appeared behind Urashiki, coldly stating, "Is that so?" He delivered a brutal kick that altered Urashiki's visage. Then, 8 gates, the gate of death, open. Rin pointed a finger at his heart, the sound of bones cracking echoed, and blue chakra steam was instantly engulfed by crimson chakra steam, staining even his hair with a blood-like hue. At this moment, Rin finally comprehended the true strength of the 4th Hokage. He utilized a reversal technique to mend his body, then unleashed an attack that broke the sound barrier, pummeling Urashiki with ferocity. With the gate of death now opened, Rin's onslaught grew even more vigorous and relentless, battering Urashiki, who could not withstand the assault, continuously coughing up blood. Evening Elephant. Urashiki was relentlessly struck by the elusive figure of Fushiguro Rin. Vortex, Sonic Boom, pure physical prowess. As Rin delivered the final kick that sent Urashiki soaring into the sky, Rin's form crouched as if gathering strength. Urashiki, now doubting his very existence, felt the smile vanish from his face, replaced by confusion. Is this the power of mortals? No. I am of the esteemed divine lineage. I am a god. Regaining his composure, bloodied and deranged, he shouted, "Tensu Bori Se, Dragon Palace." A cacophony erupted as he unleashed a concentrated purple energy, forming a formidable presence akin to a demon emerging from hell. The energy erupted in a beam, creating a cataclysmic wave of power that bathed the sky in purple, eclipsing even his previous attacks in both concentration and swiftness, aimed directly at Rin. At that moment, Rin roared Night Kai. His form, like a ferocious beast, charged towards the suspended Urashiki, delivering a kick imbued with a blood-red dragon, seemingly intent on tearing everything apart. Urashiki's desperate strike paled in comparison to this kick, as the blood-red dragon confronted the terrifying purple beam with unmatched ferocity, seemingly devouring the purple energy, erasing it from existence. With absolute speed, Rin closed in on the horrified Urashiki, whose eyes widened in terror. As Rin's kick connected, Urashiki spewed forth blood, his body nearly obliterated by the force. Rin, too, felt the sound of cracking bones as he was engulfed in searing chakra, his heart nearing exhaustion. Urashiki gasped, staring at the lifeless Rin. So close. Ha ha ha, so close. Although you surprised me, this is the end, Fushiguro Rin. You have drained your body's potential. You are doomed. The strength of mortals? Ha ha ha. Merely that. Rin merely chuckled softly. Is that so? Then, with a reversal technique, he instantaneously restored his body to its prime state, his azure pupils reflecting disdain as he regarded Urashiki, coldly asserting, I told you, you will die. Night Kai. Again. Urashiki fell into despair. The red dragon reappeared, and this time, it did not cease, delivering horizontal, vertical, and side kicks with relentless ferocity, as if a dragon roared across the skies and swam the seas. In a flurry of critical strikes, Urashiki was left on the brink of collapse, his body almost unrecognizable. Finally, Rin delivered one last decisive kick, crashing down onto Urashiki's head, sending him plummeting to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. This was the finishing blow. Rin emerged from the state of the Gate of Death, employing a reversal technique to mend his body. To be honest, the consumption was indeed immense. At merely 6 years old, his physical capacity had its limits. Had he been at the level of the Night Kai from the original tale, he could have easily dispatched Urashiki in just a few kicks. Now, Rin's figure descended slowly, gazing at the near-lifeless, contorted form of Urashiki, shaking his head. To think I couldn't finish him off, how difficult this has become. This quest truly tests a 6-year-old child. Just as Rin sighed, Urashiki struggled to raise his hand, preparing to retaliate. In an instant, Rin teleported, placing his foot on Urashiki's face and giving it a twist. Still struggling? What a pitiful creature. Urashiki's raised hand fell limply. His form gradually reverted from the crane state to that of an ordinary being, his pupils returning to the Byakugan, collapsing helplessly onto the ground. Suddenly, Rin had a thought and could not resist asking Urashiki, Hey, aren't the Otsutsuki supposed to come in pairs? Momoshiki with Kinshiki, Kaguya with Ishiki, but what about you? Where's your partner? Urashiki coughed up blood, weakly scoffing. I am from the main family of the Otsutsuki. The branch family naturally serves the god tree. Curiosity piqued, Rin inquired. Oh, so that means you planted a tree on another planet? Where? What is there? Urashiki fell silent, his expression shifting until he finally spoke after a moment. It is a planet occupied by a race that calls themselves the Ultra Family. My god tree was destroyed. Rin could not help but burst into laughter. Ultraman, that's hilarious. Are you saying you were driven away? Purash suddenly expressed his indignation. What purpose does mocking me serve after you've asked your questions? Wu Tiaolin, suppressing his laughter, replied with a hint of sarcasm. All right, I won't jest any further. Do enlighten me. Where's your wedge planted? He could hardly believe that Purash would engage in a civil discourse without any leverage. Given the original narrative, it was utterly improbable that he had not planted a wedge externally, especially considering the abruptness of his demise at the hands of the Tsutsuki. Upon hearing this, Purash's pupils constricted. How do you know? What do you intend to do? Wu Tiaolin waved his hand dismissively. What could I possibly do? I am merely a 6-year-old child, driven by curiosity. Your audacity suggests you possess some form of assurance. Purash scoffed lightly. Our Tsutsuki lineage is that of gods. With an eternal lifespan, impervious to true death, we endure endlessly. It matters not that I reveal this, for my wedge resides within a high-ranking member of the Ultraman race. During our battle, I left my mark upon him. Moreover, I suspect a more powerful entity from my clan has since taken his place. As for you all, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and I, all of us shall meet our end here, along with the traitor Kaguya. Inevitably, the Tsutsuki will claim dominion over this planet. You see, this world is perhaps the most valuable and unique I have ever encountered. Alas, coughs, what a mundane existence it has been. Wu Tiaolin remained non-committal, his celestial eyes shimmering with brilliance akin to a galaxy's splendor. He blinked before speaking. Indeed, it is rather dull. So, are you prepared to meet your end? Purash languidly replied, whatever. I've long grown weary of this life. Wu Tiaolin nodded thoughtfully, then positioned his fingers beneath his chin. Ready to speak. Purash, in a lethargic tone, interjected, that move is futile now. A slight smirk graced Wu Tiaolin's lips as he chose not to respond. Domain expansion, infinite void. Chapter 33. The butterfly effect. Indeed, as Pusher stated, it is exceedingly challenging to eliminate the Tsutsuki clan. The original narrative presents an enigma, for even in death, there exists a means of resurrection through the use of Sake. Therefore, why not simply render them foolish? This would allow one to engage in trade with Orochimaru for research purposes, a pursuit of immortality. This clan truly possesses an exceptional advantage. After dealing with Pusher, Gojo Rin approached Sasuke and remarked, Little Sasuke, it is quite unfortunate that you have lost your Rinnegan. However, for you, this may be a blessing in disguise. That Rinnegan was a burden. When we return, I suggest seeking Orochimaru's assistance. He should have a more effective solution. Sasuke, still reeling from the shock, stammered, Oh, understood, Lord Gojo Rin. He felt a wave of shame wash over him. Gojo Rin chuckled brightly. Ahaha, it is of no consequence. Upon our return, you must dedicate yourself to further training. Both you and Naruto still possess ample potential for growth, after all. You are the protagonists. Sasuke quickly waved his hands, a look of embarrassment on his face. What do we count as protagonists? Gojo Rin patted Sasuke on the shoulder. Young man, is it time to doubt your role as a protagonist again? He then placed his palm on Sasuke's chest. Secret technique, rejuvenation. In an instant, Sasuke visibly regained his vitality. Even his wounds vanished, and there was a discernible tendency for his lost left hand to regenerate, eliciting a slight itch. Gojo Rin continued. All right, let us return swiftly. Lingering here could disrupt the timelines further. Sasuke finally managed a sheepish smile. But then suddenly his pupils constricted as he realized he had yet to inform Gojo Rin of their time-traveling origins. However, he quickly dismissed the thought upon glancing at the lifeless Pu Shi. Recalling the earlier scene where he unleashed a barrage of blows on Pu Shi while opening the 8 gates, this individual was indeed beyond conventional understanding. After a moment of silence, Sasuke nodded and said to Gojo Rin, "Then we shall take our leave, Lord Gojo Rin. Until we meet again." Boruto, holding Sasuke's hand, waved as well. "Until we meet again, Lord Gojo Rin." Gojo Rin waved back with a smile. "Until we meet again." Once Sasuke and Boruto had turned to depart, Gojo Rin approached the ailing Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sensing Gojo Rin's presence, the third Hokage slowly opened his weary eyes, revealing a gentle smile. "You are still alive. It is worth it for me to die. Little Rin, you must grow well," he lamented. "Alas, I shall not witness that day." Gojo Rin quickly interrupted. All right, third grandpa, do not jinx yourself." Secret technique, rejuvenation. As Gojo Rin infused his reversed technique's yang release energy into Hiruzen, the latter's injuries visibly healed, his complexion brightened, and he appeared somewhat rejuvenated. Suddenly, Hiruzen sprang to his feet in disbelief, examining his hands and body. "Little Rin, what is this?" Gojo Rin responded with a mysterious smile. "Just a little trick." "How do you feel, third grandpa?" "Much better, I presume." Hiruzen, with a flushed face, exclaimed, "Not just better. This is nothing short of a miracle." Gojo Rin chuckled softly. Hiruzen then adopted a serious demeanor. "The events surrounding the Tsutsuki must remain strictly confidential. Little Rin, has that Tsutsuki Pu Shi been confirmed dead?" Gojo Rin waved his hand dismissively. "The Tsutsuki cannot be killed. They possess a means known as Keisaki that allows them to parasitize others, enabling resurrection upon death. I have merely rendered him foolish, but I must periodically continue the technique to maintain this state." Hiruzen nodded solemnly. This news was far from favorable. The existence of such an enemy in the ninja world is terrifying. He then inquired, "How long until you need to reapply the technique?" Gojo Rin pondered seriously, calculating, having just employed the infinite void, compressing the realm can render an ordinary person foolish for nearly 1,000 years, essentially brain dead. As for the Tsutsuki, perhaps 3 years. No, 1 year would be more prudent. Hiruzen nodded. "Then let us confine him within the dark prison with dedicated guards. When the time comes, you shall reapply the technique to prevent any unforeseen circumstances." Gojo Rin replied, "Understood, third grandpa." The third Hokage affectionately ruffled Gojo Rin's hair. "Very well, return to rest. I must prepare for the repairs. The Ninja Academy will also be closed for a time. We will notify you later." Gojo Rin smiled and nodded, bidding farewell. "Goodbye, third grandpa." The third Hokage smiled and nodded in return. "Go now." Upon returning home, Gojo Rin felt an undeniable fatigue. Despite having restored his body multiple times using reversal techniques, the 8 gates had inflicted significant damage, not physically, but rather mentally. It is worth noting that had Pu Shi arrived a moment earlier, he might have been utterly powerless. It can only be said that timing was on his side. Initially, Gojo Rin contemplated experimenting further with his research. However, he found that techniques against the Tsutsuki were generally ineffective. As for Tsong and He, as well as the Void technique, he remained uncertain, especially since Pu Shi had managed to survive even after the spatial cut. Thus, the 8 gates remained the optimal solution. Lost in thought, he mused about the future, recognizing that the greatest adversary would indeed be the Tsutsuki clan. The ninja world is but a mere sideshow. More research is needed to confront the Tsutsuki effectively. Sage techniques, physical techniques, divine techniques. It is a daunting challenge. As Gojo Rin's thoughts wandered, in the hidden leaf forest, Boruto and Sasuke, wielding the sacred tools, prepared to return to their original timeline. Suddenly, the turtle emitted a red glow. "Alert! Alert! Timeline disturbance detected. This temporal traversal may lead to unforeseen changes. Please be advised." Sasuke's expression turned grave. Boruto, bewildered, inquired, "Huh? What does that turtle mean?" With a serious demeanor, Sasuke replied, "Our return has induced some changes that could potentially impact the future significantly." Boruto's face turned anxious. "What should we do?" Sasuke shook his head. "At this juncture, we can only take a gamble and see if we can return to our original timeline. As for any changes, we will address them upon our return." Boruto nodded, his expression now solemn. As the sacred tool shone brightly, the two vanished into the light. In the blink of an eye, They return to their original timeline, only to be met with a shocking sight. What is this? Is this still the Hidden Leaf Village? How could he possibly be here? Back in the present, Gojo Rin murmured to himself. To usurp the Tsutsuki bloodline is ill-advised. While it may grant immortality, one would remain forever overshadowed by the Tsutsuki. Sage techniques. It seems this shall be my primary focus moving forward. I recall that in the original narrative, Jigen was a monk who cultivated natural energy a millennium ago, living so long only to witness his lifespan wane. Perhaps the ninja world harbors great secrets not mentioned in the original text. I must reassess my previous notions. Chapter 34. Aftermath. 1 month later, in a clearing beside a dense forest in Konoha, Wu Rin, along with Yuzuki Yuin, Yuzuki Yuyang, and SHBU, were engaged in intense training. The three women were panting heavily, with SHBU, drenched in sweat and trembling slightly, gasping, Rinkuin. I'm struggling a bit. Wu Rin, with a serious expression, responded, no way. Keep going. SHBU glanced at her two sisters, who wore expressions of helplessness and despair. Wu Rin held a long stick, gesturing towards the three of them, who were weighted down and performing various extremely difficult training exercises, currently engaged in frog jumps. The backstory to this rigorous training stemmed from the inspiration Wu Rin gained from the Urashiki incident. This experience solidified his belief that the path of Senjutsu was indeed the true way, not merely a fantasy of ascension, but a revelation brought forth by his unique eyes. After unlocking the Death Gate, he not only faced physical burdens, but also experienced a transformation in his body's energy. Perhaps the original Kai, limited by his mortal form, could only unleash a single kick without recognizing its significance. However, possessing the 6 eyes and the ability to reverse techniques, Wu Rin had begun to glimpse the truth after repeatedly pushing his limits against Night Kai. The energy unleashed after fully opening the 8 gates was not merely chakra. It was a violent amalgamation interspersed with natural energy, thus defying the original definition of uncontrolled chakra. The infusion of natural energy was due to 2 factors: the 6 eyes' meticulous control over energy, and the explosive energy from opening the 8 gates that could neither be absorbed nor resisted by the Tsutsuki clan. In essence, the energy released after opening the 8 gates, be it directed towards Kankei, Day Tiger, Evening Elephant, or Night Kai, fell within the realm of Senjutsu. More crucially, after this encounter, Wu Rin gained the ability to manipulate natural energy freely. This prompted him to ponder. In his previous life, he had perused numerous cultivation novels and had a rudimentary understanding of Taoist internal alchemy. The process of refining essence into energy, energy into spirit, spirit into void, and void into unity, culminates in attaining immortality. The realms depicted in these novels stemmed from this very foundation. Previously, he had not comprehended the phrase refining essence into energy, but he now grasped that it referred to cultivating the physical body to transform vitality into mental power. This was validated when he recalled the terrifying quantity of chakra he had refined during extreme physical exertion. The concept of movement causing the transformation of yin and yang fundamentally pertained to the mutual interaction of these 2 energies. During that time, Wu Rin's 6 eyes underwent a transformation, allowing him to autonomously absorb surrounding natural energy, albeit he could not yet manipulate it. However, following his intense battle with Urashiki, he seemed to have transcended the stage of refining essence into energy and reached the phase of transforming essence into energy, enabling him to manipulate natural energy freely. Yet, this control was limited. Perhaps due to the 6 eyes, he had experimented with using chakra to entirely harness natural energy within his body for cultivation. However, this endeavor proved fruitless, as he could not fully replace chakra with natural energy, only summon it without retention. Thus, he could be deemed a half-step into the refining essence into energy stage, which he estimated to be akin to the foundational period of cultivation. His advancement was partly due to serendipity and the prowess of the 6 eyes. Wu Rin had long suspected certain truths. The 6 eyes, referred to as the Eye of Heaven, was indeed a divine endowment. In the world of cursed techniques, its limitations stemmed from the inherent constraints of that realm. The 6 eyes endowed Wu Rin with boundless cursed energy, formidable powers, exquisite manipulation, and acute perception. This led him to question why he could only manipulate cursed energy. Was it because, in that world, cursed energy represented the highest form of energy? Did the 6 eyes inherently possess the capability to manipulate all energies in existence? This notion gradually found validation within the ninja world, as Wu Rin demonstrated his ability to utilize yin-yang release and 5 elements techniques, and after surpassing his physical limits, he could freely manipulate natural energy. This also elucidated the terrifying power he exhibited during his first experiment with the Void Technique Z, where the fusion of blue and red energies, intertwined with the flow of natural energy, led to a geometric escalation in potency. In his previous life, the Taoist path of cultivation emphasized the cultivation of qi within oneself, where refining essence into energy could also be interpreted as refining essence into qi. The Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. The Tao represents the primordial chaos from which all things arise, while Qi is the essence of that chaos, the most fundamental energy. This was articulated in real-world Taoism. In his original world, Wu Tiaoren had been curious to learn about it, but in this realm, he appeared to have experienced it firsthand. Perhaps, should he discover the key to cultivation, he could genuinely achieve immortality within this world. However, he was still in the exploratory phase. To return to the matter at hand, this was precisely why Wu Tiaoren initiated extreme training for the 3 women. He hoped to lay a solid foundation for them, and with his ability to reverse techniques and restore their physical injuries through Yang-release secret arts, he envisioned a day when he would embark on that path, and they would not be left behind. Furthermore, Wu Tiaoren had attempted to fully utilize the techniques of blue and red energies, as well as the void technique Z, based entirely on natural energy. Although he had not fully tested its might, he suspected that should he face Urashiki now, he could obliterate him effortlessly. It was not that the Tsutsuki clan had grown weaker, but rather that Urashiki appeared diminished within their ranks, primarily due to his lack of combat aptitude. The temporal manipulation granted by the Blue Rinnegan was already a formidable advantage, yet he failed to exploit this ability to its fullest potential. In Wu Tiaoren's view, this was akin to a passive skill that activated every few seconds, much like the eternal Manjiki Sharingan techniques depicted in certain fanfictions. Were Madara to possess such a capability, he would have undoubtedly incited chaos throughout the ninja world, rendering the Tsutsuki and Kagaya's schemes irrelevant. Sighing, Wu Tiaoren shook his head as he thought of Urashiki, who was currently reduced to a fool, drooling in the dark prison. Following the Urashiki incident, Sarutobi Hiruzen concealed the truth, merely informing the villagers of Konoha that a malicious attack had been executed by a hostile nation, the specifics of which remained unverified. Consequently, the fervor for war within Konoha escalated, with an increasing number of ninjas demanding to participate in the conflict, a situation that no longer required Hiruzen's orchestration. Today they targeted the Ninja Academy. What would tomorrow hold? Moreover, the academy housed children. This was the very foundation of Konoha. As a result, Danzo fervently incited many to join the root organization, which quickly became filled to capacity. Under Danzo's influence, the ominous clouds of war loomed over Konoha, as he, the radical faction's leader, eagerly anticipated the chaos to erupt within the ninja world. It is noteworthy that in the past, Sarutobi Hiruzen allowed Danzo to act freely, as it was not inherently detrimental. However, the present circumstances were different. Hiruzen had been restored to his prime through the rejuvenation technique. The title of the strongest Hokage was not one to be taken lightly. Thus, he decisively commanded Danzo to head to the front lines and swiftly eliminate the ongoing conflict in the wind and fire battle, aiming to resolve the situation in Sunagakure promptly. This maneuver left Danzo bewildered. What was this? Was he to discard his gloves of manipulation? Had he truly lost his affection? Hiruzen, you have changed. Chapter 35. The Onset of Chaos. A new turmoil in the shinobi world. Shimura Danzo, accompanied by a formidable contingent of root elite, hastened to the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. During this tumultuous period, a significant event unfolded. As the Hidden Sand Village engaged fiercely with Konohagakure, the Hidden Grass Village unexpectedly betrayed the Leaf and allied with the Wagakure. Unbeknownst to Konoha, Inoki himself launched a surprise assault on the Leaf's encampment on the battlefield, resulting in substantial casualties, including injuries to Jiraiya. Upon receiving this grim news, Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with rage and rekindled ambition, resolving to personally confront Inoki, intending to teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, the seemingly dormant Kumogakure seized this opportunity to launch a vigorous offensive against Konoha, curiously led only by the third Raikage son and the Jinchuriki Killer Bee. The Hidden Mist Village finally revealed its fangs, but instead of targeting Konoha, it launched a surprise attack on the Hidden Sand Village from behind, inflicting significant losses upon them. Consequently, the conflict in the Land of Rivers momentarily slowed, prompting the Sand to withdraw and fortify their defenses, dispatching some of their strongest shinobi back to the village. Thus, the Third Shinobi World War escalated into its climax, and chaos ensued. Danzo, naturally, would not miss the opportunity to strike down a floundering foe. From his position in the Land of Rivers, he issued commands to relentlessly assault the Sand's encampment. Despite the return of numerous powerful reinforcements, the Sand's encampment remained under the watchful eye of Chiyo. Although Tsunade vehemently opposed this assault, she was powerless to alter Danzo's intentions. The outcome was undoubtedly brutal. Although victorious, Konoha suffered heavily in the process. Chiyo, seasoned from many battles, had anticipated Konoha's attack on the encampment. The Leaf's shinobi encountered various traps and puppets designed by her, resulting in numerous injuries, all of whom were afflicted by Chiyo's newly developed poison. It was a case of inflicting 1,000 casualties while suffering 800 themselves. Following this engagement, the Sands War encampment retreated into the Wind Country, and Danzo, not entirely ignorant of warfare, had left behind his own hidden schemes. During the assault on the Sands encampment, he simultaneously commanded his elite root operatives to execute assassination plans, resulting in the deaths of numerous Chunin and Jonin from the sand as they retreated, with Chiyo sustaining severe injuries. This time, Danzo chose not to pursue further, recognizing that he had already achieved a significant victory, and any continued efforts would yield diminishing returns. He now awaited the outcome of the impending clash between the mist and sand villages, hoping to reap the spoils. In contrast to the original narrative, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had personally engaged in the battle at the Hidden Grass Village, experienced a moment of triumph, driving Iwagakure back steadily. Another name began to emerge in the shinobi world, Konoha's Yellow Flash, Namikaze's Minato. After Iwagakure deployed 2 powerful Jinchuriki, Hiruzen halted his advance, pushing the front lines into the Land of Earth, achieving a significant victory. The war raged on, intensifying, as all parties abandoned subtleties such as probing and assassination, transitioning from skirmishes to full-scale warfare. Konoha, even when outnumbered 4-1, still exhibited remarkable strength. Another name echoed near the borders of the Land of Fire and the Land of Whirlpools, Konoha's Shunshin, the body flicker technique. Within Konoha, the Ninja Academy had been rebuilt, and students like Gojo Rin resumed their studies, seemingly unaffected by the turmoil engulfing the shinobi world. During this time, the 3 girls showed remarkable improvement, consistently ranking among the top in practical training alongside Gojo Rin. Uchiha Rimi, ever the tenacious competitor, repeatedly faced defeat, yet refused to yield. As usual, Gojo Rin arrived at the academy, only to be intercepted by Uchiha Rimi. Gojo Rin, today in practical training, I will definitely defeat you, Rimi declared, her eyes filled with determination. With a smile and a shrug, Gojo Rin chose not to respond. The day swiftly passed, leading to the afternoon's practical training session. Rimi wasted no time, unleashing a fierce fire jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. The flames surged towards Gojo Rin like a roaring tide. Following swiftly, she cast fire release, phoenix fire technique. Gojo Rin skillfully evaded, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Just as Rimi believed she had the upper hand, Gojo Rin grinned playfully, utilizing the body flicker technique to appear behind her, swiftly subduing her. Rimi's expression was one of frustration as her Sharingan fixated on Gojo Rin. The latter simply patted her shoulder, saying, Rimi, you've made great progress. Keep it up, I believe you'll defeat me one day. Rimi bit her lip, remaining silent. The same familiar pattern, simple yet effective. At that moment, Sakamoto Ryo approached and announced, Gojo Rin is the victor. Both sides sealed the reconciliation. As the practical training concluded, Sakamoto Ryo addressed the group with a serious demeanor. The situation in the ninja world is tense. You must study diligently and grow rapidly, as the responsibility for protecting Konoha may very well fall upon your shoulders in the future. The students listened attentively, their expressions grave, silently resolving to become stronger. Only Gojo Rin remained indifferent, casting a teasing glance at Uchiha Rimi, shaking his head slightly while his gaze inadvertently fell upon her still developing form. Seemingly aware of Gojo Rin's scrutiny, Rimi donned an adorably fierce expression, amusing Gojo Rin, who could only shrug in resignation. During this time, Gojo Rin continued his exploration of sage techniques, realizing that chakra seemed to clash entirely with natural energy. If he absorbed too much natural energy, it would lead to an overflow, rendering him incapable of performing ninjutsu, let alone using natural energy for jutsu. However, if he could integrate just the right amount of natural energy, the power of his jutsu would surge. Perhaps the sage mode depicted in the original work was merely an imperfect application of this concept. The true method for mastering natural energy remained elusive. Currently, only his abilities, AO, He, and the Void technique, could be fully executed using natural energy. Others proved ineffective, highlighting the disparity since these were innate ocular powers rather than skills he had cultivated. The path ahead was daunting, and he felt an urgent need to explore the shinobi world further, as buried histories might reveal the truths he sought. Otherwise, blindly groping in the dark was exceedingly frustrating. He yearned for progress. After a monotonous day of lessons, Gojo Rin returned home, flanked by Ayum and Yuzuki Yugao, embracing the warmth of companionship. Uchiha Rimi continued her usual antics, puffing up her cheeks in a haughty manner whenever she encountered Gojo Rin. Hinata Kagura maintained her polite demeanor, greeting Gojo Rin before departing, her eyes ever watchful. The autumn chill gradually dissipated the lingering heat of summer, ushering in a touch of melancholy and beauty. The chirping of cicadas faded, leaving only the rustling of falling leaves. The 4 friends walked home, laughing and playfully bickering, embodying the essence of childhood innocence. Gojo Rin squinted, savoring the comfort of this moment. Meanwhile, near the borders of the Land of Earth, the 3rd Raikage, accompanied by his elite guard and several specialized teams, pressed forward at great speed. As a ninja from Kumogakure, garbed in their distinctive attire, approached and knelt before the 3rd Raikage, the group came to a halt. Report, Lord 3rd, the ninja began. The main forces of Iwagakure are preoccupied with Konoha, and Inoki is unable to divert his attention. There are no defensive fortifications ahead. Only a few patrol teams. The 3rd Raikage nodded, his expression unchanged. Advance at full speed, directly assault Iwagakure. Seize their mineral resources to avenge the humiliation of the last shinobi war. Send word. As soon as Inoki attempts to assist, let Darui and Killer Bee lead a fierce assault on Konoha, ensuring they cannot support each other. The 4 lines of battle commence. Humph. My Yunin village shall undoubtedly emerge as the ultimate victor. Chapter 36. The death of the third Raikage in the late autumn of the same year. The third Raikage ventured deep into the heart of the land of Earth, compelling Inoki to return to aid, leaving the Jinchuriki to confront Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen triumphed and returned to the village, instructing Jiraiya to remain stationed in the land of grass and demanding reparations while punishing the traitors. Witnessing Konoha's formidable might, the land of grass dared not waver any longer. Its leadership was purged in blood, vowing never to betray Konoha again. On the battlefield in the land of rice, the Konoha encampment under Yamashiro Aoi thrived, as the combination of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi battled fiercely against the forces of Kimogakure. However, upon receiving news of Inoki's reinforcements and the changing tides in the fire and earth battlefront, the Kimogakure army launched an all-out assault, unveiling their long-concealed chakra cannon and unleashing the devastating tailed beast bomb, resulting in heavy casualties in the land of rice. Sarutobi Hiruzen urgently redirected elite jonin, such as Namikaze Minato, to assist the battlefield in the land of rice. Meanwhile, the might of Sunegakure's Scorch Release, led by Yakura, inflicted severe losses upon Kirigakure, which, hindered by the geographical disadvantages of the Wind Country, abandoned their plans to attack Sunegakure and prepared instead to assault Konoha. Sunegakure vowed to return to the main battlefield, determined to engage Konoha in a fight to the bitter end. Within the borders of the land of Earth, Inoki hovered in the air, commanding 1,000-strong Earth Release army to encircle the third Raikage and his guard. With a furious countenance, Inoki declared, "Raikage, you fool. There is no escape for you today. Earth Release army, advance." The third Raikage, with gravity in his demeanor, halted his guards who sought to shield him. "I will cover you. Find an opening and retreat swiftly." His guards were taken aback. "But, you." Filled with regret and indignation, the third Raikage activated his lightning release chakra mode. "It is too late for words now. I did not foresee the village's support would not arrive. Who has betrayed me?" He then formed a combat stance with his hand shaped like a blade. "Regardless, it was my misjudgment. You must survive. Go now." With a powerful thrust, he unleashed a barrage of lightning, sending the encroaching Iwagakure ninjas crashing back, creating an opening. The guards gazed at the towering figure before them, their eyes softening. Yet they could not afford to waste the opportunity the Raikage had created. They swiftly broke through, calling back, "Lord Raikage, please hold on. We will bring the village's support." As they escaped, the third Raikage turned, a smile breaking across his face. Then, "Inoki, come at me with everything you've got." With renewed vigor, he charged into battle, a god of war, wreaking havoc among the Iwagakure forces. Thus, the third Raikage fought valiantly for 3 days and nights, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. His support never arriving, yet he never fell. This led to the infamous scene in the shinobi world where Inoki, with his 1,000-strong army, brought about the demise of the third Raikage. His death, though shrouded in mystery, ignited a fierce reaction from Kimogakure, compelling the furious A to withdraw and regroup, vowing vengeance for his father, albeit restrained by Inoki as they strategized anew. After the slaying of the third Raikage, Inoki executed a series of military maneuvers, guarding against potential assaults from Kimogakure while deploying various strategies along the Fire-Earth border, awaiting new opportunities. The shinobi world was engulfed in turmoil, with Konoha becoming a focal point of conflict, beset on all sides, teetering on the brink of collapse. Despite Sarutobi Hiruzen maintaining his peak strength, bolstered by the rejuvenating techniques of Fushiguro Rin, the precarious situation weighed heavily upon him. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic repercussions. Konoha could not afford even a single defeat, nor could they exhibit any signs of weakness, lest the flames of war engulf the entire Fire Country. Hiruzen dispatched the elite Uchiha forces to the Waterfire border, stationed near the coast of the former Whirlpool Country, to repel any sudden strikes from Kirigakure. He nearly depleted Konoha's internal elite, sending them to various battlefronts while he remained in the village, ensuring its safety and ready to provide reinforcements at a moment's notice. Within Konoha, Fushiguro Rin, accompanied by Yuzuki Yuang and Yuzuki Yuin, sat at Ichiraku Ramen, preparing to enjoy their meal. The sun blazed brightly as laughter filled the air. Aoi, now a customer rather than a staff member, had shed her uniform, her training enhancing her grace and beauty, rendering her even more exquisite. Uncle Ichiraku served bowl after bowl, his eyes crinkling with warmth as he watched the jovial group. However, when he placed a bowl before Fushiguro Rin, her brow arched and a mischievous smile played on her lips. He, Uncle Ichiraku paused, momentarily taken aback. Then Rin, feigning innocence, said, "Sorry, I don't eat beef." With a challenging gaze directed toward Uncle Ichiraku inhaled sharply, a vein bulging on his forehead, resembling a person in disbelief. He then struck Rin on the head, bellowing, "Do you eat or not? I ask you, do you eat?" Rin covered her head, exclaiming, "Ouch, that hurts. I'll eat, I'll eat." She then began to eat heartily under Uncle Ichiraku's scrutinizing gaze. Uncle Ichiraku finally regained his composure, gently stating, "You enjoy Uncle's ramen, and I am pleased. However, your tone is not to my liking. Now, pick up that green onion you dropped." "I said pick it up." Rin sheepishly laughed. But just then, Aoi stepped in, pulling the furious Uncle Ichiraku back. "Dad, Rin is still just a child. Don't be angry. It's just his nature." Rin then tilted her head back, casting a defiant look at Uncle Ichiraku, wiggling her eyebrows. Enraged, Uncle Ichiraku erupted, "You brat. I'll beat you to death." Aoi desperately tugged at Uncle Ichiraku. "Dad, if you keep this up, I'll be mad." Uncle Ichiraku stood astonished, his mouth agape, struggling to respond. "What? I? You? He? You? Huh? Frustrated, he turned away, retreating into the shop. Sitting silently in a dark corner, casting glances at Rin with a brooding expression. Rin felt a chill run down her spine, as if the air conditioning was on, awkwardly whistling to mask her embarrassment. Aoi continued to tend to Rin, offering her comfort, while Yuzuki Yuing fanned Rin and fed her noodles. And Yuzuki Yuing transferred all the meat from her bowl to Rin's, delighting in Rin's hearty appetite and laughing joyfully. A scene of revelry unfolded, yet Uncle Ichiraku remained the lone figure nursing his wounded pride. Amidst all this, far away in the Kumogakure war camp, Karabi and Inoki were engaged in a serious discussion. Slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "Will we not avenge my father?" Inoki paused, contemplating before responding. "The village is currently in chaos. We must alleviate the internal pressure. The traitor has been executed, but the vendetta of the third generation. Now is not the time." Xiao Ai slammed the table in anger once more. "Then what do you propose we do?" Tudai wore a mysterious smile. "We shall launch a surprise attack on Sunagakure, then ally with them, as well as Awagakure, to mount a full-scale assault on Konoha, with a decisive victory. We can divide the bountiful land of fire among ourselves. We will possess the resources of war and can initiate our revenge at any moment." Xiao Ai's face was one of astonishment. "What? Not only do we attack Sunagakure and then ally with them, but we also seek to unite with my father's murderer?" Tudai smiled faintly, imbued with a hint of intrigue. "Isn't alliance merely a form of mutual exploitation? And isn't war fundamentally an exchange of interests?" Chapter 37, Early Graduation. Marching to the battlefield 2.5 years later. "Shaolin, have you truly made up your mind?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired gravely from the Hokage's office. With a relaxed demeanor, Wu Tiaolin, donning round-framed sunglasses, chuckled lightly. "Rest assured, old man. I am the strongest." Sighing in resignation, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, "Very well. What about you youngsters? Are you all certain?" His gaze swept over the girls standing behind Wu Tiaolin. Otsutsuki Shien, Otsutsuki Xiang, SHBU, Uchiha Rimi, and Hyuga Kagura. "We have made our decision, Hokage-sama." They responded in unison, their expressions resolute. Otsutsuki Shien, Xiang, and SHBU declared, "Lin Kuan's decision is our decision." Uchiha Rimi added, "Since he has applied for early graduation, I cannot fall behind. I will surpass him." Hyuga Kagura chimed in, I wish to contribute to the village and prove myself to my clan." Listening to their words, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe before exhaling slowly. Then, "Everyone, you must now embody the resolve of a ninja. Remember, the mission takes precedence. Fulfilling your duties is paramount. Never abandon your comrades, nor betray your village. The situation is dire, and sacrifices are inevitable. The battlefield is ever-changing. I trust in your abilities, but you must heed the guidance of your leading jonin. Understood?" "Understood." All right, old man. You can rest easy." After a lengthy lecture about the will of fire, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood and retrieved an old Chunin forehead protector from a cluttered pile on his desk. Wordlessly, he approached Wu Tiaolin and presented it to him. A gentle smile gradually softening his previously stern expression. "Shaolin, this is the Chunin forehead protector I used in my youth. I bequeath it to you. You are the future of Konoha." Wu Tiaolin felt no sentimentality. Had it been someone else, they might have been overwhelmed with emotion. Instead, he pondered, "Does this not smell? No sweat odor?" With a mix of disdain and reluctance, he forced a smile and scratched his head. Haha, old man, you are too kind. Such a precious item should be treasured. What if I perish on the battlefield and it is lost? It is far too significant for you. I cannot accept it." Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew serious. "Precisely for that reason, it must be entrusted to you. This is a legacy, and as the third Hokage, I have high hopes for you. Take it. After all, in this upcoming ninja war, even I might sacrifice myself." Wu Tiaolin fell silent, feeling a sense of helplessness. Thus, he reluctantly accepted the cherished forehead protector, internally resolving that it would only be temporary. He would soon achieve jonin status on the battlefield, regardless of its odor. It could simply be tied around his waist, this convoluted thought process. As for the girls who gazed at him with admiration, He had long since grown accustomed to it. After all, in the world of Hokage, the will of fire and the aspiration to become Hokage were difficult to evaluate. Yet, Wu Tiaolin simply wished to express that only a fool would aspire to be Hokage. What difference is there between that and being a mere horse or cow? Returning to the matter at hand, with Sarutobi Hiruzen's approval, they officially became Genin, bidding farewell to their previous carefree lives. The following day, they would rendezvous with their leading Jonin and receive their forehead protectors, each destined for the battlefield. Who their teammates would be remained uncertain. Konoha's policy was indeed commendable. For newly graduated Genin, having a guiding Jonin was invaluable. Not only did it provide a degree of safety, but it also facilitated rapid growth. And even during wartime, this was not overlooked. In Wu Tiaolin's perspective, Konoha was a makeshift organization. Without Senju Tobarama, it would be utterly incapable. Many might argue that during the Warring States period, the strength of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara could have unified the ninja world without such complications. However, upon closer reflection, Senju Tobarama's approach proved to be correct. With Hashirama's demise, chaos would ensue, and the same would follow if Uchiha Madara's will prevailed. All lives have their expiration, and perhaps one day Konoha will unify the ninja world, but certainly not in their generation. Konoha, like the world of clans, is indeed a realm governed by families. The ninja world is no different. The Senju clan's democratization was undoubtedly aimed at diminishing the threat posed by noble families. How could the world be governed by familial ties? This reflects the progress of civilization. Each generation undertakes its own responsibilities. Senju Tobarama's governance and framework allowed Konoha to stand tall among the ninja world. This is fundamental. Regardless of how one might evaluate Senju Tobarama, to Wu Tiaolin, he could rightfully be considered a born politician and a pioneer. The subsequent affairs would be left to future generations. The passage of 2.5 years had significantly enhanced everyone's abilities, especially under Wu Tiaolin's tutelage. Wu Tiaolin, embracing diverse skills, had synthesized his eclectic abilities into a personal combat style. Notably, he had mastered wood release. Thus, he showcased his prowess before Sarutobi Hiruzen and obtained the wood release ninjutsu scroll left behind by Senju Hashirama, studying it fervently. With a clap of his hands and a few incantations, he bewildered all who beheld him. The night was a lingering farewell, as Konoha, bathed in moonlight, remained illuminated, exuding warmth while whispering tales of parting. Growing up is a dream cherished by every child, yet the greatest aspiration for every adult remains to recapture their childhood. Wu Tiaolin and the girls held a grand feast at the Akimichi family's barbecue restaurant, sharing heartfelt farewells. They were joined by new members, Hyuga Kagura and Uchiha Rimi, along with a remarkable man, Kaze no Suki. Indeed, upon learning that the Otsutsuki sisters would graduate early to join the battlefield, Kaze no Suki promptly resolved to join them. Intending to look after the sisters, he was quite amiable, though it remained uncertain who would truly care for whom. Through Wu Tiaolin's keen observation, it became apparent that while Kaze no Suki harbored affections for Otsutsuki Shien, upon learning that both sisters had their hearts set elsewhere, he chose to remain a silent guardian. Harboring no ulterior motives, Wu Tiaolin decided to treat him kindly and resolved to refrain from single-handedly initiating the wind transmission in the future. Linkuin, we will be heading to the battlefield in Kirigakure just like you, he chirped Otsutsuki Shien, accompanied by her equally cheerful sister, Otsutsuki Xiang. As they matured, their similarities became increasingly pronounced. Shien's straight purple hair contrasted with Xiang's slightly wavy locks, adding to her allure. Wu Tiaolin smiled softly, clasping his hands in a gesture of supplication. You must take good care of yourselves on the battlefield, Xian-chan, Xiang-chan. Their laughter rang like silver bells, sweetly affirming, of course, we will protect Linkuin. In contrast, SHBU appeared somewhat despondent, her mood dampened. Linkuin, Hokage-sama has assigned me to the battlefield in the land of rivers. I wonder when I will see you all again. Wu Tiaolin gently stroked SHBU's silky black hair, speaking soothingly, do not worry. The war will soon come to an end. Make sure to keep yourself safe, and you must master the ninjutsu I taught you. I believe we will reunite shortly. SHBU blushed and nodded softly. Over the past 2.5 years, her beauty had truly blossomed. With her long black hair and youthful, fair complexion, her features had become more refined, and the blush on her cheeks rendered her both charming and enchanting. At that moment, Uchiha Rimi, with a haughty expression, declared, I will also be accompanying my family to the battlefield in Kirigakure, so you better not die casually. One day, I will defeat you and trample you underfoot. Wu Tiaorin gazed at the gradually formed delicate foot, marveling at the rapid development of the Hokage world. In just 2.5 years, one could play with legs. Not to mention this petite and exquisite foot. Meanwhile, she maintained a polite smile to conceal her pure and beautiful thoughts. Sensing the subtle shift in Wu Tiaorin's gaze, Uchiha Raimai's face flushed, yet she remained silent, merely sipping her drink. On the other side, Hyuga Sakura sat poised, hesitating to speak, instead taking small sips of tea. Adorned in attire reminiscent of a priestess, Her long black hair cascaded down, with a braided strand on the right side secured by a red ornament, exuding an air of elegance and serenity. Upon witnessing this scene, Wu Qiaorin couldn't help but smile and remarked, "So, Sakura-chan, what about you?" Hyuga Sakura, suddenly called upon, appeared slightly nervous but quickly regained her composure, though a hint of disappointment lingered. Me? Well, I have been assigned to the battlefield in the land of Rice to confront the Cloud Village. It's unfortunate that I cannot accompany Rinkuin to the battlefield." Wu Qiaorin chuckled heartily. "It's all right, everyone will be fine. Not being together isn't an issue. Once the war concludes, everything will return to normal." At that moment, a faint cough interrupted the conversation. A pale young man with dark circles under his eyes, appearing as if he were on the brink of collapse, weakly spoke up. "And me, I have also been assigned to the battlefield of the Mist Village. I look forward to your guidance." Wu Qiaorin paused, almost forgetting this remarkable individual, and offered a polite smile. "All right, my friend, let us raise a toast to our new journey. Cheers to our splendid future. Come, everyone, raise your cups." The group smiled in unison, lifting their glasses high. Cheers. Chapter 38. The first battle on a spring morning, with droplets of dew cascading down. The world became enveloped in a misty vibrancy. After bidding farewell to the Iris and Hinata Kagura, Gojo Rin, along with the sisters Yuzuki and Uchiha Rimi, and the coughing moonlight gale, hurried towards the coastal command center of the mist-hidden battlefield. Unintentionally, they dislodged the dew accumulated on the leaves, causing it to splatter in all directions. Their synchronized steps, which had once resonated harmoniously within the Leaf Village, gradually began to align with the rhythm of impending war. As dusk approached, they finally neared their destination. Suddenly, Gojo Rin halted, his expression grave. "Should we have enemies?" he murmured. The others promptly ceased their movements, their faces reflecting seriousness as they scanned the surroundings. With his extraordinary 6 eyes, Gojo Rin had already spotted a team of 12 mist ninjas lying in ambush along the path leading to their camp, 2 elite jonin among them, with the rest being chunin. "The enemy is concealed in the woods about 30 miles ahead on this road. We will use shadow clones to feign a full-speed approach, and then surround them as I direct. When they engage with the clones, we will strike decisively." Gojo Rin had no doubt about the prowess of Yuzuki Yuin and Yuzuki Yang after 2.5 years of training, nor did he question Uchiha Rimi's capability. This girl, after having her bottom smacked a few times, had awakened her 3-tomo Sharingan. It is well known that the 3-tomo signifies the strength of an elite jonin, truly deserving of its reputation. Can one attain such power simply by a smack? What if, without further ado, everyone scattered their shadow clones and, following Gojo Rin's lead, dashed through the woods towards the ambushed mist squad? Under the dark, windy night, it was a night for slaughter. "Captain, do you really think leaf ninjas will pass through here?" "We've been lying in wait for days," one of the mist ninjas yawned languidly. "Of course. The intelligence from the village indicates that if the Leaf sends new recruits to their camp, this route is unavoidable. Get your act together, or I'll be the one to take you out." The Mist captain reprimanded his subordinate coldly, causing the latter to shiver, for Mist was notoriously ruthless against its own. Before long, Gojo Rin and his shadows had entered the enemy's line of sight. The Mist captain's brow furrowed, and he spoke coldly, "Prepare to engage." He glanced towards another team of 6 hiding in the trees. The Mist ninjas held their breath, tightly gripping their weapons, poised for action. As Gojo Rin's shadow clones approached their ambush zone, the captain commanded, "Attack." In an instant, the ninjas erupted from the woods, charging towards Gojo Rin and his companions. However, as their attacks made contact, a puff of smoke erupted, and the figures vanished. "Disastrous. It's shadow clones," the Mist ninja exclaimed in alarm. Yet, before they could react, a striking figure emerged from the shadows. With silver hair billowing in the wind and deep blue eyes that seemed to pierce the soul, he wielded a gleaming long sword, moving with a ghostly swiftness. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the leading jonin, a cold smile gracing his lips. Before the opponent could comprehend, the sword sliced through the air like lightning, severing the jonin's head with a single stroke. Blood sprayed forth, staining the ground in vivid crimson. Undeterred, Gojo Rin's movements flowed seamlessly, as if choreographed. In a flash, he appeared behind another jonin, who hadn't even the time to turn before a chill enveloped him. Another swift strike claimed the second jonin's head, sending it rolling to the ground. Everything transpired in an instant. Then, 2 voices rang out in unison, cross/. In that fleeting moment, Yuzuki Yuin and Yuzuki Yang executed their combined sword technique in perfect harmony. Their long swords intertwined like lightning, weaving a tapestry of dazzling sword light in the air. This luminous arc resembled a nimble silver serpent, dancing gracefully and spinning, cutting down several mist ninjas before they even had the chance to scream in despair. Their bodies, as fragile as tofu, were effortlessly torn apart, blood splattering and staining the earth. Yet, Yuin and Yang did not cease their movements. Their bodies twirled with the sword light, akin to ethereal fairies, light and graceful. With each rotation, a fierce sword aura surged forth, forcing back the surrounding enemies. This strike not only showcased their exceptional swordsmanship, but also illustrated their unparalleled synergy. In this breathtaking moment, their flawless cooperation was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Then, a chilling voice echoed, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Uchiha Style, Sword Leap Flame. Fire Release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Uchiha Style, Solar Halo Dance. The source of the onslaught was none other than Uchiha Rimi, with hands forming seals and her cheeks puffing slightly. She unleashed a massive fireball that surged forth like a meteor, engulfed in roaring flames, crashing towards the Mist Ninjas. Faced with such overwhelming force, the Mist Ninjas dared not be complacent. They swiftly summoned a water barrier, attempting to withstand the terrifying fireball. However, Rimi's strength exceeded their expectations. The water barrier evaporated the moment it met the searing flames, transforming into a misty vapor. In the instant the barrier vanished, Rimi appeared before the Mist Ninjas like a specter, her crimson sword gleaming ominously, cutting through the air towards their vital points. The Mist Ninjas, gripped by terror, realized they could not evade this fatal strike. As the crimson sword light swept through, blood sprayed, and several Mist Ninjas fell lifeless to the ground. Yet, Rimi's assault did not relent. Like a phantom, she weaved through the mist ranks, unleashing a torrent of ninjutsu that rained down upon them. Another wave of Mist Ninjas fell, powerless against her relentless barrage. Ultimately, only one Mist Chunin remained. Paralyzed by fear from the sudden retaliation, he sat trembling on the ground, drenched in panic. And then, the great man finally made his entrance. Leaf Style, Crescent Moon Dance. In an instant, his figure split into 3 identical shadow clones, each wielding a glimmering long sword, moving in perfect unison, as if they were one. In a heartbeat, all 3 clones launched their assault, their speed rivaling lightning. Dazzling the eyes, the 3 swords wove a brilliant tapestry of light, fluttering like delicate butterflies, graceful and elegant. This swift and beautiful sword light sliced through the Chunin's body, leaving him no time to react. The lethal strike obliterated him completely. The entire sequence unfolded with a fluid grace, devoid of hesitation, as if it were completed in an instant. A flawless conclusion. Gojo Rin then sheathed his sword with a flourish. One man carries a body, and we head to the camp at full speed. As 5 Stripes Rin dragged the lifeless bodies of 2 elite ninjas, their severed heads dangled grotesquely from the corpses' waists. The onlookers, imitating 5 Stripes Rin, hastened their strides towards the encampment. Upon arriving at the entrance, the guarding ninjas initially perceived them as a hostile force. But upon noticing the leader adorned with the Leaf Village headband, they exhaled with relief. The sight was indeed alarming. One individual was lugging a headless corpse, the severed head swaying unsettlingly at the waist. Who are you? Despite their initial apprehension, the vigilant guards inquired with a wary expression. 5 Stripes Rin responded with a chilling demeanor. I am 5 Stripes Rin of the Leaf Village, a genin. Following suit, the others proclaimed their identities. I am Utsuki Seiki of the Leaf Village. I am Utsuki Siyu of the Leaf Village. I am Uchiha Rimi of the Leaf Village. I am Suki. Cough. Cough. Tsukikid Shippu. Present. Chapter 39. Undercurrents. Upon entering the camp, Orochimaru personally welcomed the newcomers. He extended his tongue to lick his lips, speaking in a sinister tone. So, you have just become genin, and, on your way to report to the camp, you were ambushed by these 2 mist shinobi squads. Yet you managed to eliminate them? The group nodded in affirmation. Orochimaru's gaze fell upon the corpses, glimmering with a strange light. Impressive. He then instructed. You may each report to your respective squads. I will duly record your achievements. Fujit Rin. Present. Please report to Jonin Akane Yuhi. Yes. Yuzuki Yuka. Present. Please report to Jonin Uzwaki Momoka. Yes. Uchiha Rimi. Present. Please report to Jonin Uchiha Fugaku, as arranged by the Uchiha clan. Yes. Tsukikid Ship. Coughs present. Please proceed to report to Jonin Tsukikid Kiyoshi. Yes. As the others departed the tent, Orochimaru observed their fleeting figures, his gaze settling on Fujit Rin's silhouette. One individual capable of eliminating 2 Jonin. Quite remarkable. At that moment, Fujit Rin, having sensed Orochimaru's scrutiny, turned abruptly to meet his gaze. Orochimaru's pupils constricted sharply. Rin merely smiled faintly before exiting. Orochimaru squinted, acknowledging the danger Rin posed. Afterward, he focused on the bodies submitted by the others. How should I handle these corpses? Should I conduct an intelligence probe first, or? Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he absent-mindedly licked his lips. Meanwhile, Fujit Rin, guided by patrolling ninjas, arrived at the tent of Akane Yuhi. He lifted the tent flap and stepped inside. Akane, who had been resting with his eyes closed, instantly became alert. Who goes there? Fujit Rin smiled slightly. It is I, Uncle Akane. Genin Fujit Rin reporting for duty. Upon recognizing Rin, Akane relaxed with a smile. It is my fault. The war has kept us all on edge. Why would you come to the front lines instead of staying safe in the village? Rin, peering from behind his sunglasses, replied with a grin. How could I? With you here, the safety is assured. Akane chuckled, playfully rebuking. You never speak seriously, do you? Rin shrugged with a smile. then glanced around the tent and noticed a young man gripping a sword, sternly observing him. Akane interjected, "This is your teammate. You should greet him, young Rin." The young man managed a strained smile. "Apologies, I am just accustomed to it. Hello, Fujit Rin. I am Shirakawa Asahi." Akane then put his arm around Rin's shoulder, teasingly saying, "Asahi has completed 1 A-rank mission, 5 B-rank missions, 12 C-rank missions, and 26 D-rank missions. He is already a CH Nin and is soon to be nominated for Special Jonin. You must work hard, Rin." Rin's eyes lit up in recognition. "Oh, so you are the one. Greetings, Asahi. I look forward to your guidance. Do not worry, Uncle Akane. Watch me surpass the Hokage in 3 days." The trio shared hearty laughter, even Asahi unable to suppress a smile. "You must be 8 years old now, right?" Rin pondered for a moment. I suppose so." Akane sighed nostalgically. "At 8, I was still at the academy, and here you are on the battlefield. But with your talent, you will surely excel. It is both perilous and an opportunity." Rin nodded in agreement, realizing that he needed to act before the war concluded, lest he wait another 2 or 3 decades to assert himself again. Akane then led Rin to his designated sleeping area, where a bed had been neatly prepared, complete with a ninja tool pouch at the pillow's side. Rin appreciated the gesture. Though he did not require the pouch, the thoughtfulness warmed his heart. "All right, Rin. You must be tired after a long day. Rest well," Akane urged. Rin responded with a light, "You too, Uncle Akane, and you as well, Asahi." Indeed. As night enveloped the Konoha wartime camp, it resembled a colossal black beast. The patrolling ninjas diligently surveyed the area, while the medical department tended to the wounded, and the reconnaissance unit scoured the corpses for intelligence. Meanwhile, Orochimaru retreated into his makeshift laboratory, engrossed in his experiments. A while later, a reconnaissance ninja burst into the wartime command center, Orochimaru's tent, with an anxious expression. "It's urgent. Lord Orochimaru." Lord Orochimaru? Orochimaru emerged slowly from his temporary laboratory, a frown etched on his face. "You better have vital information." The reconnaissance ninja gulped nervously, then spoke with urgency. "After investigating the Mist ninjas who ambushed the Konoha camp today, we discovered critical intelligence. The Mist village has dispatched multiple assassination teams to lie in wait along the key routes to the camp, planning to eliminate the reinforcements. Furthermore, they have sent a surprise attack unit to strike at the village, with the specifics of the plan remaining uncertain. All participating ninjas are Jonin." Orochimaru's brow furrowed deeply as he began to ponder. "So, this is no coincidence. But what is the purpose of attacking the village? With the old man present, any plan would struggle to dismantle Konoha." His thoughts raced, and suddenly, his pupils dilated. "This is bad. Immediately send word back to Konoha. There may be changes on other battlefields, and the 4 great ninja villages might be coordinating an alliance. The Cloud, Rock, and Sand villages could launch a joint assault. The surprise attack unit is likely meant to delay our village's combat forces from reinforcing the battlefield. Bring me maps and lists. Summon the task force ninjas. I must swiftly deploy orders. We cannot allow the Mist's plans to succeed. Otherwise, Konoha will suffer a devastating blow." The reconnaissance ninja, serious and resolute, replied, "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." The urgency in Orochimaru's demeanor indicated that a great crisis was imminent. In an instant, the Konoha camp sprang into action, orders flying from Orochimaru's tent as 3 ninjas raced toward Konoha with the intelligence. Simultaneously, a squad of ninjas donning the masks of the Mist assassination unit landed ashore, a fog enveloping them. Before the patrolling Konoha ninjas could react, they were silently dispatched. Exchanging glances, the squad nodded and, exuding an air of lethal intent, dashed through the coastal line toward the forest, their destination set on Konoha village. Coincidentally, a young man clad in the Uchiha clan's battle attire was headed in the opposite direction of the assault unit. With a heavy heart, he murmured softly, "We should hasten our return to the camp. It is shocking that the hidden Mist has resorted to such nefarious tactics, launching an ambush against freshly graduated Jonin, led by at least one formidable Jonin." Reflecting on the lifeless bodies of those nameless Leaf Village Jonin he encountered during his patrol, who met their tragic fate on the way to the camp, his anger swelled within him. "We must thwart their plans. Curse the hidden Mist." Chapter 40. The instantaneous water stop. 7 ninja blades in the midst of the forest. Jishui, who was racing ahead, abruptly halted his steps, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly as his 3-tomo Sharingan spun incessantly. The Mist's ambush squad, which had also come to a standstill opposite him, exchanged anxious glances. Leading them was Ao, the so-called Byakugan killer, who was sweating profusely and exclaimed in a tense voice, "This is bad. It's the instantaneous water stop from Konoha." However, his comrades paid little heed. "What is there to fear? Even the 7 ninja blades are no match for our formation. We are the most elite squad under Lord Mizukichi." As those words fell, only Ao remained stationary, while the others swiftly charged toward Uchiha Jishui. Several maple leaves fluttered down from the trees, landing near Uchiha Jishui. With a graceful motion, he drew his sword and casually swung it, instantly slicing the falling leaves in half. Simultaneously, Ji Shui's figure flickered in 12 different directions. Ao's Byakugan whirled in a frenzy. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He could not discern which was the real body. Swish. The acidic liquid spewed from the body of a lava-release ninja, just inches from his mouth, but Ji Shui had already appeared to his left. In the moment the long sword severed the acid pouch, the real body had already shifted to the right tree trunk, leaving behind a smiling afterimage corroded by the acid. The two actions overlapped in time, as if twins were simultaneously wielding their swords in a parallel dimension. Ice Mirror Barrier. The Snow Clan Kunoichi shouted. As 30 ice mirrors took shape, each reflected Ji Shui's image. When the bone blade of a Kagaya clan member pierced through the mirror, the reflection suddenly reached out. Grasping his wrist, at that moment of reversal, the true Ji Shui was weaving a chakra web among the 12 maple trees, stepping lightly on the swirling ice shards. Ao's Byakugan suddenly flared with pain. Watch out above. But it was too late. Amid the rain of falling maple leaves, 300 leaves transformed into Ji Shui's afterimages. Each afterimage formed different hand seals. The serpent seal for fire release, the horse seal for wind release, the tiger seal for jinjutsu. The Kagaya ninja roared as he spun his bone blade, shattering 17 of the dissipating afterimages. The true deadly intent came from beneath. Ji Shui had concealed his real body underground for 3 seconds. Using the vibrations of their footsteps on the fallen leaves to execute his underground instantaneous technique. Boiling release, cloud prison. The mist ninja's steam cage enveloped a radius of 10 feet. Yet, Ji Shui's figure split into 24 streams of light within the steam. Each stream transformed into a tangible illusion under the refracted sunlight. As the mist ninja swung his blade to extinguish the fifth illusion, all afterimages suddenly opened their eyes simultaneously. 3 Tomo formed a blood-red galaxy in the steam. Instantaneous array, chaos. Ao's vision spun wildly. Ji Shui's true position shifted every 0.3 seconds. One moment dancing upon boiling water droplets, the next reflecting off the acid, and in the blink of an eye, he was leveraging the empty swing of the Kagaya's bone blade. Finally, when the snow kunoichi managed to freeze 8 afterimages, the ice mirror reflected 20 Ji Shui's in the midst of forming hand seals. Fire release, F Sun Hana. As the flaming shuriken pierced through the ice mirror, Ji Shui executed the most exquisite instantaneous nested technique in history. He made 3 solid clones perform instantaneous techniques at different time points. When the first clone's fire release illuminated the forest, the second clone had already completed a positional leap amidst the interplay of light and shadow, while the real body, taking advantage of the residual burn marks on everyone's retinas, positioned the long sword at Ao's neck. This is a space-time ninjutsu? Ao's throat bobbed against the sword's edge. It's merely decomposing the instantaneous technique into 360 frames. Ji Shui's voice resonated from 8 directions simultaneously. At that moment, the falling maple leaves finally touched the ground. Yet the battle had already concluded. Every mist ninja's forehead protector had been sliced half an inch deep, and 12 slashes shimmered with blood under the evening glow. As silence reclaimed the forest, Ao realized the true killing move. All the severed chakra threads were weaving beneath their feet into a colossal Uchiha clan emblem. This was the ultimate rendition of the instantaneous technique, using every enemy attack as a brush to inscribe the legend of the Sharingan upon the battlefield. The scene fell into a profound silence. Ao couldn't help but chuckle in awe. Truly, the instantaneous water stop of Konoha. Until we meet again on the battlefield. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Ao transformed into smoke before Ji Shui's eyes, his true body having long since fled. Ji Shui couldn't help but sneer. So, you abandon your comrades, truly the style of the mist. His Crimson 3-Tomo Sharingan scanned the surroundings, resting on the fallen mist ninjas. Only 2 Kagaya clan ninjas remained. Gasping for breath, their survival abilities commendable, yet their eyes remained filled with fear as they trembled, urging, hurry, run. The 2 hastily rolled away, exerting all their strength to escape, and in no time, they vanished from sight. Ji Shui did not pursue them. Only after he was certain the enemy had fled did he breathe a sigh of relief. Then, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. 12 bloodline limit masters. Truly a grand undertaking. He pulled several ice needles from his chest, blood spilling forth, and his body could no longer support itself. He staggered and collapsed to the ground. At a certain cliff along the coastline of the Land of Fire, a hand reached out, followed by one peculiar figure after another leaping upward. It was the 7 ninja blades, each with their own odd appearance. Suigetsu Zuki grinned menacingly, exclaiming, God's block. Kill gods. Buddha's block, kill Buddhas. Kirishima Raiga, wielding the thunder blade, shrugged nonchalantly. I really don't understand what Lord Mizuki is thinking. Sending those people while also dispatching us to ambush Konoha, merely to incite chaos in the village. Mind your words, Lord Mizuki has his own considerations. Piappa TZ warned coldly, hefting his decapitation sword. Raiga shot him a glance. TCH, just tools. Wakaba Shinhachi waved his explosive blade dismissively. Enough. What are you arguing about? Or I'll blow you all up. Just complete the mission. Kurosame Karamura said nothing, his figure flashing ahead. Suigetsu Hitsuki hurriedly urged, let us go, keep up. If we don't finish the task, Lord Mizukage 1T let us off easily. With that, the group fell silent, following Kurosame Karamura's lead, their figures flickering out of sight. Ahead of them, the young guy, alongside Ebisu and Noaragenma, sat on the grass, idly chatting. I wonder when there will be a thrilling battle. Noaragenma, chewing on a blade of grass, glanced at the excited guy and replied, better not. Right now. We're just cannon fodder on the battlefield. Guy, somewhat indignant, raised his hands in protest. Hey, don't you have any fighting spirit? While Ebisu grilled fish. He honestly stated, even Janine could die at any moment, let alone a CH Neen. Just as he finished speaking, the fish slipped from Ebisu's hands. And his expression turned blank. 7 tall and peculiar figures suddenly appeared before the trio, a terrifying aura enveloping them. Suigetsu Hitsuki grinned widely, baring his teeth as he spoke. Hey, little brats, which way is it to Konoha? Chapter 41. The Elimination of Mist Shadows as Dawn Broke. The camp of the Leaf Village on the battlefield of Mist was operating like a finely tuned machine under Orochimaru's meticulous arrangements. The silhouettes of ninjas scurried between the tents. Karen, Asahi, we have an urgent mission to eliminate Mist ninjas lurking along the main and side roads from various villages. With a serious expression, Akatsuki Shin stormed into the tent, shouting at Futa Rin and Shirakumo Asahi. Once the two approached, he unveiled a map. These are the areas we are responsible for. We must depart immediately. Futa Rin paused, deep in thought, recalling the ambush they had encountered on their way to the camp. Could it be that Mist was hunting down these reinforcements to the battlefield? Perhaps the original storyline where Yuzuki Akatsuki did not appear was because he fell victim to Mist's ambush. Without further ado, both Shirakumo Asahi and Futa Rin nodded solemnly. Prompted by Akatsuki Shin, they swiftly made their way to the designated area. The morning dew dripped rhythmically as ninjas from the Leaf Village rushed out from all directions, heading towards their respective battlefields. Under the gentle rays of the morning sun, Futa Rin's 6 eyes shimmered with a brilliant light. Soon, he spoke with calm assurance. At 3 o'clock, a 6-man squad is lying in ambush among the trees. Akatsuki Shin was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure and issued commands. Maintain concealment and prepare for a surprise attack. Yes. Understood. Futa Rin and Shirakumo Asahi drew their swords simultaneously. Hearing the sharp sound of their blades, they exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Led by Akatsuki Shin, the trio stealthily approached the location of the 6-man squad. With a subtle gesture from Akatsuki Shin, Futa Rin and Shirakumo Asahi found cover behind nearby trees. To Futa Rin, these adversaries were merely insignificant foes, yet he understood the necessity of following his superior's lead for now. He needed to build a reputation through these joint missions before he could operate independently. Moreover, he was intrigued by Shirakumo Asahi's abilities. Although briefly mentioned in the original narrative, he left a lasting impression. As Akatsuki Shin performed hand seals, he cast a Genjutsu, illusion technique, Hell's Gaze. Instantly, 2 members of the enemy squad collapsed in terror, rendered incapable of fighting. The squad leader was drenched in cold sweat. Genjutsu? When did this happen? However, no answer came, only a flash of cold steel. He felt himself being struck and, in astonishment, saw a silver-haired boy with azure eyes gazing coldly at him as he fell. Is that my own body? As the headless corpse fell, blood gushed forth, plunging him into an abyss of darkness. Futa Rin continued his assault, leaving behind 3 afterimages as he executed a flurry of lethal strikes. Each flash of his blade reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's call. Blood splattered across Futa Rin's face, igniting a thrill within him, causing the remaining 2 to tremble in terror and shout, Demon! Flee! Quick! They scrambled away in panic, yet Futa Rin did not pursue, merely watching them escape with a mocking gaze. For he knew, in the presence of Leaf Ch Nin, Shirakumo Asahi, you shall not escape. Shirakumo Asahi brandished his sword before him, eyes wide with fury. Vacuum slash! He swung his blade, tearing through the air and generating a deafening sonic boom. The swift arc of his sword cleaved through the air, and as the fleeing enemies recoiled in horror, blood erupted from their chests, rendering them lifeless without any chance of retaliation. Futa Rin observed this scene with satisfaction. It was pure and authentic, truly impressive. Shirakumo Asahi. In an instant, all 6 adversaries lay slain. Descending from the tree, Akatsuki Shin smiled and remarked, Well done, Rin and Asaki. Now, to the next area. Onward. The trio swiftly vaulted onto the tree branches, racing away with renewed vigor. The systematic clearing of each area saw Futa Rin dispatch over 20 Mist ninjas, while Shirakumo Asahi expertly eliminated those who attempted to flee. Akatsuki Shin scarcely had the chance to engage, only needing to cast the initial Genjutsu. Upon completing the eradication of the final area, Futa Rin and Shirakumo Asahi sheathed their swords and turned to Akatsuki Shin. He placed a reassuring hand on their shoulders, beaming with pride. It is merely a matter of time before you 2 attain the rank of J-Nin. However, Rin, do you not think your bloodlust is a bit excessive? It seems rather cruel. Decapitating is one thing, but why the dismemberment? He pointed tremblingly at the ground littered with dismembered corpses, some heads cleaved into 3 pieces. Futa Rin wiped the blood from his face and grinned. Not at all. When dealing with enemies, a bit of cruelty is warranted. In fact, I was considering using fire release combined with wind release to scatter their ashes. This grin made Akatsuki Shin shudder inwardly, fearing that Fuda-Rin might turn his blade on him, acutely aware of his current state. He could only sigh in resignation. Let us return to camp. The mission is complete. Fuda-Rin smiled in agreement, about to nod, when his expression suddenly turned serious as he gazed into the distance. Is that Might Gaia's pivotal moment? Why was he so certain? Because he sensed 7 immense chakra signatures 70 miles away, entirely distinct from the previously encountered foes, accompanied by the overwhelming chakra of the 8 Gates release. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to act swiftly. He turned to Akatsuki Shin. Shin, senpai, I apologize, but you all should head back. I have friends in danger, and I must assist them. Akatsuki Shin was momentarily taken aback, instinctively responding, Rin, we will accompany you yet. Before he could finish, Fuda-Rin had vanished without a trace. There was an awkward silence. But Akatsuki Shin could only sigh in admiration. Rin truly is a hidden gem. Asahi, let us return now. He glanced back. Asahi? The 7th gate. The gate of shock opened. Mighty Guy radiated a surge of chakra, unleashing the tremendous energy of the 7th gate, his presence overwhelming. He spoke slowly, fear not. My boy, your father will protect you. In an instant, he reappeared beside Pipa Shirzong, unleashing a powerful kick. Pipa Shirzong managed to block the strike with his blade, but was met with an even more ferocious onslaught. The other 6 quickly reacted, surrounding him and unleashing their ultimate techniques. The ancient trees shed their layers under the pressure of the shockwaves, and Pipa Shirzong's great sword was sent flying, embedding itself deep into the tree trunk. Mighty Guy's headband fluttered in the wind, a cut on his right leg using small droplets of blood. He could hold on for another 3 minutes. The skin of Suka Mountain's Fugu demon opened with barbed spikes, draining his physical potential. Simultaneously, 7 ninja blades resonated, with the Raijin's thunder blade carving arcs of electricity in the air, merging with the explosive blade of Wooly Shinhachi to form a thunderfire prison. Just as Guy shattered the lightning barrier, the blunt blade of Tisaka Ye closed off his retreat route. Day Tiger. The compressed air formed a tiger's head, tearing through the formation of blades, yet just as it was about to strike Kurasame Shiranui, it became ensnared by layers of thread from the fissures of the earth. The water iron cannon of Zuki Kageyuki erupted forth, as Dai deftly spun and shattered the water projectiles. Yet, the splashing droplets unexpectedly transformed into the water clones of the pufferfish demon. The barbed skin grazed his spine, while Dai's elbow strike shattered the left shoulder guard of the pufferfish demon, though he himself bore the brunt of explosive shards that left scorched marks upon his back. Blood evaporated into a crimson mist amidst the azure steam. In the electromagnetic field of Raikiri, Fong caused every hair on his body to stand on end. In the 207th maneuver, Dai evaded a deadly piercing strike, his bandaged fist leaving dents upon the surface of the chest plate. The rhythm of their combined attacks began to repeat. Suddenly, 7 shadowy figures shifted formations, the decapitating sword cleaving through ancient trees to create obstacles, while the barbed skin absorbed dispersing chakra to amplify the lightning. The explosive shards transformed the entire area into a burning chessboard. Amidst the explosions wave, Dai's advancing figure was ensnared by a water technique, his feet bound as a blunt blade infused with lightning came crashing towards him. The impact of the dual heaven kicks colliding with the blunt blade shattered the treetops within a 30-meter radius, as moonlight once again illuminated the battlefield. More than half of the forehead protectors of the 7 ninja were shattered, and Dai's green battle attire was thoroughly soaked in blood. The trembling hands of Pipa JZ dripped crimson, as the gap in the decapitating sword slowly began to regenerate. The so-called 7 ninja swordsmen. Dai wiped the blood streaming into his eyes, realizing they were merely skilled jugglers with synchronized movements. The roar of Haikuzai and the thunderous sound of lightning erupted simultaneously. As the 7 swords once more conjured a storm of metal, the muffled sounds of muscle meeting steel continued to echo through the morning mist, and Dai's condition deteriorated further. With a powerful kick, he repelled the 7, retreating to stand before Might Guy and his companions. He gasped heavily, yet managed a strained smile. Turning back to give Guy a thumbs up, the moment to witness the vigor of youth was upon them, to protect those dear to him. It was time to unleash the 8th gate of the 8 gates of Biryaku. The 8th gate. Suddenly, a silver-haired youth with azure eyes appeared beside Might Dai, grasping his hand and smiling as he spoke. Uncle Dai, there's no need for sacrifice just yet. Chapter 42. The Essence of Empty Cicada. The death of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Might Dai's pupils constricted sharply as he beheld the youth who suddenly appeared beside him, halting his attempt to open the death gate. For a moment, he found himself rendered speechless. A chilling sense of dread emanated from the boy. A sensation not to be doubted. After all, it was the keen instinct of Konoha's treasured beast, unfailingly accurate. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. Who are you? Wu Lin flashed a smile, then replied, I am a close brother of Akai. Just ask him, and I shall take it from here. Without waiting for Might Dai to respond, Wu Lin stepped forward, dismissing the others behind him. Hey, you grotesque creatures, did you escape from a zoo? Do you think wielding toy knives makes you lethal? Especially you, resembling a watermelon. Did your mother raise you on watermelon? Under Wu Lin's scornful taunts, the 7 ninja swordsmen flushed with anger, with Suka Samburi being the first to lose his composure. Damn it, I can't hold back any longer. Let us take him down. I can't hold back either. Ow. The figures of the seven surged forward. Wu Lin finally grinned, silencing their chatter. Such eagerness. Shinto style, empty cicada blade. As Wu Lin focused his six eyes, he unsheathed his sword, its cold gleam flashing as it lay horizontally before him. The blade was enveloped in a layer of natural energy, not merely a ball of energy, but rather a long sword forged from the very essence of nature, seemingly imbued with the power to slice through space itself. Suka Samburi swung his blade, the shark skin, at Wu Lin, who seemed to detect a delectable aroma, emitting a peculiar laughter. With a mere upward flick, Wu Lin dispelled the attack, while the shark skin, attempting to consume the natural energy, cried out in distress as Suka Samburi was sent flying several meters away, stirring up a cloud of dust. The remaining attacks followed in quick succession, with the needle-like projectiles of Kurosawa's thread splitting into hundreds of steel wires aimed at Wu Lin, yet as they approached, they veered off course. With a slight sidestep, Wu Lin evaded the strike, only for Peepishus to suddenly appear behind him, swinging his great sword down upon him. Wu Lin merely smirked disdainfully as the blade neared. It bizarrely bent, and he retaliated with a swift slash. Peepishus' eyes widened in shock. At that moment, Minashi Jinpachi erupted from the ground, brandishing a giant explosive knife festooned with detonating tags, igniting hundreds of them beneath Wu Lin's feet, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Yet, as the smoke cleared, Wu Lin stood unscathed, a sword resting against the explosive knife, his azure eyes gleaming with a deathly gaze, causing Minashi Jinpachi's heart to quiver. Fortunately, Setsukawa Yato swung a blunt sword, reputed to shatter anything, down upon Wu Lin's head. Simultaneously, Kagaya Chiyuki and Kurokuro Reiga's attacks converged, their dual blades unleashing a terrifying chakra cannon and lightning strikes towards Wu Lin. Wu Lin swiftly adjusted his stance, kicking Minashi Jinpachi away before extending a hand mockingly. Sorcerer's turn, Azure. A blue energy sphere coalesced before him, instantly causing space to collapse, a terrifying gravity resembling a black hole swirling around. Wu Lin's silver hair danced as the blunt sword's assault was warped, redirected towards the singularity of the spatial collapse, absorbing the terrifying energy waves from the dual blades and lightning. Amidst the astonished gazes of all, Wu Lin spoke indifferently. Scatter. The energy sphere, having absorbed and expanded, soared skyward at Wu Lin's command, unleashing a barrage of energy projectiles upon the seven ninja swordsmen. Bathed in the intense blue light, Wu Lin appeared as a deity. While the relentless energy assault sent the swordsmen fleeing in panic, each projectile capable of obliterating them. In a moment of foolish bravado, Peepishus swung his great sword desperately, attempting to cleave the incoming energy blasts. Finding no success, he hastily raised his sword defensively. However, the power of Azure, forged from natural energy, was not so easily thwarted. It pierced through the great sword, penetrating his body and detonating within. His body exploded, flesh and blood scattering. Peepishus took his final bow. Such was the price of recklessness. The remaining six were left in disarray, some with severed limbs, while Suka Samburi notably remained relatively unscathed, appearing merely flustered. Truly a nimble, heavy-set individual. Perhaps next time, it would be prudent to refine the skill into something more precise. Wu Lin brandished the long sword, enchanted with the empty cicada blade, standing tall as he jested. You are indeed a tenacious insect. Shinto style, the ultimate empty cicada, no interval. A cerulean hexagonal prism barrier, spanning 100 meters, enveloped everyone. Wu Lin unleashed a flurry of slashes, the biting sword energy wreaking havoc within the confines of the barrier, slicing everything into infinite fragments. These strikes, seemingly existing across all dimensions, threatened to cleave anything in their path. In the terror-filled eyes of the six, they were promptly reduced to mere pieces. Flesh and blood erupted, leaving behind seven ninja swords, remnants of their former master's battles. Wu Lin nonchalantly sheathed his sword as the barrier dissipated. A breeze carried the scent of blood across the battlefield, the scattered remnants of flesh starkly contrasting the gentle weather. Wu Lin gazed at the blue sky and white clouds, squinting slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he murmured, the seven ninja swordsmen have been eliminated. Just as Wu Lin was about to turn away, the treasured beast wailed loudly. Thank you, little brother. This is youth. Akai. From now on, he will be the savior of our family. While Might Dai clung to Wu Lin's leg, tears streaming down his face, a cold-eyed youth entered the battlefield, wielding a longsword. Morning of Konoha, Hayakawa. You all. Wu Lin tilted his head, observing the youth before him. Ah, Hayakawa? What brings you here? Seeing Wu Lin unharmed, Hayakawa breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you were fine. Wu Lin felt warmth in his heart. He was a cool exterior but warm within. A pity he wasn't in the Uchiha clan. Nearly a game-changer. Ah, of course. The situation has been resolved, Hayakawa-kun. Shall we return to the camp together? Hayakawa, with an expressionless nod, replied, MHM. Wu Lin, unfazed, turned to Akai and Might Dai, saying, a splendid audience is necessary for a fierce battle under the sun. Allowing youth to wither prematurely is a desecration of faith. Uncle Dai, Akai, take care. We shall return to the camp to report. He then sped off with Hayakawa towards the camp, leaving Akai and Might Dai exchanging glances, followed by the three young ones being embraced by Might Dai. Thanks to Akai's friend, they had survived. Otherwise, their father would surely have perished. They must express their gratitude to him in the future. What a beautiful youth this is. Akai's eyes brimmed with fire and determination. Ah, father. His name is Wutio Lin. He shall be my lifelong rival and dearest friend. Might Kai will one day catch up to his footsteps. Chapter 43. The Golden Flash of Konoha in the Hokage office of Konoha Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaled slowly. After receiving the intelligence from Orochimaru, his brow furrowed tightly. The notion of a coalition between the villages was not without merit. Orochimaru's instincts for war had always been sharp. Indeed, vigilance was imperative. Just then, a beleaguered Konoha ninja burst into the Hokage's office. Bad news. Hokage-sama. The Hidden Cloud and Hidden Sand villages have united to launch an attack. Our forces at the battlefield in the Land of Rivers have suffered severe losses. Thanks to Danzo-sama's emergency measures and Tsunade-sama's valiant efforts, we have avoided complete annihilation, but half of our troops are incapacitated, either dead or injured. Suddenly, a frog leapt through the window and landed on the Hokage's desk, spitting out a scroll of intelligence. Sarutobi Hiruzen unrolled it and read. The battlefield in the Land of Grass has been ambushed by Inoki's forces. The losses are catastrophic. Fury surged within him as he slammed his hand onto the desk. Hadn't the Hidden Cloud just clashed with the Hidden Sand last year? How could they join forces so swiftly? He was deeply anxious. The current situation was perilous for Konoha, especially with the mist assault teams threatening the village. He realized he could not leave the village recklessly. After much contemplation, he made a painful decision. Send word to Danzo, Tsunade, and the forces in the Land of Rivers to abandon the defense of the Kiki Mountain Fortress. Instruct Jiraiya to hold the positions in the Land of Grass and allow not a single Iwagakure ninja to cross the border. Summon Namikaze Minato to the battlefield in the Land of Grass immediately. Yes. Yes. Soon, only Sarutobi Hiruzen remained, fatigued and silent at his desk. He murmured. I hope there are no unforeseen incidents at the battlefield in the mist. Meanwhile, Namikaze Minato, having completed his patrol in the Land of Rice, returned to his tent with a Flying Thunder God technique. As night deepened, he prepared to rest before reporting to the command center. Suddenly, a frog appeared before him with a loud bang. He frowned, sensing something amiss. The frog then spat out a note. Hokage's orders. Urgently assist the battlefield in the Land of Grass. Minato immediately stood up, alarmed. Is something wrong with the teacher? He swiftly flashed to the command tent to bid farewell to Yamashiro Aoi, sensing the Flying Thunder God mark in the Land of Grass. In an instant, he vanished from the Land of Rice. At the battlefield in the Land of Grass, the pale moonlight was engulfed by swirling mounds of earth, and the entire valley emitted a mournful groan. Inoki hovered 50 meters above the ground, forming hand seals for the Earth-style, mountain earth technique. The rock walls on either side slammed together like the fangs of a monstrous beast. Earth-style, groundquake core. At Inoki's command, 30 Iwagakure Genin struck the ground simultaneously. The rock layers beneath Jiraiya collapsed into a funnel shape, engulfing 12 tents along with Konoha ninjas who had no time to perform hand seals. Summoning, stage collapse technique. Fire-style, great fireball. The orange flames illuminated the night sky as Jiraiya leaped high, propelled by the summoning technique, unleashing a fiery chakra sphere that detonated within the Iwagakure formation. Yet, more earthen barriers surged from all directions, and Iwagakure ninjas emerged endlessly, as if sprouting from the earth itself. Inoki's cold laughter resonated amidst the explosions. The three ninjas are nothing extraordinary. A white cube of chakra gathered at his fingertips, expanding suddenly as the dust release, original world separation technique tore through the air. Just as Jiraiya ensnared three enemies with his Wild Lion's main technique, the deadly beam of light drew near. In a critical moment, three specially crafted kunai formed a triangular formation, their golden flashes slicing through the fabric of space-time. Minato appeared, cradling Jiraiya in the blind spot of the dust release attack. His blue eyes reflected the inferno around them, his voice eerily calm. Apologies, teacher. I was delayed at the eastern front. The Iwagakure ninjas suddenly found their shadows distorting. 37 golden figures flickered in every corner of the battlefield. Kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique weaving a deadly net under the moonlight. Minato's main body emerged amidst the explosive squad, the hum of the Rasengan drowning out the sound of detonating tags. Watch your back. It's Konoha's golden flash. Inoki's warning came too late. Minato flickered through the crowd 7 times, each appearance accompanied by the blue glow of the Rasengan. When he returned to his original position, 7 Iwagakure Genin's armor exploded behind him. Inoki bellowed in rage, unleashing a barrage of rock fists. Yet, Minato vanished as if foreseeing the future, reappearing atop Inoki's dust release cube. The kunai sliced through the night sky, grazing Inoki's throat, forcing him to cancel the light and heavy rock technique and plummet rapidly. The battlefield had transformed into a hellscape. Whenever Iwagakure ninjas attempted to form hand seals, kunai would strike from impossible angles. Minato's clones darted through the inferno, each golden flash accompanied by the cries of Iwagakure ninjas. A certain Iwagakure captain, having completed the Earth Spike technique's hand seals, found his wrist pinned to the rock wall by a kunai. Jiraiya did not cease his assault either. Fire-style, fireball jutsu. Is this the second stage of the Flying Thunder God? Inoki deflected Jiraiya's fireball, dismissing him as he grimaced at the battlefield. His elite forces were depleting at an alarming rate. That golden-haired youth seemed to exist simultaneously at every coordinate on the field. The most terrifying moment arrived. Minato suddenly appeared directly above Inoki, the Rasengan in his hand radiating a blinding blue light. Inoki hastily activated Dust Release to counter, only to discover it was merely a shadow clone. The true lethal strike came from behind. 3 kunai bearing the Flying Thunder God technique surrounded him in a triangular formation, Minato's main body flashing from an impossible angle. The Rasengan striking true. Earth-style, Rock Shield. In a desperate moment, Inoki summoned Rock Giant blocked the fatal blow with its body. But Minato, propelled by the recoil, soared into the sky, each hand gathering a Rasengan, crashing down like a meteor upon the Iwagakure coalition's still forming hand seals. As the cold wind of dawn dispersed the smoke, the battlefield lay strewn with kunai. Namikaze's Minato stood atop the only intact rock pillar. His blood-stained Janine vest illuminated by the moonlight, exuding an aura of invincibility and fearsome intimidation. Inoki surveyed his remaining troops, barely more than 30%, and finally managed to force out the order to retreat. All units, retreat. As the Iwagakure ninjas withdrew like a receding tide, Jiraiya glanced at his disciple, who still held a spinning Rasengan, and smiled wryly. Your speed is truly like that of a lightning bolt. Yet Minato gazed toward the east, where the sky began to brighten. We must relocate before dawn. Inoki's reinforcements. Before he could finish, 3 kunai rigged with explosive tags suddenly soared through the air. Minato's pupils constricted, and as he activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more, the explosion's flames barely illuminated the golden chakra he left behind. In an instant, Minato reappeared behind the Iwagakure ninja who had launched the kunai, swiftly slashing his throat. The Iwagakure ninja, a member of the explosive team, gasped for breath, fighting for life. With blood frothing from his mouth, he managed a wheezing smile. Tachikage-sama will surely crush Konoha. Iwagakure will not fall. With that, he slumped over, lifeless, his eyes wide with fury. Minato paid him no mind, instantly returning to Jiraiya's side. Teacher, are you all right? Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. It's a minor issue, but I must inform you that we cannot retreat now. We must hold our ground. This is the old man's absolute order. Due to the alliance between Iwagakure and Yungakure, the battlefield of the Land of Rivers had no choice but to abandon the steadfast defense at the Kikyo mountain fortress. As the front lines became increasingly precarious, Jiraiya wiped the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth and rose to his feet. We cannot retreat any further, otherwise the 3 shinobi villages will encircle us, and Konoha will face utter annihilation. We must hold our ground. The expression on Minato Namikaze's face was grave. Had the situation truly escalated to such dire straits? The 2 men gazed at the brutal battlefield in silence, the young golden flash leaving an indelible legend. Moments later, with unwavering determination in his eyes, Minato tightly gripped the kunai of the Flying Thunder God and addressed Jiraiya. Sensei, we can no longer afford to merely defend. We must transition from defense to offense. As the night breeze swept by, the tips of Minato's golden hair danced wildly, while the stench of blood from the battlefield, intensified by his words, spread even further. Chapter 44, Promotion to Jonin, Ambitions of the Rising Sun, the Battlefield of the Mist. By the time Gojo Rin and Hakumo Aoyan returned to the camp, dusk had already settled in, enveloping the entire encampment in shadows. As the ninja teams who had been on missions gradually returned one by one, the 2 entered their tent, merging with the crimson glow of the setting sun. Within the tent, Sarayu Makoto silently polished the sword in his hand, casting a resentful glance at the returning duo, without uttering a word. Gojo Rin offered an awkward smile. Thanks to your guidance, Makoto-senpai, Aoyan and I have been able to grow so swiftly. Right, Aoyan? Hakumo Aoyan was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a deep, rumbling affirmation. After a brief silence, Sarayu Makoto sheathed his sword and placed it beside his bed, before speaking with a hint of displeasure. You 2 seem to have forgotten your teacher. Treating me like a mere ornament? Haven't you? The duo fell silent, and Gojo Rin could only manage a dry chuckle. All right. I won't hold it against you this time, but next time, at least keep me in the loop. I have already submitted the mission report to Lord Orochimaru. Rin, your performance was exceptional this time, and Aoyan did well too. Rin, I have also submitted your Chunin application. Your achievements are more than sufficient. As for Aoyan, you are nearing Jonin status as well. I can assure you that you will attain it once this war concludes. Both Gojo Rin and Hakumo Aoyan nodded eagerly. After Sarayu Makoto finished speaking, Gojo Rin dropped the bombshell. Makoto-sensei, I killed the 7 ninja swordsmen. Sarayu Makoto nodded thoughtfully. You killed 7 people again. I will mention it to Lord Orochimaru. Suddenly, his pupils constricted in shock as he stared at Gojo Rin. The 7 ninja swordsmen? Are you certain it was the 7 ninja swordsmen? Gojo Rin and Hakumo Aoyan exchanged glances and nodded. Then, Gojo Rin inexplicably produced 7 oddly shaped ninja swords from seemingly nowhere. Here are the 7 swords. Sarayu Makoto's face twitched involuntarily. Hiss. You said you went to save someone, but you ended up taking out the 7 ninja swordsmen? Gojo Rin waved his hand in resignation. You can ask Aoyan. Hakumo Aoyan nodded deeply. Indeed, by the time I arrived, there were only 7 piles of mud left, along with these 7 swords. Rinkoin had already concluded the battle. Sarayu Makoto fell into a moment of silence. After a while, he finally spoke. Well done. Let us go report to Lord Orochimaru. Gojo Rin smiled and nodded, and the three of them made their way towards the command tent. Upon entering the command tent, they saw Orochimaru seated at his desk, diligently attending to various documents. He spoke in a low voice. "What is it?" Saraya Makoto cupped his hands and calmly replied, "Jonin Saraya Makoto has come to report. Team member Gojo Rin has single-handedly eliminated the 7 ninja swordsmen, and these are the 7 swords recovered for Lord Orochimaru's inspection." Orochimaru's pupils narrowed in surprise as he looked up. "Oh, let me see." He took the 7 swords from Saraya Makoto, inspecting them closely. "Indeed. These are the swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen." His eyes gleamed with excitement as he turned to the 3 of them. "What about the bodies? Did you bring them back?" Gojo Rin shrugged helplessly. "Well, I accidentally shattered them." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's mouth twitched, nearly biting his own tongue. "Shattered? The bodies? Why would you do that?" Saraya Makoto also twitched at the corners of his mouth. "Ah, that's just Rin's combat habit. Either decapitate or shatter the bodies." Orochimaru sighed, not lamenting the loss of intelligence, but rather the lack of research material. He waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. Shattered bodies it is. Next time, well, it would be better to decapitate if possible. Remember that." Gojo Rin responded with a righteous expression. "Yes, I will try my best." Orochimaru continued, "With your current achievements, you are more than qualified for promotion to Jonin. Your elimination of the 7 ninja swordsmen has greatly contributed to the overall war situation for Konoha. Would you like me to assist you in submitting your Jonin application?" Gojo Rin nodded affirmatively. "That would be appreciated, Lord Orochimaru. By the way, before I took down the 7, a Chunin named Might Guy opened the 8 gates to hold them off for a while. Had I not arrived in time, he would have opened the 8th gate and fought them to the death. I believe he deserves recognition for his contributions." Orochimaru paused, then nodded. "Understood. I will make a note of this. Might Guy, you say? Konoha does not overlook any ninja who has made contributions, rest assured." Gojo Rin narrowed his eyes and nodded. Rapid promotion to Jonin would be beneficial for him, allowing him to undertake missions independently. Yet, he glanced at Hakumo Aoyan, feeling an uncharacteristic reluctance. He shook his head, dismissing it as mere illusion. The 3 exited the command tent, and on their way back to their own tent, Saraya Makoto, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up. "Rin, to be honest, what do you think of your current strength?" Gojo Rin was taken aback and fell into contemplation. "My strength? Otsutsuki Urashiki Otsutsuki Mamashiki Naruto and Sasuke 5 Kage. Although Urashiki is somewhat weak, his abilities are undeniably at the 6 pads level. Honestly, with a bit of skill, it shouldn't be this bad." After counting on his fingers for a while, Gojo Rin cautiously replied, "Roughly, a tad stronger than the Kage level?" Saraya Makoto fell silent, as did Hakumo Aoyan. They then patted Gojo Rin on the shoulder and returned to their tent in silence, sitting on their beds in a daze. Gojo Rin, puzzled, thought, "Aren't we friends? Is this necessary? Is it that strange for an 8-year-old to surpass the Kage level?" He pondered the oddity, but ultimately chose not to break the silence, casting a sideways glance at the 2 before sitting on his bed to rest. Meanwhile, within the command tent, Orochimaru felt a wave of relief wash over him. He summoned the intelligence personnel and conveyed orders. "Send word to the village, stating that the crisis in the mist has been resolved." It was not a single raiding party but 2. One consisted of 12 bloodline limit experts, 10 of whom were slain by Uchiha Shursui, with 2 escaping. And Shursui sustained serious injuries. The other was composed of the 7 ninja swordsmen, who attempted a direct assault on Konoha from the heart of the Fire Country, but were intercepted by Chunin Might Guy. Subsequently, Chunin Gojo Rin single-handedly annihilated the 7 ninja swordsmen and recovered their 7 swords. The mist is left with only frontal combat power, and within 3 months, we shall defeat their frontline forces. I hereby request the special promotion of Gojo Rin to Jonin, with his wartime mission record being S rank X2, A rank X8, B rank X26, C rank X6, D rank X0. His combat power is assessed to be at the Kage level or above. I also request the special promotion of Might Guy to Special Jonin, and the special promotion of Hakumo Aoyan to Special Jonin." As the battle reports returned to Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table, rising with a face flushed with excitement. "Excellent. Truly excellent. A great victory at the battlefield of the Land of Rice, and another triumph at the battlefield of the Mist. Dispatch the orders. From this day forth, I shall personally head to Kiki Mountain to confront the allied forces of the Cloud and Sand, and I shall not return until they are defeated. Dispatch the orders." Orochimaru's series of requests have been fully approved. Based on the intelligence of the corresponding personnel, prepare the necessary equipment. Dispatch the order. During my absence from the village, Nara Shikamaru will be responsible for all matters, large and small. Subsequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a flourish of his ceremonial robe, gazed out the window, seemingly surveying the distant battlefield, with flickers of flames reflected in his eyes. His expression was solemn as he raised his hand dramatically. "I shall allow the flames of Konoha to thoroughly engulf the entire shinobi world. Now, the formal commencement of our offensive and defensive strategy begins." Chapter 45, The Gale Falls, the Gale Rises. The fierce flames of war erupted on Kiki Mountain, illuminating the battlefield of the Land of Rice with a blood-red glow pierced by golden flashes, while the battlefield of Hidden Mist was enveloped in tranquility. The assault and assassination units of the Hidden Mist were utterly annihilated, akin to losing their own eyes, Any further advance would necessitate a direct confrontation with Konoha, leaving no lingering threat of war within their domain. On this day, Fushiguro Rin received his long-awaited Jonin headband, Jonin vest, and a standard set of weapons. He solemnly discarded the somewhat sweat-stained headband given to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen into an inconspicuous corner. In high spirits and with no task at hand, he decided to visit the Uzumaki sisters. It had been a while since he had caressed their smooth, long hair, their delicate skin, and those gentle little hands. How he missed them. Before long, he arrived at the tent where they resided and called out, "Yuin, Yuyo, are you there?" After a considerable time without a response, he lifted the tent flap only to find it completely empty, leaving him perplexed. How could they be absent on such an uneventful day? Were they assigned to a sudden patrol mission? He shook his head and stepped outside, only to encounter a patrolling ninja. He patted the ninja on the shoulder and smiled. "Have you seen Uzumaki Yuyo and Uzumaki Yuin? There are two girls around my age." The patrolling ninja, initially perceiving Rin as merely a child and intending to ruffle his hair, quickly changed his demeanor upon noticing Rin's Jonin attire, bowing respectfully. "Sir, the Uzumaki Yuin and Yuyo you mentioned are two girls with purple hair, and their leader is Uzumaki Miyamoto, correct?" Rin nodded eagerly. Yes. Do you know where they are?" The ninja replied with deference. "It appears they encountered formidable enemies during the last operation against the Hidden Mists ambush unit and sustained severe injuries. They are currently receiving treatment at the medical department. I am unaware of the specifics, but you may inquire with Lord Orochimaru." Rin's pupils constricted in an instant. What was happening? How could they have been injured given their strength? Moreover, there was a Jonin leading them. How could this occur? Without a moment's hesitation, Rin dashed to the medical department, flinging open the tent flap to reveal a plethora of injured personnel lying on beds. However, after scanning the room, he did not see the Uzumaki sisters. In a flash, he appeared before a medical ninja, his expression frigid as he demanded, "Where are Uzumaki Yuyo and Uzumaki Yuin?" The nurse, about to comment on his rudeness, faltered at the sight of Rin's Jonin attire and the cold aura emanating from him. Sir. The two you seek are currently in a temporary intensive care unit. Are you family?" Rin exhaled in relief. As long as they were alive, he could bring them back from the brink. "Let me there." The nurse, daunted, complied and guided Rin to the makeshift intensive care unit. What he witnessed next broke his heart. Yuyo and Yuin lay pale and wrapped in layers of bandages, lost in unconsciousness, a testament to their grievous injuries. Rin hurriedly approached the nurse, who was about to speak. "Please." Before she could finish, Rin placed his hands upon their chests. Secret technique, rejuvenation. A powerful surge of energy streamed from Rin's hands into their hearts. If one could observe microscopically, they would witness their shattered organs and external wounds rapidly mending, as if reborn with tender skin. In a short while, the sisters awakened, blinking at the sight of Rin standing before them. They instinctively threw themselves into his embrace, clutching his arms and choking out, "Rin-kun, we thought we would never see you again." Rin gently caressed their hair, reassuring them, "It's all right. It's all right. What happened? Who did this to you?" Tears welled up in their eyes as they began to recount their ordeal. "That day, we accompanied our elder, Uzumaki Miyamoto, to eliminate the Hidden Mists ambush unit, and everything was proceeding smoothly. We even joined forces with the team led by the Jonin of its Tsukikage clan. Tsukikage Kaze was among them. But who would have thought? As we prepared to jointly eliminate the last ambush point, 3 terrifying foes emerged. They claimed to be the Byakugan killer, Shien, along with 2 powerful members of the Kagaya clan. Each possessed strength approaching that of a Kage. After joining forces with the ambushed Hidden Mist units, they surrounded us. Miyamoto-senpai and Shimizu-senpai sacrificed themselves to protect us. We fought with all our might but were no match for them. We nearly perished in their onslaught, and it was Tsukikage Kaze who shielded us from a fatal blow. We had nearly given up hope, but they seemed to fear something, and after a fierce resistance, they hastily fled the battlefield. "Rin-kun, they are dead. They all died. Only we survived." Boo-hoo and Tsukikage Kaze, he clearly had a chance to escape but sacrificed himself to protect us. Boo-hoo, we feel so useless. Upon hearing this, Rin sighed deeply. Had this great man truly taken that step? Once, he had opened the path of the Gale with his own death. Now, it was still the path of the Gale. He gently patted the heads of the Uzumaki sisters and said, "It's all right. It's all right. You did your best. Now, leave the rest to me. The Hidden Mist will pay for this. Shien and the Kagaya clan. I will avenge our fallen comrades." With determination flashing in his eyes, Rin turned and exited the intensive care unit, making his way directly to Orochimaru's tent. "Lord Orochimaru, I request to launch a surprise attack on the Hidden Mist village to avenge our fallen comrades." Rin's gaze burned with intensity, his tone resolute. Orochimaru regarded the youthful Jonin before him with admiration, recognizing his strength, yet he cautioned, "Rin, I understand your feelings, but do not underestimate the Hidden Mist defenses. They are surely prepared. Your venture will be fraught with peril. Lord Orochimaru, I am ready. The sacrifices of my comrades must not be in vain. I will make the Hidden Mist understand that those who harm Konoha will pay a heavy price." Rin's gaze remained unwavering, devoid of any retreat. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru finally nodded. "Very well, I grant your request. But remember, do not act impulsively. Assess the situation and return immediately if it becomes unfavorable. And, if possible, Bring back a few intact corpses of Jainin with bloodline limits. Ensure they aren't all shattered. After receiving his orders, Rin swiftly returned to his tent, prepared his equipment, and set forth towards the direction where the hidden mist had established their encampment. The gale swept towards the hidden mist, carrying with it a chilling intent to kill. Chapter 46. Unleashing Power, Annihilating the Mist. The coastal winds, laden with the briny scent of blood, swept across the ruins of the land of water. Beneath the luminous full moon, the silver hair of Satoru Gojo glimmered with a cold light. He hovered 100 meters above the ground, his silver locks dancing in the breeze, and his azure eyes radiated a chilling and lethal glow. Below, the mist camp remained oblivious, unaware of the imminent death looming above. Gojo coldly regarded the flickering flames of the camp and the patrolling mist ninjas, whose diminutive figures resembled ants, with tints that could be effortlessly dismantled like mere building blocks. With a mere flick of his finger, he conjured a gravitational singularity above the mist camp, then murmured, "Technique, Cobalt." A blue energy sphere began to form, gradually expanding in size, its immense gravity even beginning to attract soil and rock from the ground, causing the garments of the ninjas below to flutter violently. The patrolling mist ninjas finally sensed something amiss and looked up, stunned into silence by the spectacle before them. "What is that?" one of the mist ninjas stammered, pointing tremblingly at the colossal blue energy sphere. As Gojo pressed his hand downward, the energy sphere descended rapidly, drawing the entire camp into its gravitational pull, as if the very space around it were collapsing inward. 30 mist barrier ninjas, unable to complete their hand seals, were instantly absorbed into the energy sphere, their bodies distorted into a grotesque spiral of flesh. The alarm bells of the mist camp blared alongside the detonating seals, and countless water tornadoes shot skyward, only to bizarrely freeze in place upon nearing Gojo. "Futile, you insects," he proclaimed, his 6 eyes sparkling like the night sky, mysterious and perilous, yet coldly divine. His voice reverberated throughout the mist camp. "Surrender, Qing and the Kagaya clan members, and I may spare your lives." Fear spread like wildfire among the mist ninjas, none knowing what would transpire should the massive blue energy sphere detonate. Some even contemplated fleeing. It was only when a man with long black hair emerged from the command tent, squinting against the chaos, that the crowd momentarily steadied. This man was the third Mizuki. Stepping forward with measured strides, he cleared his throat lightly, concealing his blood-stained right hand behind him. He then spoke slowly. "Who might you be, sir?" "Gojo Satoru. A Jainin from Konoha," he replied coldly. "No need for pleasantries. Will you surrender the hostages?" The third Mizuki fell silent for a moment, gesturing with his hand hidden behind his back. "Please wait a moment. I will make the arrangements. Water release. Formation of the Water Army. All personnel. Retreat swiftly. Ice release. Ice prison technique. Ice release. Ice rock fortress." Massive ice spheres enveloped Gojo's energy sphere, and towering ice walls, each a dozen meters high, rose from the ground, radiating a chilling aura. The third Mizuki, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, felt the strain of his full-force attack. The 300 elite members of the Water Release Army shouted in unison, "Water release. Water barrier formation." Unlike the solitary water barrier, this collective technique formed a curved wall of water, layered and thick, providing shelter for the retreating comrades. Gojo revealed a knowing smile. "Interesting, third Mizuki." With a snap of his fingers, he declared, "Boom." The energy sphere erupted violently, the terrifying gravitational force causing the surrounding space to implode. The thick ice layer encasing it began to crack, followed by a blinding flash of blue light that swept across the entire mist camp. The detonation, akin to a black hole, devoured everything in its vicinity, rendering the third Mizuki's ice rock fortress a laughable bubble that shattered into nothingness. The 300 elite ninjas of the mist army roared in defiance, attempting to stave off the energy's expansion. The third Mizuki, too, bellowed in rage. His visage twisted in agony as blood seeped from his orifices. "Ice release. Ice crystal avatar." A giant ice crystal figure resembling the third Mizuki rose, shielding him and the elite forces from the explosion. As the blue light faded, Gojo merely wore a strange smile, observing the futile resistance. The horrifying energy dissipated, leaving the scene shrouded in silence. Gasping, the third Mizuki struggled as the ice crystal began to melt away, revealing his battered face, coughing up blood and barely able to stand. Yet, as Gojo raised his hand, his cold voice echoed, "Technique reversal, crimson." A dark red energy sphere manifested between his fingers. Swelling ominously, though slightly smaller than the cobalt sphere, it radiated a terrifying energy. The third Mizuki's pupils constricted in alarm as he shouted, "Retreat immediately. I will hold them off." The 300 elite ninjas behind him cried out in dismay, "Mizuki-sama, what will happen to you?" With hands forming seals, the third Mizuki slammed backward, "Ice release, crystal barrier." A wall of ice crystals materialized between him and the elite forces. He glanced back at them, a hint of reluctance in his eyes, forcing a smile as he urged, "Quickly, tell the fourth Mizuki that after my death, Kirige Yatsum shall succeed me." Ice release, enchanted crystals. Ice release, raging dragon and tiger. A vast expanse of enchanted crystals floated above, from which crystalline tigers leaped forth, roaring towards the airborne Gojo. Gojo's expression transformed into one of exultation as he bellowed, "None shall escape. Maximum power. Fire." He shifted into his stance, and a terrifying beam of energy surged towards the third Mizuki. as the devastating energy beam descended, carrying the might to obliterate all. The third Mizukage vanished into nothingness, and the 300 elite mist ninjas, who had been frantically fleeing behind him, were engulfed in the explosion of crimson energy. This was a force that even the tailed beasts could not achieve. The energy fluctuations could be felt distinctly across the coastline at the Konoha camp. Thus, there were no survivors left in the mist camp. Gojo narrowed his eyes. He had long sensed that Shien was not present. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing hundreds of miles away along the coastline. As he prepared to flee, the fleeing ninjas from the mist village turned to face the sudden appearance of the silver-haired figure. To them, the azure eyes no longer reflected beauty, but instead mirrored the deathly hue of Klein blue. Hovering several meters above the ground, Gojo's lips curled into a smirk. "You cannot escape now, little insects." The mist ninjas cried out in terror. A demon. Flee. Set sail. Hurry." Some had already begun to abandon ship in their panic. With a raised left hand, he intoned, "Technique, Cobalt." Then, with his right hand, he proclaimed, "Technique, Crimson." Gojo's expression was one of arrogance and exhilaration as he roared. Prepare to embrace the mightiest strike. The energy sphere, a mesmerizing blend of azure and crimson, transformed into a vivid purple before erupting forth, hurtling towards the fleeing mist-hidden ninja. The pulsations of energy rippled through the very fabric of space, causing the ocean to recede in deference. As the purple orb detonated, the entire expanse of sea was enveloped in a deep violet hue. What was once a crowded surface was instantly rendered void, as if all who had been present had never existed, leaving only a splendid violet firework in their wake. Exquisite and utterly surreal. Renwutio gazed placidly across the waters. He discerned a figure within a subterranean base on the opposite shore. After a brief moment, he let out a soft chuckle, murmuring, "The hidden mist village still owes me an explanation. And while we're at it, let me behold you." The legendary Uchiha Madara. Chapter 47. The Disturbance at Dragging Mountain, Battlefield of the Land of Grass. Under the relentless ambushes and surprise attacks orchestrated by Minato Namikaze, Iwagakure found itself in a steady retreat, ultimately retreating to their camp and refusing to emerge. Jiraiya and Minato, too, allowed themselves a rare moment of relaxation. "Minato, what is the principle behind your Rasengan? Could you perhaps enlighten your teacher?" Jiraiya jested, playfully nudging Minato's shoulder. Minato shot him a glance of exasperation. "Who exactly is the teacher here?" Jiraiya erupted into hearty laughter. With no choice, Minato began to explain the technique behind the Rasengan. Not long after, Jiraiya looked utterly bewildered. "Is it really that simple?" Minato scratched his head. "I suppose that's about right, but it requires extremely precise chakra control." At that moment, a ninja burst into the command center, anxiety etched on his face. "Lord Jiraiya, Lord Minato, we're in grave danger." Both men stiffened, and Jiraiya's expression turned serious. "What has happened?" The ninja quickly replied, "The land of grass has betrayed us again. They facilitated Iwagakure's clandestine construction of an underground passage, and now their camp is deserted." Minato and Jiraiya sprang to their feet, their pupils constricting. "Where does it lead?" It seems to be in the direction of Dragging Mountain." Exchanging glances, both men realized the severity of the situation. "No, we must rush to their aid," Minato insisted. "There is no flying thunder god marking there." "Teacher, you must stay at the camp while I hurry there." Jiraiya nodded gravely. "This is critical, Minato. You must arrive in time, otherwise, Konoha may not withstand this blow." "Leave it to me," Minato declared confidently, vanishing in a flash as he raced toward Dragging Mountain. As dawn broke, a torrent of golden sand tore through the sky above Dragging Mountain. The immense waves of sand glimmered ominously in the sunlight, manipulated by Raza's hands. As they surged toward the defenses at Dragging Mountain, magnet release, sandstorm burial. The blinding cascade of sand descended upon Konoha's encampment with the might of a ravenous beast. The alarms blared throughout the camp. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Hiruzen Sarutobi, accompanied by Danzo Shimura and Tsunade, emerged from the command center, their faces grim as they witnessed the oncoming tide of sand. Hiruzen raised his hand and commanded, "Gather the troops. Unite wind release." The elite forces of Konoha swiftly assembled, shouting in unison, "Combined wind release. Great breakthrough." Hiruzen's Hokage cloak billowed in the tempest. The elder bit his finger and pressed it to the ground, summoning the Monkey King, who transformed into a mighty golden staff. Hiruzen spun the staff furiously, generating a powerful gale, while Danzo shouted, "Wind release. Vacuum sphere." In an instant, the sandstorm was halted just outside the encampment. Earth release. Earth flow wall. 20 Umbu operatives simultaneously formed hand seals, raising earthen walls that kept the remaining sand at bay. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. The ground suddenly caved in as explosive clay erupted from fissures, led by Iwagakure's demolition captain, Jay. "Taste our latest clay bombs," he taunted. He and his team unleashed a frenzy of explosions, mushroom clouds engulfing the Konoha defense squad. Charred limbs mingled with debris, while thick blood seeped into the cracked earth. Meanwhile, from the sand village's formation, an ethereal chant resonated. Funfu the monk sat cross-legged atop a dune, his wrinkled hands caressing his abdomen as he sealed, "Anger is hell." Yellow sand spiraled around him, and the one-eyed Shikaku opened its eye amidst the storm. The ominous chakra pulsated, quaking the very air, just as Minato's figure appeared in a flash. Flying Thunder God, second stage. 7 specially made kunai pierced Shikaku's torso, golden light flickering between its tails. As Shikaka's energy spiraled out of control and exploded, Minato seized Finfu's robe and teleported back to Konoha's defenses. The aged monk's murky gaze reflected the visage of this young hero of Konoha. Amaba, you have saved the vessel, but can you save this battlefield? Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the eastern front. Scorch release, overheating kill. Yukumo gracefully arched her back, several spheres of scorch release fire materializing behind her. With arms outstretched, she hurled them forth. In an instant, the fireballs reduced 3 Konoha ninjas to desiccated corpses, their skin cracking like brittle twigs. Medical team. Tsunade shattered the remaining fireballs with a punch, then placed her palm on an injured comrade, the blue light of her healing technique enveloping the charred body. The young medical ninja trembled as she sutured arteries, only to find the internal organs had already turned to ash. Focus. Tsunade tore away the shattered forehead protector, the Byakuga seal blooming upon her forehead. As she tore open the chest of a sand puppet, Chiyo's chakra threads ensnared her ankle. A deadly formation of 10 puppets descended from the sky, their poison needles gleaming eerily in the sunlight. Secret technique, Chikamatsu's 10 puppets. Tsunade glared at Chiyo. Damn it. Painful heaven kick. Tsunade leaped high, her long legs glistening in the sun, yet her destructive force remained formidable. With a swift kick, she shattered 3 of Chiyo's puppets. Meanwhile, Yukumo seized the opportunity. Scorch release. Overheating kill. But a flash of yellow light appeared as Minato materialized behind Yukumo, raising Gan. Yukumo coughed up blood and collapsed, her ninjutsu rendered ineffective. At that moment, the 4th Raikage, transformed into lightning and plunged into the battlefield. His hell stab inherited from the 3rd Raikage piercing through 5 Konoha ninjas. As his hand approached the throat of the 6th, the hum of Rasengan echoed in his ears. I accept your speed. Minato's figure flickered around the Raikage, 12 kunai forming a web of light. The two became streaks of gold and blue, weaving through the battlefield, leaving devastation in their wake and arcs of electricity splintering the ground. Suddenly, the tentacles of the 8 tails erupted from the earth. Killer Bee dancing to a rhythm as he thrust forward. Yo big bro, the 8 tails horns are quite sharp, yeah. Tail beast, 8 tails. Chaos engulfed the battlefield. Numerous Konoha ninjas were shredded within the vortex of the 8 tails. Simultaneously, the sky trembled with the sound of crumbling rocks. Inoki hovered 100 meters above, a cube of dust release swirling in his palm. Warriors of Awagakure, let Konoha witness true destruction. A white beam swept across the western city wall, vaporizing a 30-meter-high rock formation. The heat wave sent medical tents soaring, and the barely breathing wounded returned to bone amid the steam. Hiruzen dashed across the battlefield, felling wave after wave of allied ninjas, hastening towards Inoki for a confrontation, his Hokage garb billowing amidst the chaos. Inoki, you will pay dearly for this. Inoki chuckled derisively, a smirk curling his lips. The allied shinobi forces. Do you still not understand, Hiruzen? This shall be the burial ground for your Konoha. Chapter 48. The Retreat of the Allied Forces, a Grievous Battle. In response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's attack, another dust release technique was unleashed. Hiruzen found himself helplessly dodging. The summit of Kiki Mountain collapsed amidst the white light of dust release. Thousands of shattered rocks suspended in the air, as if the divine had pressed the pause button. The diminutive figure of Inoki stood aloft, his hands forming a cubic barrier that erupted with blinding brilliance. Hiruzen, how many more times can your old bones withstand this dust release? Before the words could settle, a radiant beam of light tore through the clouds. Hiruzen's Hokage cloak disintegrated in the tempest, revealing an aged yet still robust body, marked with scars. His fingers danced as he rapidly formed seals, 5 chakra natures coursing through his veins: fire, lightning, wind, water, earth. 5 natures, grand multi-strike. A fire dragon, entwined with thunder, surged skyward, while a hurricane spiraled with water blades and rock spears. The vibrant torrent of combined S-rank jutsu collided with dust release, and the world lost its color amid the roaring chaos. Where the light beam met the torrent, a vortex resembling a black hole erupted, vaporizing the rocks within a 100-meter radius, revealing a mountainside flowing with molten rock, akin to an orange cleaved by a giant. Coughing, Inoki's lips bled as he intensified his rock jutsu, sending the suspended debris crashing down like a torrential rain upon his foe. Hiruzen summoned the Monkey King, which transformed into a diamond wall, yet sparks flew from the impact of the rocks. A granite boulder, the size of a car, penetrated his defenses, crashing heavily onto his right shoulder, the sound of shattering bones echoing clear. Vidra Rod, Chaotic Gale. The Monkey King suddenly elongated to 100 meters, its form morphing into a golden tempest. Inoki ascended rapidly, the dust release light beam grazed the staff, vaporizing a distant lake into a mist. In that fleeting moment when steam obscured the view, Hiruzen bit his thumb and struck the ground. Summoning, Earth Dragon Concealment Technique. A colossal earth dragon erupted from the ground, carrying the Elder skyward. The clay cannonballs spewed from the dragon's mouth were neutralized by dust release, yet provided Hiruzen with precious time to form seals. As he leaped from the dragon's head, his right hand crackled with lightning, while his left held a fireball, a whirlwind swirling beneath his feet. Lightning release, thunderclap. Fire release, great flame flower. Wind release, pressure damage. The 3 elemental techniques intertwined in the air, lightning igniting flames, which the whirlwind compressed into a crimson-white fire drill. Inoki's dust release cube collided with the fire drill, the resulting shockwave shattering all glass within 10 miles. The Sand Village's puppet army, caught in the crossfire, fell like wheat before a scythe, bleeding from every orifice. Does the old man never run out of chakra? Inoki's eyes widened in fury as his right arm twisted unnaturally. The backlash from dust release shattered his arm bones. Suddenly, he released the weighty rock technique, plummeting to the ground like a meteor. Hiruzen, controlling the Earth Dragon, dove in pursuit, only to see the Earth Shadow strike the ground with both palms. Earth Release, Super Rock Fist Technique. The entire mountain's rocks coalesced into a colossal fist, driving the Earth Dragon and the Monkey King 300 meters underground. The shockwave stirred up concentric waves of Earth, forming a 1-kilometer-wide crater at the battlefield center. Amidst the dust at the crater's bottom, 5 colored lights suddenly illuminated the darkness. Hiruzen ascended the steps formed by the 5 elemental chakras, each step leaving ripples in the void. In my youth, I could maintain the fusion of 5 natures for 3 minutes, forming a 5-nature chakra mode. Now as his voice trailed off, Hiruzen's hair danced in the wind. Terrifying chakra fluctuations rippling around him, 5 chakra dragon heads emerging behind him, gazing fiercely at Inoki, who laughed maniacally. Still in my prime. 5 spheres of differing elemental chakra spun and fused in the palm of his hand, ultimately transforming into a black orb imbued with the essence of 5 elements, sending tremors through the air. As Hiruzen grinned, the energy orb shot forth, causing Inoki's pupils to constrict as the dust release cube swelled uncontrollably. Dust release, original realm separation, maximum power. In the moment of collision between the black and white beams, time and space seemed to freeze. Countless stray chakras transformed into light serpents, roaming the void, vaporizing the caught cloud village shinobi. Where the beams met, a miniature black hole formed, instantly obliterating all matter within a 500-meter radius. With a cough, blood mixed with internal fragments sprayed from Inoki's mouth as the dust release light beam suddenly shrank. Hiruzen seized the opportunity to advance, conjuring another 5-element energy sphere that grazed the left shoulder of the Earth Shadow, instantly pulverizing the entire arm along with half a lung. Seizing Inoki's tattered collar, Hiruzen's chakra surged, binding him tightly with 5-element chakra chains. Inoki Hiruzen's face twisted in rage, blood streaming from his orifices. Yet he revealed a blood-stained grin. Old man, my chakra can still last for 3 days and nights. Sealing technique. 5-element seal. Inoki, in excruciating pain, cackled madly. His face contorted as his remaining right hand struggled to form seals. Dust release. Limit break just as the black lines of the sealing technique began to envelop the Earth Shadow. A glimmer of dust release pierced through Hiruzen's abdomen. The 2 shadow-level titans plummeted like broken-winged eagles, and in the split second before they crashed into the rock face, the Monkey King transformed into a long staff, cushioning Hiruzen's fall. When the surviving rock ninjas extricated Inoki from the rubble, they discovered that the left half of their Earth Shadow had turned to char, yet he still clutched a fragment of the Hokage's cloak tightly. A kilometer away, in the lava pit, Hiruzen propped himself up with the broken Vajra rod, gazing at the dissipating 5-element chakra in his palm. A hoarse chuckle escaping his lips as the visage of Rin appeared in his mind. Inoki, you have aged, and so have I. But in Awagakure, there is only you, while in Konoha, we thrive. The once formidable allied forces of the 3 shinobi villages were suddenly silenced. The Konoha ninjas fought desperately, standing against 3 foes. The tide of battle shifted from defense to offense, and as they beheld the 3rd Hokage still standing amidst the ruins, the morale of Konoha surged. The setting sun bathed the sand ninjas' puppets in crimson, Chiyo's fingers mangled by her own chakra threads. The chanting of the monk had long turned hoarse, while the tail of Shikaku was violently ripped off by Tsunade, dissipating into quicksand. At that moment, the battlefield had transformed into a meat grinder. Kushina's flying thunder god Kanai were embedded in the rock face, each flicker of movement eliciting geysers of blood. When he teleported the 8-tailed beast ball to the cloud forces, Killer Beast Chakra formed a massive hand to shield A. As the mushroom cloud rose, the 4th Raikage braced against the shockwave with his lightning armor, his skin peeling away from the intense heat. Retreat. Rashi's sand-gold shield was riddled with cracks, while Yukumo's scorching fireballs dwindled to mere embers. As the surviving 7 ninjas from Konoha raised the tattered banner, the coalition of the 3 great nations disintegrated amidst the bloodshed. Time passed. Moonlight illuminated the battlefield, as if performing a requiem, the bodies of Konoha ninjas resembling memorial stones, each blood-stained forehead protector bearing the indomitable spirit of a shinobi. The battle showed no signs of ceasing. When dawn broke, the crevices of Kiki Mountain continued to ooze black blood. Hiruzen's ceremonial robe lay in tatters, revealing the battered armor beneath, remnants of a fierce battle. He stood sorrowfully amidst the ruins, resembling a statue. The cracks in his Hokage hat reflecting the 5,000 lost souls of Kiki Mountain stronghold. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, golden glimmers remained unyielding. And Minato raised the Rasengan with all his might, striking down the final allied ninja. The surviving Konoha ninjas released a hoarse roar, echoing through the burning forest, startling a flock of crows, a tribute to the fallen. Hokage-sama, we have won. We have triumphed. Ejinin, battered and bruised, approached Hiruzen, tears of joy mingling with sorrow as he spoke. Hiruzen patted his shoulder, the blood on his face still fresh, yet he forced a smile through the pain. His voice hoarse. Indeed, we have triumphed. He then cast his gaze upon the remaining Leaf Village ninja, observing the shadowy figures of formidable warriors, including Shimura Danzo, who fought until the very last moment. He instinctively shielded his eyes from the blinding sunlight. Ultimately, he murmured with a sense of relief, the darkness has receded. And this is the dawn of Konoha, forged from blood and bone. Where the leaves dance, the flame shall endure eternally. Chapter 49, The Obsession of Ant Snake, the silver-haired demon in the misty battlefield as the sea breeze swept over the coastline. It caressed the remnants of the land of waves. The clouds drifted apart, revealing a cerulean sky akin to a canvas, infused with infinite poetic essence. The refreshing, briny air endeavored to mask the sanguinary sin of war, feigning an atmosphere of tranquility. When Satoru Gojo strode across the waves toward the direction of the hidden mist village, reports of the battle had already reached the command center of Konoha. Orochimaru, astounded, exclaimed to the ninja delivering the intelligence. Are you certain that the hidden mist stronghold was obliterated by Satoru Gojo alone, and that the third Mizukage has perished? A Nin, kneeling in reverence, recounted. Our team was engaged in reconnaissance, hidden on a hillside 200 miles from the camp. Lord Gojo single-handedly overwhelmed the entire hidden mist encampment, employing nearly 2 ninjutsu, causing the entire base to evaporate. The spectacle was akin to facing a deity. After dispatching the third Mizukage and a cadre of elite hidden mist ninjas, Lord Gojo vanished, presumably in pursuit of the retreating forces. Upon reaching the coastline, we found vast expanses of seawater had evaporated, with naught but splinters of wood remaining from the retreating ships. Having witnessed only a distant explosion of energy that enveloped the horizon, Orochimaru hurriedly inquired, and the bodies? The third Mizukage, particularly the corpses of the bloodline limit ninjas? The Nin, caught in nostalgia and reverence, was momentarily taken aback. The bodies? They evaporated. Orochimaru, supporting his head, appeared despondent. Very well, continue. Why has Gojo returned? The Nin awkwardly chuckled. Well, you see, when we arrived, Lord Gojo had already vanished. Perhaps he flew directly to the hidden mist village? Orochimaru fell into contemplative silence, then waved his hand dismissively, allowing the Nin to exit the command tent. Gojo. Oh Gojo, your strength is undeniable, yet I never anticipated it to reach such heights. Truly, it is magnificent. If only I could study you. Perhaps the truths of this world would draw nearer. Orochimaru licked his lips in excitement. After exiting the tent, the Nin spoke in awe of Gojo's feats to anyone willing to listen, with his 4 teammates becoming fervent admirers. Consequently, tales of Gojo's legend began to circulate throughout the camp, recounting how with a mere snap, the hidden mist stronghold was reduced to ash, and with a single glare, the third Mizukage met his demise. These accounts grew increasingly exaggerated. Naturally, this news soon reached Yuzuki Yuyasumi and Yuzuki Yuyasu, who were not astonished by Gojo's accomplishments, finding them rather expected. Their concern lay with his subsequent whereabouts, as he had seemingly vanished. Sister, do you think Gojo is in danger? Yuyasu expressed her anxiety, to which Yuyasumi reassured her, he should be fine, sister. Gojo has dealt with far more formidable foes. How could he falter against the likes of the hidden mist village? We must focus on our own growth, and not become a hindrance to him. Yuyasumi nodded in agreement, understanding her sister's perspective. Even if they wished to assist Gojo, their efforts might inadvertently encumber him. It was far wiser to diligently enhance their own abilities. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha encampment, Uchiha Raimai remained unperturbed upon hearing of Gojo's astounding exploits. She had long recognized his strength. However, upon learning of his disappearance, presumably in pursuit of the hidden mist village, her composure faltered. She immediately sprang from her seat and dashed out of the camp. The elder seated beside her, sporting a grin as he observed the unfolding drama, called out in surprise, Raimai, where are you going? Only the evening breeze answered, rustling his disheveled white hair as he sighed. Such impulsiveness. My granddaughter mirrors her grandmother's spirit. I can only hope that he does not take her affections lightly. The elder harbored no fears for Raimai's safety. After all, an 8-year-old with a 3-tomo Sharingan was not merely defined by innate talent. Raimai stood on the precipice of awakening the fabled Mangeki Sharingan. And regardless of the outcome of her endeavors, this journey would serve as her greatest opportunity. They were proud Uchihas, invincible Uchihas. At the harbor of the hidden mist village, Satoru Gojo leaped over the shoreline, gently landing at the port. Despite the wartime atmosphere, merchants from the 5 great nations continued their bustling trade. However, the sudden appearance of a child clad in the attire of a Konoha Jonin silenced the crowd. A squadron of patrolling hidden mist ninjas swiftly encircled Gojo. Who are you? This is no place for Konoha ninjas. As one of them discerned Gojo's form, fear overtook him, and he instinctively recoiled. He is Gojo, coldly uttered, noisy. In an instant, his hand rested upon the hilt of his sword, and with a flash of cold steel, the heads of the surrounding hidden mist ninjas soared into the air, blood gushing from their necks. The crowd erupted in screams. The retreating ninja, having narrowly escaped, collapsed in terror under Gojo's gaze. Run, run. He is the silver-haired demon of Konoha. A smile crept across Gojo's lips upon hearing this moniker. Silver-haired demon? A fitting title. Now, lead the way. Our objective, the hidden mist village. The ninja hastily knelt, pleading, I will lead. Please, do not kill me. Gojo released his grip on the sword as hilt. brushing non-existent dust from his attire with an air of indifference. Very well, let us proceed. The hidden mist village lay upon an island, segmented into 3 regions. With winding paths that could easily mislead one without a guide, a disadvantage for Gojo, pressed for time. Yet, the life of a mere hidden mist nin was a trivial matter. He was no mindless killer. Guided by the ninja, Gojo swiftly advanced toward the hidden mist village. Unbeknownst to the village's defenders, the silver-haired demon they had exalted was drawing near. Most were unfamiliar with Gojo. As those who had encountered him had perished, only a few fortunate souls had escaped back to the village, thus spreading the tales of his might. A solitary figure, slaying thousands of ninjas, annihilating the 3rd Mizukage, a true fiend. At that moment, the sun blazed brightly, illuminating the day. Chapter 50, The Intimidation of Mist-Hidden. The Tyranny of Power. My lord, ahead lies Mist-Hidden Village, the Mist Chunin said with a sycophantic expression directed at Satoru Gojo. Satoru nodded with satisfaction. Well done, he remarked, patting the Chunin on the shoulder. In an instant, he grasped the top of the Chunin's head, effortlessly lifting it, turning the severed head to face him, and grinned menacingly. Let me grant you a dignified farewell. Blood sprayed across Satoru's face, rendering him a figure of horror. As the headless body collapsed, Satoru casually tossed the head aside, then snapped his fingers, igniting a conflagration that consumed the corpse. With a gentle exhale, a gust of wind erupted, scattering the ashes of the burning body as he stepped forward with an air of indifference, scanning the surroundings with his 6 eyes. He instantaneously appeared above the central mission building of Mist-Hidden Village. Consider this a greeting, you wretches of Mist-Hidden. Raising his right hand, an orb of purple energy formed, a product of the intertwining forces of Tsang and He. He flicked his middle finger. Void technique. G. At minimal power, of course. The purple energy sphere detonated at the village's center, sending shockwaves that reverberated throughout, leaving a massive crater amidst the ruins. The village's alarms blared. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Satoru remained suspended in the air, lazily stretching as he observed the on-guard mist ninjas, some of whom began to recognize him. That's the Silver Devil of Konoha. He single-handedly slaughtered over 10,000 mist ninjas, and even the 3rd Mizukage fell at his hands. Satoru chuckled, then taunted. Kagura, are you not coming out to greet me? Have you soiled yourself in fear? The ninjas below fell silent, paralyzed by terror, afraid that this demon might unleash a massacre at any moment. Moments later, oh, still not emerging? I'm beginning to grow impatient. Satoru swiftly drew his sword. It seems you intend to cower without spilling blood. Divine Path, Cicada Shell, 8th Aspect, 5th Phase. Vengeful Deity Esclave. With a swift motion, Satoru slashed his sword, spinning as he unleashed a torrent of sword energy. With a single step, an intricate swastika appeared beneath him, gradually aligning with the shape of the sword energy. He began to spin rapidly, instantly enveloping the area within hundreds of meters in a realm of lethal sword energy. Anyone struck by the blade would find their chakra in disarray. Even a minor wound would be eroded and detonated by the explosive force of chakra. In an instant, all structures within the range were obliterated, and every living being erupted into a mist of blood. There was no semblance of resistance, only indiscriminate slaughter transformed the area into a scene of carnage. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Stop. A delicate young boy with a cherubic face appeared amidst the ruins, a wooden staff in hand. Following him were Ao and a cadre of Mizukage guards and elders. Satoru ceased his assault, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Ah, I thought you wouldn't show up. Will we discuss matters after a battle, or shall we converse now? Choose wisely, for poor negotiation may lead to dire consequences. Kagura, drenched in cold sweat, gazed at the silver-haired man. My lord, why do you pursue Mist-Hidden relentlessly? We have already retreated from the front lines. Satoru scoffed. When you invaded Konoha, why didn't you inform us of your motives? When you slaughtered those innocent lower ninjas, did you explain to them why they were to die? This is war, kill or be killed. Do you think retreating means the war is over? Who will settle the scores of the past? Who will seek justice for the souls of Konoha you have extinguished? Kagura appeared to argue further. The people in that village were innocent. At that moment, the elder tapped his staff and cleared his throat. He gestured for Kagura to be silent before addressing Satoru. My lord, surely you come with conditions, not merely for slaughter. Otherwise you would not engage in dialogue, correct? Satoru nodded in approval. Indeed, wise elder, you possess a keen sense of timing. The elder sighed in relief. Mist-Hidden Village surrenders and declares defeat to Konoha. Kagura, wishing to protest, found himself silenced by the demonic presence before him. Satoru chuckled softly, shaking his finger. Not sufficient. Seeing the possibility for negotiation, the elder relinquished control. My lord, please state your terms. We will endeavor to fulfill them. Satoru nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Those who recognize the situation are truly wise. You are a commendable elder. He paused, then his expression grew serious. Firstly, surrender Ao and the 2 Kagaya clan members who attacked Konoha. Secondly, compensate Konoha for all damages incurred during the war, at triple the cost, with specifics to be arranged later. Thirdly, deliver 10 members, all female, from every bloodline limit family in Mist-Hidden Village. Fourthly, provide all secret techniques, including but not limited to sealing techniques, bloodline limits, and clan secrets. Fifthly, sign an annexation treaty with annual tributes. Each Mizukage must receive recognition from the Hokage. or it will be deemed a provocation and betrayal against Konoha. As his words settled, silence enveloped the scene. The mist ninjas were taken aback, disbelief etched across their faces. Goodness, my friend. Are you trying to impose tyrannical conditions? How is this different from becoming Konoha's lapdogs? Kagura protested vehemently. No. Other terms can be negotiated. But the fifth condition is absolutely unacceptable. This time, the elder did not intervene, remaining silent. Satoru raised an eyebrow. So, does that mean there is nothing to discuss? He flicked his finger, and a colossal spatial distortion emerged overhead, a terrifying blue energy sphere materializing, drawing everything around it into a void. Even as a high-level ninja, Kagura felt a chilling wave of energy. If that were to descend, the third Mizukage would have died in vain. He fell into a moment of silence. Satoru's tone turned cold. Agree, or Mist Hidden will cease to exist. The choice is yours. Conflicted and humiliated, Kagura exchanged a glance with the elder before finally conceding. I agree. Satoru retracted his hand, the energy sphere dissipating gradually. He clapped his hands, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Excellent. Those who recognize the situation are indeed wise. You, my little sage. Then, abruptly, he commanded, look at me, child. Kagura hesitated, instinctively raising his gaze to meet Satoru's. He beheld Satoru's azure eyes expanding until they engulfed the sky, leaving him disoriented, as if gazing into the vast cosmos. In an instant, everything returned to normal. Satoru clapped his hands. Now, I have sown a curse within your soul. Should you betray our pact, I can extinguish your essence at any moment. Kagura's pupils constricted in fear. Satoru then smiled enigmatically. However, there are indeed advantages to consider. From now on, no illusions will have the power to influence or control you. Here again Yagura could not help but curse inwardly. But has it he that still made you my puppet? Wataru Rin's expression instantly turned to one of dissatisfaction. It is also unacceptable to silently curse me in your heart. Little Junjie Kirigane Yagura was left speechless, on the verge of tears. Yes, yes, yes. I implore you to stay in the Hidden Mist Village for a few days. I shall promptly arrange the conditions you are willing to fulfill. Wataru Rin suddenly appeared beside Kirigane Yagura, affectionately ruffling his hair. So obedient, then do arrange for accommodations. I shall reside here for a few days. Yagura was at a loss for words. Yet he was even more terrified by the overwhelming power of the man before him. At that moment, Jinchur, with a sycophantic demeanor, smiled and spoke. My lord, please take residence in my estate. While it may not be the most luxurious in the Hidden Mist, it is certainly the oldest and most symbolically significant abode. Wataru Rin stretched lazily. Very well, lead the way. Meanwhile, two figures had already arrived at the Hidden Mist harbor. Upon seeing the headless corpse at the port, they instantly understood the situation and proceeded to follow the map towards the Hidden Mist Village. Chapter 51. Within the Blood Mist. The hidden hand of the master in the residence of the master, Wu Tiulin was indulging in a sumptuous feast, while the master cheerfully introduced a variety of exquisite dishes. The Hidden Mist Village may lack in many aspects, but it certainly boasted an abundance of seafood delicacies. Although Wu Tiulin was not particularly fond of seafood, hunger compelled him, and the absence of cilantro was a small comfort. After satiating his hunger, he was guided by the master to a cozy bedroom, an expanse of 50 square meters in size. Outside the room lay a grand courtyard, adorned with towering cherry blossom trees, and a large pool glistening in the moonlight. Wu Tiulin couldn't help but marvel at the master's appreciation for the finer things in life. Aside from his visit to the Arima family in Konoha, he had never resided in such opulence. Though not ostentatiously lavish, it retained a classic charm, steeped in rich elegance. Reclining on the grand bed, Wu Tiulin finally relaxed and drifted into a deep slumber. Outside the Hidden Mist Village, two figures concealed themselves behind trees, observing from a distance. Under the moonlight, the village appeared tranquil and enigmatic amidst the dense fog. Uchiha Rimi spoke. Bayun, you should remain here. Your strength is still insufficient to traverse this den of danger. Bayun remained silent, steadfastly gazing towards the Hidden Mist Village. Wu Tiulin is my companion, Uchiha Rimi added, not pressing further. Do as you wish. First, infiltrate and locate Wu Tiulin. Bayun nodded in agreement. The two concealed their forehead protectors and donned those of the Hidden Mist ninjas they had slain along their journey, advancing towards the village. As they entered, they were halted by patrolling ninjas. Halt. Present your identification tokens. Uchiha Rimi and Bayun exchanged a glance before calmly producing their tokens. After a thorough inspection, the patrolling ninja, though suspicious, allowed them to pass with a wave of his hand. Cautiously, they wove through the village, relying on their keen perception of the architectural layout and the ambient aura to track Wu Tiulin's presence. Suddenly, Bayun sensed a formidable chakra pulsating nearby. He tugged at Uchiha Rimi's sleeve and whispered, "There is something amiss over there." As they approached cautiously, they discovered the master in discussion with a group of ninjas. Eavesdropping, they learned that Wu Tiulin was situated in a courtyard to the east of the village. Confirming his location, they continued their stealthy advance, evading the notice of other ninjas as they hastened eastward. Meanwhile, Wu Tiulin, deep in slumber, abruptly opened his eyes, his azure pupils shimmering like stars. A faint smile graced his lips. Interesting suddenly, thick, viscous blood began seeping from the walls of the room. 700 explosive tags floated in the blood, forming the distinctive bone curse seal of the Kagaya clan. In an instant, a terrifying explosion erupted, and countless bone spikes intertwined throughout the room, yet Wu Tiulin remained unmoved. The current Limitless techniques, having been transformed by natural energy, rendered him impervious to such attacks. With a mere flick of his wrist, he unleashed a repulsive force akin to the divine push, sending hundreds of bone spikes hurtling backward, each possessing greater destructive power, some shattering while others were obliterated into dust. Then, a dozen hidden mist ninjas charged at Wu Tiulin, led by AO. Water Style, Water Surge. Ice Style, Illusory Crystal. Corpse Bone Path, 10-finger piercing bullets. Corpse Bone Path, Early Fern Dance. Wu Tiulin merely chuckled softly. A desperate last stand? With an excited gleam in his eyes, Wu Tiulin intertwined his fingers and began forming seals. Domain Expansion, Demon Subduing Chef. In an instant, the entire residence was enveloped in the domain he had unleashed. Rising casually, he snapped his fingers, and several adversaries were cleaved into pieces by invisible slashes. Utilizing the gravitational singularity created by Tsong, he instantly teleported beside AO, grasping his throat and lifting him high. I had intended to deal with you later, but it seems you were rather impatient. AO grinned, his expression twisted with malice. Wu Tiulin, no matter how strong you are, today is your demise. Wu Tiulin gazed at him in surprise. Oh, you have a trick up your sleeve? Meanwhile, beneath a certain area of the hidden mist, a blood-scented altar was filled with the ominous energy of sacrifice. The master, accompanied by dozens of hidden mist ninjas, knelt upon the altar, while he himself stood atop the platform. Kagura, the next task falls to you for the future of the hidden mist village. Offer your lives. The blood mist coffin, activate. Blood sacrifice. A thick blood mist enveloped the altar, and in an instant, the ninjas transformed into a viscous fluid, coursing over the strange runes inscribed on the altar, ultimately coalescing around Kagura. An eerie energy surged around him as he roared, veins bulging, eyes turning crimson, his power escalating exponentially. Once the energy was fully absorbed, he gasped for breath, wielding a blade forged from the very essence of blood. The master exhaled deeply and declared, Kagura, you have 6 hours. With the secret arts of the blood mist coffin, your strength is now sufficient. Go forth. Eliminate that accursed fool. Kagura let out a primal roar, akin to a beast unleashed. With a swift slice of his blood blade, a spatial rift opened, and he leapt through, vanishing from the altar. Watching his figure disappear, the master murmured, It seems it is time for me to expend my final efforts for the village. He then opened a hidden compartment atop the platform, retrieving a translucent crimson crystal. This crystal had been cultivated over years of dominion under the blood mist. Upon swallowing it, his aura erupted violently, waves of blood mist swirling around him. His eyes turned a terrifying shade of red, his previously stooped figure straightened, veins bulging as he exuded a savage presence. In a flash, he too vanished from the altar. Back at the Master's residence, Wu Tiulin, having just crushed AO's neck and carelessly discarded his lifeless body, exclaimed in surprise, his domain was breached? It was the first time he felt astonished. Even in the world of curses, breaching a domain typically required immense destructive force or a domain of greater strength to counteract. Having replicated the demon-subduing chef through memories in his mind, a technique rooted in the essence of Ain, breaking through it was nearly impossible unless faced with a being of 6 paths caliber. Then, he perceived a blood-red rift emitting waves of spatial disturbance as a white-haired figure, radiating a savage aura, appeared within the domain. Wu Tiulin, prepare to die. Chapter 52, A Fatal Strike. The kaleidoscope unfolds. With his silver hair swirling like a tempest, Satoru Gojo gazed at the suddenly breached domain of Kokushibo with a wry smile. How intriguing. As Kokushibo's figure materialized, he vanished in an instant, leaving behind an afterimage. Gojo's 6 eyes instantly detected the spatial fluctuations and trajectory of the impending attack, and he swiftly pinched his fingers together. In a fleeting moment, Kokushibo raised his blood-red blade and struck down with ferocity, only to be caught between Gojo's 2 fingers. Seeing his assault thwarted only fueled Kokushibo's rage. Unleashing a primal roar as blood mist erupted around him, he exerted even more force, bringing the blood blade down with a vengeance. Remarkably, the blade, which had been obstructed by the Limitless domain, began to pierce through the stasis of the area, inching dangerously close to Gojo's skin. With a slight gasp, Gojo flicked his fingers, and an explosive repulsion burst forth like a shockwave, propelling the frenzied Kokushibo away. In the blink of an eye, Gojo vanished and reappeared behind the flying Kokushibo, executing a series of ancestral rogue techniques, 3 powerful punches followed by 3 brutal kicks. The barrage of attacks erupted in an instant, culminating in a final sidekick that sent Kokushibo crashing deeply into the wall. Only then did Gojo raise his right hand, observing the wound between his fingers, from which blood continued to seep. He licked his tongue across his lips, a twisted smile creeping onto his face. To think I sustained an injury. Quite an impressive maneuver. However, this is where it ends. A surge of mysterious energy coursed through him, instantly mending his injury as Gojo formed a hand sign. Reversal technique. Red. A small dark crimson energy sphere materialized in his palm and shot forth towards Kokushibo with blinding speed. The ensuing explosion obliterated the surrounding space. The domain dissipated, restoring reality to its former state. Just as Gojo brushed the dust from his clothes, ambling towards his bedside to retrieve his sword, an attack whistled past him like a gale. Grasping his sword, he swiftly pivoted, finding himself behind the assailant. To his astonishment, he recognized Kokushibo, who, despite a gaping hole in his abdomen and a body riddled with crimson cracks, continued to launch a relentless assault. In a frenzied state, Kokushibo's attacks became increasingly violent and rapid. The blood mist surrounding the blade coalesced into crystalline particles, each strike leaving shallow wounds across Gojo's body. Gojo couldn't help but grin. How fascinating, haha, how fascinating. This energy is not chakra at all. You possess such hidden techniques. You are the second one to wound me. In a flash, Gojo unsheathed his sword, parrying Kokushibo's brutal strike. Divine Path, Cicada Blade. Natural energy surged through the blade, firmly blocking Kokushibo's blood blade. Divine Path, Cicada 8 forms. Third form, Reversal Vortex. Suddenly, a dark red glow enveloped Gojo's sword. And a small black hole appeared before the blade, consuming a portion of Kokushibo's blood blade into oblivion. With a swift motion, Gojo flicked his sword, sending a strange slash imbued with thick blood energy, akin to a sanguine crescent moon, towards Kokushibo. He then unleashed a flurry of sword strikes. Divine Path, Cicada 8 forms. First form, Without Thought, 1,000 Pulse. As the sword light traced its path, it seemed to manipulate the very fabric of space. Kokushibo, attempting to evade this strike, found himself ensnared, unable to escape. Realizing his predicament, he roared defiantly, charging towards Gojo's blood-colored sword light and the multitude of sword shadows. Yet, before his blood blade could draw near, his hand fell limp, blood splattering as his body was rent asunder, falling to the ground like butchered flesh. The blood blade, once congealed in mist, dissipated upon hitting the ground. Gojo sheathed his sword, marveling at the depth of the shinobi world. It appears that the waters of the ninja realm run quite deep. The Mist Village harbors such techniques. At that moment, two figures appeared in the courtyard. A cool, commanding voice laced with urgency broke the tension. Rin, are you all right? Gojo turned to see the speaker, squinting with a smile. Ah, I'm fine. Rimi and Asaka. What brings you here? The moment he finished speaking, Uchiha Rimi's face flushed, averting her gaze. I'm fine. Let's hurry back to the camp. Meanwhile, Shirakawa Asaka remained silent, merely observing Gojo, and, upon confirming his lack of injuries, coldly stated, if you're fine, let's return to the camp. Gojo gazed at the two, bemused by their haughty demeanor. Oh, it's nothing. The Mist Village has already surrendered, and there's still loot to claim. Come with me to settle accounts, and we. Suddenly, Gojo's pupils constricted. Uchiha Rimi gasped simultaneously. Rin, watch out behind you. Gojo, instinctively sensing the spatial fluctuations and trajectory of an attack, realized it was the master. He swiftly drew his sword and turned to intercept the strike, deflecting the blood blade in the master's hand. Yet, an eerie phenomenon occurred. In an instant, the master, wearing a sinister smile, transformed into blood mist, passing through Gojo. As the mist reformed into a human shape, the blood blade pierced through Gojo's back, emerging from his chest, impaling his heart. The master sneered. Secret technique. Blood mist return. Let my life be the price for the future of the mist. Gojo's face contorted in shock. He had failed to perceive the trajectory of this attack. In that moment, the master's body had completely disintegrated into molecular form. The strike that pierced his chest manifested the instant the master transformed into mist, leaving Gojo bewildered. With the master withdrawing the blood blade, Gojo coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground. Uchiha Rimi, witnessing this harrowing scene, was pushed to the brink of fury. Rin. Uchiha Rimi's three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, and amidst her rage, a beautiful kaleidoscopic pattern began to form, blooming like snowflakes. She leaped forward, directing her wrath at the master. You dare to kill him. You dare to kill him. Unforgivable. I will slay you. As the kaleidoscope of her right eye revolved, emanating a crimson glow, she shouted, Kagutsuchi and Appo's wrath. With that, she lunged like a phantom, delivering a strike towards the master. The master, once again, transformed into blood mist to evade the blow. Yet, before the blood mist could coalesce into human form, Uchiha Rimi unleashed a series of sword lights. In the presence of these eyes, your figure is laid bare. Prepare to die. The blood mist that sought to penetrate Uchiha Rimi and Appo's form rapidly recoiled. The master and Appo's figure reappeared, clutching his chest as blood gushed forth. His expression was one of shock as he gazed at Uchiha Rimi. How is this possible? How is this possible? Chapter 53, The Submission of Kirigakure and New Schemes. Yuan Shi, his face etched with resentment, beheld Uchiha Rimi before him. Uchiha Rimi radiated fury. Her blade pointed resolutely at Yuan Shi. I demand that you Kirigakure accompany him to the grave. In an instant, a flash of sword light danced through the air as Uchiha Rimi coldly declared, Execution contract, annihilation. Under the gaze of terror in Yuan Shi's eyes, this unadorned strike was imbued with an overwhelming force he could not resist. He attempted to transform into blood mist to evade the blow, yet found it utterly impossible. A bolt of black lightning flickered between Uchiha Rimi's blade, resonating ominously with the wound she had previously inflicted on Yuan Shi. A shrill scream escaped Yuan Shi's lips as dark arcs of electricity enveloped him, the charred remnants of his insides already evident. As a mouthful of black blood spilled forth, he gazed at Uchiha Rimi with a look of unyielding defiance, extending a hand as if to grasp something. But it fell limply to his side. Only a plume of smoke escaped his lips before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Uchiha Raimai's right eye shed tears of blood. And with no time to wipe them away, she sheltered herself beside Satoru Gojo, her expression resolute. Gojo, I will ensure your survival. At that moment, the exquisite kaleidoscopic pattern in her left eye began to spin, its 2 pointers connecting to the central black dot, as if time itself was reversing the grip of death. In an instant, the blood that had spilled from Satoru Gojo began to be drawn back into his body, as if time were reshaping mortality. Gojo hastily rose, employing reversal techniques to mend his injuries, gripping Uchiha Raimai's arm tightly. Raimai, do not use this ocular technique. I am fine. The kaleidoscope in Raimai's left eye ceased its rotation, and she stared in disbelief at the now-healed Satoru Gojo. Are you truly unharmed? I just saw him pierce your heart. Gojo smiled gently, his right hand caressing Uchiha Raimai's delicate face. I am fine. Your kaleidoscope, it is beautiful. Uchiha Raimai's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze in silence. Nearby, Hakuyu watched the unfolding scene in silence, feeling a sense of awkwardness wash over him. He had intended to assist, yet Uchiha Raimai single-handedly dispatched Yuan Shur. An uncomfortable emotion surged within him, and he quietly sheathed his sword, standing aside like a statue. Gojo, noticing the tension, broke the silence with a light-hearted laugh. All right. It's all good, Raimai dear. After tenderly wiping away the blood tears from Raimai's eyes, he squinted at Yuan Shur's corpse and remarked, I expected an old master, but it seems he had a touch of heroism. However, it is time to collect debts from Kirigakure. In the morning, they prepared to seal Yuan Shur's body within a scroll. Raimai, let us proceed to the Mizukage Tower. Nodding in agreement, the two of them moved forward, with Hakuyu silently following suit, sealing Yuan Shur's remains as they made their way toward the Mizukage Tower. Inside the Mizukage Tower, Kirigane Shakura sat in the Mizukage office, his expression a mix of anticipation and anxiety. He was well aware of Yuan Shur's plan. Upon assuming the role of the fourth Mizukage, he had come to know all the secrets, the truth behind the blood mist. He hoped for Yuan Shur's success, yet feared the ramifications of failure. Should they falter, Kirigakure would effectively cease to exist. Suddenly, a searing pain ripped through his soul, causing him to cry out in agony, followed by a voice echoing in his mind. Come forth and meet me. The torment dissipated, and Kirigane Shakura gasped for breath, a look of resignation crossing his face. So it has failed. Among the Mizukage's guards surrounding him, a young man with a shark-like visage inquired, Mizukage, are you unwell? Kirigane Shakura let out a sigh. I am fine. Everyone, follow me downstairs and await my orders. The group nodded solemnly. Yes. As Kirigane Shakura descended, he encountered Satoru Gojo, who wore a teasing smile, alongside Uchiha Raimai, her crimson Sharingan fixed on him with deadly intent, and Hakuyu, whose stoic demeanor exuded an aura of coolness. Gojo jested, that old master has become a fallen hero. And you, young master? Do you wish to be the hero who vanquishes this demon, or do you aspire to be a hero yourself? Kirigane Shakura's lips twitched in irritation at the jest. His face remained expressionless as he raised his hand. All of you, heed my command. Kneel before me. The Kirigakure ninjas, bewildered, complied with the Mizukage orders. Bowing before Satoru Gojo, Kirigane Shakura then declared, Yuan Shur's actions are not representative of Kirigakure. We are loyal servants of Konoha, and I hereby pledge Kirigakure's eternal allegiance to Konoha. You shall be our everlasting master. The room fell into a heavy silence as the Kirigakure ninjas stared in disbelief. Moments later, Satoru Gojo's applause broke the stillness. Well done, young master. However, this does not absolve the attempted assassination against me. Kirigane Shakura bowed his head, his forehead touching the ground. I implore you, forgive Kirigakure's transgressions. Whatever your intentions, I submit to your judgment. Gojo chuckled lightly. Oh, come now. You make me sound like a bloodthirsty monster. The previous terms remain unchanged, yet there is one task I need you to undertake. Escort me to your office, and let no one else enter. After issuing his command, he prepared to return to the camp. Uchiha Raimai and Hakuyu nodded, their gazes fixed firmly on the surrounding Kirigakure ninjas, standing resolutely in place. Guided by Kirigane Shakura, Satoru Gojo stepped into the Mizukage's office, disappearing from view. The Kirigakure ninjas remained kneeling, afraid to utter a word. Their leader had capitulated. Who would dare to oppose? Particularly wary of Uchiha Raimai, despite her beauty. Her demeanor suggested she was no friend. Her grip on her sword remained unyielding. Once seated in the Mizukage's office, Kirigane Shakura respectfully addressed Gojo. Master, please give your orders. Gojo waved his hand dismissively. Oh, please do not call me master. It feels rather uncomfortable. Just refer to me as sir. Kirigane Shakura maintained his respectful demeanor. As you wish, master. Gojo's expression grew serious as he sighed. Very well, call me whatever you prefer. Just be obedient. And it matters not. With a sudden coldness, his 6 eyes glimmered with a brilliant azure light, shining brightly in the shadowed room. Listen closely. I require you to eliminate the daimyo of the Land of Water. Chapter 54. The pursuit of power will only lead to your own ruin. I want you to assassinate the daimyo of the Land of Water. Kagarazaka's pupils constricted in shock. You heard me correctly. I want you to kill the daimyo of the Land of Water. My ambition extends beyond the mere subjugation of the hidden mist village. I desire the entirety of the Land of Water. Do you comprehend? Kagarazaka gazed at Wu Tiao Lin with astonishment. But It is a common consensus across the ninja world that the daimyo must not be harmed. If the daimyo is killed, the hidden mist village would lose its very purpose. Moreover, without the daimyo's support, the village's survival would be in jeopardy. Uchiha Lin, fully aware of this reality, patiently listened to Kagurazaka's concerns before responding. Eliminate the daimyo and assume the title yourself. Is that not a viable solution? Kagurazaka was rendered speechless. To kill the daimyo, and then become the daimyo? Uchiha Lin continued, that daimyo is a mere figurehead, devoid of any military prowess, merely a purse of gold. Is he not? By eliminating the daimyo, you would seize control of both military and political affairs in the Land of Water. Establish departments to manage registration and taxation. Create a civil service for official selection, appoint a military department to oversee the armed forces and military affairs, set up a judicial department to govern laws and punishments, and establish a public works department to manage construction, water conservancy, and agriculture. Additionally, create a ceremonial department to handle rituals, sacrifices, examinations, and diplomatic matters. With these 6 departments, you can alter the course of the nation. Kagurazaka listened in a daze, struggling to grasp the transformation being proposed. Uchiha Lin, seeing his confusion, took the time to explain the process further. Kagurazaka, though bewildered, earnestly attempted to comprehend, ultimately resorting to taking notes as he found it difficult to fully understand. Under Uchiha Lin's comprehensive guidance, a basic framework began to take shape in Kagurazaka's mind. With a serious tone, Uchiha Lin concluded. The Land of Water's unique geography ensures that even if the daimyo were to perish, the news would not spread. You can act freely here. I believe you possess the strength to do so. Kagurazaka nodded in agreement, devoid of any doubt. Some individuals in the daimyo's residence may remain, but none who are utterly loyal to him should be spared. First, conduct examinations to select officials, comprising both literary and martial assessments. The literary examination will target officials from the various departments, while the martial examination will evaluate the strength of ninjas, allowing participation from commoners as well. Once you seize the treasury of the daimyo, establish schools to provide education for the common folk, emphasizing not only the basics of ninjutsu but also other essential subjects. Children can enter ninja school at 6 years old, transition to intermediate schools at 12, which will be divided into literary and martial tracks, and after 3 years, they can participate in the examinations. Feeling parched after his extensive discourse, Uchiha Lin casually filled a cup with water using a water jutsu and cooled it with an ice jutsu before drinking it down in one go. Meanwhile, Kagurazaka continued to ponder the implications of Uchiha Lin's proposal, grappling with the revolutionary concepts that challenged his previous beliefs. Observing the contemplation, Uchiha Lin decided to refrain from further elaboration as he had conveyed all necessary information. Ultimately, implement my suggestions as you see fit. I shall return in a few years to assess your progress. Do not disappoint me, understood? Kagurazaka, resolute, nodded firmly. I understand. However, I fear that implementing these changes may incite rebellion within the Hidden Mist Village. Uchiha Lin chuckled softly. Do you not know how to handle such matters? Has there not been rebellion even in the absence of such upheaval? During the reign of the third Mizukage, despite his youthful appearance, he was notorious for his bloodshed. Kagurazaka fell silent. Very well, I shall take my leave. If any matters arise, inscribe the seal with blood. It will allow us to communicate through our souls. With that, Uchiha Lin etched a seal and departed swiftly. The principle behind the seal was simple. It would trigger the mark within Kagurazaka's soul, facilitating communication with Uchiha Lin's essence. Kagurazaka hurried to his feet. Master, I shall escort you. After reuniting with Uchiha Rimi and Bayun, Uchiha Lin confidently strode out of the Hidden Mist Village, accompanied by a contingent of Kagurazaka's elite ninjas, and then sped towards the camp. In truth, Uchiha Lin's desire for Kagurazaka to initiate a significant reform, mirroring the 6-department system, was a spur-of-the-moment decision, serving as a trial. The outcome would ultimately depend on Kagurazaka's execution. Every shadow possesses the potential to be a competent politician, and Uchiha Lin believed that Kagurazaka would not falter, especially as a leader with formidable methods. Initially, Uchiha Lin had intended to linger for a few more days to solidify certain matters before departing. However, following the incident with Yuan Shi, it seemed that the Hidden Mist Village would no longer entertain thoughts of rebellion, and he need not remain any longer. His focus must shift to long-term strategies. Conversely, Uchiha Lin found himself impressed by Uchiha Rimi's abilities following her awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, Rimi, I am quite intrigued by your Manjiki abilities. Might you share them with me? Uchiha Rimi, unreserved, replied, well, my left eye is called Kishisui, allowing me to reverse time for myself and external areas. The extent of reversal correlates with my ocular power, currently. I can rewind time up to 10 minutes. Reversing my own time is relatively less taxing, but reversing external areas, especially reviving others, demands considerable energy. My right eye is known as Kaminari no SH, which enables me to place a killing contract mark on anyone within my line of sight, with no limit on numbers. Any target with the killing contract that I attack will incur a guaranteed hit effect, ignoring all defensive measures. If I strike 3 times consecutively, the killing contract detonates, invoking divine retribution. So that's how it is. I must still refine the application of my ocular techniques. Wu Tiulin inhaled sharply. Your abilities are rather extraordinary. Uchiha Rimi huffed. Are you conceding? Wu Tiaolin glanced down at her delicate feet. Well, I certainly concede. Noticing his gaze, Uchiha Rimi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How indecent. With a huff, she placed her foot firmly on Wu Tiaulin's, pressing forward with renewed vigor. Wu Tiaolin sighed inwardly, promising to explore her time reversal abilities more thoroughly in the future. No, rather, to engage in earnest practice to witness its application. Ahem. It is imperative to stay focused on our journey. In the Hidden Mist Village, Kagurazaka convened a council of elite ninjas. From this moment forth, we shall seal off the entire land of water. Kisame, you shall lead 2 elite assassination squads, selecting personnel at your discretion to ensure the complete eradication of the daimyo's residence and all loyal to him. Kisame knelt, responding affirmatively, understood. Kagurazaka baying. You will oversee the transportation of all seized valuables from the daimyo's estate to the Hidden Mist Village. You may choose a team of Jainin for this task. A man bearing a resemblance to Kagurazaka knelt in acknowledgement. Yes. Koji Mizu, with the death of Yuan Shi, you are appointed as advisor elder. Proceed to announce to the ninja world that we shall surrender to Konoha and fulfill the demands for war reparations. Furthermore, at the behest of the master, each clan possessing a bloodline limit is required to submit 10 female ninjas, specifically those who have either awakened their bloodline limit or possess the potential for such awakening. Among them, the esteemed Kagaya clan's Kagaya may has been specifically requested by the master. You must prepare yourself. You have 3 days from this moment to ensure everything is in order and delivered to Konohagakure. I shall also assign you a team of elite forces. Should any obstacles arise, they are to be dealt with ruthlessly. If matters prove insurmountable, I shall intervene personally. A middle-aged man knelt and replied affirmatively. Yes. Very well. You are to promptly fulfill your respective duties. In an instant, the meeting room was left desolate. Yuzuki leaned back in his chair, lost in contemplation. The master's directives must be executed methodically. Otherwise, failure to meet expectations could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 55, The Maiden's Fragrance, Uchiha Madara. Satoru Gojo and his companions raced through the forest en route to the Hidden Mist Port. The sea breeze was refreshing, tousling the maiden's dark hair. A fragrant whirlwind that caressed her ear, embodying both scent and the pulse of youth. Satoru Gojo maintained a deliberate distance behind Uchiha Rimi, matching her pace with an arm's length. Though he often teased her, he had not paid her much heed until this journey to the Hidden Mist, which compelled him to re-evaluate this proud and spirited girl. She was an anomaly in the ninja world, affecting a host of previously unremarkable characters. Undoubtedly, Uchiha Rimi had risen to the pinnacle of power within this realm. This realization planted a vibrant flower of hope deep within Gojo's heart. A brilliant red spider lily thriving in darkness, not merely because of her elegant limbs and delicate feet. It must be said that the children of the Hokage world develop at an alarming rate, reaching maturity akin to that of 14 or 15-year-olds in the real world by the age of 8 or 9. Perhaps this was a cruel byproduct of the ninja era. Or maybe the energy system accelerated cellular growth. It is difficult to discern whether this is a misfortune or a divine gift. Gojo gazed at Uchiha Rimi's youthful, exquisite profile, adorned by a tear-shaped beauty mark at the corner of her eye, exuding both allure and an icy elegance, prompting a faint smile from him. At least with him around, any misfortune could be transformed. Soon, the trio approached the coastline, where the breathtaking sea view unfolded before them. The azure sky and fluffy clouds appeared so low that they seemed within reach, as if one could almost touch the blazing sun. Suddenly, Satoru Gojo halted. His 6 eyes focused on a particular direction, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Uchiha Rimi and Hakanara halted in tandem, casting puzzled glances at Gojo. While Hakanara remained silently observant, Rimi voiced her curiosity. Gojo, what's wrong? Gojo chuckled lightly, addressing the two. Wait here for a moment, I need to meet someone. Rimi. Just relax. Uchiha Rimi's cheeks flushed, turning her head aside, her delicate feet tapping lightly against the ground. All right, I understand. Satoru Gojo smiled and vanished from sight. In a subterranean cavern, the king of dance lounged imperiously on the steps of a high platform, while Zetsu knelt before him, reporting intelligence from the ninja world. The king's eyes narrowed as he spoke coldly, an 8-year-old girl awakening the Manjiki. Indeed a remarkable talent. Compared to those previously listed, her potential is unparalleled. You say she awakened it because of a boy named Satoru Gojo? Zetsu respectfully replied. Yes, he is a rising star in the ninja world, notorious for annihilating 1,000 ninjas from the Hidden Mist and swiftly defeating the 3rd Mizukage, earning the moniker the Silver-Haired Demon of Konoha, according to the latest intelligence. Gojo has exerted pressure on the Hidden Mist, forcing their surrender, while a faction within attempted to assassinate him but failed. Uchiha Rimi awakened her Manjiki during this period. The king pondered for a moment before asking, what is Gojo's strength? Zetsu hesitated. He is extraordinarily powerful, comparable to your peak strength, perhaps even surpassing it. The king's gaze sharpened, his demeanor shifting to one of menace. What? A vile creation. Only Hashirama can contend with me. A mere 8-year-old child, devoid of any bloodline limit, dares to be compared to me? Zetsu felt a cold sweat break out, inwardly thinking, I spoke the truth. Why the sudden outburst? Yet he humbly said, "Apologies, my lord, it was my mistake." The king snorted coldly, then declared, "It seems Uchiha Rimi cannot serve as a reliable pawn unless there is a means to eliminate Gojo." After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Where is he?" Zetsu, taken aback, asked, "Do you wish to?" The king interrupted sharply, "I demand to know his whereabouts." Zetsu, puzzled, thought, "Is this old man going through a midlife crisis?" He replied, "He has just departed from the hidden mist and should be nearing the coastline." Suddenly, Zetsu's pupils dilated. A figure clad in a Konoha Jainin vest appeared before him, silver hair billowing, cerulean eyes sparkling like stars, right hand resting on the hilt of his sword, and a dark red energy sphere in his left hand. Satoru Gojo. With a playful smile, he said, "No need to search, I have arrived. Here's a little greeting." Madara technique reversal. Hell. Torrential energy surged forth, aimed directly at Uchiha Madara. With a swift reaction, Madara's pupils contracted as he hastily formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Summoning 5 heavenly gates." 5 towering gates materialized between them, attempting to shield against Gojo's onslaught. Yet, under the overwhelming force of the energy infused with natural chakra, the gates disintegrated like mere bubbles, piercing through Madara's form. Blood spewed from Madara's mouth as he gazed at Gojo in shock. Truly, exceptional talent. With that, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Gojo momentarily stood stunned by the scene, reflecting that while Madara at this stage seemed weaker, he shouldn't have been defeated so easily. After all, 3 Tomo could summon Susanoo. However, he quickly regained composure and chuckled, "Senior Madara. Deceiving children is not a good habit." Upon hearing this, the fallen Madara stood abruptly, his 3 Tomo Sharingan fading to a dull gray, coldly remarking, "You saw through me, boy. Impressive." Madara's aged face revealed a glimmer of admiration. Despite his weary demeanor, he radiated an unmatched aura. It seems Zetsu's intelligence was indeed accurate. "Your strength is sufficient to contend with my full power. I acknowledge you." Gojo laughed lightly. "What an honor it is for me." Madara's expression turned serious. "So, you have come to kill me?" Gojo quickly waved his hands. "Of course not. I merely wish to witness the legendary Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, and engage in a casual chat." Madara, taken aback, responded, "Oh, I'm all ears." Gojo began, "I am aware of your infinite Tsukuyami plan." Madara's eyes widened in disbelief. "How is that possible? You shouldn't know." Gojo smiled mysteriously. "That is not important, but it is indeed a fact, isn't it? Senior Madara?" Madara fell silent, contemplating. Gojo continued, "Rest assured, I will not obstruct your plan, as long as you do not harm those around me. However, I would like to propose a wager." Madara relaxed slightly, curiosity flickering across his face. "What kind of wager?" "I wager that the piece of the ninja world will ultimately be forged by my hands, not yours. The loser must serve the winner." Madara erupted in laughter. "How amusing. Haha, truly an entertaining junior. It seems you have your own path, although our objectives align. I, Uchiha Madara, acknowledge it. I accept this wager." At this moment, the aged Ajura, with a sharp yet appreciative gaze, met the spirited eyes of the youthful boy. This was not merely a resonance of souls but also a profound romance between men. Chapter 56, The Twilight of the Shura, Rin's Embarrassment. "However, there is something I must convey to you, my esteemed senior. Next, the water country is under blockade, and I have my own strategies in place. I would prefer to avoid any conflict among our people. Could you possibly relocate?" Uchiha Madara pondered for a moment. "I shall not concern myself with such matters." "Are you worried about my chosen executor?" Wataru Rin nodded lightly, chuckling. "I certainly trust the legendary Uchiha Madara would not engage in treachery. But I fear the executor you have selected may not be as principled. After all, he is merely a tool to be used, is he not?" Uchiha Madara acknowledged Rin's words with a nod, then replied, "You are correct. Those who are manipulated by emotions may also be swayed by them. I shall leave here at the appropriate time." Rin had thought a fight was inevitable, but was pleasantly surprised by Madara's willingness to cooperate. Perhaps he truly recognizes him? "How much time do you have left, esteemed senior?" Uchiha Madara's expression turned momentarily wistful before he spoke. "Perhaps, within these next 2 or 3 years." Rin reflected on this, finding it consistent with his memories, and sighed, "Is there only so little time remaining? Truly, the twilight of a hero." Uchiha Madara chuckled softly. "A hero, perhaps." Rin continued, "So, where do you plan to go next?" After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Madara replied, "I shall likely head to the Land of Iron." Rin nodded, gazing at the aging Shura of the ninja world with a sense of nostalgia. Recalling the spirited Uchiha Madara of his prime, "Madara-senpai, might you be interested in mentoring a junior for a while?" Uchiha Madara appeared surprised. "Oh, what guidance do you seek?" Rin scratched his head. "It's not for me, but for Uchiha Raimai. She has recently awakened her Manjiki, and there are many techniques and skills she does not yet comprehend. I believe only you possess the qualifications to teach her the use of the Manjiki." Uchiha Madara then understood. "Ah, that is not out of the question. But do you truly trust me so?" Rin smiled gently. "While many may misunderstand you, I know Uchiha Madara is a man of deep loyalty and ambition, unwavering in his ideals, a senior worthy of respect." Madara couldn't help but laugh heartily, his expression softening. It would surely be amusing to have been born in the same era as you. Hashirama. Ah, forget it. Bring Uchiha Raimai to me, and I shall personally instruct her. Rin, sensing Madara's reflective mood, refrained from saying more and simply smiled. Then please wait a moment, esteemed senior. Madara nodded and waved his hand in silence. Moments later, Rin's figure vanished, only to reappear before Uchiha Raimai and Hate, who were leaning against a large tree, quietly enjoying the sea breeze. Hate merely observed him silently. Uchiha Raimai, with a proud expression, spoke up. If it's done, then let's go. Rin swiftly wrapped his arms around Raimai's slender waist, causing her to blush, though she did not struggle. What are you doing? Rin leaned close to her face, nearly brushing his lips against hers, and mischievously said, let us sneak off to do something. Raimai closed her eyes shyly as Rin drew nearer, her cheeks flushed. Uncertain of her thoughts, she simply lowered her head and softly replied, mm. Rin chuckled lightly and waved at Hate. See you later. Hate then, accompanied by Raimai. His figure flickered and vanished from the spot. Hate sighed softly, leaning against the tree and closing his eyes to rest. In the subterranean hollow, the figures of Uchiha Raimai and Wataru Rin suddenly appeared before Uchiha Madara. Madara stated coolly, you have arrived? Rin nodded and introduced, this is Uchiha Raimai. Raimai surveyed her damp surroundings, the cave, and the imposing outer path golem, exclaiming, Rin, where's this? Rin released his hold on Raimai, gently stroking her long, silky black hair, smiling as he explained, this is the legendary Uchiha Madara. I have requested him to mentor you for a time. You have just awakened your Manjiki, and there is much for you to learn. Raimai's eyes widened in astonishment. Madara-sama. But didn't he perish alongside the first Hokage? Rin chuckled awkwardly. Ahem, that's a long story. Raimai hurriedly knelt before Madara, reverently exclaiming, Madara-sama, please return to Konoha with me. The Uchiha clan needs you. Rin was taken aback. Uchiha Madara chuckled softly, rising to his feet as he waved his hand dismissively. Since the day I left Konoha, no clansmen followed me. The Uchiha of Konoha are no longer my concern. Let us not dwell on this. Raimai was about to protest further, but Rin quickly interrupted. All right, Raimai-chan, Madara-senpai will not return to Konoha. Just focus on learning from him for now. Raimai relented, bowing respectfully. Thank you, Madara-sama, for this opportunity. It is truly an honor. Rin playfully winked at Madara, teasing, see, Madara-sama, you still have many juniors who admire you. Madara. Observing Rin's antics, couldn't he suppress a smile. You rascal. Well, it's been a long time since I've seen such talented juniors from the Uchiha clan. What a pity. If she were to execute the plan, it would undoubtedly be flawless. Raimai exclaimed, what plan? Madara-sama. I wish to participate. Rin was speechless. Madara glanced at Rin, amused. She knows nothing? Rin sheepishly nodded. Madara placed a reassuring hand on Raimai's shoulder. Child. I have promised Rin that I will instruct you well. As for my plans, I have already selected others. Rin sighed in relief, surprised by Raimai's fervent admiration for Madara. Is her family pro-eagle faction? He winced slightly. Madara waved his hand. Rin, you may take your leave now. Do not visit me too often. Rin grinned. Of course, I will visit you often. However, I have a small gift for Madara-senpai. With a flash, Rin appeared beside Madara and pressed his palm against Madara's chest. Madara instinctively raised his hand to block, but then lowered it. As Rin softly chanted, secret technique, rejuvenation, a surge of vibrant life energy flowed into Madara's chest. Instantly, his once gray hair regained some color, his complexion became noticeably healthier, and he appeared significantly younger. His pupils dilated in shock as he gazed at Rin. This is, you have mastered Yin-Yang release. Chapter 57, The Dance of the King in High Spirits. In the face of Uchiha Madara's astonishment, Satoru Gojo scratched his head, bashfully stammering, well, sort of. But I'm not really sure. I heard that mastering Yin-Yang release means you can wield the Tao Jade, but I don't seem to have it. Uchiha Madara. If he had a cigarette, would surely indulge. Seriously? You managed to acquire such power at the age of 8? After a brief silence, Uchiha Madara spoke. This is indeed pure Yang release power. But who said that mastering the power of the universe means one possesses the Tao Jade? Gojo blinked in confusion. Huh? Isn't that the case? Uchiha Madara glanced at him, then slowly explained. The Tao Jade is not merely a manifestation of a certain realm. Even after my evolution from the Manjiki Sharingan to the Rinnegan, I did not possess the Tao Jade. It is simply a type of ninjutsu. Essentially, the Tao Jade is a conglomeration of Yin-Yang and 5 elements powers. An ability that can be easily executed once one has mastered Yin-Yang release and the power of the universe. In other words, possessing the attributes of the 5 elements along with Yin-Yang release grants one the power of the universe, allowing for the condensation of the Tao Jade. For instance, suddenly, a small black orb materialized in Uchiha Madara's hand, revealing itself as a miniature Tao Jade. The black sphere then morphed into a slender black rod, which Uchiha Madara firmly grasped and forcefully thrust into the ground. Subsequently, he casually remarked, what you've heard should be the legend of the Sage of 6 Paths, correct? Gojo nodded eagerly, his curiosity piqued. Uchiha Madara rolled his eyes and continued. The reason the Sage of 6 Paths could automatically condense the Tao Jade was partly due to his own energy overflowing and forming it, and partly because he had preformed them. However, they are consumables. Once used, they are gone, and one must rely on the power of the universe to condense new ones. In essence, it's a transformation of the properties of yin-yang and five-element chakra. What you see is actually... Gojo interjected, raising his hand. I understand. It's for show. Uchiha Madara's mouth twitched as he replied. Well, that's one way to put it, but don't interrupt. I remember. The current Hokage of Konoha is still that Saratobi kid, right? Gojo nodded eagerly, like an attentive student. That guy mastered the five elements release in his youth. He could condense a black sphere similar to the Tao Jade, but without yin-yang release, it can only be considered a flawed version. Its power is certainly far inferior to that of the Tao Jade, though he is still a genius. He explained the condensation method, which involves using yin-yang release chakra as a foundation to shape and condense five elements chakra into a high-density energy sphere. At this moment, Gojo raised his hand again. Uchiha Madara glanced at him and said, Go ahead. Can natural energy be integrated? Gojo asked. Uchiha Madara responded, Of course it can. Or perhaps not. Don't tell me you can manipulate natural energy. Uchiha Madara looked at Gojo in shock. Under Uchiha Madara's incredulous gaze, Gojo nodded. Earlier, my greeting gift was purely condensed from natural energy. Uchiha Madara was taken aback. Then what do you need the Tao Jade for? You could just play with natural energy. Gojo, noticing Uchiha Madara's rising frustration, pouted. But that is not the Tao Jade. I also want to have a dozen of those orbs hanging behind me when I appear. It looks cool. Uchiha Madara clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to punch Gojo, taking a deep breath. I have already taught you how to condense the Tao Jade, but I know nothing about natural energy. I've read ancient texts, and natural energy inherently possesses all attributes of this world. However, it is too chaotic and difficult to cultivate. Years ago, there were some strong practitioners of natural energy, but they have since lost the methods of cultivation. How to condense something similar to the Tao Jade using natural energy is something you must figure out on your own. However, I must warn you. Natural energy and chakra are not compatible. Gojo's interest waned instantly. Oh. Uchiha Madara's mouth twitched, sighing as he continued. If you wish to explore the cultivation of natural energy, you can wander around the ninja world. But as I said, if you truly wish to cultivate natural energy, you must eliminate all chakra from your body. Otherwise, one day you will die from an explosion of energy within you. The sage modes of the three great sacred lands are merely superficial. They do not represent true cultivation methods. They only allow one to utilize some natural energy, which I have always looked down upon. However, you might consider visiting those three great sacred lands. Perhaps they hold some answers, given their long existence and potential secrets. Gojo nodded, acknowledging the potential risks. During his training, he had tried integrating a small amount of natural energy, which significantly amplified his chakra's power. However, too much would lead to an explosion, with the six eyes continuously absorbing natural energy. If one day he successfully integrated it into his body and a massive influx of chakra collided with it, wouldn't that lead to an explosion? Truly. Having an elder at home is like possessing a treasure. For now, it was best to focus on the Tao Jade, and revisit this later when he had a clearer understanding. At least for now, he could not abandon chakra cultivation. Sincerely, Gojo nodded and said, I understand, Madara-sensei. Thank you for the lesson. It has been incredibly enlightening. Uchiha Madara, with his eyes tightly shut, revealed a sliver of white as his eyelids trembled. Inhaling deeply before increasingly impatiently commanding, You can leave now, hurry up and go. Gojo, looking aggrieved, remarked, Why so fierce? I'm just leaving. How annoying. He then pinched Uchiha Raimai's youthful cheek. I'm off now, Raimai-chan. Make sure to learn well from Madara-sensei. Bye-bye. Uchiha Raimai, slightly bewildered, nodded, blushing as she swatted away Gojo's hand. Hey, what are you doing? I got it, she replied. Moments later, Uchiha Madara hurled a shoehorn at Gojo, shouting, Get out of here. Gojo deftly caught it, then sniffed it. EW. He gagged. Fine. I'm leaving. No need to be so fierce. With a wave, he said, Goodbye, old man Madara, get lost. All right. In an instant, Gojo vanished from sight. Uchiha Madara shook his head and sighed. What a bothersome fellow. Just like Hashirama. Raimai, come. Let's discuss the abilities of your Manjiki. Uchiha Raimai immediately perked up. Yes, Lord Madara. Observing the suddenly appearing Gojo, Bayun was silent, watching him intently. Gojo, hee-hee. Bayun, not hee-hee. Gojo, hee-hee. Bayun, not hee-hee. After a moment, Bayun finally spoke with a stern expression. Are you finished? Is everything all right? Gojo's face brightened. You finally took the initiative, Yun. I'm so happy. Bayun's anger flared, and he swiftly dodged Gojo's playful gesture. Where is Uchiha Raimai? Gojo grinned. Hee-hee. She is currently pursuing further studies abroad. Upon hearing this, Hayama's silent figure vanished in an instant, dashing toward the coastline. Wait for me, Hayama. Oh dear. Do slow down a little. Chapter 58. Return to the camp beneath the expansive azure sky. With the gentle sea breeze invigorating the atmosphere, two figures sped across the ocean. Wuqiao Lin. With a mischievous grin, teased by Yun Zhaochen, you ignored me, and now you've decided to play the runaway. Can you even fly? Yun Zhaochen maintained a stoic expression, choosing silence and casting a fleeting glance at Wuqiao Lin before disregarding him entirely. Wuqiao Lin, clicking his tongue in resignation, thought, Forget it. No point in conversing with this brooding, dramatic fellow. Soon, they soared over the coastline, arriving at the Konoha camp. Upon landing, Bayun Zhaochen remained silent. Making his way to the command tent, while Wu Tiulin wore a perplexed expression. Hey, wait up. As they entered the tent, Orochimaru was unusually focused, diligently sifting through documents. Noticing their arrival, he inquired, Back? What are the results of your mission? Wu Tiulin chuckled, Lord Orochimaru, we did not disappoint. I have successfully compelled the Mist Village to surrender. I estimate they will send envoys to declare their submission to Konoha within the next few days. Orochimaru's expression shifted from skepticism to curiosity. Is that so? With a nonchalant shrug, Wu Tiulin replied, What, you think I would lie? Orochimaru's lips twitched. Then he turned to the evidently more reliable Bayun Zhaochen. Zhaochen, could you provide a report on this operation? With a grave demeanor. Bayun Zhaochen clasped his hands and affirmed, Yes, Lord Orochimaru. He then delivered a meticulous account of their actions and various details with utmost precision. Wu Tiulin crossed his arms, observing Orochimaru's expression shift from calm to astonishment, then to excitement, and finally to a complex mix of emotions. However, true to his nature of being outwardly composed yet inwardly astute, Bayun Zhaochen withheld the information about Uchiha Rimi's activation of the Sharingan. After finishing, Orochimaru smiled. Splendid. Wu Tiao, you never cease to surprise me. But why didn't Uchiha Rimi return with you? Wu Tiulin replied lazily. I enrolled her in a dance class with someone known as the Dance King of the ninja world. She adores her teacher's grace. I figured there was no ongoing conflict here, so she might as well enjoy herself. Orochimaru appeared bewildered, sharing a similarly complex expression with Bayun Zhaochen. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru spoke, somewhat exasperated, A dance class, huh? That's not a bad idea. Fostering some hobbies can be a form of relaxation. We'll arrange for tasks after we receive news from the Mist. You both can take it easy for the next couple of days. I'll ensure your contributions are noted in my report to the Hokage. Wu Tiulin raised a hand. Wait. Zhaochen, present our esteemed Lord Orochimaru with a precious gift. Bayun Zhaochen stood momentarily stunned, confusion evident on his face. Wu Tiulin, exasperated, exclaimed, Oh, the body. The body. The body of the UNG master. Finally comprehending. Bayun Zhaochen produced a scroll in silence. Under Orochimaru's eager gaze, a corpse, still exuding a strong aura of blood, materialized before them. Orochimaru licked his lips. Splendid. Wu Tiulin continued, All right, Zhaochen, you may return. I need to discuss a few matters with Lord Orochimaru. Bayun Zhaochen said nothing, merely glancing at Wu Tiulin before bowing to Orochimaru and exiting the command tent, leaving only Wu Tiulin and Orochimaru. Wu Tiulin then began, Lord Orochimaru. This corpse is a special gift I have preserved for you. It possesses remarkable research potential. Orochimaru, no fool, caught the underlying implications in Wu Tiulin's words. Oh? If you have any requests, do not hesitate to express them. Wu Tiulin smiled, then elaborated. Lord Orochimaru, you are far too courteous. Allow me to introduce the subject. He gestured toward the lifeless body. This is the UNG master of the Mist Village, the oldest resident there, possessing the bloodline limit of boil release. However, the most intriguing aspect is that within him resides an exceedingly peculiar energy, a power that even I could not detect at the time. According to reports from the 4th Mizukage, this power is related to the training methods of ninjas within the Mist Blood Mist. Essentially a sacrificial ritual known as the Blood Mist Coffin. After harnessing such power, the UNG master's strength surpassed the level of a Kage, reaching a terrifying realm where his body could molecularize, rendering him impervious to any assault. What do you think, Lord Orochimaru? Is it not fascinating experimental material? Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with excitement, his expression reflecting a fervent desire to dissect the UNG master's corpse. Splendid. Wu Tiao, you have truly bestowed upon me a magnificent gift. Now, what is it you desire? Wu Tiaulin's gaze sharpened, conveying a deeper meaning. Have you undergone your first snake shedding yet? Orochimaru's pupils constricted. How did you know? Wu Tiulin evasively responded, That is of little importance. Your technique of impure world reincarnation has flaws. I must ascertain whether you have completed your first shedding to evaluate your cooperative value. Orochimaru fell silent, his demeanor turning serious and grave. This technique is still in the experimental phase. I have yet to undergo my first shedding. Wu Tiulin then affirmed, That is reassuring. Shinto-style, Tsukuyami. A radiant blue barrier enveloped the entire Konoha command center. A terrifying pressure emanated from all directions, bearing down upon Orochimaru. His keen senses alerted him to the danger. And he felt as though he were in another realm, an energy locking onto him. He understood that in this barrier, any attempt at escape would result in instant annihilation. With a tense smile, Orochimaru inquired, Wu Tiao, what is this? Wu Tiulin chuckled softly, Do not be alarmed, Orochimaru. I merely wish to ensure our conversation remains undisturbed. Now, I require a discussion regarding our partnership. Orochimaru exhaled in relief and replied, Please, go on. Wu Tiulin continued. Before we proceed, I would like to ask, do you aspire to become Hokage, or do you seek eternal life? Orochimaru's pupils constricted, and he scoffed. I have no interest in the position of Hokage. My lifelong pursuit is to uncover the truth of the world and achieve immortality. Wu Tiulin nodded in satisfaction. Realizing that the claims made by past associates about Orochimaru's defection due to a failed bid for Hokage were utterly unfounded. This was the true Orochimaru. Wu Qiaolin then stated, Orochimaru, I greatly admire your research capabilities, and I have a pressing need for them. However, I require your absolute loyalty. In our collaboration, I will unveil the world's truths to you and present you with the tantalizing prospect of immortality. Following this, I shall offer you a second grand gift, a living Otsutsuki, equivalent to the Sage of Six Paths. Orochimaru's eyes instantly shimmered with greed and desire. I am willing to serve you, Lord Wutiao. Wu Qiaolin smiled, though he remained cautious of this cunning serpent. Very well. Look into my eyes, child. Orochimaru instinctively met Wu Qiaolin's gaze. In an instant, the entire space was enveloped in a brilliant blue, as if his very soul were laid bare. Vulnerable as a peeled egg, everything faded in an instant. The curse seal of the same kind as the Kumquat Izong was inscribed upon Orochimaru's very soul. Amidst Orochimaru's bewildered expression, Satoru Gojo finally spoke, his voice steady and measured. I shall provide you with the finest laboratory and the most advanced equipment currently available, ensuring that your past endeavors remain undisclosed. I assure you, you shall not find yourself lacking in promises, and I will fulfill any requirements you may have for your experiments. However, you must comply with my directives. Allow me to present your first research project, the perfect utilization of natural energy within the human body. Chapter 59. The experiment begins, a sudden change. Orochimaru's expression was one of astonishment. Natural energy? Wataru Rin nodded and spoke, in truth. I have already mastered the manipulation of natural energy, thanks to my eyes, yet I am unable to incorporate it into my body for training. With a snap of his fingers, a small blue orb of energy materialized before him as the gravitational singularity collapsed. I have named it AO. He casually tossed it to the right, where it struck the ground, resulting in a terrifying explosion. In that instant, the point of explosion devoured all matter in that small space as if it were a black hole. Orochimaru's pupils constricted, such a minuscule thing wielded such terrifying power. However, in the blink of an eye, he regained the excitement characteristic of a researcher, as if he had just uncovered a new physical law. Remarkable. Rinkuen's eyes are indeed extraordinary. To be able to manipulate natural energy. I once encountered it in the Dragon Cave, but the mortality rate for learning Senjutsu was too high, so I abandoned it. Nevertheless, as this is the first task entrusted to me by Lord Wataru, I shall dedicate myself to its completion. Before that, I require a vial of your blood, along with some subcutaneous tissue and hair. Additionally, I will need you to condense some pure natural energy for this research. Wataru Rin nodded, showing no skepticism towards Orochimaru's requests. You may take it now, but be aware that the condensed natural energy will easily dissipate if I do not manipulate it. Orochimaru smiled. You need not worry about that. I possess specially inscribed vessels capable of sealing energy. Wataru Rin thought to himself, no wonder he is a talent in research. He nodded in agreement. Orochimaru respectfully spoke, please follow me, Lord Wataru. He then led Wataru Rin to the makeshift laboratory he had established within the command post. Wataru Rin's lips twitched at the sight of various test tubes, bloodstains, and some inexplicable tissues soaking in glass containers, along with a standard iron operating table and various surgical instruments. Though it was a rudimentary laboratory, Wataru Rin considered it quite well equipped. Orochimaru glanced back with a slight smile. My lord, I apologize for the simplicity. Please have a seat. We will need to perform a minor surgical procedure to obtain the subcutaneous tissue, so I hope you will not take offense. Wataru Rin nodded, waving his hand dismissively. Go ahead, do as you wish. As long as you can achieve research results, none of this matters. Orochimaru licked his lips. Very well, I shall begin. Moments later, having gathered sufficient research materials, Orochimaru wore a satisfied expression. All done, my lord. You may seek treatment for the wound at the medical camp. Wataru Rin replied nonchalantly. No need. A simple reversal technique will instantly heal it. Orochimaru was taken aback. This recovery ability. My lord. Can you instantly heal any injury? Had he not closed the unlimited technique, not even a surgical knife could touch him. Wataru Rin merely chuckled softly. Of course, I can. Orochimaru's excitement was palpable. Then, Wataru Rin instantly grasped Orochimaru's intention. No, I will not become a test subject. That is out of the question. Unless absolutely necessary for key progress, I will cooperate. Otherwise, do not entertain such thoughts. Orochimaru chuckled awkwardly. Very well, I will inform you as soon as I have results. Wataru Rin waved his hand. Your laboratory and materials are in the village. When we return, I shall hand them over to you. Now, I take my leave. In an instant, Wataru Rin vanished from sight, leaving Orochimaru to quietly tinker with the research materials. Back in the tent, Hayashi had already lain down to rest. He had indeed grown weary after a day and night of running. Suddenly, a pleasant female voice interrupted Wataru Rin's thoughts, causing him to pause. Rinkuen, you're back. Upon closer inspection, he was pleasantly surprised to see Hinata. With a gentle demeanor and a sunny smile, he responded, Ah, it's you, Hinata. You're looking more beautiful than ever. Hinata's cheeks flushed as she lightly tapped Wataru Rin's arm. Oh, stop it. Wataru Rin smiled as he admired Hinata's alluring appearance. Clad in a bandage-themed outfit, He had always been curious if simply tugging on one of those bandages would cause her attire to unroll in a captivating manner. The thought alone was. Then, he heard Hinata, her eyes sparkling with excitement, exclaim, "Rin-kun, your exploits are the talk of the camp. Everyone says you are the hero of Konoha. As soon as I arrived, people were chattering away about you. It's simply amazing." Wataru Rin then raised his hand to gently ruffle Hinata's slightly curled hair. All right, we're all family now. Let us keep it casual." Hinata's face reddened anew. And she spoke in a soft, sticky voice, "Rin-kun." As Wataru Rin withdrew his hand, he curiously inquired, "But what about Uncle Kurenai? Why isn't he at the camp?" Hinata regained her composure and replied, "Oh, right. I forgot to mention. My father was summoned by Lord Orochimaru to assist at Kaiki Mountain Fortress. The 3 great ninja villages are besieging Kaiki Mountain. Although we won our first large-scale battle, it was a Pyrrhic victory. The Hokage was gravely injured, and only a fraction of the forces stationed at Kaiki Mountain survived. Reinforcements are critically needed on the battlefield. So many ninjas were dispatched from our side. Father instructed me to wait here for you and Hayashi-kun, so we can follow Lord Orochimaru's instructions." Wataru Rin's pupils dilated. The battle at Kaiki Mountain has erupted ahead of schedule. Wait, what does only a fraction survive mean? Instantly, memories of Ayam, who waved at him from the ramen shop with hopeful eyes, flooded his mind, along with the images of their farewell at the village. Panic gripped his heart. Damn it. I promised Uncle Ikaku I would protect Ayam. It can't be. No, I must hurry to Kaiki Mountain. If any unfortunate events have occurred, I will ensure the 3 great ninja villages pay dearly for it. He immediately returned to the command post camp. "Orochimaru, come to me at once." Hearing the call, Orochimaru hurriedly exited the makeshift laboratory. Upon seeing Wataru Rin, his expression cold and filled with killing intent, Orochimaru shivered involuntarily. What terrifying pressure! Who has provoked this harbinger of death? He cautiously asked, "My lord, what is the matter?" Wataru Rin spoke icily. "Do you have the casualty list from Kaiki Mountain?" Orochimaru quickly understood the situation. "I do not possess that information. I am only responsible for the missed battlefield. The casualty list for Kaiki Mountain should only be compiled at that location." Wataru Rin's heart tightened again. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I am going to the Kaiki Mountain battlefield. You are to ensure the tasks I assigned are completed diligently. Additionally, I will be taking Hinata and Hayashi with me." Orochimaru bowed respectfully. "Understood. Rest assured, I will provide you with satisfactory results." Wataru Rin nodded, then returned to his tent, waking the visibly disgruntled Hayashi. However, Wataru Rin had no time to concern himself with such matters. "Hinata, Hayashi, we must swiftly assist at Kaiki Mountain." Before the two could react, Gojo Rin swiftly enveloped them in her embrace, vanishing in an instant and racing towards the direction of Mount Kikyo with astonishing speed. Anxious thoughts plagued Gojo Rin's mind, her heart conjuring images of Ayam, her efforts and transformation since becoming a ninja, the way she smiled while serving ramen, and the blush that adorned her cheeks with every encounter. A chilling intensity filled Gojo Rin's gaze. I can only hope she is safe. She must be safe. Chapter 60. Blood merges into streams. Kissing death, the gentle winds of late spring should have caressed the world with warmth, the sun blazing in the azure sky, white clouds drifting lazily, evoking a sense of bliss. Yet, the breeze carried an unsettling chill, roaring like a lion, as the birds in the forest fluttered anxiously, their chirps echoing in the air. Fushiguro Rin, at this moment, was racing towards Kaiki Mountain at a breakneck speed, his power fully unleashed. Damn it, I should have learned the Flying Thunder God technique. But even if I had, it wouldn't help much now. I've never been to Kaiki Mountain, nor had I marked it. Back then, I felt no need to learn it, thinking it too cumbersome to first mark a location and then find a medium. It would have been a hassle. I preferred direct teleportation in battle. Reflecting now, it would have been wise to learn it as a rudimentary teleportation array. Rin cursed himself for not being faster. Oblivious to the 2 individuals in his arms, their faces pale and lifeless. This could be considered a multi-dimensional spatial leap. Most would struggle to withstand such a feat. At present, Rin's 6 eyes allowed him to observe a distance of 1,200 miles, enabling him to instantaneously teleport to any point within that range. This meant he could compress the gravitational pull of Tsang into a miniature black hole and teleport across 1,200 miles. Of course, it consumed a significant amount of chakra, but Rin was utilizing natural energy, which he could manipulate without reservation. Thus, what could one call this? The golden light of the earth. My friend, no exaggeration. Certified by the morning clouds and the crimson hues of evening. He departed at noon, and he arrived at noon. Finally, Rin calmed his anxious heart and exhaled deeply. At last, he had arrived at Kaiki Mountain. He gazed at the once mighty fortress now in ruins, with Konoha ninjas tirelessly employing their jutsu to restore the defenses. This sight only heightened his anxiety. While Ayam possessed remarkable talent, Rin had personally taught her various jutsu, including illusions and elemental techniques. Yet she was only at the level of a nin. The more Rin pondered, the more agitated he became. Then, he bellowed, "Charge forward. Follow my lead." Yet, The only response he received was a series of retching sounds. Rin's gaze suddenly shifted to a small path at the mountainous corner, where he spotted 2 squads of Suna ninja puppet troops lying in ambush. Damn it, the same old trick, an ambush on the road, is it? Truly. A sharp pain in the rear. Well then, let me show you something. Reversing the technique. No, I should leave a corpse behind. After considering, Rin decided against unleashing the technique. The current situation was too complex. If such ambush troops were scattered about, it would deal a fatal blow to the reinforcements from Konoha. For those holding the fort within Kiki Mountain, it would be even deadlier. In an instant, Rin flashed behind a puppet master, who was presumably the squad leader. When the ninja sensed something amiss and turned to look, he barely had time to react before a blade of light severed his head, blood gushing from his neck. Along with him, the 2 ninjas beside him were decapitated in an instant. Rin did not pause his assault, executing silent killings without employing any abilities or techniques, simply slaughtering in the most direct manner. Another puppet squad quickly reacted, someone shouting, "We are under attack, straight ahead." Each ninja held threads of chakra, their bizarrely shaped puppets ready for combat. Yet, their attacks were surprisingly uniform. The puppets unleashed a barrage of poisonous needles aimed at Rin. Rin tilted his head, the joints in his neck cracking audibly. He pressed his right thumb against the joint of his index finger, producing a similar cracking sound. With a cold expression, he began to advance slowly towards the puppet squad. The poison needles halted in midair just before him, retreating as he approached. This bizarre spectacle sent chills down the spines of the Suna puppet ninjas. With each step Rin took, it felt as though he was drawing closer to their very hearts. His icy blue eyes shone with a terrifying light as he coolly commanded, "Scatter." A wave of horrifying repulsion surged forth, reflecting the poison needles back at their attackers. The Suna ninja quickly positioned their puppets to shield themselves from the incoming barrage. Before their eyes, a silver-haired boy, drenched in blood, grinned menacingly, a fleeting glimmer of blue light vanishing into nothingness. When he reappeared, it was behind them. "All of you perish." Rin's eyes radiated a fierce blue light. One swift stroke of his sword sent 3 heads tumbling to the ground. He then teleported to evade a flurry of shuriken, swinging his blade once more. And another head fell. As his figure flickered across various positions, heads continued to drop, blood staining the forest, pooling into a crimson stream at the path's edge. Without a glance back, Rin swiftly rejoined Baiyun and Zairahong, his silver hair dancing in the wind as he spoke coldly, "Let us collect the spoils." Baiyun understood instantly and nodded, while Zairahong looked utterly bewildered. "Huh, what spoils?" she stammered. Rin's silhouette vanished again, arriving at the collection site. Baiyun cast a silent glance at the familiar scene before retrieving sealing scrolls, methodically packing the corpses one after another. Zairahong, witnessing this grim sight, paled and began to retch again. Rin spared her a glance, but offered no words. Finally, Zairahong hesitantly spoke. "Rin, did you kill all of them?" Rin responded coldly, "Yes." Zairahong's face turned ashen. "But, isn't this a bit cruel?" Rin scoffed, his emotions escalating as he raised his voice. "Cruel? Do you have any idea how many lives were lost in the Battle of Kiki Mountain? This camp is home to no fewer than 6,000 ninjas. The survivors are scarcely 1 in 10, meaning at least 5,000 Konoha ninjas will perish here. They were the ones who committed the killings. Among them are hopeful Jinin, expendable Nin, and Nin willing to sacrifice themselves for the so-called will of fire. Do you still think this is cruel?" Zairahong's face turned ghostly pale, remorse washing over her. "I'm sorry. Rin did not reproach her further. He had no inclination to do so. If Iam was stained with blood, I would ensure rivers of blood flowed among the 3 great nations, plunging them into chaos. At that moment, Baiyun approached, saying, "I'm all set." Rin nodded, inhaling deeply. "Then, let us ascend the mountain." His hands, holding the 2, trembled slightly. Baiyun noticed this and furrowed his brow, glancing at Rin. Meanwhile, Zairahong, filled with shame, found herself at a loss for words. Even as she sensed Rin's change, she felt too embarrassed to speak. Rin simply closed his eyes, taking deep breaths. An uncontainable tension and anxiety swirled within him. He hoped Iam was still alive. Yet he was painfully aware she likely perished in the last battle. Such conflicting emotions plagued his mind. He envisioned the moment of encountering the sweet flag once more, its blossoms radiating smiles akin to flowers, while simultaneously conjuring images of severed limbs strewn across a desolate land, where dark waters lay still. Ultimately, he opened his eyes, his azure pupils regaining their tranquil hue. "Let us depart." Thus, he vanished with the 2 figures in a fleeting moment. Chapter 61. Life and Death, Only Killing. The camp of Kiki Mountain. The remnants of war still lingered, with dark, coagulated blood marking a corner, silently signifying the loss of life, and the camp still carried the rusted, bloody scent, a final trace of the departed souls. Suddenly, Satoru Gojo and his companions appeared in the central command tent of the camp, and the patrolling ninjas around them instantly turned alert, only to relax upon recognizing the ninja vests they wore. The bloodstains on Gojo's attire had yet to dry, and the slaughter had not alleviated the tension within him. He stepped heavily into the command tent, having already prepared for the worst. Upon entering, he was met with a strong smell of alcohol, causing him to frown. There, on the sofa, lay Tsunade, inebriated and deep in slumber. Currently presiding over the command was the esteemed Danzo. Upon the arrival of the trio, Danzo's pupils momentarily contracted upon seeing Gojo, though he quickly regained his composure. You have come to assist the battlefield of Kiki Mountain. Please state your names. Gojo replied coldly, Jonin of Konoha, Satoru Gojo. Meanwhile, Hokage and Hinata displayed much more respect, clasping their hands and bowing. Special Jonin of Konoha, Hokage, reporting. Chunin of Konoha, Hinata, reporting. Danzo acknowledged them with a nod. Your team leader, Hinata Shinkuro, has already arrived. I instructed someone to escort you. What do you intend to do? Gojo. Danzo's expression shifted to one of horror as he noticed the chilling intent emanating from Gojo, whose azure eyes fixated on him with indifference. The casualty list. Danzo was taken aback. What? Gojo's low pressure enveloped the air as he shouted. I said. The casualty list. Danzo flinched, hastily instructing a root ninja nearby, quickly. Are your ears deaf? Didn't you hear? Bring me the casualty list. The root ninja hesitated, unsure of how to respond, but dared not show defiance. Yes, Lord Danzo. Danzo nodded, forcing a strained smile that twisted his face. Why don't you take a seat for a moment? Gojo remained silent, casting a cold glance at him before turning to Hokage and Hinata. You two should return. I need to ascertain something first. Hokage nodded, placing the sealed scroll containing the bodies of the Sunagakure ninjas on Danzo's desk, then gently patted the still-dazed Hinata on the shoulder, leading her out of the command tent. Just before exiting, he paused at the door, glancing back at Gojo, as if wanting to say something, but ultimately refrained, departing with Hinata under the guidance of the patrolling ninjas. Before long, a ninja from the main camp approached with a small booklet under Danzo's watchful gaze and handed it to Gojo. Gojo swiftly perused the list, his brow furrowing. What does unknown mean? His finger pointed at the name SHBU. SHBU, Konoha Jinin, unknown. Danzo took the list, equally taken aback. I don't know either. In an instant, Gojo seized Danzo by the collar, staring intensely at him as he barked. What do you mean you don't know? You must know. Understand. Danzo felt the air around him compress, the tangible pressure from Gojo suffocating him, and he hurriedly replied, I know. Then explain what this unknown means. Speak. Danzo froze, confusion plastered across his face. Not this kind of knowing, but that kind. I truly don't know. With a resounding slap, Gojo struck Danzo, who was sent sprawling through the air, rotating 720 degrees before plummeting to the ground. The root ninja rushed to assist the struggling Danzo as Gojo shouted in fury, What do you mean know or not know? You're utterly useless. Another slap echoed in the tent as Danzo, in disbelief, slapped the assisting root ninja across the face. What use are you? The root ninja stood aghast, stammering. I. Just then, a languid voice interrupted. What is all the ruckus? You're disturbing my sleep. It was Tsunade. Her face flushed from the drink. As she rose, stretching lazily, the ground seemed to tremble with her presence, her voluptuous legs swaying as she approached Gojo. Let me see what is going on. She snatched the casualty list from Gojo's hand, glancing at him. Are you a relative? Hearing Tsunade's inquiry, Gojo's eyes sparkled with a different light. Yes, she is someone very important to me. Tsunade nodded. Her situation is rather special. Come with me. She led Gojo toward the medical tent, passing through a corridor filled with injured patients on beds. Tsunade unlocked a door at the corridor's end and gestured for Gojo to follow. Upon entering the room, they discovered a girl lying motionless on a bed, surrounded by various medical monitoring devices. Tsunade began to explain, this child was found amidst the ruins of the battlefield, surrounded by the corpses of many enemies, alongside fragments of ninja tools and puppets. Initially, we believed her to be dead, until a medical ninja carried her back to the camp and discovered a heartbeat. However, upon arrival at the medical tent, her life force began to dissipate again. The medical team attempted urgent care, but despite all efforts, she couldn't be saved. Oddly, all her bodily functions remain intact. I have taken over her treatment, yet there has been little progress. Her cells are still vibrant and alive, with no external injuries. But all vital signs indicate she is deceased. No heartbeat, no brain activity. Her organs are not deteriorating like those of the deceased. This is the only case I have encountered in my medical career. Therefore, her status remains unknown, and we cannot ascertain her death. Gojo listened intently to Tsunade's account, employing his 6 eyes to scrutinize the girl further, confirming her state. He then approached SHBU, placing his left hand upon her chest. Secret technique, rejuvenation. A surge of rich life energy flowed from Gojo's palm into SHBU's body, yet it appeared to vanish without a trace. Frowning, Gojo pondered. Is it a soul injury? He then touched SHBU's forehead, discovering her soul energy intact, but in a state of deep slumber. Tsunade, observing Gojo's actions, expressed her surprise. You can perform medical ninjutsu? Gojo, still focused on SHBU, nodded. Sort of. I possess a technique for healing injuries. Tsunade's eyes lit up. That is fantastic. Gojo interrupted. Where did she fall in battle? Which enemy village was responsible? Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, but after a brief contemplation, she spoke. It seems that all 3 great ninja villages possess it. However, the majority of those who fell around her appeared to be from the Sand Village's puppet army. Fushiguro muttered. The Sand Village, then? I suppose that makes you the first target. She then turned to Tsunade, her expression earnest. I entrust this task to you, Lady Tsunade. Which direction is the Sand Village camp? Tsunade gestured towards a direction and replied, It lies to the southwest, over there. You can't miss it. Fushiguro nodded. I shall make the Sand Village pay for her life, regardless of whether she is dead or alive. No, it will not be limited to the Sand Village. I shall pay a visit to each of the 3 great ninja villages. In an instant, Fushiguro's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Tsunade found herself momentarily dazed. Above the Sand Village camp, a figure with silver hair suddenly emerged, his cerulean eyes radiating brilliance. His countenance was devoid of warmth as his lips parted slightly. I shall toll the death knell for my enemies, ignite their heads in flames, and offer their blood as a sacrifice. With the cannonade of life, I shall present you with an exquisite gift for the Grim Reaper, and reclaim you in your entirety. Chapter 62. The Elegy of Sunagakure. The sword is unsheathed. The swirling sands of the Sunagakure camp rose like an inverted porcelain bowl, with Gojo Satoru suspended 100 meters above, his azure eyes reflecting the ninjas below, who scurried like ants. His expression remained impassive as he snapped his fingers. Cursed technique. Cursed energy collapse. In an instant, a gravitational implosion occurred, transforming the blue energy sphere into an enormous entity under Gojo's infusion. Fall. Without any forewarning, the colossal energy sphere, born from the technique, plummeted toward the ground, carrying with it the terrifying spatial fluctuations caused by the gravitational collapse, leaving the ninjas below no time to react. Just as it was about to descend upon the Sunagakure camp, a massive surge of sand rose into the air, forming an impenetrable net in an attempt to intercept the energy sphere and keep it within the camp's safe confines. Raza burst forth from the command tent, shouting, Magnet release, sand binding coffin. To everyone's astonishment, the unstoppable force of the energy sphere was ensnared, suspended in midair. Raza, drenched in cold sweat, struggled to maintain the technique. Gojo, slightly taken aback, snapped his fingers once more. Cursed technique, reversal, red. A dark crimson energy sphere materialized instantly between Gojo's fingers, rippling with a force that manifested itself, while arcs of red lightning flickered around this formidable energy orb. With a flick of his finger, it shot downward with unmatched force. At this moment, Raza could hardly respond, his pupils dilating in horror as he beheld Gojo's impending attack. Suddenly, a hoarse, aged voice echoed loudly. Puppet's secret technique. 3 treasures absorption. 3 distinct puppets, each towering over 2 meters, appeared in the sky above to meet the trajectory of the red attack. Their mouths opened wide, creating a massive vortex of suction that obstructed the assault, continuously drawing the energy into their bodies. Just as they seemed to stabilize, cracks began to form across the surfaces of the puppets. In that instant, the third's brother, Chio, appeared, casting several strands of puppet wire that entwined and linked with the chakra threads of the third. Puppet enhancement, defense. As Chio infused chakra into the 3 treasures puppets, their condition gradually stabilized until they had absorbed the entirety of the red attack. Chio gasped for breath, his voice raspy as he commanded, seal. He then retracted the 3 treasures puppets into a scroll. Raza, Chio, and Chio's brother breathed a collective sigh of relief. Had they not reacted in time, the camp would have undoubtedly met its doom. Raza began to maneuver the massive sandball encapsulating the energy sphere toward the camp's perimeter, shouting, SEAL team. Dozens of sealing ninjas swiftly received the command and rushed to the location of the sandball. Together, they initiated the intricate sealing techniques upon it, causing the heavy sandball to crash down onto the ground. Barrier team. Stabilize the barrier. Puppet Legion, assemble. Gojo then regarded the situation with newfound seriousness. The once feeble Sunagakure displayed strength far exceeding that of the Mist Village. A commendable performance indeed. So, I shall reward you. Void technique, purple, maximum power. The fusion of the blue and red techniques birthed a massive dark purple energy sphere, saturating the sky. Gojo's silver hair danced in the wind as a sinister smile crept across his face. Go. The terrifying energy wave surged once more toward the Sunagakure camp. Chio clenched his teeth in frustration. Damn it, without the 3 treasures puppets, we can't hold him off. Chio, quickly, unleash your treasure. Chio sighed deeply, producing a sealing scroll, summoning forth a gigantic turtle-shaped puppet. Go, old friend puppet technique. 10 fingers manipulation. Return. Under Chio's command, the enormous turtle puppet advanced toward Gojo's attack. The defensive runes on its belly pulsed with chakra, enveloping the entire shell in a thick layer of protection. Raza bellowed. Barrier team. In an instant, a colossal arc-shaped barrier enveloped the camp, overlapping with the turtle puppet's defensive shield, just as the combined defenses were established. The horrifying energy of the void technique, purple, descended upon them. The barriers shattered in mere seconds, and the ninjas maintaining the barrier collapsed, blood gushing from their mouths. The puppet was pierced through in an instant, the overwhelming energy waves instilling despair in the hearts of the sand ninjas. Raza shouted, "Do not give up. Puppet forces, defensive puppets, advance. Release, joint wind release." The sand puppet forces, in a frenzy, hurled their puppets into the path of the void technique, purple's attack. Thousands of puppets surged forward, followed by the ninja forces who roared in unison, joint wind release. Great breakthrough. However, under the might of the void technique, purple, the puppets were decimated with ease, and the massive joint wind release became but a futile jest. Just as the attack was about to strike the camp, Raza, witnessing the weakening of the assault, bellowed with a grimace, magnet release, sand gold funeral. Countless grains of sand surged toward the void technique, purple, and with Raza's hand seals shifting, the sand billowed forth, momentarily halting the onslaught. Sealing technique, sand gold layer funeral. With Raza's desperate chakra output, the sand swirled and enveloped the obstructed void technique, purple, ultimately forming a colossal pyramid of sand. Exhausted, Raza's body trembled, blood streaming from his orifices as he gasped for breath. Gojo felt the connection to his energy sever, a smirk forming on his lips. "Well done, Sand's little ants." His figure appeared above the sand ninjas, his azure eyes cast down upon them with disdain. Chiyo's pupils constricted in shock as she exclaimed, You are the silver-haired demon of Konoha." Gojo's silhouette resembled that of a specter, a smirk gracing his lips. "Oh, is the information of the ninja world disseminating so swiftly?" Raza, now utterly defeated, bore a pale visage. He had seen the final reports of this terrifying Konoha boy, who had slaughtered 10,000 mist ninjas, instantaneously eliminated the third Mizukage, and forced the mist village into submission. "Puppet forces, assemble. Block the enemy." Chiyo swiftly retrieved her sealing scroll, shouting in tandem, "Ninjutsu, the 10 Puppet Brigade." Chiyo commanded the 10 Puppet Brigade to swiftly charge at Gojo, while the puppets, the elite forces of Sunagakure after the third Kazekage's disappearance, unleashed their poisoned claw blades in unison. Gojo unsheathed his long sword, lightly tapping the air to carve an intricate arc-divine path, the 8 phases of the cicada. The air rippled like water, and the joints of the puppets emitted a grating sound. The specially designed magnetic joints of the third Kazekage twisted under an unseen force, causing the 300 invaluable puppets to collapse like discarded toys. The pride of Sunagakure, along with the once mighty 10 Puppet Brigade, fell in the blink of an eye. Blood dripped from Chiyo's cracked palm as she gazed in despair at the silver-haired figure, whose azure eyes gleamed even in the night, resembling the gaze of death itself. The silver-haired demon of Konoha. Chapter 63. Sword energy rampant, blood energy shaking the heavens with a cruel smile, Futu Rin declared. "Since you possess the courage to confront me, then, let us engage in battle." Raza, still recuperating his chakra, his face marred with blood, shouted fervently. "For the sake of Sunagakure, all of you attack. Surround him." The fireballs of the Scorch Release lit up half the sky. Scorch Release, over steam kill. A 20-meter diameter orange-red fireball surged forth, accompanied by a wave of intense heat. Futu Rin raised his sword before him, and a black vortex gradually materialized along the blade. Divine Path, Cicada Shell 8 forms. Third form, Reverse Spiral Vortex. The fireball, capable of evaporating the moisture from a human body, was instantaneously obliterated. Futu Rin softly murmured, "Return." The absorbed Scorch Release reformed in front of his sword. With a swift upward thrust, the flames transformed into a haunting blue hue, shooting towards the battlefield with a power several times greater than the original. Countless ninjas cried out in anguish, instantly evaporating into desiccated corpses beneath the eerie blue flames. Yakura, positioned closest, was struck by several fireballs, her screams lasting merely half a second before being reduced to a charred skeleton by her own proud bloodline limit. "Why is my Scorch Release?" This was the final question echoing in her soul as she fell. The once celebrated hero of Sunagakure, Yakura, now lay as nothing more than a charcoal mark upon the battlefield. The sand ninjas besieging Futu Rin, with red-rimmed eyes, roared in fury, recklessly charging towards him. Ninjutsu, kunai, explosive tags, and an array of attacks surged towards Futu Rin. He merely observed the incoming assault, which paused before him. "You seem to have persistently misunderstood one thing. It was never you who surrounded me, but rather, I have encircled you." Following this, a surge of dark red repulsion erupted, repelling all attacks. Futu Rin positioned his sword horizontally, a slightly sinister smile curving his lips. Divine Path, Ultimate Art, Cicada Shell Supreme Intent. A vast azure barrier enveloped the entire Sunagakure encampment in an instant. Now, a death match. Raza struggled to rise, his face contorted with rage. "Futu Rin, what do you truly desire?" Such acts of extermination will ultimately consume you as well. Rin chuckled coldly. How naive of you, as a Kage, to utter such words. Why can't the land of ways of your be the wind country of today? At a loss for words, Raza clenched his teeth, fixing a fierce gaze upon Rin. After a brief moment of composure, he spoke. Everything can be negotiated. We of Sunagakure can surrender like Kirigakure, as long as. Rin scoffed. Had you proposed this before your assault on Kiki Mountain, I might have entertained your suggestion. But alas, it is too late. Raza managed a grim smile. Determination etched on his face. Since you wish to pursue annihilation, I, as Kage, will lay down my life to stop you. Magnetic release, sand gold burial. All units, retreat to the village. Shio cast a complex glance at Raza before leading the remaining sand ninjas towards the barrier's edge, seeking an opportunity to break free. As the torrent of sand gold surged towards Rin, it came to an abrupt halt before him. The principle of magnetic release is the manipulation of charged particles? Rin mused, his fingertips entwined with the sand gold particles, momentarily surprised. No wonder even the gravitational repulsion of Ao and Haku can be affected. It appears it can even evolve to the control of electromagnetic forces. Meanwhile, Raza forced chakra from within, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his visage ferocious. Sealing technique. Sand gold layer burial. Countless grains of sand gold emerged, enveloping Rin, swiftly forming a pyramid intended to seal him within. Yet, within the confines, Rin merely shook his head. In a flash, he vanished from his spot, reappearing behind Raza. His azure gaze gleamed with icy intent. I forgot to inform you. Within this barrier, the space is in a state of infinite layering, and I reign here. This means no one can escape. While I commend your resolve and regard you with a degree of respect, it is not substantial. This will be your grave. Not a single one of you shall be spared. Raza, struggling to prop up his weary body, cast a look of despair and resentment towards Rin. You demon. Rin erupted into uproarious laughter, clutching his head. After a brief moment, he stifled his mirth. Thank you for your praise. He then smiled coldly, channeling natural energy through his sword and slashing forth a dozen beams of light towards Raza. Simultaneously, all retreating sand ninjas halted abruptly, their pupils trembling as they noticed the blood lines appearing upon their bodies. Shio, among them, gradually lost the light in her eyes, mumbling, "The silver-haired demon of Konoha." As Rin deftly sheathed his sword, Raza lay in a pool of mangled flesh. Or rather, the entirety of Sunagakure was. The azure barrier dissipated, a gentle breeze tousling Rin's silver hair as he murmured, "Acarus, this is merely the first stop," and with that, his figure vanished in an instant. Kiki Mountain encampment. The head of the intelligence unit was reporting to Danzo. Having just extracted intel, it was revealed that Sunagakure had ambushed critical locations along their route to support the encampment with a puppet team. Their plan was to have Sunagakure delay the reinforcements while Kumogakure and Iwagakure launched a surprise assault on Kiki Mountain. Danzo slammed his hand upon the table in fury. What? No wonder I said the reinforcements have been dwindling these past few days. Have specific ambush locations been uncovered? The intelligence unit leader replied, "Yes, Lord Danzo." Danzo immediately ordered, "Deploy personnel to eliminate the ambush." Suddenly, a ninja rushed into the tent in a panic. And no, it's bad. Kumogakure and Iwagakure have launched a joint attack. Danzo stood in disbelief. What? Taking a deep breath to suppress his shock and anger, he swiftly commanded, "All units, stand by for orders, form ranks to face the enemy. We absolutely cannot allow them to breach the Kiki Mountain encampment. The cleanup operation is on hold." The ninjas swiftly mobilized, preparing anxiously for battle. The allied forces of Kumogakure and Iwagakure surged forward with a deafening war cry. The battlefield of Kiki Mountain erupting into a chaotic clash of blades, blood splattering everywhere. Just as the allied forces advanced towards the Kiki Mountain encampment, a fierce wind swept through, revealing Rin like a specter hovering above the battlefield. His silver hair danced wildly in the wind, his azure eyes radiating a chilling murderous intent, a playful smile gracing his lips. Perfect, perfect. This saves me the trouble of searching for you all one by one. Chapter 64. Vanquishing the Allied Forces, the 8 Phases of the Cicada. Beneath the moonlight, the silhouette of Fushiguro Rin appeared both enigmatic and mysterious. His silver hair danced in the wind, and beneath the shadows of its tips glimmered his azure eyes, accompanied by a chilling grin that sent shivers down one's spine. Before the rock-hidden village's allied forces, his figure seemed diminutive, as if it could be torn to shreds at any moment. But who, indeed, was the prey? Who was the fish on the chopping board? The allied forces gazed at the figure that had suddenly materialized above them, momentarily stunned before erupting into a cacophony of attacking cries. The captain of the rock-hidden village's vanguard bellowed, "Eliminate him. We shall avenge Lord Suchikage at Kiki Mountain." United Earth Release. Rain of Rock Pillars. The captain of the cloud-hidden village's vanguard, not to be outdone, shouted, "Brothers of the cloud-hidden village, take him down." United Lightning Release. Storm of Thunder. Countless rock pillars shot forth from the allied forces, darkening the sky as they cascaded towards Fushiguro Rina like torrential rain. Meanwhile, the storm of thunder coalesced above him, forming a massive dark cloud that crackled with terrifying lightning, unleashing a cataclysmic fury that seemed to herald the apocalypse. This was the might of a united army. Regrettably, what they witnessed would be etched in their memories for eternity, perhaps even into the next life. All the rock pillars came to a halt before Rina, and as the lightning flashed, it charred the earth around him without leaving a single mark upon him. A surge of dark crimson repulsion erupted from Rina, shattering the closest rock pillars into fragments. The remnants hurtled back toward their original positions in the allied forces, unleashing a chorus of anguished screams. Rina's head tilted back as he laughed maniacally. Ha ha, delight me to your heart's content. In an instant, the vanguard of the ninja alliance fell silent, while in the rear, both the commander Tsuchi and the fourth Raikage's eyes widened in shock. Could it be? Rina stowed away his mirth and spread his arms wide. Now, it is my turn to reciprocate. Wizardry, turn of the azure. Reverse technique, crimson. Two orbs of energy coalesced into a dark purple sphere as Rina infused it with nature's energy, creating a wave of terror that sent chills through the air. Void technique, G. Maximum power. Under the dark purple light, Rina's excited visage took on a devilish hue as he unleashed the void technique, G, causing the allied ninjas' faces to contort in fear. The captain of the rock-hidden village's vanguard shouted in panic, quick, defend yourselves. United Earth Release. 10,000-mile Earth Flow Wall. Cold sweat trickled down Tsuchi's brow as he executed the heavy rock technique and soared into the air, shouting, Earth Release. Earthly Return. Earth Release, heavy rock technique. A urged his troops, hurry, scatter, unite with the rock-hidden village. But time spared no one who disregarded its passage. At the moment the terrifying energy of the void technique, Ji struck the allied forces, the exposed ninjas disintegrated into atomic particles, vanishing into nothingness. The massive earth flow wall, having absorbed some of the force, began to crack and crumble, while Tsuchi's earthly return became the final line of defense. His face contorted in agony, Tsuchi cried out, Father, I won't let you down. I will protect the ninjas of the rock-hidden village. Despite his desperate struggle, he could only withstand so much. As the dark purple light swept across the battlefield, all sounds seemed to be extinguished, and the horrific energy exploded, engulfing the entire area. At the center of the explosion, reality itself seemed to shatter. When the remaining ninjas reopened their eyes, the battlefield had transformed into a hellscape. The ground bore countless fissures, resembling the abyss of the underworld. Tsuchi collapsed, blood seeping from his wounds, as 2/3 of the allied forces from the cloud-hidden and rock-hidden villages evaporated in an instant. The arriving leaf ninjas displayed expressions of shock. This is... Standing atop a rocky ledge, Minato Namake's expression was complex as he observed. An attack capable of annihilating even space. Even with the flying thunder god, I would not escape this strike. He had arrived promptly. Being the fastest man in the ninja world, and upon receiving the news, rushed to the battlefield. Initially contemplating assisting Rina, he was left dumbfounded when he witnessed the futility of the allied forces' attacks against him, leading to this dreadful onslaught. Danzo arrived with a large contingent just in time to witness this scene, the energy fluctuations reminding him of an afternoon years prior, when he had returned to the village with great ambition, only to be obliterated by an unexplainable assault. Had it not been for Izanagi, he would not have survived, and his elite subordinates had been decimated. His expression was mixed as he gazed at Rina's audacious figure, silver hair swirling wildly. Kurenai Yuhi stared in astonishment at Rina, murmuring, "Is this truly the extent of his power?" As soon as Kurenai saw Rina, she swiftly teleported to his side. "Rina, do you need assistance?" Looking at her with a smile, Rina replied, "Stay close." My dear Kurenai nodded, silently observing the battlefield, where the remaining allied forces' morale dissipated, particularly the rock-hidden village, which lost its heart after Tsuchi fell. However, the newly appointed fourth Raikage, with tears in his eyes, bellowed, "Men, avenge our fallen brothers. Charge!" With Tsuchi unconscious, the fighting spirit of the rock-hidden village surged. The elite shinobi gritted their teeth and shouted, "We, the rock-hidden village, are no cowards. Onward! For our fallen comrades, avenge them." In an instant, the battlefield reignited with fervor. Rina, wearing a satisfied expression, mused, "Now this is how a ninja should be." He then patted Kurenai's shoulder. "Step back. I shall commence my display of prowess. My slaughter. Stay clear, or you might find yourself caught in the fray. Watch closely, Kurenai." Kurenai was taken aback, gazing at Rina as he smirked and unsheathed his blade. This technique will be quite spectacular. In a flash, Rina vanished, reappearing at the heart of the battlefield. Conceived from all my efforts, amalgamated with all my current abilities, this is the ultimate weapon of the battlefield, the technique to conclude this war. Born solely for the purpose of slaughter. Divine Path, the 8 phases of the cicada. 7th phase, the final scene of the cicada. Chapter 65, the final scene and the hasty escape. As Gojo Satoru plummeted from the sky, his longsword plunged into the earth, his azure gaze swept across the battlefield, revealing intricate patterns of sorcery beneath his feet. A peculiar energy emanated from the blade, rapidly permeating the entire arena. And a blood-red phantom flickered within the intricate sigils at Gojo's feet. In an instant, the expressions of all present on the battlefield shifted, as the once vibrant scene morphed into a dim and hazy tableau. Everywhere one looked, swords were embedded in the ground, and an air of desolation and lethality enveloped the battlefield. In the center, Gojo sat atop a high platform, a grin spreading across his face. Grave of Swords. Activate. In that moment, the sound of 1,000 swords echoed, their lights intertwining as the Grave of Swords enveloped the entire battlefield. Each blade bore a unique bloodline limit: ice, magnetism, scorching, melting, boiling, and even the infamous dust release, alongside numerous other unseen bloodline limits, all gleaming with various hues. Gojo exclaimed, "Annihilate." Instantly, under the onslaught of countless sword lights, he unleashed a merciless assault upon everyone within the domain. A multitude of allied ninjas fell to the diverse sword strikes in mere moments. One ninja, witnessing his friend's throat severed by a sword light, rushed to assist, attempting to administer first aid. Yet, under the encroaching energies, the friend had already succumbed. Grief-stricken, the ninja closed his friend's eyes, preparing for a desperate fight. Suddenly, his friend's eyes shot open, entirely black, exuding a sinister and eerie aura that sent chills down his spine. The ninja stammered, "Okamoto, you're not dead?" The only response was a furious roar as his friend drove a kunai into his abdomen, followed by a flash of sword light, silencing him forever. Moments later, he too rose, his eyes devoid of white, transformed into an ominous black, and he charged at the allied ninja with a cry. Gojo chuckled. The sword puppets are surprisingly effective with 70% of their former strength. It's more than sufficient. The advancing allied forces soon discerned the unsettling truth. The fourth Raikage, A, broke into a cold sweat. What is happening? Why are there more and more of them? Killer B's 7-sword style cut through several resurrected sword puppets as he rushed to A's side, shouting, "You blockhead. In battle, swords show no mercy. These are controlled corpses. Eight Tails says we must flee this domain post-haste, or we too shall perish." The fourth Raikage's face turned ashen. Silence. He scanned the battlefield, his scalp prickling. If what Killer B said was true, every soul that fell in this domain would become puppets under Gojo's control. He glanced at the figure seated atop the central platform, and Gojo, sensing his gaze, returned a smile. A shudder ran through the fourth Raikage, and he cried out in terror, "Retreat, retreat. Everyone, fall back." The ninjas, stripped of their will to fight, scrambled to escape the battlefield at the sound of the command. Meanwhile, the unconscious Onoki began to awaken. Witnessing the chaos unfolding within the domain, his heart sinking. A nearby Iwagakure ninja, seeing him conscious, rushed to assist. "Lord Onoki, you're awake." Onoki surveyed the area, noting only a handful of Iwagakure ninjas remaining, trembling as he pointed toward the Grave of Swords. "Did everyone go in there?" The assisting ninja replied, "Yes. Everyone sought to avenge Lord Tsuchikage." Onoki's voice quivered with rage. Who gave the order?" The ninja explained, after Lord Onoki fell unconscious. No one was in command. The Raikage suddenly ordered an attack for vengeance, and our coalition followed suit furious. Onoki struck the ground, exclaiming, "Damn it. I knew those thunder brutes were untrustworthy." Just then, he heard the Raikage's frightened yet booming voice. "Quick flee. Retreat. Everyone, fall back." Onoki sprang to his feet, summoning his strength to the edge of the domain. "The Iwagakure ninjas, heed my command. Fall back." His voice reached every Iwagakure ninja within. The weary shinobi, engaged in battle, swiftly dispatched the encircling sword puppets, blocking the relentless sword lights. Witnessing the ever-growing number of puppets, some bearing familiar faces, their scalps prickled with dread. Upon hearing Onoki's command, they urgently shouted, "Retreat. Everyone, fall back." The remaining ninjas began to scatter in panic. Gojo, perched atop his platform, shook his head. "What a pity. This technique isn't fully refined yet, not a complete domain. Otherwise, none would escape," he sighed. "Well, I'll take whatever kills I can get." Gojo's azure pupils shone as they surveyed the battlefield, explaining that the reason for the indiscriminate nature of the domain was due to the immense mental energy required to control each sword and puppet. Even he found it taxing. Thus, he opted for an automatic attack mode against all beings within the domain, merely needing to supply energy for its sustenance. Having just vanquished all of Tsuchigakure's shinobi, he was unable to unleash his signature technique, the Empty Cicada's Ultimate, a second time in quick succession. Unlike the domain, the Empty Cicada's Ultimate was akin to stacking multiple domains, and even using reversal techniques for recovery wouldn't suffice. The Grave of Swords was purely a domain of slaughter, layered with various complex ninjutsu and sorcery, yet it lacked the capacity to ensnare foes. This was Gojo's first complete release of this ninjutsu. Prior attempts had been mere trials. Ever since he developed the Divine Path techniques, he had continually experimented on the battlefield, refining its efficacy. As the seventh phase, Empty Cicada's final scene. It was the most intricate technique he had designed specifically for large-scale warfare. This was its debut performance. The original design of the Empty Cicada series was intended to counter the Otsutsuki, making its application in the Shinobi World War somewhat of an overreach. With Gojo's intervention, the strikes of the sword lights became more precise and lethal. The sword puppets transitioned from chaotic melee to organized formations, encircling, ambushing, and laying traps for the enemy. In a blink, the casualties among the retreating allied ninjas surged, and the power of the Grave of Swords escalated further. Although not all were eradicated, those who managed to escape faced the brunt of Gojo's final onslaught, emerging with scarcely 100 survivors. The fourth Raikage, battered and bruised, and Killer Bee, having released his tailed beast cloak, showed signs of exhaustion. Those who fled bore expressions of having narrowly escaped death. The fourth Raikage could no longer maintain his tough exterior, shouting in panic, "Quick retreat to the camp," before collapsing unconscious. Shortly thereafter, Killer Bee followed suit, falling to the ground. On the other side, Onoki urgently pulled a collapsed Wagakure ninja from the domain's edge, shouting, "Hurry! Save them! Everyone, retreat to the camp!" Gojo observed their frantic flight, a playful smile gracing his lips. Unbeknownst to the fleeing Iwagakure and Kumogakure ninjas, a peculiar sigil flickered ominously at the nape of some of their necks. Appearing and vanishing like a wisp of smoke. Chapter 65. The victorious return to camp, the mystery of the Calamus. The battlefield was steeped in blood, with the sword puppets, born from malevolent thoughts, frantically converging towards the edge of the domain, their frenzied howls resonating in the air. Wu Tiaolin rose, stretching languidly before extracting the sword embedded in the ground. With a glimmer of blade light, he twirled the sword in a flourish before sheathing it. In an instant, the enchantment beneath his feet vanished, the domain dissipated, and the battlefield began to revert to its original state. The sword puppets, now devoid of the domain's influence, fell lifeless to the ground. A multitude of corpses encircled Wu Tiaolin in a semicircle, and as he gazed upon the inferno he had wrought, a slight smile crept across his lips. Though they were weak, they had piqued his interest just a tad. He turned to the Konoha ninjas, who stood poised yet dazed, and with a flash, he appeared beside Bayun Zhaochen, teasingly inquiring, Zhaochen, did you see that? Am I not handsome?" Bayun Zhaochen's lips twitched, clearly unimpressed with the display, and he muttered, "It was acceptable." Wu Tiaolin shot him a disdainful glance. "TCH, are you jealous? This is far superior to your cringe-worthy lines." Thus, he bellowed, "Konoha's brethren, am I not handsome?" The Konoha ninjas paused for a moment before erupting into a chorus of cheers, their voices echoing with fervor. "Handsome! Handsome! Louder! I can't hear you! Handsome! Handsome!" Wu Tiaolin nodded in satisfaction, casting a sidelong glance at Bayun Zhaochen. "See, this is the true data." Bayun Zhaochen remained speechless. "Let us return to camp," he said quietly, following in Wu Tiaolin's wake. As they passed by Danzo, Wu Tiaolin halted momentarily. "Old Dan, you don't need me to instruct you on the next steps, do you?" Danzo regarded the harbinger of death with an uneasy expression, striving to maintain a facade of composure as he leaned heavily on his cane. A resounding slap echoed as Wu Tiaolin delivered a swift strike, sending Danzo into a spinning 720 free fall. The Konoha ninjas exchanged incredulous glances, some nearly bursting into laughter. Wu Tiaolin then tilted his head to observe the figure of Minato Namikaze leaning against a wall. Startled, Minato instinctively jumped down, offering a gentle smile. "Hello. I am Minato Namikaze." Wu Tiaolin nodded, curiosity piqued. "Where are the members of your squad?" Minato scratched his head, sheepishly replying, "In the heat of battle. While rushing to support Kikyo Mountain, I inadvertently left them on the battlefield of the Land of Rice." Wu Tiaolin fell silent, reflecting. The Third War had essentially concluded prematurely due to his onslaught, eliminating the need for the Battle of Kamikaze Bridge, and with the Land of Water under his control, Obito would have a few more years to live. What plans did the old man have for Obito's melodramatic saga? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. "Minato, this old man Danzo is unreliable. Go to the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Stone Village to negotiate their surrender. Oh, and don't forget the Hidden Sand Village. Almost forgot, their forces have been entirely annihilated. Just adhere to the highest standards, like that of the Hidden Mist Village. If they refuse, tell them that I will come." Minato looked troubled, glancing at Danzo, who was adjusting his cane and surveying the battlefield with a serious demeanor. "But Danzo is the overall commander here." Wu Tiaolin turned to Danzo. "TSK, this guy truly knows how to put on an act," just as he was about to deliver another slap. Danzo waved his hand nonchalantly. "Minato, take command. Dispatch a team of elite forces led by you to the 3 major ninja villages. Announce their surrender in accordance with the standards of the Hidden Mist Village." Minato quickly bowed, hands clasped. "Yes." Wu Tiaolin retracted his hand, though the wind from his motion still ruffled Danzo's clothing. He smoothly patted Danzo's shoulder. "Well done, you're quite the old strategist." Danzo remained silent, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. "Let us go." Zhaochen back to camp. "Oh, and Red, hurry up," he called. Yuhi Kurenai, momentarily taken aback, quickly responded, "Coming, coming." Danzo then struck the ground with his cane. "All personnel, return to camp. The victory at Kikyo Mountain is ours. Prepare to head back to the village." As the words fell, the Konoha ninja forces erupted in jubilant cheers, some even bearing wounds. They embraced one another, tears of joy mingling with their celebration of the war's end, all due to the efforts of a single individual. Under Danzo's command, the Konoha army maintained a respectful distance behind Wu Tiaolin and his companions as they made their way towards the camp. Their gazes filled with profound reverence for the silver-haired figure ahead. Tsunade sat at the entrance of the camp, sipping from a bottle. Observing Wu Tiaolin's approach, she downed her drink in one go and inquired, "You've returned. How was the battlefield?" Wu Tiaolin replied with a light-hearted smile, "The war is over, oh Tsunade." Tsunade paused, her hand hovering over the bottle. What? It ended while I was merely drinking?" Wu Tiaolin watched her, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, everyone has returned. You can ask them for specifics. By the way, has SHBU shown any signs of awakening?" Tsunade's expression turned serious. "Not yet. However, based on her condition, it seems there may be issues with her soul." Wu Tiaolin nodded, not surprised, as he had suspected as much. "Understood. Thank you, Tsunade. I'll head back to the camp now." Tsunade nodded, leaning against the entrance. As the main force arrived, she curiously inquired about the situation. On the way back, Yuhi Kurenai expressed her concern. What happened to SHBU? Kurenai was familiar with SHBU. During their time at the academy, Wu Tiaolin often spent time with SHBU, as well as Uzumaki Hinata and Uzumaki Shien, even dining at her home. Wu Tiaolin's expression turned somber as he sighed. She was injured and hasn't woken up yet. Kurenai's face filled with worry. How could this be? I hope SHBU is alright, but with you around, she will surely be fine. Wu Tiaolin observed Kurenai's starry-eyed admiration, this infuriating trust. What is going on? Am I being put through the ringer again? Yet, he too felt concern for SHBU's situation. However, as long as he had the right direction, there would be no issue. If all else fails, there was still that slippery snake. In the special treatment room of the medical department, SHBU lay quietly on the bed, her complexion devoid of color. Suddenly, the medical instruments began to fluctuate violently, and an ethereal white light flickered around her. Chapter 66. The end of the Ninja War and the resignation of the third Hokage. 3 days swiftly passed. Aside from the elimination of a few remaining Sand Shinobi who were still ambushing along the roads, unaware of their village's defeat, no further battles occurred. Fushiguro Rin had frequently visited Shobu during these days, remaining perplexed about her condition. Even Tsunade, proficient in medical techniques, found herself at a loss, as matters concerning the soul ventured into the realm of her ignorance. It seemed they would have to rely on that crafty serpent. Minato Namikaze exhibited astonishing speed, accomplishing 3 significant tasks in just 3 days. The 3 great ninja villages submitted their letters of surrender to Konoha, following the format proposed by the Mist Village. Thus, the third great ninja war came to a close. Konoha emerged victorious over the 4 great ninja villages with overwhelming force, while Fushiguro Rin single-handedly subdued the 4 nations, decimating tens of thousands of shinobi and effortlessly defeating even the strongest of shadows. His remarkable achievements in ending the war spread throughout the ninja world, and the title of the silver-haired demon of Konoha became legendary. The premature conclusion of the war presented both advantages and disadvantages. For Fushiguro Rin, it allowed ample time to explore various matters. However, such a significant upheaval rendered many future events uncertain. Nevertheless, peace and tranquility would grace the ninja world for at least 20 years, aligning with the original timeline of the narrative. Today marked the return to their village, and ninjas from various battlefields celebrated with jubilation, having received orders to return victorious. After gaining insight, Danzo became mute upon encountering Fushiguro Rin, leaving the latter feeling somewhat reluctant to confront him. However, as the king of internal strife, it was unlikely that Danzo would remain idle for long. He would soon have ample time to deal with him. On the journey back, Fushiguro Rin led the main troop, accompanied by Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma Sarutobi. Initially, he had attempted to include Asuma, but the older man, embarrassed by the attention, preferred to lag behind with the group. Upon their arrival in the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen organized a grand victory ceremony. It must be said that Hiruzen always managed to imbue such events with a sense of solemnity, evoking high emotional value. Amidst the crowd's enthusiastic cheers, Fushiguro Rin felt himself somewhat lost in the moment. Fushiguro Rin, the god of Konoha, the strongest in the ninja world. Lord Fushiguro Rin is so handsome. I love you, Lord Fushiguro Rin. I want to bear your children, Lord Fushiguro Rin. Cough, cough. Enough already. Fushiguro Rin could only wave and smile, embodying the demeanor of a small leader. Danzo lingered in the background, maintaining a respectful distance, leaning on his cane. His expression inscrutable even in the midst of such a spectacle. The details mattered. In recent days, he had often found himself on the receiving end of Fushiguro Rin's slaps for inexplicable reasons. At times, he questioned himself, wondering if he was truly at fault. Was it because he stepped forward with his left foot first? Or perhaps, never mind, Fushiguro Rin, you little brat. Naturally, Fushiguro Rin would not indulge him. After numerous slaps, Danzo had come to a realization. The boy simply desired to strike him. Thus, he resolved to deny Danzo any opportunity for retaliation. If Fushiguro Rin walked straight, Danzo would walk straight. If Fushiguro Rin turned, he would turn. If Fushiguro Rin called him a dog, he would act like one. The emotional stakes were high, leaving no room for retaliation. As such, an entire day passed in a state of uneventful tension. Danzo couldn't help but silently commend himself, for as the shadow of the ninja world, he tread carefully, bearing the weight of humiliation. Just as he struggled to maintain his composure, a gust of wind swept through. Smack! What are you grinning at? In full view of the crowd, Danzo was sent spiraling upward in a 720-degree free fall. Is this a joke, Fushiguro Rin? Are you insane? Yet, he could only swallow his grievances. With a silent, resentful gaze, he looked at Fushiguro Rin. Smack! What are you laughing at? Smack! Another 720-degree spin into free fall. Only then did Fushiguro Rin feel a sense of relief, clapping his hands in satisfaction. Indeed, a day without a slap made one restless. No wonder he felt something was amiss all day. Danzo, silent, hurriedly retreated from the scene, distancing himself from Fushiguro Rin, seeking refuge as far away as possible. Fushiguro Rin chuckled softly. Old Danzo, you think you can evade me? Even if you escape to Mexico, it won't help. Soon after, Sarutobi Hiruzen, still bandaged from his injuries, appeared before Fushiguro Rin with a smile. Little Rin, Konoha owes its gratitude to you, and the ninja world owes you as well. This absurd war has finally concluded. Fushiguro Rin gazed at the still injured Hiruzen and smiled slightly. Yes, it is finally over. However, Hokage, I believe it is time for you to step down. Your body can no longer endure the strenuous demands of your position. It is time to pass the burden to the younger generation. Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting between uncertainty and warmth. But little Rin, you are still young. Wait until you come of age. Would you take the position when I retire? Fushiguro Rin noticed the fleeting change in Hiruzen's demeanor and simply smiled in response. I never said I desired to become Hokage. I'm merely thinking of you. Retirement would be beneficial. Hiruzen paused, contemplating Fushiguro Rin's earnest words. After a moment of reflection, he spoke with a complex gaze. Who do you think is suitable? Fushiguro Rin replied slowly, Minato Namikaze. Hiruzen murmured, Minato? Jiraiya's disciple, truly a continuation of the legacy. He is indeed a promising candidate. Had it not been for your intervention, he might have shone even more brightly on the battlefield. The yellow flash of Konoha. Fushiguro Rin refrained from expressing his opinion on the matter. According to the original timeline, it was meant to unfold this way. Although Hiruzen had gained a more favorable impression in his mind, who could predict if he would reach that point in his twilight years? At the very least, in that fleeting moment, Hiruzen instinctively engaged in a struggle for power. He would feel reassured with Minato as Hokage. Moreover, he was genuinely curious to see how Konoha would fare under Minato's leadership. It sparked a sense of anticipation within him. Hokage, rest assured, the village will always have me. The future is entrusted to the next generation. You should enjoy your retirement and take the time to rest. Hiruzen reflected on these words, nodding silently. He understood little Rin's intentions. The time had indeed come for the Hokage to rest. Little Rin, the will of fire must be passed on. It is the foundation for Konoha's strength. Fushiguro Rin nodded in agreement, smiling. I will. With that, Hiruzen patted Fushiguro Rin's shoulder and turned towards the Hokage's office. His figure appeared increasingly stooped, while a careful Umbu ninja assisted him, the shadows of their forms lengthening. Chapter 67. The post-war conference and grand rewards within the bustling halls of the Hokage office. The first public meeting following the war commenced, marking the final assembly convened by Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage. As the architect of this war's conclusion and the paramount hero of Konoha, Wutao Rin naturally occupied a prominent seat at the conference. Sarutobi Hiruzen, adorned in ceremonial robes and donning the Hokage hat, presided over the gathering from the center of the room, flanked by the elders Nara Shikoku and Mito Menyen, alongside his advisor, Danzo Shimura. The attendees comprised the heads of various ninja clans and the esteemed heroes of the recent conflict. Wutao Rin sat at the forefront, accompanied by figures such as Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Shursui, and the legendary Sannin, Tsunade Senju, and Orochimaru. Taking a contemplative puff from his pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the assembly, ensuring all were present before clearing his throat. Thus, the post-war public meeting begins. We shall now recognize the accomplishments of Konoha's heroes during this conflict. The first honoree is none other than Wutao Rin, the silver-haired demon of Konoha, who, in the 46th year of Konoha, vanquished the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. He single-handedly annihilated over 10,000 ninjas from the Mist and compelled the village to surrender, marking it as the first defeated nation in the ninja world. Furthermore, prior to the second assault on the fortress of Kikyo Mountain by the allied forces of Cloud, Rock, and Sand, he swiftly engaged the sand camp, obliterating its ninjas, and later confronted the joint forces of the Cloud and Rock villages at Kikyo Mountain, where he single-handedly faced the coalition, resulting in only a few hundred escaping from a force of 20,000. As these accolades resonated within the conference room, gasps of astonishment filled the air as eyes turned towards the still youthful Wu Tao Rin. After a brief pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, following discussions with the higher-ups and the daimyo. We hereby bestow upon Wu Tao Rin the title of Special J-Nin, along with the prestigious designation of the New Generation Ninja God. He is appointed as the Shogun of the Land of Fire, overseeing all military affairs of the nation. In recognition of Wu Tao Rin's exceptional contributions during the Ninja War and at the behest of the daimyo, he is granted the right to establish a governance, signifying the nobility of the Wu Tao clan, with a permanent territory of 20 square kilometers allocated in Konoha. He shall also receive a specially crafted ceremonial robe, the divine sword of Matsukuni, and a monetary reward of 500 million ryo. Upon hearing this, Wu Tao Rin's expression softened slightly, realizing that mere accolades without tangible rewards bore little significance. What use is a 20 square kilometer territory or the title of shogun if it comes without funds? Can one rent such a space? Who would even consider that in a village like ours? However, the title of shogun piqued Wu Tao Rin's interest. Hesitantly, he raised his hand, inquiring, is there a monthly salary associated with the shogun position? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened at the inquiry. It appeared that Wu Tao Rin was more concerned with remuneration than the prestige of the title. There is, in fact, no monthly salary, he clarified. But the payment is rendered annually, based on the tax revenues of the Land of Fire, aligned with Konoha's annual allocation. As the details unfolded, Wu Tao Rin's demeanor shifted to surprise. Wait, is that true? So, it's merely a title without substance? As long as there's money involved, I can accept the shogun title. Meanwhile, Tsunade, seated beside him, felt a surge of indignation. Why does he receive a salary when I, a princess of Konoha, do not? She fumed internally, envious of Wu Tao Rin's fortune. With a contented smile, Wu Tao Rin signaled his satisfaction. Please continue, Lord Hokage. I have no further inquiries. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply once more, his thoughts mirroring Wu Tao Rin's. The burdens of leadership, why does one vie for power? The meeting progressed as Sarutobi Hiruzen announced that the legendary Thunder God Sword, originally bestowed by the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, would also be awarded to Wu Tao Rin. At this moment, Danzo coughed lightly, and Wu Tao Rin, sensing the implications, regarded him with curiosity, wondering if Danzo had lobbied for this reward. Is this reward a result of your advocacy, Danzo? Wu Tao Rin questioned, an eyebrow raised. Sarutobi Hiruzen, aware of the subtle exchange, nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, Wu Tao Rin, please come forth to receive your rewards, he instructed, as he accepted the sword from an Umbu member and presented it to Wu Tao Rin with a warm smile. Wu Tao Rin stood, accepting the sword with a puzzled expression. What about the money? Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile faltered momentarily, struggling to find the right words. In a few days, an envoy from the daimyo will arrive with the promised rewards, including the monetary compensation. Wu Tao Rin, satisfied, clutched the sword box, beaming with contentment. Excellent. As Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to announce the achievements and rewards of other ninjas present, the atmosphere swelled with excitement. Yet, two individuals remained seemingly disinterested, Wu Tao Rin, now in a state of ennui, and Tsunade, who felt disillusioned after receiving no accolades of her own, while other attendees expressed fervent gratitude. Tsunade's discontent simmered as she reflected on her lack of recognition, having been unable to contribute significantly to the battle due to her phobia of blood. Meanwhile, Orochimaru observed Wu Tao Rin with keen interest, and Jiraiya eagerly sought praise from Tsunade, oblivious to her disdain. Namikaze Minato maintained a composed demeanor, while Wu Tao Rin, stifling yawns, watched Sarutobi Hiruzen's proceedings, uncertain if he felt reluctant to part with the title of Hokage or if he was simply weary of the festivities. Chapter 68. The appointment of the fourth Hokage, the Yellow Flash of Konoha. Time stretched interminably, akin to a math teacher's lecture, at least in the perception of Rin. Others, however, remained oblivious. Once all the accolades for the war were bestowed, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused momentarily before speaking. I have served for over 30 years. Having ascended to this position following the tragic loss of my mentor, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, during the First Ninja World War. My dedication to the governance of Konoha has been unwavering. Yet, my failure to prevent the outbreak of war is my own regret. During my tenure, I witnessed two ninja world wars, with turmoil persisting unabated. Here, I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, express my sorrow for the ninjas who sacrificed their lives in battle, and I extend my condolences to the villagers who lost loved ones and to the various ninja clans. Subsequently, Sarutobi bowed deeply to those present, lingering in that position for an extended moment. Some attendees gazed at him with tears glistening in their eyes, observing his frail form and the wounds concealed beneath his bandages. Moments later, Sarutobi gradually rose and declared, I have made my decision. I hereby announce my abdication. The expressions of the nearby Konan and Minato, as well as Shimura Danzo, shifted to one of shock. Wait, you didn't mention this before. How will we, the Konoha F4, operate without you? Not only them, but the assembled ninjas were equally taken aback. Some even exclaimed, Third Hokage, this cannot be. It is not your fault. The village needs you. Konan could not restrain herself from exclaiming, Hiruzen. Meanwhile, Danzo remained silent, his eyes narrowing as he clenched his fists. Is my opportunity finally at hand? His gaze drifted toward the nonchalant Rin. They had an agreement. With a wave of his right hand, Sarutobi silenced the murmurs. My mind is made up. There is no need for further discussion. I am now in a frail state, and continuing to govern Konoha would be a burden. I am willing to abdicate and entrust the village to the younger generation. As soon as the words left his lips, Danzo's expression darkened, and he quickly interjected. Hiruzen, this is no jest. How can you simply hand this over to a youth? I, Shimura Danzo, am prepared to become the fourth Hokage. He then cast a significant glance at Rin, his intentions clear. Rin, aware of Danzo's scheming, responded, I believe. At the mention of Danzo, a confident smile crept across Rin's face. I support the third Hokage's decision. The village should indeed be entrusted to the younger generation. With that, Danzo dropped his cane in disbelief. Wait, aren't we partners? The astute attendees, having listened to Rin's proclamation, understood that the situation was far from straightforward. Sarutobi glanced at Danzo, then spoke. I have already identified suitable candidates. Namikaze Minato, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Let us proceed to a vote. Danzo, realizing his chances were slipping away, quickly turned his attention to his former ally, Orochimaru. Orochimaru, however, merely licked his lips with a bemused expression. Those supporting Namikaze Minato, please raise your hands. In an instant, Rin shot her hand up high. Akamichi CHG was the first to follow suit, with several others quickly joining in, including the ever-responsive Inuzuka Kiba. Soon, a majority of the ninjas raised their hands. Tsunade then declared, I concede. Jiraiya, upon hearing this, lost interest in pursuing the Hokage title, preferring instead to seek out the prophesied child. He had his suspicions that Rin might be that child, but his inquiries had yielded no clear answers. Finally, all eyes turned to Orochimaru, under Danzo and Appo's hopeful gaze. With a light chuckle, Orochimaru stated, I too withdraw. Very well, then. Namikaze Minato is hereby elected as the fourth Hokage. Minato, please step forward. The young son rose with an air of solemnity, approaching Sarutobi Hiruzen. Under the elder and Appo's warm smile, he accepted the Hokage and Appo's hat. At that moment, an evolutionary BGM began to play. The ninja world evolved with Minato. Sarutobi, with a gentle smile, spoke, My child, you are still young. I trust you will surpass my efforts. The future belongs to your generation. May the will of fire be passed down through your hands, allowing the leaves to flourish and the flames to shine brightly. Minato immediately knelt, cradling the Hokage hat with both hands, and solemnly replied, I will not disappoint your hopes or those of the village. Sarutobi nodded in satisfaction, then surveyed the assembly, particularly the now pale-faced Danzo, and declared, as the third Hokage, I announce, the fourth Hokage will be succeeded by Namikaze Minato. The inauguration ceremony will be held in 7 days. With that, applause erupted throughout the room, and Rin joined in with fervent clapping. It's time to clock out. Following the applause, Minato returned to his seat. Sarutobi concluded. This meeting is adjourned. Minato and Rin, please remain. Rin felt caught off guard, as if a student had been summoned to stay after class. Why the overtime? She grumbled. Fine, since you have been so considerate, I shall grant you this favor. Listening attentively to Sarutobi's instructions, Minato appeared as an obedient student. Rin mused indeed. He is Konoha's little son, effortlessly garnering favor. No need for words, merely standing there with a smile suffices. Truly, he is Namikaze Minato, the charming enigma of Konoha. After finally leaving the Hokage building, Minato, not one to be oblivious, recognized that his ascension to Hokage was undeniably supported by Rin. Thank you, Lady Rin, he said with a bright smile. Oh, come on, we're friends, no need for such formality. Rin replied playfully. See you later, Rin. If I take too long, my wife will get upset. Minato responded with a grin. Rin nodded, aware of the importance of staying healthy. Suddenly, a flash of yellow light enveloped Minato, and he vanished with a smile. This was perhaps her first experience of someone disappearing so dramatically before her eyes, so cool. Until now, she had always been the one to pull off such stunts. Shaking her head, as she prepared to return home, Rin noticed 2 figures approaching from the shadows of a distant tree, one afflicted with red-eye disease, the other with cataracts. As a blue-eyed individual, no. With azure eyes, she felt a sense of purity compared to them. She squinted at the approaching duo. Chapter 69. The Fate of 2 Clans, Implicit Meanings. As the two approached, they clasped their hands together and spoke in unison, Lord Gojo. These two were none other than Hayashi Hyuga and Fugaku Uchiha. Gojo could roughly guess the reason for their visit, yet he feigned ignorance and smiled. What brings you both here after such a long wait? Hayashi and Fugaku exchanged glances. And then Fugaku, lacking in courtesy, spoke up. Lord Gojo, would it be possible to discuss family matters in a different location? With a nonchalant nod, Gojo replied, very well. Let us go to Ichiraka Ramen. A moment of silence enveloped the two clan leaders, and while Fugaku did not find it overly concerning, the notion of discussing clan affairs at a ramen shop seemed somewhat beneath their dignity. Gojo immediately furrowed his brow. What is this? Are you unwilling? Their faces brightened with smiles. No, of course not. Gojo rolled his eyes. Then let us be off. Is it necessary to be so fierce? They laughed awkwardly. And Gojo, not one for idle chatter, placed a hand on each of their shoulders. Let us go. In an instant, the three vanished from their spot. Reappearing at the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, the two were taken aback. What technique is this? Is it akin to the Flying Thunder God technique of the fourth Hokage? However, they were aware of the boundaries of their inquiries. Silently, they followed Gojo into the ramen shop and took their seats. Uncle Ichiraku, 10 bowls of beef ramen, please. It had been far too long since he had savored Uncle Ichiraku's culinary skills, and he was eager to indulge while also seeking information. Uncle Ichiraku smiled in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, one of the two sat rigidly with an impassive expression, while the other crossed his arms with a serious demeanor. Gojo, intrigued, asked, haven't you both eaten after an entire day of meetings? Only then did they lower their guard and respond politely. Our clan has prepared a meal. Gojo shot them a disapproving glance. If I want to discuss matters elsewhere, even a business office would suffice for appearances. You're destined to remain a subordinate clan leader your entire life. Once Gojo finished his meal, he had no desire to continue the pleasantries. He spoke up. I can surmise the purpose of your visit. Firstly, while I possess the ability to influence the Hokage's decisions, I shall not interfere with Minato's choices. Secondly, I have no issues with the Uchiha, but I do take exception to the Hyuga clan. It is time to abolish the caged bird seal. Upon hearing this, Hayashi's expression darkened, while Fugaku felt a surge of relief. Gojo shot him a disapproving glance and continued, do not rejoice too soon. Allow me to pose a question. What do you perceive regarding the current and future circumstances of the Uchiha clan? Fugaku's pupils contracted sharply. How could he know? He glanced at Hayashi, who remained unresponsive. Gojo had not explicitly stated it, but the perceptive could surely glean the truth. Fugaku finally spoke. It is precisely because I foresee the Uchiha clan's path to ruin that I sought your counsel, Lord Gojo. Gojo scoffed. If you cannot even manage your own clan members, what change can you instigate? Fugaku's expression became one of tangled emotions, while Hayashi awkwardly touched his nose. Suddenly, Gojo recalled someone studying abroad. By the way, whose child is Uchiha Raimai? Is she from the hawkish or dovish faction? Fugaku paused. Uchiha Raimai. She seems to be the granddaughter of the elder, aligned with the hawkish faction. Gojo's expression darkened. Indeed, he had suspected this since seeing Uchiha Madara. It was no surprise she belonged to the hawkish faction, and furthermore, that she was the elder's granddaughter. With a casual demeanor, almost like a rogue, he stated, I shall not meddle in your family affairs. If you desire to carve out a path for your clan within the village, that is impossible. However, thriving is quite simple. 2 words, obey. Eliminate those overly radical, obstinate elders, and consider who currently holds authority. Leave the rest to Minato, but do not touch the elder's faction. Understood? I will personally speak with him another day. Turning to Hayashi, he added, you must recognize that your branch family system is utterly decayed and poses significant detriments to the village. For the village to deploy Hyuga clan ninjas, it requires your main family's consent. The main family members listen to orders but ignore proclamations. Do you believe any Hokage would accept a ninja clan stepping over him? Thus, you must ensure your family's safety by abolishing the branch family system. Hayashi's face reflected a complex turmoil. Gojo sighed. Humans always desire both ways. By the way, what is the status of Hinata Kagura in your family? Hayashi hesitated. She is my youngest sister. However, she has been marked by the caged bird seal since childhood, as there can only be one heir in the main family. Gojo's expression tightened. Although his bond with Hinata Kagura was not particularly deep, it was clear she held affection for him, albeit poorly expressed. It appeared the caged bird seal was concealed beneath her bangs, an issue Gojo had contemplated before. The caged bird seal must be eradicated. Then, Gojo fixed Hayashi with a chilling gaze. The murderous intent that had claimed thousands of ninjas surged forth. Hayashi, pursue your desires as you wish. If this system is not abolished, I will assist you in its dismantling, but I cannot predict how many will perish in the process. Fugaku, who had been hesitant to speak, fell silent upon witnessing Hayashi's plight. Enough, I have said what needed to be said. You may return now. Yes. The two clasped their hands and departed from Ichiraku Ramen, intending to strengthen their relationship, yet it had ended in this manner. Hayashi wore a troubled expression, weighed down by unspoken concerns. Fugaku, on the other hand, sighed in relief. He regarded Hayashi with sympathy, compared to eliminating a few hawkish elders. It was hardly a significant matter. Yet, could this truly quell the grievances of their clan? Was and Appos, the most radical faction the elder and Appos, as Gojo said in Ichiraka Ramen. Watching the two depart, he sighed, realizing he still had to work a bit after paying the bill. Just a minor task, he remarked. Then turned to the hand that delivered another bowl of ramen with a light-hearted smile. Uncle Ichiraku, has SHBU encountered any issues? Do you know the reason? Uncle Ichiraku looked momentarily startled, his expression turning anxious. What happened to SHBU? Is she injured? Gojo replied, unable to hide his helplessness. It is I who failed to care for her. I did not anticipate the battlefield's volatility. SHBU has remained unconscious since the initial ambush at Kiki Mountain. Strangely, there are no external injuries, her cells still possess vitality, yet all biological functions have ceased, and brain scans indicate a state of brain death. However, upon examination, she is still alive. I suspect there may be an issue with her soul. Do you have any insight? Uncle Ichiraku fell silent for a moment before cheerfully responding. As long as she is not in any danger, that is good. She is merely in a coma and should awaken after some time. Be sure she rests undisturbed. Gojo nodded, but the reassurance felt hollow. After all, a coma is already perilous. It seems that the only option left is to explore whether there is a solution with Orochimaru. However, is it truly a matter of a wounded soul? And who could possibly inflict such a wound upon her spirit on that battlefield? Or perhaps, Chapter 70, Research Report, enthusiastic Uncle Snake. The cool summer night air wrapped around Wutyulin as he stood, clad in a flowing white robe that rustled softly with each movement. Beneath his tousled silver hair lay a pair of azure eyes, radiant like stars. Gradually, he crouched down and tapped the ground, his lips parting gently. Beyond the mountains, higher towers rise. Moments later, the ground beneath Wutyulin slowly revealed an opening, leading downwards, where a staircase emerged. A melodious and vibrant voice echoed, singing, dancing, rapping, and playing basketball. Wutyulin nodded in satisfaction and descended into the basement. This was the laboratory obtained through a rather dubious transaction with the old Tanzo. Before long, he spotted the busy figure of Orochimaru. The snake-like man licked his lips and shot Wutyulin a teasing glance. The code you said is rather unique, isn't it? But this basement? You truly know how to conduct business. Wutyulin smiled sheepishly, well aware that Orochimaru could immediately sense the essence of this lab. After all, they were old partners. How are the projects I entrusted to you progressing? Orochimaru finally spoke, his voice husky yet laced with excitement. Your body is truly extraordinary. Through my research, I have discovered that your cellular structure, both externally and internally, is imbued with natural energy. This energy manifests as wild and chaotic within you. Yet it appears to be tamed. I once found a child in a cave who could absorb natural energy autonomously, yet he was unable to control it, falling into fits of madness, resembling a wild beast. Orochimaru turned to Wutyulin, his gaze akin to one admiring a rare treasure. I have conducted extensive studies on this phenomenon, attempting to harness natural energy. However, compared to your body, those attempts are grotesque. It is a perfect work of art, achieving an exquisite balance. This natural energy even nourishes and enhances your physique. Wutyulin felt a shiver, knowing Orochimaru's nature. He almost wanted to eliminate this pervert. However, Orochimaru continued, this very reason also presents a significant risk within you. The chakra and natural energy are fundamentally incompatible, creating a delicate balance within your body. You tasked me with researching how to absorb natural energy. In fact, we are already on the verge of success. It has been absorbed into every cell of your being. The reason it cannot be stored like chakra is due to this fragile balance. It may relate to your eyes, but if this equilibrium is disrupted, your body could face catastrophic collapse. Wutyulin was taken aback. Was this a situation that could lead to self-destruction? He hurriedly inquired, what do you mean? Orochimaru smirked mysteriously. It is quite simple. Expel all the chakra from your body. However, this may have unpredictable effects on you. Wutyulin understood, realizing it was akin to a reset of one's cultivation. He recalled how the transformation of his 6 eyes had significantly enhanced his physique, even without training, continuously strengthening him. This was perhaps what was meant by nourishment and enhancement. Thus, it appeared that natural energy was akin to spiritual energy, requiring a specific method or technique for refinement and cultivation. The improvement of his physique was akin to transcending the mundane, akin to the inner alchemy stages of Taoism. With the key of the 6 eyes, Wutyulin could bypass traditional methods, as the untamed natural energy was directly transformed. In truth, he had long since entered this stage. The crux of the matter was that the abundant chakra within him obstructed his true transformation, preventing him from fully embracing this phase. Yet Wutyulin pondered, logically. Spiritual energy should surpass chakra in rank, so how could chakra stand on equal footing? It was unfathomable. Could chakra possess a remarkable origin? Wasn't he merely a product of the Tsutsuki clan? After some thought, Wutyulin asked, which do you believe possesses superior quality? The chakra or the tamed natural energy within me? Orochimaru immediately understood. I grasp your inquiry. Though chakra is considerably weaker, why does it still contend with yours? Leaving you perplexed? Wutyulin nodded. Orochimaru's expression grew increasingly serious. I too am curious about this. Hence, I conducted a scientific analysis of the gift you provided. Following Orochimaru's gaze, Wutyulin observed that Tsutsuki Urashiki, bound and drooling on a table, his lips twitching. I discovered a marked distinction between the chakra of the ninja world and that of the Tsutsuki clan. The latter lacks any elemental properties, Existing purely as what we might term cosmic energy, the chakra of the ninja world, however, appears to be a mutated form, a fusion of original cosmic energy and natural energy. Wu Lin nodded thoughtfully, grasping Orochimaru's explanation. So, chakra is the pure form of the Tsutsuki's energy, while the chakra of the ninja world is special. Having undergone a transformation through its fusion with the natural energy of our realm, resulting in its peculiar nature. In essence, its energy level is not inferior. Orochimaru nodded, elaborating. Indeed, my assertion that the chakra of the Tsutsuki clan is pure and should be termed cosmic energy stems from my discovery of the interconnectedness of chakra. Each person's chakra possesses a faint link, while I found that Urashiki's energy links directly to the void of the universe. In contrast, the connection of our chakra to Urashiki's is incredibly weak. Through my research, it is evident that the chakra of the ninja world and that of the Tsutsuki are fundamentally distinct. Chakra does not belong to our lineage, which renders it weak. I am astounded by this revelation. I feel I have taken another step closer to uncovering the truth of the universe. Orochimaru's face gleamed with fervor, his body trembling with excitement. While Wu Lin may not fully grasp the scientist's enthusiasm, he maintained his respect. What excites me most is that the tamed natural energy within you can contend with the cosmic energy of the Tsutsuki, perhaps indicating that the ninja world itself is special. Is natural energy special, and thus are we? Oh, splendid! Wu Lin hesitantly remarked. Orochimaru, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, therefore, we are the protagonists of the universe. The Tsutsuki clan is nothing more than a larger insect compared to the mysteries of the ninja world. Perhaps, by thoroughly unraveling the secrets of the ninja world, the entire universe will hold no secrets at all. Ha 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 ha. This is absolutely marvelous. Rinatsuki, this serpent has lost its mind. No, wait. What was my purpose for being here? Chapter 71, The Great Lord S. Envoy, Yu and Yang. It took Gojo Rin quite some time to finally subdue the rampaging Orochimaru. After which he instructed him to check on Shopu's situation and see if it could be resolved. Orochimaru, seemingly intoxicated, readily agreed. Gojo Rin, feeling exasperated, swiftly made his exit. Eager to await the arrival of the Great Lord's envoy at home, he intended to experiment with the alchemical techniques he had acquired from Otsutsuki Pushur. Although those techniques were primarily for crafting chakra elixirs, they were potent enough to be wielded by the Otsutsuki clan themselves, with some modifications. He aspired to achieve the pinnacle of Hokage-level alchemical mastery. 3 days later, the envoy from the Lord arrived, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen accompanied by Namikaze Minato. Until the succession ceremony was completed, Hiruzen continued to handle the myriad affairs of Konoha. After listening to their banter for quite a while, Gojo Rin finally delved into the main topic, starting with the specially crafted ceremonial robe. He emphasized his desired style and specific design details, as he was not fond of the original version despite its attractiveness. Following that were discussions about land deeds, the seal representing the shogun, and other ceremonial tokens, culminating in the legendary artifact, the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Gojo Rin picked up the sword, intrigued to find it had a conductivity to natural energy. Then came the highly anticipated sum of 500 million ryo in cash. Gojo Rin couldn't help but beam like a fool, saliva nearly escaping his mouth. After securing everything, he bid farewell to the envoy. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared to have recovered significantly from his injuries over the past few days, smiling warmly at Gojo Rin. Little Rin, concerning the area we've designated for you, we can coordinate and arrange for workers to construct your residence, Hiruzen said. Gojo Rin nodded. This would be his first home after achieving prominence, and he needed to choose the business district wisely. He then received a map of Konoha from an Umbu officer and scanned it. It seemed that the central area during Boruto's era had been developed elsewhere, leaving behind an expanse of forest and mountains. Relying on his faint memories, he circled a spot next to the Hokage building from that era. Hiruzen was taken aback. Little Rin, is it really necessary to choose such a remote location? The area is not ideal. It's deserted. Gojo Rin chuckled internally, thinking to himself. You simply don't understand the essence of traveling back to the 80s. I became the wealthiest person in the nation through foresight. Do you truly comprehend real estate? Of course. As a masterful actor, he donned a sunny smile and replied, Grandpa Hokage, I quite like this place. It's so peaceful, isn't it? Hiruzen sighed, conceding, well, it's your world to navigate, so I shall let you have your way. Have you decided on a name? Gojo Rin grinned widely, let us call it Tonkei Terrace. Hiruzen shot him a puzzled look. Tonkei Terrace? What kind of name is that? It doesn't sound very respectable. However, he nodded in agreement. Once it's decided, it cannot be changed. Gojo Rin mischievously replied, naturally. Tonkei Terrace shall be the abode that attracts all the beauties of the world. Shortly after, Namikaze Minato approached Gojo Rin, smiling as he said, Rin, do you have time to join us for dinner? Kushina would like to invite you over this evening to express her gratitude. He scratched his head, squinting awkwardly at Gojo Rin. Kushina's cooking was known to be rather lacking. Yet, judging by Minato's demeanor, it seemed he had insisted. Gojo Rin decided to oblige. Of course, tonight works for me. Minato's face lit up with joy. Great. I'll have Kushina prepare. After Gojo Rin nodded, Minato vanished in a flash, courtesy of the Flying Thunder God technique. Suddenly, two figures leaped forth. One embracing Gojo Rin's left arm and the other his right. Rin, I've missed you so much. It's been ages, exclaimed Uzumaki Yuyu. While Uzumaki Yuyang chimed in, I've missed you too. Gojo Rin gently caressed their long purple hair. I've missed you both as well. But has it really been that long? Yuyu pouted. Of course it has. It's been nearly a month. Gojo Rin chuckled and pinched Yuyu's cheek. My dear Yuyu is quite the clingy one. Before Yuyu could respond, Yuyang poked Gojo Rin's arm. I want attention too. Amused. Gojo Rin turned and gently pinched Yuyang's cheek as well. All right. Yuyang is also quite the affectionate one. He then inquired, did you two just return from the battlefield? You're still in your combat uniforms. The sisters nodded, explaining, we were initially deployed to the Kikyo mountain battlefield, but by the time we arrived, the war had already ended, so we hurried back to the village. We're exhausted, feeling slightly guilty, as this was somewhat his responsibility. Gojo Rin tenderly patted their heads. You've worked hard. Why don't you join me for dinner at Minato's place tonight? The sisters immediately perked up. Is it the yellow flash of Konoha? Gojo Rin's lips twitched as he nodded. Their excitement was palpable. We definitely want to go. He is a hero of Konoha. Gojo Rin couldn't help but wonder if he had somehow crossed over again. Wait, haven't you heard about my reputation on the battlefield? The sisters exchanged glances and tilted their heads in unison. Nope. We've been traveling for days and have no idea what has been happening. Rin, are you feeling jealous? Teased Yuyu. Gojo Rin pouted. I am not. The sisters quickly clung to his arms, playfully shaking them while cooing. Okay, Rin, you'll always be our hero. Gojo Rin finally laughed, pinching both their cheeks, feeling their youthful softness. This made the girls blush deeply. All right, let us get you two home to freshen up. I'll change into something more casual and we can head to Minato's together. The sisters nodded. Okay. We'll follow your lead, Rin. Subsequently, Gojo Rin lifted both of them in a playful embrace, smiling widely. Then, 1-gram teleportation. In an instant, their figures vanished from the spot. Returning to their apartment, after a brief farewell, they parted ways to prepare, while Gojo Rin changed into a comfortable blue outfit, a common choice among ninjas, valued for its comfort and practicality. Meanwhile, at the camp in the land of rice, the ninja forces were also withdrawing to the village while issuing orders to carefully eliminate any lingering IWA ninja and Kumo ambushes along the way. Obito, Kakashi, and Rin were hastening back toward the village. Suddenly, they halted, astonished at the sight before them. A woman clad in battle attire, wearing a Kumo forehead protector, stood before them, her long black hair flowing in the wind as she brandished a longsword. A terrifying sense of oppression emanates from the individual before me, as the blade glistens with a sanguine hue beneath the setting sun. Chapter 72. A visit to Minato, Kushina's culinary skills as the setting sun cast its golden hues. The scene resembled a beautifully unfurled canvas, with Itadori Rin and the two Uzumaki sisters strolling through the village of Konoha. This simple tableau radiated warmth, captured in the delicate expressions of the young girls. Uzumaki Yuyaka donned a pink outfit adorned with falling cherry blossom motifs, complementing her cascading purple hair, exuding an air of sweetness and allure. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Yuin wore a beige ensemble embellished with maple leaves, her slightly curled purple locks lending her a more mature demeanor, characterized by gentleness and sophistication. Yukina playfully teased Itadori Rin, while Yuin stood by, laughing, their contrasting personalities creating a unique charm. Before long, the trio arrived at the doorstep of the Namikaze residence, where Rin knocked on the door. Is Lord Minato home? To their surprise, the door swung open almost immediately, revealing the bright smile of Minato Namikaze. Rin, come in. He then turned his gaze toward the Uzumaki sisters, curiosity evident in his eyes. And who might these two be? With a grin, Rin replied, these are my two little wives. Instantly, both girls blushed. Minato, momentarily taken aback by this revelation, chuckled heartily. Is that so? Haha. Well, come in quickly. Kushina is in the kitchen preparing a meal. It will be ready shortly. Rin nodded, taking Yukina with one hand and Yuin with the other, following Minato into the house and settling at the dining table. As they sat down, Rin introduced the sisters, saying, this is Uzumaki Yukina, and this is Uzumaki Yuin. Lord Minato, they have both admired you greatly. Minato smiled warmly, replying, hello there. However, my achievements pale in comparison to Rin's. Without him, the war wouldn't have ended so swiftly, nor would I have become Hokage so soon. Yukina and Yuin exchanged puzzled glances, with Yukina asking, oh, is Lord Minato soon to be Hokage? Minato nodded. In a few days, the succession ceremony will take place, all thanks to Rin's support. The sisters expressed their astonishment. So much has transpired while we were on our journey? Yukina inquired. Pray tell, what has happened during these days? It feels as though monumental events have unfolded, Yuin added. Minato glanced at Rin, who shrugged, indicating he could speak freely. With a gentle smile, Minato recounted the recent events, narrating with a vividness that captivated the sisters, who gasped in surprise at Rin's exploits. My goodness! Rin, you are truly remarkable. Rin shrugged modestly, it's nothing special. Laughter filled the room, and soon after, Kushina emerged from the kitchen, wearing an apron, bringing forth the final dish. What are you all chatting about? You seem to be having quite a good time. Minato placed the dish on the table. Oh, just recounting some of Rin's experiences on the battlefield. His companions were unaware of them. Kushina chuckled, covering her mouth. When I first heard about it, I couldn't help but doubt the authenticity of those tales. Hello, I am Uzumaki Kushina, Minato's wife. Rin was touched by Kushina's warm demeanor. They truly made a lovely couple. He nodded, smiling greetings. It is no wonder that such kindness runs in the family. The Uzumaki sisters greeted her cheerfully. Hello, Sister Kushina. Kushina smiled with squinted eyes. Don't be shy. Let's eat. The group joined hands, joyfully exclaiming, Itadakamasu. Let's dig in. Rin was curious about Kushina's culinary skills. He had heard mixed reviews. Today, he would taste for himself. He took a piece of meat and, to his surprise, found it delicious. Wow, Sister Kushina. Your cooking is truly exceptional, Yuyaka exclaimed. Kushina beamed. Thank you for the compliment. Please, eat as much as you like. Rin, does the flavor suit your palate? Rin eagerly devoured a bowl of rice, his face alight with satisfaction. This is simply exquisite. Kushina laughed, covering her mouth. Let me help you with a refill. After indulging in the meal, though no sake was present, the group was content and full. Whoever claims that Kushina's cooking is subpar, step forward. The conversation shifted as Minato remarked, interestingly. Rin's name sounds just like that of one of my students, but the characters differ. When I first heard Rin's name, I thought they were referring to my student, which startled me. However, my student is a girl. Rin paused, contemplating. Indeed, if Obito were to cry out Lin, I shall create a world with you, it would be somewhat awkward. How would he cope with that? Nonetheless, with the ninja war concluded and the Mist Village under control, what lay ahead for Obito, Kakashi, and Noera Rin? Rin inquired, so, what is the status of your students now? Minato pondered before responding, no news yet. But I have already sent orders for the ninja on the battlefield in the Land of Rice to return to Konoha. They should be back within a few days. Rin mused, perhaps old Madara has other plans. Surely he wouldn't abduct Uchiha Raimai. With a smile, Rin added, I would genuinely like to meet your students. It feels like fate. Minato nodded. They would undoubtedly be eager to meet you, the hero of the war. Kushina chimed in, speaking of which. I am truly delighted that Minato can realize his dream of becoming Hokage. Thank you, Rin. Rin waved his hand dismissively. Minato is already quite formidable, even without my assistance. He would have achieved greatness. It was merely a matter of time. Minato scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Not at all. Compared to Rin, I still have much to learn. Kushina playfully pinched Minato's side, causing him to grimace. You are being modest. Accept the praise without such humility. The room erupted in laughter at Minato's discomfort, with Yuen stifling a giggle as she said, Sister Kushina and Lord Minato are truly affectionate. In stark contrast to the warmth of Konoha, the setting sun bled crimson, blood dripping from a longsword. Kakashi and Noera Rin lay silently in a pool of blood. Obito's crimson, Tomo-patterned Sharingan spun relentlessly, gradually transforming into a kaleidoscopic pattern as he struggled to rise. Rin. Kakashi. No. No. Chapter 73, An Unexpected Encounter with Tsunade. The aftermath of war has brought an abundance of laughter and joy to the village of Konoha, as the ninjas, weary from prolonged conflict, finally reunite with their families. The ninja era is indeed a brutal time, where lives are as fleeting as blades of grass. Especially for those powerless civilians. Obito once remarked to Kakashi that the fundamental reason behind his execution of the infinite Tsukuyomi plan was not Rin or Kakashi, but rather the grotesque world that devours lives without mercy. This sentiment resonates deeply with Gojo Rin, who has spent 3 years in this world. During the Third Great Ninja War alone, which he ended prematurely, Konoha suffered over 20,000 casualties. Had events unfolded according to the original timeline, the toll would have been even greater, and this figure pertains solely to ninjas, excluding ordinary citizens. Among the dead were over 1,200 special jonin and higher, which illustrates the immense pressure faced by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who ultimately stepped down due to public outcry. Following the war, Minato was promptly appointed as his successor, essentially only advancing his position by a year. As Gojo Rin strolled through the streets of Konoha, he was enveloped by the morning's vibrant atmosphere, witnessing the joyful interactions of returning ninjas with their families. The cessation of hostilities left him with an abundance of free time, leading him to ponder 3 pressing matters: the slumbering SHBU, the energy dilemma that Orochimaru had mentioned, which required a method to expunge his chakra, and the whereabouts of Uchiha Rimi, who was still learning to dance from the Dance King, although he held reservations about this. Today, he intended to visit Konoha Hospital to check on SHBU's condition. Orochimaru had previously promised to address her issues but, despite high hopes, seemed at a loss, merely collecting a vial of blood and some hair for further research. Gojo Rin found himself in a similar predicament, as even Orochimaru appeared unable to suggest alternatives. Thus, he resigned himself to the notion that good things take time. Upon arriving at the hospital, he unexpectedly encountered a disheveled Tsunade, who was muttering curses under her breath. Their eyes met, and Tsunade, taken aback, suddenly pulled Gojo Rin into her embrace, ruffling his hair. The once intimidating figure became a comforting presence, making him feel momentarily dizzy. Hey, you little rascal, lend me some money, will you? She playfully demanded, her words laced with the scent of alcohol. What amount are we talking about? Didn't the daimyo's treasury deliver your funds yesterday? A few million for fun? Gojo Rin questioned incredulously. Just a few million, come on, Tsunade replied, her confidence wavering as she sensed his disbelief. Do you think we're close enough for you to casually ask for millions? Money doesn't just fall from the sky, he retorted, astonished. Tsunade's bravado faltered, her gaze becoming evasive. Well, it's just a few million for you, right? You're just a kid with nowhere to spend it anyway. Lending it to me could be considered an investment, she suggested, her tone shifting. Gojo Rin raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident on his face. Lending it to you for gambling is not exactly an investment, he countered. Before he could voice further objections, Tsunade bit her lip and declared, how about 10 million? If you lend it to me, I promise to fulfill 3 of your requests and even offer you the Shinju ancestral home as collateral for any secret techniques you desire. Gojo Rin scoffed at the notion. You think anything from your pocket will ever come back out? Fine, 5 million it is. Write down a loan agreement, sign it. And then I'll hand over the money. Tsunade sighed, clearly disappointed. Only 5 million without hesitation, Gojo Rin began to turn away, sensing his resolve. Tsunade pulled him back into her arms. All right, just 5 million. Don't go, she pleaded, her voice softening. Gojo Rin struggled to breathe, feeling suffocated. If I were still a child, I might have given in, but enough is enough. He extricated himself from her embrace, brushing her hand away with an exasperated expression. Money for services rendered, first the agreement, then the cash, he insisted. Tsunade, undeterred, produced a stack of paper from her pocket. Gojo Rin's eyes widened at the sight of numerous loan templates. How experienced are you with this? He marveled. Just a minor detail, she replied nonchalantly. Extracting a single sheet. Simply sign here and list your request in the blank space. After that, we'll finalize everything with signatures and fingerprints. They settled at the hospital's reception, where Tsunade, with the receptionist looking bewildered, deftly took a pen and red stamp. Filling in the blank with collateral, Shinju ancestral home and various secret techniques. She then handed the pen to Gojo Rin, her cheeks flushed. Now, dear brother, write down your 3 requests. After a moment of contemplation, he began to write. 1. Fulfill all of Gojo Rin's requests. 2. For every month overdue from the loan date, the debt will increase by 15. 3. No disappearing acts or deceitful tactics. All matters must be reported in advance, and any subsequent loans require repayment of the previous debt. He signed his name in the lender section. Tsunade glanced over the terms and, surprised, asked, Is that all? Gojo Rin nodded, and without further thought, she swiftly signed and stamped the agreement, handing him a copy with gleaming eyes. Good brother, is that sufficient? She asked eagerly. Why the rush? Gojo Rin raised an eyebrow. Puzzled. Tsunade leaned closer, licking her lips playfully, her breath fragrant and teasing. So, what do you wish for from your sister? Gojo Rin rolled his eyes, exasperated. Enough with the teasing. He pulled out a stack of banknotes, revealing 5 million, and handed it to her, observing her greedy expression. Now, teach me the sealing technique. Additionally, I need to learn how to expel the chakra stored within the seal directly out of my body. Tsunade, momentarily disinterested, pocketed the cash and began explaining. The seal is merely a sealing technique that stores chakra long-term. It can be filled with chakra over time. This ancient technique from the Uzumaki clan allows one to maintain eternal youth, and upon release, all stored chakra is unleashed unless manually released, continuing until death. There is no need to specifically expel it. Once the seal is released, any surplus chakra beyond one's capacity will dissipate if not utilized promptly, lasting approximately 10 to 15 minutes. I developed the Baika no Jutsu and the creation rebirth techniques based on this principle. Interested in learning those? Gojo Rin, recognizing the mischief in her smile, quickly interrupted. No thanks, just give me the seal scroll. Tsunade, appearing bored, retrieved a scroll from her belongings. All right, take it. I have to get back to work. Enjoy yourself. With a flick of her golden hair, enveloped in fragrant air, she departed. Gojo Rin watched her retreating figure, gritting his teeth in frustration. That troublesome woman, I shall deal with you soon. Chapter 74. Unexpectedly, fate is determined. After Tsunade departed, Futana Rin wore a look of melancholy for a moment before rising to head towards the special ward on the upper floor. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he spotted 2 familiar figures. Hello, Rin-kun. What a coincidence. Hinata Kagura greeted him with a bright smile. While beside her stood a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to Hinata Hisashi, his expression momentarily faltering. He then managed to muster a smile, bowing with a touch of formality. Greetings, Lord Futara Rin. I am Hinata Hisashi. Kagura, do not be disrespectful to Lord Futara Rin. Hinata Kagura's smile faded instantly, and she bowed politely. My apologies, Lord Futara Rin. I was rude. Futara Rin found the scene somewhat amusing and chuckled softly, dismissing Hinata Hisashi's presence as he gently ruffled Kagura's soft hair. All right, no need for such formality. What brings you to the hospital, Kagura? Hinata Kagura, regaining some composure, squinted her eyes and smiled slightly as she replied, I'm here to accompany my brother and sister-in-law for a checkup and to visit grandfather. What about you? Rin-kun? Futara Rin nodded. A checkup? Is it for Hinata Niji? He then added, I'm here to check on Shofu. She still hasn't woken up. Hinata Kagura's expression turned to one of concern. Has Shofu still not awakened? May I join you to see her? Futara Rin hesitated for a moment before nodding and smiling. Of course. Kagura then turned to Hinata Hisashi, saying, Brother, why don't you go see grandfather first? I'll accompany Lord Futara Rin to check on our classmate and come find you later, all right? Hinata Hisashi maintained a serious demeanor but nodded in agreement. offering Futara Rin a strained smile. Then I will leave my younger sister in your care, Lord Futara Rin. Futara Rin felt somewhat constrained by such formalities but simply nodded in acknowledgement. Certainly. Hinata Hazashi then walked down the corridor towards the deeper wards. Hinata Kagura tugged at Futara Rin's sleeve, sticking out her tongue as she said, "My brother has a serious personality. Our family rules are quite strict. So please don't take offense, Rin-kun." Futara Rin smiled and replied, "It's all right. I have heard about it. Growing up in such an environment must have been quite challenging." Hinata Kagura nodded, her expression becoming a tad complex. "Let us go see Shofu." Futara Rin smiled, taking her hand as they proceeded towards Shofu's ward. Hinata Kagura initially hesitated, but then blushed slightly and tightly grasped Futara Rin's hand as they entered the room together. They walked slowly into the ward and sat beside Shofu's bed. Futara Rin looked at Shofu's pale face with deep concern, his fingertips gently brushing her forehead. After a moment, he shook his head. "Indeed, it remains the same." Hinata Kagura stared intently at Shofu, her expression filled with confusion. "What's wrong?" "Kagura?" Futara Rin asked, noticing her unusual demeanor. "Rin-kun, can't you see?" Hinata Kagura asked, puzzled. Futara Rin was taken aback, bewildered as he responded. "See what?" Hinata Kagura shook her head, closed her eyes, and then reopened them, gazing again at Shofu before glancing at her palm, and then addressed Futara Rin. "I saw a monster." Futara Rin was momentarily stunned. A monster?" As soon as he spoke, Hinata Kagura stood up and placed her palm on Shofu's forehead. Suddenly, a pure white light flickered. Futara Rin watched the scene before him in astonishment. Through his 6 eyes, he discerned that this energy was nothing but pure chakra. Yet it radiated an inexplicable sanctity at that moment. This was something that chakra of any attribute could not possess. After a moment, the white light faded, and Hinata Kagura's body swayed as if she could not sustain herself. Futara Rin hurriedly caught her in his arms, his voice laced with concern. "Are you all right?" Hinata Kagura shook her head, her golden hairpiece jingling softly as she moved, yet the pallor of her face betrayed the exhaustion that had taken a toll on her. Futara Rin quickly inquired, "What was that just now?" Hinata Kagura, equally perplexed, replied, "I'm not sure. I just saw a monster on Shofu-chan's forehead, and my hand moved instinctively. I don't know what that was." Futara Rin fell silent for a moment, then noticed a faint breath from Shofu. "Is she improving?" He quickly touched her forehead with his fingertip and discovered that her previously unresponsive bodily functions, along with her seemingly frozen spirit, were beginning to show signs of activity. What could this monster be? Futara Rin squinted his eyes. Could it be? He turned to Hinata Kagura, questioning. "Are you feeling unwell? Anywhere? For example, your eyes?" Hinata Kagura looked surprised. "My eyes? No, I'm fine." Futara Rin nodded, then examined the back of her hand. No signs of any marks. It has nothing to do with the curse seal." He pondered whether Byakugan possessed any special abilities. Shaking his head, he concluded that at least Shofu's situation had improved, which was a good sign. It seemed he would have to rely on Kagura for a while. "Your unintentional method just now appears to have helped Shofu," Futara Rin stated earnestly. Hinata Kagura's expression shifted in surprise. "Huh? Me?" She then responded with a serious demeanor. Yes. Don't worry, Rin. I'm fine." Futara Rin smiled, feeling a sense of relief. Although it was an unexpected turn of events, at least a solution had emerged. After escorting Hinata Kagura to her grandfather's ward, Futara Rin walked home, lost in thought. A monster. Byakugan. It seems there are some changes I do not fully comprehend. Upon returning home, he shook his head and took out the scroll Tsunade had given him, beginning to practice the Yin sealing technique. It was indeed a complex sealing technique. Although sealing arts are generally intricate, it was amusing to think that Tsunade, who hadn't mastered anything else, had only learned this Yin sealing technique, and had even managed to innovate upon it, which was quite abstract. He then closed his eyes and immersed himself in his training. In an underground cavern within the Land of Iron, Uchiha Madara stood before the six-path statue, inserting the energy tube formed by white Zetsu into his back. He murmured, "Were it not for Rin's secret technique, moving would have been quite challenging." As his gaze sharpened, he noticed a masked woman tossing 2 figures onto the ground. Following her was white Zetsu, who was carrying an unconscious figure, Uchiha Bido. With a detached tone, Uchiha Madara inquired, "Is it done?" The woman removed her mask, revealing an exquisitely beautiful yet cold face, perfectly complemented by the vivid crimson of her Sharingan. The tear mole at the corner of her right eye added a touch of allure to her youthful visage, her black hair dancing slightly in the breeze as she locked eyes with Uchiha Madara for a moment before speaking softly. "Lord Madara, is this the person you have chosen? It seems a bit lacking." Chapter 75, The Ascension of Minato, Awakenings Approaching. Time swiftly passed, and several days flew by. Today marked the grand ceremony of Minato's succession, a paramount event for Konoha. Citizens and shinobi alike gathered before the meticulously constructed platform, filled with reverence and anticipation. Uzumaki Yukino and Uzumaki Yuin, accompanied by Gojo Rin, took their place in the front row. Gojo Rin surveyed the surroundings and caught a glimpse of Hyuga Kagura standing among the Hyuga clan, their eyes meeting briefly, both sharing a smile. He then noticed the elder from the Kurama clan, nodding in acknowledgement, his gaze briefly drifting to Kurama Rina beside him, scanning the Uchiha contingent. He noted that Uchiha Rimi had yet to return, but exchanged a nod with Uchiha Fugaku upon their recognition. The throng of spectators, embodying the unity of Konoha, directed their attention to the platform, awaiting the protagonist's appearance. Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended the stage, reciting familiar lines and bowing deeply to the villagers of Konoha. Some were already misty-eyed while others remained silent, as he rose to deliver a heartfelt address about the will of fire. I am old now, from this day forth. I officially abdicate. Today, the mantle of the fourth Hokage shall be taken up by Namikaze Minato. As Minato took the stage, a thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. He approached the podium, clad in a freshly tailored Hokage robe, and smiled at the people of Konoha, bowing respectfully before half-kneeling to Sarutobi Hiruzen. With a tone filled with warmth and relief, Hiruzen entrusted Konoha to Minato, placing the Hokage hat upon his head after offering a few words of advice. Minato then turned to face the assembled crowd, his spirited smile radiating confidence as his clear voice resonated throughout the venue. From this day forth, I, Namikaze Minato, shall govern Konoha. I vow to protect all that we cherish. For the prosperity of Konoha, let us strive together. With that, Minato raised his fist, prompting a chorus of cheers and exclamations from below. Gojo Rin, witnessing this moment, couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself, not bad, Minato. As the succession ceremony concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. Gojo Rin, accompanied by the two women, exchanged greetings with Hyuga Kagura before heading towards Konoha Hospital. SHBU had begun to show signs of awakening over the past few days. Rin remained uncertain about Kagura's abilities, which seemed to be used passively, beyond her control. Thus, he categorized it under the unique traits of the Tsutsuki clan, possibly a mutation arising from a form of ancestral bloodline return, seemingly without any additional effects. The four of them laughed and discussed Minato's spirited demeanor as they walked towards the hospital. Upon arriving, they entered SHBU's room to find Uncle Ichiraka seated silently beside the bed, holding her hand. Gojo Rin paused for a moment before greeting him. Uncle Ichiraku, you've arrived at the hospital so quickly? Did you not attend the succession ceremony? Uncle Ichiraka snapped back to reality, chuckling. I did go, but I just arrived. I don't have as much luck with the ladies as you do. Rin awkwardly shifted the topic. SHBU should awaken soon. Kagura possesses a unique ability that seems to aid in her quick recovery. I've been bringing her here every day for restoration. The three women beside him chimed in to comfort Uncle Ichiraku. He looked at them, smiling. It's all right. I trust you all. I just haven't seen my daughter in a long time and wanted to check on her. Rin nodded and turned to Kagura. Let us begin. With a serious expression, Kagura stepped to the bedside, placing her hands on SHBU's forehead. A gentle white light emanated from her palms, pure energy flowing into SHBU's brow. Uncle Ichiraka's smile faded as he watched intently, hoping that SHBU would awaken at any moment. As Kagura swayed unsteadily, Gojo Rin quickly supported her, cradling her in his arms. Kagura, are you all right? She forced a smile. Yeah, I'm fine, just a bit drained. Rin nodded, signaling to Yukino and Yuin. Yukino, Yuin, please take care of Kagura while I check on SHBU. He then touched SHBU's forehead, closing his eyes. Through the reverse techniques, a rich life energy surged within her, circulating throughout her body. Moments later, Rin opened his eyes in joy. Her recovery is progressing rapidly. I believe SHBU will awaken in just a few days. As he spoke, Uncle Ichiraku felt a slight movement in the fingers he held. His excitement was palpable. Her fingers moved. This is wonderful. Thank you all. Rin, somewhat bashful, replied, there is no need for thanks, Uncle. Uncle Ichiraku waved his hand, smiling kindly. I've heard about the events on the battlefield. You are not to blame. Besides, becoming a shinobi was SHBU's own decision. Some things are simply destined. Little Rin, do not feel guilt. As long as your heart is steadfast, that is enough. Rin nodded, feeling a sense of relief, though he had never voiced it. He had indeed struggled internally over SHBU's situation. Had he not persuaded her to become a shinobi, things might have turned out differently. Fortunately, there was now a resolution. I understand now. Thank you for your understanding, Uncle. Good child, you've all worked hard. If there is nothing else, you may head back. I'll stay with my daughter a while longer. Rin nodded, glancing at the three women and then at SHBU's gradually improving complexion. Then we will take our leave now, Uncle. Please do not worry too much. Uncle Ichiraka squinted and smiled, nodding in agreement. As he saw them off, Rin and the others exited the hospital, their spirits lifted, perhaps relieved by the news of SHBU's imminent awakening. At a fork in the path, Rin turned to Kagura with a smile. Thanks to you, Kagura, I wouldn't know when SHBU would awaken without your help. Kagura smiled gently. It is my honor to assist you, Rin. Unable to resist, Rin affectionately ruffled her hair, and Kagura tilted her head, enjoying the moment. The hair ornaments jingled, sparkling in the sunlight. All right, see you tomorrow, Kagura. Yes, see you tomorrow, Rin. After bidding farewell to Kagura, Rin walked home with Yukino and Yuin. Yukino, feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarked, Rin really knows how to charm the ladies, huh? Before Rin could respond, Yuin laughed. Come on, sister. It's normal for Rin to be popular, but hasn't he always been us who go home with him? Yukino was taken aback, exclaiming, wait, no, sister. You. Yuin grinned knowingly at Yukino, who was left in stunned silence. Rin quickly pulled the two of them into his embrace, enveloped by a fragrant aura, and playfully addressed Yukino. All right, little jealous one, learn more from the setting sun. Be good now, for all are important. The setting sun is correct. You two are among the most significant, especially you, Shien. Shien nodded in agreement. The blush on the young girl's face under the sunlight spoke volumes. Chapter 76, The Shadow Sealing Technique, Infinite Tsukuyomi. The Shadow Sealing Technique, activate. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Satoru Gojo channeled his chakra towards his forehead, gradually manifesting a crimson diamond-shaped mark. An immense quantity of chakra surged wildly into the area of the shadow seal. Typically, shadow seals serve as reservoirs for chakra. Designed for prolonged storage, no one had ever contemplated depleting their chakra in one fell swoop. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Gojo had even employed a sealing technique known as the absorption technique, a skill that is universally acknowledged among the Tsutsuki clan. Although originally intended for the Rinnegan, Gojo discovered that it was fundamentally a technique capable of rapid chakra absorption while omitting the enhancements and reflective properties. Thus, the enhanced version of the shadow seal was born, allowing for swift absorption of chakra, concentrating it at the site of the seal. For a ninja, this would be tantamount to self-destruction, yet for Gojo, who aimed to transform his energy system, it was a flawless transition. This would also facilitate aiding his companions in embarking on the path of cultivation. Soon, his chakra was drained entirely, leaving only the natural energy converted into spiritual aura. As his six eyes activated, a brilliant azure light shimmered in the night. A pure and rich spiritual aura extended from his six eyes throughout his meridians. In an instant, a vortex seemed to appear in his dantian, voraciously absorbing the surrounding natural energy. Sensing the transformation within, Gojo quickly scanned the vicinity of Konoha. He then levitated, his figure vanishing in a flash, only to reappear deep within the forest of death. Under the scrutiny of his six eyes, this was indeed the spot with the most concentrated natural energy. Above the forest, a substantial amount of natural energy was being absorbed, and through the automated operation of his meridians, this energy gradually became purified, ultimately converging into his dantian. With the support of his six eyes, Gojo felt a warm sensation enveloping him, as if all impurities within began to expel from his body, leaving him refreshed. As the spiritual aura in his dantian accumulated, he observed the automatic guidance of the energy flow. Without the hindrance of chakra, everything unfolded seamlessly. If one were to observe, they would witness a tidal wave of natural energy forming around Gojo. However, to a ninja's perception, it would merely register as a brewing, terrifying energy, imperceptible directly. There were visible disturbances, such as fierce winds and trees that were uprooted, swirling around him as he cultivated, alongside various debris. The beasts of the forest of death, however, were particularly sensitive to the tidal wave of natural energy and instinctively retreated from Gojo's location. Even some of the older creatures, unknowingly, had entered the realm of natural energy cultivation, developing a degree of sentience. Among them was a small, unassuming toad that hopped into view, exuding an air of wisdom. It gazed towards Gojo's position and murmured, "I am merely wandering down from Mount my Bokuzen. Such waves of cultivation, perhaps even my ancestors could not achieve. Is this truly within the realm of human capability?" Moments later, it exhaled a large plume of smoke, its expression grave. "No. I must return to my Bokuzen and report to my elders." With a series of hops, it ventured deeper into the forest and vanished from sight. In a subterranean cavern of the land of iron, Obito Uchiha, Madara Uchiha sat upon a staircase, his gaze fixed upon a young man, wrapped in bandages. Obito shouted, "Let me go. I must avenge Rin and Kakashi." Madara calmly regarded him, stating, "You are still too weak, and they are already dead." Upon hearing this, Obito ceased his shouting, falling into a moment of silence before striking the ground in frustration. "Damn it, I am simply too weak. And what about you? I am so powerless. What can saving me accomplish? Allow me to exist in this painful world. I might as well die alongside them." Madara, reaching deep within, summoned Obito's form into his palm. He then struck Obito across the face with his gloved hand, leaving a crimson mark. Only the weak succumb to despair. There are no hopeless situations in this world, only individuals who have lost hope in their circumstances. What you must do is grow stronger and resolutely advance on your own path. Obito, weeping, hoarsely replied, "I am merely a failure. I cannot achieve anything." Madara struck him again. "If, after hearing my words, you still seek death, I shall grant you that wish." After a moment of contemplation, Madara continued, "On the southeast stone tablet, there are secrets left by the Sage of Six Paths. Only by unlocking the strongest power of the Uchiha, the Manjiki Sharingan, can the secrets of the tablet be unveiled. When the ultimate Yin release and the ultimate Yang release merge, the manifestation of all things is attained. The sole path to peace in the ninja world is through infinite Tsukuyomi. When infinite Tsukuyomi is unleashed, everyone will be immersed in a dream woven by illusions. Each person may live in their ideal world, and in that ideal world, Rin will be there, and Kakashi too. Will you join me in becoming stronger to realize this grand plan, or will you choose the path of despair? The choice is yours." Obito fell silent, then erupted into a maniacal laughter. Madara observed him quietly, as he oscillated between tears and laughter. Moments later, Obito's expression turned frenzied. "This twisted world is beyond salvation. I am willing. I am willing to execute your infinite Tsukuyomi plan. I shall sever the ties of causality in this world. A faint smile crept onto Madara's lips. Excellent. You should rest now. Beginning tomorrow, I will commence your special training and teach you how to harness the power of your eyes. Black Zetsu, take him to his quarters. Black Zetsu manifested within a white Zetsu's form, presenting a bizarre half-black, half-white figure, half kneeling on the ground, responding, yes, master. As Black Zetsu and Obito's figures faded into the distance, a striking silhouette emerged from the outer path statue. Madara. Is this fellow truly worth the considerable effort you are investing in his training? Madara chuckled softly. He is different from you. The Uchiha are a clan that values emotions deeply. The utmost love begets the utmost hate, and amidst profound despair, this is his only path to survival. Rin Uchiha fell into silence, the image of Satoru Gojo surfacing in her mind. The utmost love? Madara glanced back and chuckled lightly. What is it? Do you miss little Rin? Rin's cheeks flushed, her head turning away. Who would think of that guy? Madara smiled silently, then remarked, by the way. It's almost time for you to return home. You have fully adapted to your eyes' abilities, and I have imparted nearly everything I can teach. The rest requires your own time and effort to practice. Now, I must proceed with my plans. I fear I will have little time to guide you. Rin remained silent for a moment, then spoke. Take care, I will come to see you again. Madara nodded, seemingly lost in thought, smiled lightly. Remember to send my regards to little Rin.